My childhood companion, the lush plum tree, has consistently been at odds with me. I have a penchant for exquisite cuisine, while she revels in intensely spicy fare. I have lovingly cared for a diminutive hamster. She has warmly embraced a substantial, plump feline. I am perceived as a nefarious transgressor by those in my vicinity, while she is revered as the quintessential progeny of another family in the sight of her parents. However, it is precisely these two children, utterly at variance with each other, who, nonetheless, quite unexpectedly, after the college entrance examination, I found myself accepted into the same university, pursuing the same field of study, and remarkably, I was even assigned to the same class. Moreover, it is rather fortuitous that my family possesses a residence in that city. With the blessing of both sets of parents, two disparate individuals commenced a delicate coexistence. On the significant day of my university debut, as I stepped forward, the door across from me creaked open in harmony. A charming young girl emerged, standing at a modest height of just over 1.60 meters. Adorned in a delicate beige dress, her slender legs were enveloped in sheer stockings. Her exquisite features surpassed even the finest of artworks in perfection. Little Lu Xiaoxi, petite in stature, struggled slightly as she lifted a large suitcase with her slender, fair arms, creating a rather amusing scene. Lu Xiaoxi. It is frequently asserted that a young woman experiences a significant metamorphosis by the age of 18. Yet you seem to remain entirely unchanged. In what manner would you desire me to embrace transformation? I gently rested my chin upon my hand, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Might you graciously permit me the delightful honor of tenderly stroking your delicate feline ears? I shall render you a mere jest. Take heed, for I shall inform Aunt Sue of your unwarranted advances. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, ignoring the absurdity of this grand fool, as she lifted her substantial suitcase and called for the elevator. Unchanged remains unchanged. What value exists in mourning? I simply shrugged, overcome by an overwhelming sense of futility. With my suitcase in hand, I stepped into the elevator, standing beside Lu Xiaoxi, who is, in truth, my mother Suwen. In days of yore, Lu Xiaoxi frequently brought my misdeeds to my mother's notice. Without the slightest hesitation, my mother would chastise me whenever Lu Xiaoxi deemed herself wronged. As time has elapsed, the expression of grievances has transformed into a formidable tactic employed by Lu Xiaoxi against me. I found myself contemplating whether I was truly the fortunate beneficiary of a complimentary phone card, given the customary banter in which I engage. I have long since acclimated to it. At what point did the fabric of our connection begin to fray so profoundly? I find myself nostalgically reflecting on the bygone days when she and I were the most cherished of companions, bound together as if we were childhood sweethearts. Throughout our formative years in kindergarten and elementary school, we remained inextricably intertwined in each other's lives. During the years leading up to middle school, those who fostered friendly connections with the opposite sex often became the subjects of derision and scorn from their contemporaries. As the young woman's transition into adolescence draws near unexpectedly, a fragile abyss of fleeting moments has silently unfolded. By the time I attained awareness, my relationship with Lu Xiaoxi had transformed from that of inseparable childhood companions to a mere acquaintance shaped by the inexorable flow of time. Throughout our high school years, we gradually became estranged. Our interactions diminished, and in our conversations, neither side was inclined to yield to the other, slowly evolving into conflicts. I have transformed from being the preeminent scholar in my class to a beleaguered student, all due to my passionate obsession with gaming. Nonetheless, Lu Xiaoxi remains steadfastly at the forefront. The once cherished connection has become irrevocably fractured. Our youthful companionship now remains but a faint recollection, long consigned to the shadows of forgetfulness. Fortunately, just prior to the college entrance examination, I mustered the courage to approach Lu Xiaoxi and requested her notes from the past 3 years. This bold endeavor allowed me to achieve significant progress, ultimately leading to my acceptance into the same university as she. Remarkably, without any prior correspondence, we chose the identical field of study and discovered ourselves enrolled in the same class. Had it not been for the bond forged between our parents through their correspondence, we would have remained completely unaware of this matter. My family resides in a humble abode in close proximity to the university. After thorough deliberation, The two families concluded that I would register as a day student, embarking on this journey alongside Lu Xiaoxi, thus providing one another with reciprocal support. Today marks the initiation of our voyage. In times gone by, whenever I encountered Lu Xiaoxi, she was consistently clad in unpretentious school uniforms. Such a vibrant and youthful gathering is rarely observed. Even during the literary soirees of her high school, she would adorn the stage in her casual attire. Perhaps it is her first foray away from home that has inspired Lu Xiaoxi to adorn herself with such meticulous attention to detail. Even as one who frequently delights in succinct videos featuring captivating women, I find myself inwardly exclaiming, "Marvelous! This epitomizes the essence of true, unblemished beauty." You are observing me with a surreptitious gaze. Lu Xiaoxi perceptively discerned my watchfulness, tentatively unveiling her delicate features, assessing the nuances of my expression. Self-indulgent reverence, who possesses the ability to verify the truthfulness of your assertions. A flicker of unease stirs within me as I contemplate whether Lu Xiaoxi has genuinely attained some extraordinary gift, for her powers of perception appear exceptionally acute. Just as I was on the brink of disregarding it, the elevator doors elegantly glided open. I took the initiative to embark on an outdoor adventure. What pursuits are you currently involved in? This merely represents the third tier. Indeed, it is the third floor. Which impish child has had the audacity to press the elevator button? Should I catch them in the act, I would certainly see to it that this mischievous young one faces the stern realities of life, perhaps by bringing the matter to the attention of their guardians. I found myself once more ensconced within the confines of the elevator, now standing before Lu Xiaoxi. Surely, I could not claim that my gaze had wandered once again. Our dwelling is situated in close proximity to the high-speed railway station, easily reachable with merely a brief two-stop bus ride. We procured adjacent DF tickets, with myself situated by the aisle and Lu Xiaoxi comfortably nestled by the window. Lu Xiaoxi has consistently epitomized the essence of obedience, rarely venturing far from the familiar comforts of home. Her maiden voyage aboard a high-speed train filled her with exhilaration as she eagerly explored her surroundings, gazing out the window to behold the fleeting landscapes. Occasionally, she seized the opportunity to capture a few photographs, immortalizing the experience. I adorned my ears with Bluetooth headphones and selected an English EM6 song. Were it midnight, this train carriage would once again embrace a melancholic youth, profoundly immersed in the realms of online emo culture. The moment I donned the headphones, the discord within the carriage diminished into mere insignificance. However, the absence of space for my luggage stirred a subtle unease within me. As a new academic season commences, the high-speed train teems with a plethora of students transporting their suitcases. We arrived at the station rather late, and after retrieving Lu Xiaoxi's suitcase, there was no space left. My own suitcase was forced to rest before my legs, necessitating me to extend my legs wide, with my right leg encroaching upon Lu Xiaoxi's space. Lu Xiaoxi preserved her silence, delicately shifting her legs to one side, thus granting me a slight measure of extra space. At times, our legs tenderly brush against one another. Regrettably, I am clad in long athletic trousers, bereft of the exquisite sensation of the delicate skin of a youthful maiden. By serendipity, I observed the vividly colored earphones adorning my ears, piquing the curiosity of Lu Xiaoxi. For a person of her diligent disposition, high school primarily represented a period devoted to academic endeavors. The singular pair of headphones she owned was a humble wired set procured from a supermarket, costing a mere 12 yuan. Although she could not discern the subtleties of sound quality, she steadfastly employed them for 3 uninterrupted years, never contemplating a replacement. While she was aware of the existence of Bluetooth headphones, she had yet to indulge in the experience they provided. You watch me in hushed secrecy. I perceive the subtle gaze that hovers over my being. Suddenly, I turn my head with a swift gesture, echoing the tone of Lu Xiaoxi from before, revealing a luminous, dazzling smile. Narcissist. Lu Xiaoxi's beguiling eyes glistened. She released a soft sigh. With a petulant pout, she turned her gaze away. Might you be inclined to listen? I removed one earphone and proffered it to her. I find it quite challenging to commend your musical inclinations, indeed. Lu Xiaoxi grasped the headphones I proffered, pausing momentarily before adorning her ears with them. To my utter astonishment, there was not a hint of earwax. I would never have imagined that you upheld such remarkable standards of cleanliness. These are the newly acquired headphones, and today marks their inaugural use. It would be rather unfortunate if any earwax were to be present. Would you care to inspect the earwax? I also possess an old pair, which may be. I simulate the motion of reaching into my backpack. Who would have the audacity to gaze upon your earwax? It is utterly repulsive. What manner of individual can articulate such abhorrent words with an expressionless facade? Lu Xiaoxi adorned her ears with headphones, seemingly liberated from any cords. Yet from those delicate earphones emanated melodies that were strikingly clear and harmonious. The astonishment inspired by the Bluetooth earbuds was akin to the revelation that the Pythagorean theorem is not infallible. As enchanting English melodies cascaded through the headphones, Lu Xiaoxi found herself entranced, eager to revel in her exquisite taste in music. Suddenly, the music transformed, morphing into a sinister and haunting tune, with the chilling echoes of a woman's scream lurking within. Goosebumps instantly surged across her skin. I feigned ignorance, pressing my lips together as though to whistle. Yet aboard the fast-moving train, I could only simulate the action. It was never my intention to select a chilling soundtrack to frighten Lu Xiaoxi. Rather, I was compelled by a spontaneous desire to immerse myself in ethereal harmonies. Lu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth and unleashed a blow upon my outstretched leg, yielding neither sound nor the slightest sensation of pain. Oh dear, what pursuits occupy your time? I conveyed my lamentation. Transform the melody. You seek a metamorphosis, and so I shall acquiesce. Am I not slightly astonished? Alas, I beseech you, kindly refrain from stepping upon these freshly polished shoes. Before I could finish my statement, Lu Xiaoxi unwittingly stepped on my shoe, leaving a subtle imprint. What I longed to express was fervently suppressed within me. In a moment of desperation, I turned to the enchanting melodies of anime. A mere disagreement leads to the oppression of others. Indeed, I find myself at odds with Lu Xiaoxi. Although Lu Xiaoxi and I were nurtured in close proximity, our early years were abundant with joyous play and camaraderie. Nonetheless, an enduring dissonance has persisted between us. This discord manifests in various aspects. I have an affinity for subtle dishes, while Lu Xiaoxi favors robust flavors. I have embraced a hamster into my abode. Lu Xiaoxi has been caring for a vigorous feline companion. During my high school years, I displayed a notable degree of negligence, failing to distinguish myself in any endeavor. As my academic performance waned, I evolved into the undesirable associate whom other parents caution their children to steer clear of. Lu Xiaoxi demonstrates extraordinary attention to detail. She excels in every pursuit she engages in, epitomizing the archetypal ideal child as envisioned by other parents. At times, Lu Xiaoxi and I appear to personify two sharply contrasting extremes, frequently highlighted by the observations of others. Nevertheless, our connection remains distinctly dissonant. It is indeed remarkable that we can partake in such a harmonious exchange at this moment. If it were possible, I would long to relive the days of our youth when our bond was unassailable. In her youth, Lu Xiaoxi exuded an undeniable charm, trailing behind me like a delightful orb of delicate, rosy softness. Whenever the two families convene for a meal, they invariably choose to sit beside me. The elements that have converged to shape the present circumstances escape my comprehension. Perhaps they could be gracefully summarized by the phrase, "I have simply evolved." The 3-hour journey is neither extraordinarily swift nor sluggish. Before my departure, I savored a steamed bun, while Lu Xiaoxi refrained from indulging in such comfort. Gurgle, gurgle. Lu Xiaoxi turned her gaze to admire the scenery beyond the window. Your stomach has emitted a low growl. Do not remind me. Lu Xiaoxi cast a resentful glance in my direction. This person is truly obstinate. They seize every opportunity to belittle her. Lu Xiaoxi usually maintains a regular routine for her 3 daily repasts. However, today marks a departure from her customary practice. After diligently arranging her possessions the night before, she retired to her chamber early. Yet, the thrill of embarking on her first expedition to an uncharted city, especially alongside a companion with whom she shares scant rapport, ignited within her a peculiar sense of exhilaration. Consequently, she found herself restless in bed for an extended duration, unable to surrender to the embrace of slumber. As I steadfastly endure the night, the break of dawn approaches. My rest is woefully insufficient, compounded by the formidable challenge of preparing breakfast. I had initially intended to procure 2 buns during my expedition, however. My urgency rendered me unaware of the necessity to await her arrival. She gently unzipped her small bag and elegantly extracted 2 custard mooncakes. "Bestow one upon me." I flutter my eyelashes, and with a luminous smile, I extend my hand toward her. "Your stomach growls, and it shall be granted unto you." I withdrew my hand. After all, I had already indulged in breakfast before my departure. It is unfathomable for me to feel hunger so soon. I merely long for Lu Xiaoxi's delectable egg yolk pastry. If she does not grant me any, there is little I can achieve. Lu Xiaoxi delicately indulged in the exquisite egg yolk pie, her lips parting with elegance as she intermittently caressed them with her tongue. Regrettably, I have yielded to temptation. The high-speed train glides effortlessly at an astonishing velocity. Upon its arrival at the destination, the clock tolls noon. The terminals in major cities are remarkably vast. Lu Xiaoxi followed closely in my wake. Though silence enveloped us, I was acutely conscious that Lu Xiaoxi must be enduring a profound sense of unease at this very moment. I acknowledge that Lu Xiaoxi has rarely ventured far from her home. The transition from a 5th-tier city to a 2nd-tier city undoubtedly requires a period of adjustment. In such circumstances, it is entirely natural to experience some level of apprehension. Had I met Lu Xiaoxi in a state of timidity during our high school years, I would certainly have mocked her with pointed fingers and raucous laughter. The once lauded class monitor and esteemed academic prodigy has, without a doubt, fallen into such a predicament. Nevertheless, I find myself wrestling with similar emotions at this very moment. I squint my eyes and raise my hand to shield myself from the blinding sunlight. It is widely acknowledged that the southern regions experience merely 2 discernible seasons, winter and summer. Winter has yet to assert its presence, while summer persists in its unyielding dominance. Even in the autumnal month of September, there is little variation from the summer of June. I clutch an umbrella. Beside me, Lu Xiaoxi gracefully opened a rain umbrella, fashioning a humble sanctuary of shade amid the glaring sunlight. A distance of 2 paces lies between us, providing no motivation to aid in shielding from the sun. I long for guidance. How might I convince the resolute Plum Blossom to benevolently share an umbrella with me? I await your response with great anticipation, for time is of the essence. Lu Xiaoxi, I cordially invite you to share a delightful cup of milk tea with me. Would you kindly contemplate contributing half of it? I must admit, I'm rather bold in my request. We are deeply acquainted with each other's natures. Each of us harbors a profound comprehension of the flaws that reside within the other. There is no need to feign politeness. What designation do you bestow upon me? Lu Xiaoxi. Am I the kind of person who would affectionately refer to you as Lu Xiaoxi? Chi-Chi. Is it not so? This appellation was indeed conceived by you. Indeed, you possess an extraordinary understanding of human nature. As I gently stroke my forehead, Chi-Chi openly acknowledges this with commendable sincerity. The designation little pig is undeniably fitting. In my youthful naivety during my kindergarten days, I observed the diminutive guest who blessed us with her presence. She eagerly devoured 3 bowls of rice accompanied by a bowl of soup. It has delivered a profound jolt to my tender heart, consequently granting me the affectionate nickname Little Pig Lu. Certainly, I affectionately refer to her as Chi-Chi in private. However, in academic and other formal settings, I consistently employ her proper name. I'm not so naive as to permit this endearing moniker to become public knowledge, for it would undoubtedly invite derision. Lu Xiaoxi serves as my distinctive appellation for Lu Xiaoxi. Yet, Lu Xiaoxi's voracious appetite persists unabated. Even during our high school years, our families dwelled directly opposite each other, fostering a deep-seated camaraderie that often manifested in communal feasting. During her latest sojourn, she relished 3 ample bowls of rice. I find myself contemplating the fate of Lu Xiaoxi's formerly boundless appetite. Chi-Chi possesses a delicately sculpted waist and a flat abdomen, displaying no signs of weight gain. Her figure is soft yet youthful, with a gently understated curvature. I assert that another phenomenon worthy of inclusion in the pantheon of the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries is the perplexing enigma surrounding Lu Xiaoxi's remarkable ability to ingest enormous quantities of food without exhibiting the slightest gain in weight. Chapter 7. I long for the most exquisite milk tea. Lu Xiaoxi knitted her brow, sensing the tempest within my thoughts. She thrust the umbrella into my hands, insisting that while she could manage the umbrella, it was I who must shoulder its burden. Moreover, she was resolute in her desire to indulge in the most opulent milk tea, imposing upon me a considerable financial responsibility. Nearby bubble tea establishment. Lu Xiaoxi pondered over the menu. Chi displayed a hint of hesitation. In a bustling metropolis, the cost of living is extraordinarily elevated. A humble cup of the renowned milk tea is priced at 15 yuan. Even the most economical green tea demands a price of 9 yuan. 15 yuan corresponds to her allowance for 2 days during her high school days. She earnestly wished for me to bleed profusely, yet the extent of it has surpassed her most fervent imaginings. Can one truly relish in chilled libations? It was at the precipice of placing an order when this reflection emerged. Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks radiated a delicate blush. Chi gently shook her head, leaning closer to my ear and whispering, "Shall we abstain from further indulgence?" I seemed to exude an aura of eccentricity. This Lu Xiaoxi manifests her own peculiarities. I extended an invitation to share a drink, yet upon my arrival, she graciously declined. Should you opt not to partake, then I shall indulge in solitude. So, will you join me or not? I would graciously request a cup of green tea, please, accompanied by standard ice. I tilted my head ever so slightly. 7 Mao. I communicated my request to the attendant. 2 cups of taro bubble milk tea, with regular ice. What pursuits capture your attention? Chi. Lu Xiaoxi tenderly held the hem of my garment. I was the one who proffered the invitation for a drink. I did not imply that you ought to choose independently. The expense of bubble tea exceeded Lu Xiaoxi's threshold of tolerance. Without a moment's hesitation, I was confident she would inevitably opt for the most frugal choice. However, I had no intention of acquiescing to her inclinations. Having already finalized the transaction, Lu Xiaoxi would undoubtedly encounter difficulty in declining. The exquisite responsibility is truly commendable. This signifies my first encounter with such opulent milk tea, as well as my inaugural experience savoring such enchanting flavors. With but a single sip, Lu Xiaoxi's large eyes sparkled with brilliance. Lu Xiaoxi's gaze emanated a radiant luminosity. Nothing is more refreshing than indulging in a chilled beverage on a sweltering summer afternoon. Lu Xiaoxi cast a furtive glance in my direction, one hand grasping an umbrella while the other securely held a suitcase. What unfolds in this moment? Has this insufferable individual ever radiated such allure before? Tall and slender, I find myself captivated by a newfound recognition of his surprising thoughtfulness as he inquires whether she would prefer her drink chilled. How extraordinarily considerate of him toward the young lady. Lu Xiaoxi found herself inexplicably lost in reverie. In the days when Chi strolled alongside me, I often chose to forego an umbrella, daringly navigating beneath the blazing sun. I would assert that a true man ought not to seek shelter from the sun, proclaiming that to do so would be akin to embracing a feminine disposition. Though I was merely a child at that time, she trailed closely behind me, an umbrella in hand, exclaiming, "Brother, brother." On sweltering days, we savor a singular ice cream, relishing each exquisite morsel. The sweetness envelopes us as we indulge, leaving our mouths adorned with velvety remnants. She and I once engaged in a multitude of embarrassing escapades, which in retrospect now bring a blush to my cheeks and a flutter to my heart. That foolish person has certainly banished these memories from her consciousness. Having sought refuge beneath the umbrella for a fleeting moment, I boarded the bus at the next stop and swiftly arrived at my destination. Here lies a distinguished residential complex, its surroundings seemingly unremarkable, yet decidedly far from unappealing. The security guard positioned at the entrance is currently partaking in a cigarette. Upon presenting our identification, the security guard courteously permitted us entry into the community. Within the confines of the elevator, Chi, Lu Xiaoxi discreetly placed herself behind me, observing my attire with a keen sense of intrigue. The casually tailored short shirt does little to conceal my silhouette. While many may emphasize my flaws, none can deny my allure. I am graced with a slender figure. Though my height of 1 meter 83 may not be exceptionally lofty, I am fortunate to possess a well-proportioned physique. The exquisite fusion of muscle and form significantly enhances my appeal. I possess a captivating appearance, belonging to the category of individuals who are effortlessly approached by young women eager to exchange WeChat contact information. As my peer, Lu Xiaoxi is well aware that numerous young women have expressed their affections for me. During that time, my scholarly performance was profoundly uninspiring. I attained a score barely surpassing 200 points on the examination. However, with the simple charm of my appearance, I managed to alleviate the detrimental effects of my unsatisfactory academic status. One can only imagine the extent to which I was cherished by the young ladies. Dressed in my most exquisite garments, I contemplated how many hearts I would ensnare at the commencement of the new academic term. Regardless of their quantity, it is imperative to uphold vigilant supervision. Should any signs of my indiscretion emerge, please inform Aunt Sue so that she may address this errant behavior appropriately. What inspired your decision to pursue digital media? By sheer happenstance, we both chose the same field of study. Lu Xiaoxi sincerely grapples with understanding the motivations that led her to this particular discipline. Curious, she inquired. The top 10 professions considered most favorable for remote work are listed online, with digital media holding the esteemed first place. How can one persist in such pursuits? Lu Xiaoxi grappled with this conundrum. When choosing an area of study, it is essential to select something that kindles one's fervor. Only then does the quest for knowledge thrive. Otherwise, within the expansive mosaic of university life, it becomes exceedingly easy to lose one's sense of self. Such a carefree disposition regarding the selection of an academic discipline. This is the Mu I have come to know so well. And what of you, Chi? Digital media encompasses the realms of fine arts, music, and cinematography, intertwining with film, advertising, and a multitude of other disciplines. I am eager to embark on artistic endeavors. Do you possess an inherent admiration for the arts? Chi, what counts for this void? Had you exhibited even a hint of artistic insight, I would not have articulated those feelings mere moments ago. We reside on the 8th floor. As the door creaked open, a subtle fragrance of dust permeated the entirety of the chamber. I shielded my nose and swiftly entered the room, flinging open all the doors and windows to welcome a breath of fresh air. It was in that moment that I felt a subtle wave of relief wash over me. This chamber is seldom visited, graced only during the new year to adorn it with a couplet and perhaps to attend to some minor tidying. For the most part, it remains unoccupied. The space is adorned with a sofa, an air conditioner, a refrigerator, and a washing machine, creating a well-appointed atmosphere. However, the gas and utility connections necessitate comprehensive renovation. What are you hesitating for? Chi, please enter and choose a room. Upon contemplation, I noted that Lu Xiaoxi lingered at the threshold, peering inside with a curious demeanor, reminiscent of a naive little child. Lu Xiaoxi chose a room conveniently located near the lavatory and bathing area. I chose a different room, while the other was designated as a storage space. We both began to organize our belongings. A convenience store graces the ground floor. Let us briefly descend to acquire some necessities. First, let us arrange our respective chambers. Before I could finish my statement, I noticed Lu Xiaoxi, clad in an apron, stepping out of the restroom with a damp broom in her grasp, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "It is your duty to clean your room," she declared. "Greetings, greetings, greetings. Salutations. This is my residence. You are residing here at no expense. May I kindly ask that you show some consideration for the landlord, who asserted that I could dwell here without incurring any expense. My father explicitly arranged the rental agreement with Uncle Li." Lu Xiaoxi was filled with indignation. She had witnessed her father earnestly thrusting a bundle of cash into Uncle Li's hands, notwithstanding Uncle Li's objections. It is truly disheartening that Chi, in his role as the landlord, has opted to distort the truth. I had sincerely misjudged his character. I never envisioned he would descend to such lows. It is unfortunate that she had only perceived me as aesthetically pleasing. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Your father has made a payment to my father. Indeed, I have personally observed it. Do not feign ignorance. Uncle Li must have allocated to you a portion of the funds. Lu Xiaoxi furrowed her delicate brows, her countenance flushed with embarrassment, a striking contrast to the demeanor of one attempting to deceive. Lu Xiaoxi is not the sort of person to concoct such tales. Indeed, As Lu Xiaoxi asserted, the funds have been entrusted to my father. I distinctly recall the furtive expression that graced my father's visage as he endeavored to uncover his hidden treasure. Oh, my heavens! 77. I have been deceived by my very own progenitor. What a tragic plight for a son to endure at the hands of his father. Before my departure, I merely jested about revealing to my mother the secret of my father's hidden wealth. Now, it has metamorphosed into a harsh reality. My hometown. Achoo! Li Changheng released a resounding sneeze, softly caressing his nose. How could one possibly succumb to a sneeze on such a sweltering day? Have you unknowingly caused offense to another? Chi-Chi. Su would emerge from the kitchen, gently cradling a bowl of noodles. It is merely a simple act of sneezing. There is no need to render it unnecessarily complex. Ding dong. I received a WeChat message from my beloved son. As I delved into the message he imparted, Su-Wen's fists clenched, and his appetite dissipated. She initially delivered a strike to the child's father. 7-7. Alas, what is my responsibility in this circumstance? Chi-Chi, why have you not yet transferred the living expenses to our son? The rent collected from Mr. Lu's family next door is intended for our son, not for your personal expenditure. Hey, what importance does it bear, whether it is meant for my son or for myself? My foremost priority shall be to address it on his behalf. You elect to disregard a seemingly insignificant matter. Your son claims that you have bestowed upon him a paltry sum of 100 yuan. Do you truly wish for him to endure the pangs of hunger in the streets? Alas, had Su-Wen been adorned with a beard, he would undoubtedly be consumed with indignation at this very instant. Li Changheng found himself engulfed in turmoil. It seemed that his beloved son had not only betrayed him, but also twisted the truth. I had explicitly given 300 yuan, yet by the time it reached Su-Wen, it had mysteriously diminished to a mere 100. The narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Yuzi also observed that you are surreptitiously accumulating wealth. Chi-Chi, indeed, you once pledged to me, during your courtship, that you would never obscure any financial matters. Have you genuinely forgotten? Do you still intend to withhold this sum for your own advantage? You would do well to clarify everything to me at once, or else do not expect to share my bed this evening. A message from my beloved mother adorned my WeChat, and a radiant smile brightened my countenance. My mother kindly transmitted this month's living expenses, amounting to 2,000 yuan, accompanied by a brief note. Please ensure the utmost care for Xiaoxi, and should this sum be insufficient, do not hesitate to seek further assistance. The sum of 2,000 yuan far exceeds my expectations. Had it been intended solely for my own benefit, it would undoubtedly not have attained such an amount. Enclosed within this 2,000 yuan is the deep affection my parents hold for me, along with their sincere concern for Lu Xiaoxi. The two families share an exceptionally close bond. Moreover, Lu Xiaoxi has been a regular guest in my home since childhood, leaving an exceedingly favorable impression on my parents. They even articulate a wish for Lu Xiaoxi to be their own daughter, welcoming her as a cherished member of our family. Indeed, I have been the fortunate recipient of immense kindness from Lu Xiaoxi's father. Each new year, I am graced with a generous red envelope from Uncle Lu. Just as joy envelopes my heart, a WeChat message from my father known for his extravagant gifts arrives, disclosing a transfer of 6,000 yuan. I recognize that this is the claim put forth by Lu Xiaoxi regarding the rental situation. The amount of 6,000 yuan in this city, especially in this locality, is adequate to support an individual for no more than a year. Although the Lu family may not possess substantial wealth, Uncle Lu would never take advantage of his acquaintances to lessen his financial obligations. It is quite conceivable that my father has allocated a portion of the funds or is dispersing them to me in installments. Nevertheless, I find myself inclined to favor the former explanation. Li Changheng further observed, "Oh, mischievous rascal. What an exasperating dilemma." I replied with a dog emoji. 77. Shortly thereafter, the opposing party conveyed 2 voice messages, each lasting a minute, eloquently expressing Li Changheng's profound affection for me. The sentiments were vivid and heartfelt, unveiling his deepest emotions. I shall disregard your statements. In a candid manner, I choose to erase the chat history. After conversing with my mother on WeChat for a while, I discovered that Lu Xiaoxi had already tidied my room. Was I not instructed to undertake the cleaning myself? Your languor is unmistakable. I shall not acquiesce to your delays, for you will undoubtedly persevere. I find myself enveloped in a profound sense of embarrassment. Oh my, when did this young lady cultivate such extraordinary intuition? I truly had no intention of scrubbing the floor at most. I merely intended to sweep it. Assuming there is no visible dirt or dust, it may be deemed clean. I was not mistaken in my assertion. In the seventh generation, you have perpetually demonstrated a degree of negligence and apathy since your youth. Lu Xiaoxi seems to have awakened some dormant mechanism, gradually enhancing her delicately prominent figure, experiencing an inexplicable swell of pride. You possess a profound understanding of my essence. Yet it is not my desire to comprehend yours. Such an indifferent being exists uniquely within this realm. Might I implore you to kindly offer your assistance in arranging the bedding? Gaining a slight advantage frequently leads to the capture of far more significant opportunities. Lu Xiaoxi diligently cares for the broom, while Ting gently hums a melody. She shifts her gaze, completely overlooking my existence. Let us embark on a delightful shopping adventure together. A convenience store is situated a mere distance below, where a young girl fulfills the role of the cashier. Allow me to present to you a delightful little cart. Lu Xiaoxi mirrored my movements, closely trailing in my wake. When I came to an unexpected halt, the diminutive cart following me collided gently with my form. What caused your sudden stop? I meandered past the culinary section over yonder, and we retraced our steps, finding ourselves once more in the realm of Epicurean delights. I swiftly acquired 2 substantial bags of instant noodles accompanied by 2 ample packages of ham sausages. What is the anticipated length of time you plan to savor the plethora of instant noodles you have procured? Engaging in a nocturnal feast, one is enveloped by the apprehension of starvation. I was under the impression that you were indulging in a lavish feast. Indeed, I consider it to be a wholesome meal. I remarked with casual indifference. My culinary skills may be described as rather deficient when juxtaposed with those of a 5-star chef. Once, I ventured into the realm of culinary arts within the sanctuary of my home, only to be promptly exiled by my mother, who declared that I was thereafter prohibited from entering the kitchen. In the course of rice preparation, father cradles a bowl of rice. Mother embraces another bowl of rice, whilst I revel in the delight of 2 bowls of rice. I did not come here with the intention of crafting a meal. Typically, I find joy in takeout and occasionally indulge in instant noodles. My sustenance is never a source of concern. However, Lu Xiaogirl was enveloped in dissatisfaction. Surely, you cannot lack culinary prowess? Lu Xiaoxi cast a scornful glance in my direction. It is likely that I shall be forbidden from accessing the kitchen within my abode. I foresaw this. You should return the instant noodles. From this moment on, I shall assume responsibility for meal preparation. It would be wise for you to refrain from indulging in instant noodles, for they pose a threat to your well-being. As she engaged in conversation, Lu Xiaoxi discreetly evaluated my physique, whom it seems to be rather sturdy. Are you adept in the art of gastronomy? I humbly beseech you to refrain from the concoction of a disastrous meal. Whom do you hold in disdain? How have I managed to endure until this moment, lacking any culinary talents? Indeed, I concur with a subtle nod. Lu Xiaoxi's parents often find themselves away from home. Therefore, her culinary skills must have reached an extraordinary level of expertise. Nevertheless, it is quite thoughtless to anticipate that others will consistently prepare meals for you. How about this? From now on, you shall assume the responsibility of cooking, while I shall manage the acquisition of ingredients and the organization of utensils. Round, beholding our gentle nature, the cashier's visage darkened, as she shed tears of envy. Following a leisurely stroll, I uncover my charming cart, overflowing with an exquisite array of treasures. In addition to the essential provisions for my culinary pursuits, the majority comprises an alluring variety of delectable treats. The vehicle belonging to Lu Xiaoxi stood forlorn, containing only a few towels and a bottle of shampoo. Barely any supplies were available, save for a solitary packet of crunchy noodles. I shall venture into the surroundings alone. Do not accompany me. Lu Xiaoxi surveyed her environment, her cheeks graced with a subtle blush, before deftly steering her cart into the intricate maze of shelves. I find myself completely bewildered, as if I were obtaining a transformative apparatus reminiscent of Ultraman, shrouded in mystery. Upon her return, Lu Xiaoxi's cart was burdened with a few additional items. Although I did not examine them meticulously, I could perceive their nature merely from the packaging. Regrettably, I suffered a loss of $300 during the transaction process. In light of the necessity for effective inventory management, the cashier assiduously organizes all items upon the countertop. A multitude of pink and blue packages is artfully presented before me, carefully arranged by the cashier. Lu Xiaoxi found herself overwhelmed by an intense wave of dismay, her heart fervently wishing for the power to obliterate the vision she had just witnessed. Without a moment's pause, she finalized the transaction and swiftly exited the convenience store, yearning for solace from the unsettling predicament. Such intimate matters had been laid bare before my eyes with little regard. What compels your urgency? Would you indulge in a slice of watermelon? Lu Xiaoxi replied, once again, should you extend an invitation to me, I shall gladly accept. Therefore, you are obliged to offer another invitation in the future. Thus, you should graciously extend an invitation for my return on the forthcoming occasion. As I leisurely walk alongside Lu Xiaoxi, I find myself perpetually immersed in an indescribable feeling, a delightful bouquet, a scent that is truly enchanting. It has been 3 years since Lu Xiaoxi and I have experienced such intimacy. In days of yore, there is no trace of the captivating fragrance that now envelopes Hera's delicate and exquisite scent. Why do I find myself ensnared in this enchantment? Upon my return to the hall, I gently place the watermelon into the freezer, for a watermelon is most delightful when served at a refreshing chill. Once all matters were settled, I reclined upon the bed like a deflated balloon, eternally ensnared in reverie over the exquisite fragrance I had just encountered. Lu Xiaoxi must have adorned herself with a captivating perfume. I refused to entertain any notion of a natural body scent. Li Mu, are you in repose? Lu Xiaoxi gently tapped on the door, lowering her voice, yielded to slumber. Surrendering to the tender embrace of sleep offers an exquisite solace. Thus, I shall unbolt the door. The door emits a soft creak as it swings open. Lu Xiaoxi glides gracefully towards the bedside, delicately retrieving a lustrous canine tooth from her pocket, a token of affection. Chapter 6. Limit your arrogance, you big-headed fool. Stop being so self-absorbed. Lu Xiaoxi had lost count of how many times her cheeks had flushed that day. She had never been like this. Ever since she became entangled with that rascal, Li Mu, her face seemed to betray her, blushing uncontrollably. She had reason to suspect that Li Mu had somehow mastered the art of controlling her emotions. And what was all this about a love token? She felt an overwhelming urge to slap him away. What is this? A dog-tooth bracelet I made, capable of warding off misfortune. Li Mu paused, contemplating. It occurred to him that Lu Xiaoxi had worn a dog-tooth necklace since childhood, crafted by an elder in her family. The elders in her household believed in such things, and one could still see some traditional decorations in their home. Now, he could spot a necklace around Lu Xiaoxi's neck, the end of which was tucked into the soft fabric of her clothing, displaying yet another dog tooth, something Li Mu had often played with in the past. Subconsciously, he believed Lu Xiaoxi was superstitious. Whether he was right or wrong, he had always embraced a scientific lifestyle, showing neither interest nor aversion to folklore and superstition, and certainly never engaging with it. I don't believe in such things. To this day, Li Mu had never adorned himself with any accessories. In his childhood, his mother had bought him a silver sheep necklace, which he had never worn, leading to countless lectures from her. Lu Xiaoxi's gaze was filled with anticipation, giving Li Mu the impression that if he didn't wear the dog tooth, she might burst into tears. Then you can have it. But let me make it clear, if it feels uncomfortable, I won't wear it. The bracelet consisted of 3 dog teeth, 1 long and 2 short, with their tips seemingly smoothed out. The ends were threaded with a black-red string, exuding a faint fragrance, and adorned with sparkling plastic pearls. Lu Xiaoxi's dog-tooth necklace lacked the plastic embellishments. It was evident that she had deliberately added them while crafting the bracelet. The vibrant design was rather appealing. He couldn't discern the type of thread used, but wearing it brought no discomfort at all. A gentle shake of his wrist produced a delightful clinking sound among the dog teeth. Whether or not this bracelet could truly ward off misfortune was debatable, but as a piece of jewelry, it was undoubtedly exquisite. What do you think? Not bad, right? This is my first attempt at making a bracelet, and I spent a whole month on it. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her slightly heaving chest, radiating pride. You actually spent a month making this for me? I could cry. Li Mu, please refrain from such self-indulgence. This was just a casual creation. I only gave it to you out of our acquaintance. so you should merely thank me without exaggerating. With that, she turned to the kitchen. I'll start cooking. I'll call you when it's ready. He was certain that such craftsmanship could not have been produced casually. Let's consider it a gift. Since middle school, they had rarely exchanged gifts. During high school, they had grown so indifferent that a simple birthday card sufficed as a gift. When they happened to meet, a simple happy birthday would suffice. As he watched Lu Xiaoxi close the door, Mu felt an unexpected warmth in the scene. Shaking off unwarranted thoughts, he retrieved his laptop for his backpack. Despite his carefree demeanor, he had not been idle after graduating high school. He had worked as a summer intern on a grueling production line and held a part-time job at a milk tea shop, but neither lasted long. Once during a downpour, he had slipped and been run over by an electric bike, ultimately returning home in defeat. Yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he ventured into online writing, now earning over $3,000 each month, a modest sum, but sufficient for his needs. With school soon to commence, he planned to wrap up his current projects in the coming days before embarking on new endeavors when time permitted. Soon, the enticing aroma of cooking wafted through the door crack. Mu, it's time to eat. Coming. Lu Xiaoxi had prepared 3 simple dishes, which for Mu felt like a feast. After all, his mother's culinary skills were barely edible at best. He had perfectly inherited his mother's cooking talent, perhaps even surpassing her. With someone cooking at home, as long as the food was palatable, it far surpassed takeout or instant noodles. Indeed, Lu Xiaoxi's skills were commendable. He devoured a bowl of rice in no time. He watched as Lu Xiaoxi pulled out a bottle of bright red chili sauce, carefully twisted the cap, and added a generous spoonful to her bowl, mixing it thoroughly until a vibrant red concoction was born. Mu could feel the heat from the chili sauce. The scent was intoxicating. He and Lu Xiaoxi were at odds in many respects, particularly when it came to taste. He favored mild flavors, while she relished spice. It was evident that Lu Xiaoxi was consciously catering to his palate. None of the 3 dishes bore any heat. Eating chili sauce could easily lead to discomfort. Yet Lu Xiaoxi, with her penchant for spice, remained unblemished by acne, her face smooth and supple, as if it would bounce back if pinched. By the time he finished 1 bowl, Lu Xiaoxi had already polished off 2. As he began on his 2nd bowl, she had devoured 3 large servings. Leaning back in her chair, visibly satisfied, occasionally using her chopsticks to snag a few vegetables. This petite figure had always possessed an impressive appetite. Lu Xiaoxi's little mouth glistened with grease, her cheeks round with baby fat, and a few errant strands of hair clung to her face, oblivious to her appearance. If he could just pinch her cheek, the sensation would surely be delightful. A kiss would be even better. Mu was taken aback. What was he thinking? Who was she? The girl with whom he had lost touch since middle school, the one with whom he had become estranged in high school, the neighbor and childhood friend. Lu Xiaoxi. You. Lu Xiaoxi, feeling satisfied as she patted her full belly and let out a contented burp. Wanted to ask Mu how he liked her cooking, but noticed him staring at her, lost in thought. His gaze made her cheeks flush, suddenly realizing something. She hurriedly grabbed some tissues to wipe away the grease from her mouth. Overwhelmed with satisfaction, she had neglected the finer details. Providing Chapter 7. The old shoulder and the slippery little girl. The little girl took her time bathing, going through numerous steps. After nearly 20 minutes, the bathroom door swung open, releasing a thick haze of steam accompanied by a delightful fragrance that was utterly refreshing. Should she wash her clothes in the washing machine or by hand? Lu Xiaoxi carried a small bucket filled with damp garments. She donned a white nightgown, her hair damp, and a small towel perched atop her head, droplets forming at the tips of her hair and cascading on her shoulders, leaving a hint of moisture on her nightgown. Definitely the washing machine. You can wash your underwear by hand, she suggested. I know, came the reply. Then it's my turn to shower. Mu retrieved his clothes and entered the bathroom. The small shelf in the bathroom was cluttered with various bottles of bathing products, and even 3 towels hung on the wall. For Mu, who only had a single towel, a bar of soap, and a bottle of shampoo, the abundance seemed rather extravagant. Girls are such a hassle, he mused. His shower lasted 10 minutes, and he felt slightly guilty for taking longer than most boys who typically finished in 5. Why are you so quick? Lu Xiaoxi inquired, as she fumbled with the washing machine. Slow down, what are you doing? This washing machine seems a bit outdated. It's not what I found online. Li Mu stepped beside her to take a look. The machine was indeed a bit old, but the operation was the same. He demonstrated how to use it, tossing in his slightly sweaty clothes. Did he use my stuff? Lu Xiaoxi's nose wrinkled, her brows knitted in dismay. Are you a dog? You can smell that? I used rose-scented shower gel. It's obvious. Li Mu shamelessly scratched his head and sniffed himself. Indeed, a faint floral aroma lingered. We smell alike. How do you know if you smelled me, or if I smelled you? Who would ever smell like you? Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes dramatically, turning her attention away from him. Li Mu felt a wave of boredom wash over him. After watching videos for a while, the washing machine came to a stop. Will you hang your clothes outside, or shall I assist you? I'll do it myself, Lu Xiaoxi replied, emerging from her room to quickly hang her clothes on the balcony. Shortly after, Li Mu followed suit, his bright red shorts flapping in the wind, quite conspicuous. What are you doing? I can see everything, Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, her face flushing as she covered it with her hands, peeking through her fingers with large, curious eyes reflecting the vibrant red of his shorts. What a lack of shame, hanging your underwear in a public place. She always hung her undergarments on her windowsill, where they could bask in the sun, yet remain hidden from Li Mu's view. Lu Xiaoxi blinked, her heart conflicted, yet her gaze inadvertently fell upon the red shorts. Growing increasingly uncomfortable, she hurried back to her room, slamming the door behind her, leaving Li Mu in a state of disarray on the balcony. As night deepened, Li Mu turned over in bed, feeling a distinct sense of fatigue, yet unable to fall asleep. When had he become so sensitive to his surroundings? He raised his left hand, examining the dog-tooth bracelet sliding up and down his wrist, lost in thought. That night, he found himself sleepless. The next day, he awoke to the afternoon sun streaming in at 2 o'clock, having indulged in a remarkably satisfying slumber. As he stepped out of his room, he appeared somewhat dazed. He instinctively glanced at Lu Xiaoxi's room, the door tightly shut, leaving him curious about her activities, as not a sound could be heard. In a certain sense, hadn't they shared a night together? After all, there was merely a wall separating them, which, if rounded up, could be considered 2 beds side by side, or even a double bed. Was his excitement from last night merely due to the fact that he shared a wall with Lu Xiaoxi? That seemed improbable. Absolument impossible. He brushed his teeth and washed his face, feeling more alert. There was no food on the table. Had Lu Xiaoxi not risen yet? As if in response to his unspoken query, the door to her room creaked open. The little girl emerged, her hair in disarray, a tuft of hair defiantly standing upright, her youthful face adorned with a look of utter bewilderment. Her loose nightgown slipped off her shoulder, revealing her porcelain skin, and her white straps hung loosely. Old shoulder, slippery, was Li Mu's first impression. It seemed Lu Xiaoxi only then processed the situation. Her expression turned anxious as she quickly shut her door again, re-emerging in a comfortable outfit. Surely you just woke up? Li Mu ventured. She nodded gently. Last night, she had dreamt of her childhood, when her bond with Li Mu was close, their companionship inseparable. She delighted in trailing behind him, tugging at his clothes. The 2 little ones inseparable in all their endeavors, attending school, napping, watching television, playing games, sharing ice cream, and drinking from the same bottle. During the new year, Anavi Li Mu had attempted to detonate fireworks in the mud, leaving them both covered in mess. And she found humor in watching him get scolded by Aunt Sue. She cherished those moments huddled under the covers, watching him sneakily play Snake on Aunt Sue's phone, until the blanket was pulled away and the light flooded her face. In truth, she hadn't experienced insomnia. She had merely enjoyed a deep, comfortable sleep, lingering in bed. She cast a glance at the lively Li Mu. That rascal must have slept quite soundly. Li Mu was notorious for his exceptional ability to sleep, even managing to doze off when punished by teachers. Lu Xiaoxi tied her hair into a small ponytail, contemplating entering the kitchen. It was afternoon. No need to cook. Perhaps they should order takeout? All right, let me see what you're having, Li Mu replied, as Lu Xiaoxi tiptoed closer, her head leaning in. The delightful fragrance wafted between them as they stood in close proximity. Chapter 8. Feeding the big silly pig. Does this pig trotter rice contain pig trotters? Lu Xiaoxi leaned against Li Mu, squinting at the phone screen, due to her slight nearsightedness. Use your walnut-sized brain to think about why it's called pig trotter rice. Haven't I tried it before? Why not give this a shot? All right, I'll order a fried chicken as well. Li Mu efficiently placed the order. What followed was a lengthy wait. During this time, Lu Xiaoxi's stomach growled incessantly. With nothing to occupy her, she awkwardly toyed with her toes. At home, she wasn't wearing socks, and her 10 petite and adorable toes swayed up and down. Her big toe pointed up while the 4 little ones pointed down. Occasionally, she exerted too much force, feeling a hint of cramping, and quickly panicked, using her fingers to bend her stiff toes back in the opposite direction, thoroughly entertained. Her constitution was such that she could eat a lot without gaining weight, which was quite enviable, yet skipping a meal left her feeling hollow. Lu Xiaoxi, can you? What about you? I read online that beautiful girls don't, Li Mu, don't you feel embarrassed? And that's quite disgusting. A shiver of revulsion coursed through Lu Xiaoxi. If she could, she would not hesitate to press the nuclear launch button to obliterate Li Mu, that shameless and revolting fellow. But he seemed to think of himself as attractive. Perhaps she could spare this detestable creature just this once. No need for nuclear weapons. A missile would suffice. Thus, in Lu Xiaoxi's imagination, a world war centered around Li Mu erupted with fervor. Just as Li Mu was being bombarded into oblivion by her relentless firepower. Your pig trotter rice. The delivery arrived unbeknownst to them, and Li Mu placed her portion of pig trotter rice on the table before her. Thank you. After washing her hands, Lu Xiaoxi lifted the lid, and the greasy pig trotters, enveloped in fragrant broth, instantly captivated her taste buds. One bite, and her small mouth was coated in oil. Still craving more, she fetched a bottle of chili sauce from the kitchen, generously pouring several spoonfuls until the entire bowl of rice was stained red. You made it too spicy for me. Li Mu, who typically preferred lighter flavors, frowned at the scent of chili. If it kills you, that counts as eliminating a societal nuisance. Do you dare steal my pig trotter? I won't let you. Lu Xiaoxi cradled her rice bowl to her chest, resembling a little hamster guarding its food. Stealing food was something Li Mu, with his thick-skinned demeanor, might actually do. After all, he often pilfered her 5-cent spicy strips in the past. Well then, I have fried chicken. Li Mu opened a package, revealing a whole fried chicken drizzled with ketchup and pepper, making it even more enticing. Want to try some? Is that allowed? Am I the kind of petty person? Li Mu broke off a piece of chicken, dipped it in ketchup, and held it to Lu Xiaoxi's mouth. Lu Xiaoxi opened her mouth wide, devouring the fried chicken. Even if it was the chicken's backside, it tasted exquisite. It was her first experience with fried chicken, and every bite was delightful. After finishing, she quickly downed 2 more bites of pig trotter rice. You eat the chicken backside too? Li Mu playfully wiggled his fingers. He had just brushed against Lu Xiaoxi's lips. Soft and moist, a novel experience. Was every part of a girl this soft? He felt a twinge of paternal affection, akin to a father feeding his beloved daughter. Itching inside, if only she would act a bit coy. It was somewhat addictive. Should he do it again? As long as it's clean, it's fine. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to have thought of something and quietly asked, You wouldn't go to the bathroom without washing your hands, would you? I heard many boys do that. They come out with dry hands. Moreover, considering Li Mu was a careless sloth, it seemed quite probable. Are you scared? A little. Lu Xiaoxi merely spoke out loud. After all, Li Mu had eaten it, so he must be fine. I don't want this chicken skin. Do you want it? Li Mu tore off a crispy piece, breaking it into small chunks, waving it in front of Lu Xiaoxi. The chicken skin is the best part of fried chicken. How can you eat fried chicken and not have a skin? Are you hiding something? The pig trotter rice was already oily enough. Consuming too much would lead to nausea. If you're not eating it, then give it to me. Lu Xiaoxi, having learned her lesson, directly extended her bowl. Chicken skin and rice together taste good. You think I don't know your ulterior motives? You want to feed me like a pig and then mock me for being one, right? Lu Xiaoxi proudly raised her chin, as if trapping Li Mu in her palm. Everything under her control. Li Mu nearly had a heart attack. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxi was a big silly, misjudging his intentions. He couldn't let her know what he was really thinking, or he'd be reported again. Are you still eating? If you put it in my bowl, I will. Then I give it to you. Lu Xiaoxi fell silent, now feeling conflicted. Fried chicken, She wanted it. But to eat the fried chicken, she would have to accept Li Mu's feeding, and who knows, he might even mock her for being a pig. Her conflicted expression amused Li Mu. Not wanting to tease her further, he placed the chicken skin into her bowl. When he had fed her the chicken backside, he had worn gloves, and now, with the feeding spirit gone, he cleaned his hands and donned gloves. Upon receiving the fried chicken skin, Lu Xiaoxi brightened up, quickly finishing her rice, licking her lips, still yearning for more, her gaze drifting towards Li Mu's fried chicken. Under such an intense gaze, Li Mu found his meal less appetizing, reluctantly tearing off a piece of chicken leg and holding it to Lu Xiaoxi's mouth. After the entire meal, he was quite full. Though he had fed Lu Xiaoxi most of the fried chicken, it felt like a loss, and he resolved to snack on Lu Xiaoxi's treats later to make up for it. In exchange for letting me eat fried chicken, I'll share some fruit with you. Lu Xiaoxi had bought some green grapes last night, which appeared to be thoroughly washed. She plucked one, mimicking a graceful gesture, and held it to Li Mu's mouth. Even a sweet girl harbored a mischievous heart. She too wanted to feed Li Mu and then mock him for being a big silly pig. I want to eat it. I just washed it. With her brows arched cutely, Lu Xiaoxi had initially intended to save them for later, but she had specially washed one for Li Mu. If he refused, it would all be in vain. I don't want to eat. It's really delicious. I can't eat as much as you. I'm already full. Oh, come on, just have one. By the end, Lu Xiaoxi's tone even carried a hint of pleading. Watching her lean closer, her intentions clearly written on her face, Li Mu found it amusing. How had he never noticed how adorable Lu Xiaoxi was before? Every movement, every word, every aspect of her appearance was naturally charming, devoid of any pretense. Then I will reluctantly eat one. Li Mu plucked a grape, tossing it into the air and catching it with precision, refusing to be foolish enough to eat the one in Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Lu Xiaoxi grew anxious, placing the plate behind her, her small hand reaching forward. Let me have another. Chapter 9. The vile taste of saliva. This is what you fed me. Li Mu shamelessly opened his mouth and consumed it. Lu Xiaoxi stood there in a daze, staring at her fingertips. Her beautiful large eyes blinked, and her face turned as red as a ripe apple, reaching all the way to her ears. Had she been nibbled by a pig? There was even some saliva on her fingertips. She realized too late. Such an act of feeding was perhaps too intimate. They were clearly childhood friends who were at odds with each other. How could they engage in such behavior? Oh, what a rogue, a pervert, a lecher. I won't play with you anymore. Ishil in Thorm Ensu. With her cheeks aflame, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes misted over as she scurried into her room. Locking the door, she curled up under the covers like a frightened deer. Her face felt hot, and she was quite uncomfortable. Peeking out from under the covers, Lu Xiaoxi revealed half of her head and a finger, her heart racing. Being nibbled by that rogue Li Mu, though it seemed to stem from her own act of feeding him green grapes. Well then, I shall not tell Aunt Sue. It would be unfortunate if she misunderstood. Meanwhile, Li Mu was unperturbed, having always possessed a thick skin. Seeing Lu Xiaoxi embarrassed only brought him joy. Moreover, he had already clearly rejected her. It was Lu Xiaoxi who persistently offered to feed him, so he could not be blamed. He had simply been unjustly labeled a rogue. How could he not be aware of Lu Xiaoxi's intentions? With her foolish demeanor, how could she ever gain an advantage over him? He had her firmly in his grasp, knowing full well that she would not dare inform her mother. Her shy personality made her the passive party in such seemingly intimate matters. However, Lu Xiaoxi was indeed quite adorable. Had their relationship not soured, might they have developed into something special? More than friends, yet less than spouses? Undeniably, Li Mu had entertained such thoughts in the past, having even jested about marrying Lu Xiaoxi. But now, reflecting on it, he felt content enough to be ordinary friends. After all, they had grown up together, lived across from each other, and their families enjoyed a good relationship. If they were to sever ties, the awkwardness of future encounters would be unbearable. Despite Lu Xiaoxi appearing normal towards him, she might very well despise him deep down, wishing she could launch an intercontinental missile to obliterate him. Hiding in her room, Lu Xiaoxi eventually drifted off to sleep. She pressed her forehead, thinking she might not be able to sleep tonight. Having been here just 2 days, her biological clock was already thrown into disarray. It was now 9 in the evening, and the aroma of barbecue wafted in through the window. She stepped out of her room. The hall was dimly lit, with no light spilling from Li Mu's door. Yet, standing outside his door, she could faintly hear the sound of his keyboard clacking. Li Mu, are you playing a game? The typing ceased, and footsteps approached, sounding as if he were barefoot. When the door opened, indeed, Li Mu was without shoes. What time is it? So engrossed in typing, he had lost track of time and only now noticed that it had grown dark. Lu Xiaoxi peered into Li Mu's room, where the curtains were drawn, and only the faint glow from the computer and keyboard illuminated the space. You really ought to be careful. Playing on the computer like that can lead to nearsightedness. Not at all. I managed just fine during my first 2 years of high school. Look at me now, perfectly fine, Li Mu chuckled, wondering if she was genuinely concerned for him. I'm not concerned for you. Are you hungry? I can make you some noodles if you'd like. Not hungry. What a surprise, Lu Xiaoxi thought, that Lu Xiaoxi would skip dinner. You're the pig. You had a late lunch, and now you're not hungry? Then I won't eat either. When I get hungry, I'll go out for a late-night snack. If you want anything, just let me know, and I'll treat you. When did you become so generous, voluntarily offering to buy me food? Truly a rare occurrence. Lu Xiaoxi mimicked Li Mu's earlier tone, especially that phrase about the sun rising in the west. It was nearly identical. Li Mu, who had only finished second in the Imitate Li Mu contest, recognized that Lu Xiaoxi was undoubtedly the first. Could you refrain from mimicking my speech? Li Mu stepped a little closer, towering over Lu Xiaoxi, who had a few strands of hair sticking up adorably. As she moved, they bobbed about. If I were to pull out that tuft of hair, would Lu Xiaoxi turn into Lu Daju? What are you doing? Don't you dare get handsy. I'll tell Aunt Sue. Lu Xiaoxi retreated a step, feeling somewhat anxious. In the presence of a lone male and female, she felt a tinge of fear. Li Mu carried an air of mischief, a product of his high school years. Should he lean in with that roguish grin, he would resemble a charming delinquent. The height difference made Lu Xiaoxi's voice lose some of its force, rendering it soft. I kindly invited you for a late-night snack, and you wish to inform my mother instead? Who told you to get so close? Your breath is blowing in my face. Li Mu deliberately inhaled deeply and exhaled right into Lu Xiaoxi's face. Pushing your luck, Lu Xiaoxi, wearing her little slippers, stepped firmly on the bare top of Li Mu's foot. Though he felt no pain, he feigned agony, clutching his foot as if it had suffered a grave injury. His expression contorted as he complained about compensation. Lu Xiaoxi stood quietly at the door, watching Li Mu's performance. She mused that he should sign up for the drama department. After practicing for 2.5 years, he could debut as an actor and undoubtedly become a star. Noticing Lu Xiaoxi's silence, Li Mu awkwardly cleared his throat. So, will you have a late-night snack or not? Yes, but you're treating me. If you wanted to eat, you should have mentioned it from start. Li Mu was at a loss for words, finding girls, particularly the difficult Lu Xiaoxi, especially troublesome. Whoever marries Lu Xiaoxi will undoubtedly face endless troubles. And whether they can afford her is another matter, for Lu Xiaoxi eats 3 meals a day, with each meal consisting of 3 bowls, a considerable expense. Of course, someone like him, who could support himself through writing novels at the age of 19, was an exception. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul would eventually take Lu Xiaoxi home. Chapter 10. Fond of nurturing genres? Disgusting. Are you playing a game? Lu Xiaoxi peered curiously at Li Mu's computer screen. No, he's typing. Writing a novel? You're aware of such things? Of course. I'm not as foolish as some. Right? Right, that's certain someone managed to get into the same university as you in just 2 months. Lu Xiaoxi clenched her small fist, suppressing the urge to punch Li Mu, letting out a cold huff. She wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Li Mu was indeed a prodigious talent. Her 12 years of hard study had earned her a place at a top university in Sangnan, while Li Mu had surpassed her in a mere 2 months by borrowing her notes, effectively slapping the faces of all her classmates, even teachers and superiors. Such a gratifying narrative unfolded in Li Mu's life. Regardless, she was irked and needed an excuse to hit Li Mu. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. She lightly jabbed Li Mu's abdomen. It's firm, quite pleasant to the touch. Do you have violent tendencies? Always either hitting or stepping on things. Huh, who told you to speak so oddly? If you keep this up, I'll smash your head. Lu Xiaoxi waved her small fist, feeling a bit guilty, quickly changing the subject. What novel are you writing? May I take a look? Well, that is not really possible. It's not some sort of novel, is it? I've heard many boys enjoy that kind of storyline, and Mu, with his red shorts, surely fits the mold. Go away. I'm a serious person. Can you at least let me see it? If I show you, you must give me gifts. Lu Xiaoxi hesitated, but eventually nodded. After all, there was no rule on how much to give, even a single dollar counted as a gift. She wouldn't let Mu profit off her. It would pain her more to see him gain than to see her lose. It is said that a novel can reflect the author's values and interests to a certain extent, and she was genuinely curious about what kind of novel Mu could produce. Then come in and take a look. Mu moved aside. The room was dimly lit. Entering a boy's room late at night made Lu Xiaoxi a tad nervous. Like a little rabbit stumbling into a bear's den. If the bear blocked the exit, the rabbit would have no way to escape, destined to be devoured. She quickly turned on the room light, feeling a bit more at ease. It seemed that with light, the bear wouldn't dare to act peculiarly towards the rabbit. Just so, you can't tell my parents, and after school starts, you mustn't mention my writing to our classmates. If it's some perverted novel, I'll tell Aunt Sue. Fine, but remember to send me gifts. Don't think you can hide it from me. I can see the gift records in my back end. Mu opened his novel's back end. For the first time, allowing someone he knew to see his novel felt akin to exposing his fantasies to the world. Shameful, yet awkward, with a touch of exhilaration. But wait, where was this exhilaration coming from? Or perhaps he had some hidden attributes. Mu dared not dwell on it. He was, after all, a serious person. I find it hard to evaluate. What do you mean? My writing is quite good. Look at the comments clamoring for updates. Mu retreated to the comments section, pointing out the numerous requests for more content. I meant your content. Mu's book is titled My Primitive Wife, which narrates the tale of a wealthy young man who suddenly finds a girl from the wilderness appearing in his home. The story revolves around the daily life between the affluent young man and the primitive girl. In short, it is a sweet slice of life narrative. You enjoy nurturing genres? How disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi made a face of disdain. Nurturing genres often have a hint of lowly elements. Those who understand know. What do you mean? It's just a novel. What does it have to do with me? Novels can reflect an author's values and interests to a certain extent. You're right, but I'm just writing casually, believe it or not. Mu closed his laptop, feeling somewhat exposed and shy under her gaze, deliberately emphasizing his tone. Feeling that Mu seemed upset, the girl shrank back, hesitant to speak further, fearing that Mu would close the door and give her a beating. The small frame of hers could hardly withstand Mu's powerful fists. She feared that a few hits would leave her in shambles. However, she noted the book's title, all for the sake of the promised reward, not because she wanted to read it. All right, no more looking. Remember to gift me. I'm hungry. I'm going downstairs to buy something to eat. I'll go with you. Suit yourself. In the elevator, both were engrossed in their phones. You should change your phone case. Mu glanced at Lu Xiaoxi's outdated phone, noticing the cracked screen protector. He always replaced his as soon as it cracked. It was uncomfortable to use a phone with blemishes. I'm used to it. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't pointed it out. It's all your fault. Fine, it's all my fault. So if you eat spicy food and end up with acne, are you going to blame me for that too? You're the one with acne. I take care of my skin every day, all right? Amid their bickering, the elevator arrived. The security guard was leisurely reclining, quite content. Uncle Zhang, have you eaten? Mu greeted the security guard amiably. Uncle Zhang paused, then recognized him as the boy who had moved in yesterday. What time is it? What are you still doing here? Are you all going out to have fun? Although this security job was easy, it was also monotonous. He often sat in the booth all day, unable to engage with smartphones, listening to music occasionally, and welcoming anyone who came to chat. Having a young person to converse with was quite pleasant. Yes, we're going out to buy something. Haha, off you go. The evening belongs to the youth. We're off then. Take care, Uncle Zhang. What did you get to know the security guard? Lu Xiaoxi asked curiously. Just now. This left Lu Xiaoxi baffled. Not far downstairs was a street lined with snacks. The night belonged to the young, where the vibrant lights illuminated the street, often attracting more people than during the day. Many vendors pushed their carts out to sell their goods, calling out loudly as they passed by. Lu Xiaoxi closely followed behind Mu. With so many people, if she lost him, it would be difficult to find her way back, and she would surely be mocked by Mu. When Li Mu turned around, he saw the petite girl shrinking her body, attempting to avoid the crowd. In a moment of distraction, she bumped into him. Not moving? Lu Xiaoxi rubbed her forehead, unsure why Li Mu had suddenly stopped. Chapter 11. As elegant as a pig, what would you like to eat? I'm not sure. Since you're treating me, I will have whatever you choose. How about some barbecue? Sounds good. In truth, Lu Xiaoxi seldom indulged in barbecue. Living in the South, the quantity available was quite limited. A mere 7 or 8 skewers of corn barely equaled half a corn cob. One must remember that at the market, one could purchase a corn cob for just 2 yuan. Lu Xiaoxi had only ever secretly bought a skewer of chives on her way home after evening study sessions. Although delicious, they were not something one could indulge in frequently. Li Mu was well aware of this. Their homes were directly opposite one another, making it inevitable that they would walk together on their way back. Each time Lu Xiaoxi bought only a single skewer of barbecue, Li Mu would purchase several, consuming them all in front of her. It brought him a certain satisfaction to thwart Lu Xiaoxi, to see her at a loss. Not wanting to order too much, Lu Xiaoxi chose a few options that sounded inexpensive, but, feeling competitive, resolutely ordered a 10 yuan chicken wing. Li Mu, on the other hand, was unbothered by such considerations. With 6,000 yuan from his father, he felt free to spend as he pleased. His earnings from writing were more than sufficient for a comfortable life, even allowing him to help ease his parents' financial burden. After buying the barbecue, he also picked up some local specialties, spicy fruits paired with chili. They strolled along, nibbling as they went, skewer in hand. The food street was filled with couples exchanging flirtatious banter. Lu Xiaoxi felt her cheeks flush as she observed the boys and girls holding hands, some boldly entwining their arms in playful affection. Did others see her and Li Mu as a couple too? Surely not. After all, they hadn't even held hands. Why did Li Mu appear so indifferent? Her eyes darted around, stealing glances at him, but his lack of reaction caused her to dismiss her thoughts. After all, nothing existed between them, and her conscience was clear. What are you daydreaming about? If you're not going to eat, I will finish it all. Li Mu's sudden remark snapped Lu Xiaoxi back to reality. The once abundant barbecue had dwindled considerably. Thankfully, that chicken wing remained. The rest was inconsequential, but she had to savor that wing. Upon returning to their complex, Lu Xiaoxi finished the last morsel of chicken, licking the flavor from her fingers before reluctantly discarding the skewer. With a soft thud, Lu Xiaoxi emerged from her room, clutching a bundle of sleepwear that concealed her delicate undergarments from Li Mu's view. Standing before the bathroom door, she glanced at him and tightened her grip on the sleepwear. I want to wash up first. Go ahead, Li Mu replied. It mattered little who went first. Lu Xiaoxi took her turn, relishing the lingering fragrance. Despite knowing it was somewhat inappropriate, Li Mu opened his author dashboard. Following his announcement that his novel was nearing completion, numerous readers commented, some even pledging to present substantial rewards on the day of its conclusion. He could potentially earn enough to cover 2 to 3 months' living expenses, rendering the book's value moot. He felt satisfied, having written for just over 2 months. As a novice, simply avoiding failure was a victory in itself, and earning enough for his living expenses was fulfilling. After interacting with readers for a while, a wave of warmth washed over him as Lu Xiaoxi emerged, now clad in loose-fitting shorts and a shirt. You have so many clothes, Li Mu remarked casually. In just 2 days and 2 nights, Lu Xiaoxi had changed 4 outfits, from a beige dress to her first set of sleepwear, then to her daytime attire, and now to her second set of sleepwear, each day showcasing different colors and styles. He, however, rotated between 3 garments, wearing them until they were worn out. If not for the presence of someone in the room, he wouldn't bother with clothes at all. 1 pair of shorts sufficed. Having more clothes is normal, unlike you, who wears the same few outfits all the time, even when they are torn. All right, that's true. For me, as long as I have enough to wear, that's sufficient, Li Mu replied, his gaze inadvertently drifting downwards before he quickly averted his eyes, feigning seriousness. Lu Xiaoxi's shorts barely covered her thighs, leaving her delicate skin exposed, glowing under the light. Li Mu, kindly avert your gaze. She hastily seated herself on the sofa, using a small pillow to shield her legs. What an appropriate gaze. Li Mu played innocent, having only glanced for half a second. Stop pretending. You rogue, I'll get you back for this, Lu Xiaoxi declared, brandishing the pillow as she playfully struck Li Mu, determined to put this impudent boy in his place. Li Mu often took his phone into the bathroom, blasting music while he showered. For many boys, the bathroom was akin to a concert stage with built-in acoustics. Li Mu was no exception. Once the music started, the concert was in full swing. In agony, Lu Xiaoxi sat on the sofa, hurrying to wash her undergarments and toss her clothes into the washing machine while Li Mu was distracted. After his shower, she caught a whiff of her body wash and shampoo lingering in the air. This insufferable boy had surely used her products again. No, he had done so brazenly. Tomorrow, she would use his. Do you have any fruit? I do. Lu Xiaoxi tiptoed back to her room, her bare feet silent as she retrieved a fruit platter, discovering a few cherry tomatoes. Had she hidden the fruit away to enjoy secretly? Li Mu's expression darkened, and without caring whether the fruit was washed, he grabbed a handful and popped them into his mouth. Your eating style is as graceful as a pig in a sty, Lu Xiaoxi quipped. Make sure to buy more fruit tomorrow. We need to replenish our vitamins. Unfazed by her teasing, Li Mu simply chuckled. Their banter was a daily occurrence, and not exchanging jibes felt unsettling. What fruit do you want? Do you have bayberries? He asked with a smile. Bayberries aren't in season. Then how about watermelon? Sure, I'll go hang the laundry. As the washing machine ceased its operation, Lu Xiaoxi stood, taking 3 hangers. Could you help me hang them? Li Mu scratched his head, grinning. Only this once. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoxi assisted him in hanging up his clothes. I'm heading back to my room. After glancing at the time, Li Mu noted it was already 11:30. He rose to return to his room, absent-mindedly switching off the lights. Fuming as she searched for her slippers, Lu Xiaoxi cursed under her breath, having just kindly helped him with his laundry, only to have him turn off the lights on her. This slight could not go unpunished. She would find a way to exact her revenge. After all, a woman's vengeance is never too late. Returning to her own room, she set the air conditioning to a pleasant 26 degrees, covering her legs with a small blanket. Nothing was more comfortable than enjoying the air conditioning while snuggled in a cozy blanket. Having risen late that day, she was wide awake. Remembering her promise from earlier, Lu Xiaoxi pulled out her phone and opened Li Mu's novel, discreetly sending him a small gift of 1 yuan. A 1T let him taste the sweetness of success. Before long, her phone buzzed with a new message. It was a notification for the gift she had sent, an acknowledgement from Li Mu. Thank you for your gift. I really appreciate it. Chapter 12. Over 30 gifts meanwhile. In his room, Li Mu glanced at the gift donation records on the Writer-S platform, his typing speed quickening slightly. Although each gift amounted to merely 1 yuan, yielding him a mere few dimes after the platform's cut, he remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. A casual glimpse at the donor's name confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed Lu Xiaoxi. After all, who else but Lu Xiaoxi would adopt such an endearingly whimsical name as Little Stream Swallowing the Sea? Upon clicking on the profile of Little Stream Swallowing the Sea, he discovered it was a new account, further solidifying his assumption. Just then his phone rang. It was his father calling. Son, where are you? His father's familiar voice resonated on the other end. In my room, what is up? Whose room are you in? Li Mu was taken aback. Was his father losing his mind? At this hour, who else would he be with? Let me handle this, came his mother Su Wen's voice through the phone. So, are you getting ready for bed? Yes, Mom. Don't you have work tomorrow? It's almost midnight. We're just concerned about you. Are things going well with Xiaoxi? Su Wen lowered her voice deliberately. Pretty good. You're not bullying Xiaoxi, are you? What kind of question is that? Le Mu's eyes widened. Although he was no saint, he would never entertain inappropriate thoughts about Lu Xiaoxi. Who was Lu Xiaoxi, after all? She was someone he found rather disagreeable. Even if she were to come knocking, he would not harbor any peculiar thoughts. Why were his parents asking such questions? Li Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Typical Chinese parents, prohibiting relationships during high school, then pressuring for marriage right after graduation. He was no exception. Could it be they hoped for a relationship beyond mere friendship with Lu Xiaoxi? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He could accept any girlfriend, but Lu Xiaoxi was out of the question. He didn't even know why he felt so resistant. Just the thought of potentially developing that kind of relationship with her made him feel as if ants were crawling all over him. As long as you're not bullying Xiaoxi. She's all alone. You should take care of her. I'm all alone too. Why don't you send Xiaoxi to take care of me? Li Mu clicked his tongue, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the keyboard. It was a habit of his to keep his hands occupied with something while on the phone. Otherwise, he found it difficult to concentrate. You're a boy. You should be self-sufficient. Mom, tell me how much phone credit I need to get. Go on, go on. Anyway, if Xiaoxi complains that you bullied her, just wait for the consequences. Was this something a mother should say? It felt like a total lack of trust. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he finally hung up. His computer screen was filled with garbled text. After finishing another chapter, Li Mu shut down his computer. He needed to adjust his daily routine. School was about to start, and he had heard that college classes began at 8 in the morning. Days of waking up naturally were numbered. Indeed, Li Mu harbored a deep aversion toward school. Lying on his bed, he enjoyed the cool air from the air conditioner, idly shaking the dog-tooth bracelet on his wrist. In truth, living with Lu Xiaoxi was not as uncomfortable as he had imagined. At the very least, he was not confined to the company of his computer and phone all day. Soon, regular rhythmic snores filled the room. However, Lu Xiaoxi in the adjacent room was not so fortunate. The only illumination in her room came from her phone. As she lay on her side, tucked under a light blanket, scrolling through her device. Despite her reluctance, Li Mu's novel was genuinely engaging. After reading the first chapter, she found herself compelled to continue to the second, then the third. Lu Xiaoxi rarely read novels, so she proceeded slowly. With each chapter she finished, she sent Li Mu a 1 yuan gift, then exited to check the donation notifications. The petite girl was captivated, occasionally chuckling at the story, curling up or shifting positions. Losing track of time, it was not until a beam of light streamed through the window and illuminated her blanket that she finally awakened. Had she really read all night? It was already 7 in the morning. Since she had nothing planned for the day, why not continue reading? Her inner conflict persisted. Lu Xiaoxi, are you not sleeping? Li Mu's voice suddenly broke the silence. Though his voice was soft, she heard it nonetheless. Startled, Lu Xiaoxi quickly shut off her phone, closed her eyes, and feigned sleep, though her trembling eyelashes betrayed her ruse. Why was Li Mu seeking her out at this hour? More importantly, why was she pretending to be asleep in front of him? He was not her parent, and wouldn't he scold her for staying up late? She couldn't quite comprehend it. A sense of dread washed over her, even though she had no idea what authority Li Mu possessed to scold her. She felt a twinge of fear. It was akin to a child being caught staying up late by an adult, desperately trying to avoid detection, determined to maintain the facade of sleep. Outside the door, Li Mu raised an eyebrow, uncertain as he glanced at his phone. The screen displayed the writer's platform, showcasing the donation records. Scrolling down revealed a long list of donations from Little Stream Swallowing the Sea, with contributions occurring every few minutes, each one for 1 yuan. The most recent donation made merely 3 minutes ago. Today, he had risen unusually early, wanting to check how much Lu Xiaoxi had donated. Given her limited funds, anything over 20 yuan would be considered a significant expenditure. Yet from last night until now, Little Stream Swallowing the Sea had donated over 30 times. The platform did not have a timed gift feature, which meant this girl had undoubtedly stayed up all night. Li Mu rubbed his forehead. In truth, before their departure, Lu Xiaoxi's parents had messaged him, asking him to look after her. Preventing her from staying up late was also a form of care, wasn't it? He had lowered his voice while speaking. If Lu Xiaoxi was awake, she would have heard him, and even if she truly was asleep, he wouldn't disturb her. Yet, he was certain Lu Xiaoxi was awake, as the donation records could not lie. He estimated that she was currently lying in bed, pretending to sleep. In a sense, her staying up late to read his novel was a form of affirmation for him. In high spirits, Li Mu decided to venture out to buy some meat buns, considering it a gesture of gratitude for Lu Xiaoxi's 30-plus donations. Chapter 13, when she awoke, it was already afternoon. Lu Xiaoxi stretched languidly, her voice soft and feeble, akin to a cat's gentle mew. Rubbing her eyes, she found the sunlight outside particularly blinding. Last night, in an effort to evade Li Mu's notice, she had feigned sleep, and in the midst of her pretense, had truly succumbed to slumber. She had dozed until the afternoon, the sun warming her backside. Upon opening the door, She discovered Li Mu comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in a drama on his phone. A bag of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk lay on the table. "Did you stay up all night reading my novel?" Li Mu teased, feigning ignorance. "Who would do that? Only someone as twisted as you would enjoy your writing," Lu Xiaoxi retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. Her eyes were nearly crusted shut with sleep. "As if it's any of your business," she exclaimed, rushing into the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. "I bought those buns this morning. Eat them while they're hot," Li Mu said, gesturing towards the table. "They're already cold," she replied. "What I just said was meant for the morning, Lu Xiaoxi, not for the afternoon one. Please, which shop did you buy them from?" "They're terrible," she scoffed, though she was already devouring the buns with gusto. "Your eating habits are as graceful as a pig," he remarked. "Can you not mimic me, Li Mu?" Lu Xiaoxi complained, feeling vexed at having to bicker with this annoying fellow so soon after waking. "In my past life, I must have destroyed the galaxy to end up as neighbors with you in this one. These buns and dough sticks are 2 yuan each, and the soy milk is 150. Remember to transfer me." "No need for change. Consider the remainder as your tip for running errands," she said, promptly transferring 10 yuan to the WeChat user labeled Li Idiot. 10 yuan for a breakfast felt like a loss. Had she known, she would not have tipped Li Mu. She resolved to give his novel a 5-star review. "Wait, it should be 11.50, she added, transferring another 5 yuan. One 5-star review was insufficient. She intended to leave 10. Despite sleeping until the afternoon, a lingering fatigue remained. With the school term approaching, Lu Xiaoxi recognized the need to refrain from staying up late. Tonight, she would retire by 11 o'clock, come what may. "Lu Xiaoxi, let us buy a projector," Li Mu suggested nonchalantly. "There's no television here. It feels so empty." Previously, he had not watched television, yet felt compelled to keep it on whenever someone was home. In such a spacious abode, silence felt eerily desolate. "Aren't those projectors expensive? I thought we could settle for one around 300, he continued. "Is it like the kind they have in cinemas?" Lu Xiaoxi inquired, having never been to a cinema. Her understanding of projectors was limited to the small machines used in high school to project teachers' materials onto whiteboards. Those projectors were hardly clear under bright sunlight. Even the text was indecipherable, and closing the curtains did little to help. "Cinema projectors cost thousands. We can opt for a budget model," Li Mu reasoned. "Where will we even watch it?" "My room has an empty wall," Lu Xiaoxi suggested, her expression one of distaste. "Does that mean I have to go to your room to watch it?" "Or we could clear a wall here," Li Mu replied, indifferent about the location. In his room, he could lie on his bed comfortably, far more so than on the living room sofa. However, considering Lu Xiaoxi's feelings, placing the projector in the common area seemed the wisest choice. "Can we even clear it?" Lu Xiaoxi asked, glancing at the cross-stitch reading, "Harmony brings wealth," hanging on the wall, uncertain. Such a symbol of familial harmony was believed to lose its efficacy once removed. She was quite superstitious about such matters. "Go ahead, it won't be an issue. I used to shoot at the cross-stitch in my hometown with a toy gun, and it's still perfectly fine," Li Mu said, assuring her. "All right, I know you were a mischievous child. Come help me," Lu Xiaoxi replied, pulling a stool over and carefully stepping onto it with her delicate feet. Li Mu stood beside her, steadying the stool with his foot to prevent it from tipping. After taking down the cross-stitch, Lu Xiaoxi placed it in her room. The wall was pristine, ample enough to serve as a screen for the projector. "I'll place the order now. We can watch television here." "How much is it?" "I'll send you the money." "Send me 150. "I'll cover the change," Li Mu suggested. "Don't act so grand. You should pay half," Lu Xiaoxi huffed. "Then send me 180. "Done." "The extra is my generous gift," Li Mu replied, his phone vibrating repeatedly with notifications. Lu Xiaoxi sent 7 transfers, the first 6 being 30 yuan each, perfectly totaling 180. Li Mu felt exasperated. It seemed Lu Xiaoxi was deliberately trying to annoy him, splitting what could have been a single transfer into 6. The last transfer was a mere 4 yuan and 87 cents. "By the way, what does your last transfer of 487 mean?" he inquired, adhering to the traditional virtue of seeking clarification. "It signifies 0487. You can figure it out. I'm off to buy groceries. Do you have any cravings? Can you make sweet and sour ribs?" "Of course. You cook the rice, and I'll prepare the dishes." Just don't add too much water, or you'll end up with porridge, Lu Xiaoxi instructed, swiftly exiting after ensuring her hair was in order. Li Mu rose and strode into the kitchen, marking his first foray into this space, which his mother had strictly forbidden him from entering for the past 2 years. Though merely cooking rice, he approached it with utmost seriousness. This time, he had learned from past mistakes, directly following online cooking tutorials. After much deliberation, he finally grasped the method of cooking. Allow him a moment of pride. Once the rice was ready, he plopped back onto the sofa, continuing to ponder the meaning of 0487. Despite his deep contemplation, the significance eluded him, prompting him to consult the omniscient internet. After a brief search, he discovered that 0487 was actually a play on words, translating roughly to "you are an idiot." Chapter 14. Capturing Li Mu's foolishness. How clever of Lu Xiaoxi to attempt to insult him in such a manner. Li Mu, far from being incensed, found it rather amusing. He even sent Lu Xiaoxi a transfer of 427 yuan, a figure he had stumbled upon during his recent search. The number 0427, signifying a certain folly, was a fine example of applying what one learns. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaoxi returned, carrying 2 pounds of pork ribs and a few tomatoes. "You're back. I've already prepared the rice," she called out. "Let me see." Neither of them mentioned the numbers 0487 or 0427. Their immediate concern was to satisfy their hunger. She had only eaten a few buns earlier, and had it not been for the worry that Li Mu might go hungry, she would not have cooked dinner so promptly. Though Lu Xiaoxi sported short hair, she had tied it into a small ponytail with a little hair tie. As she moved about washing the vegetables, it swayed adorably. She tucked a few stray strands behind her ear with her delicate fingers, but they quickly fell back down, leading her to wipe her hands on her apron and repeat the gesture undeterred. What was it like to have a little chef in the house preparing meals for him? Li Mu could not quite articulate it, but he did not mind. In fact, he found it somewhat enjoyable. The pork knuckle rice from yesterday, while flavorful, paled in comparison to the homely dishes Lu Xiaoxi prepared. After tasting her cooking, he subconsciously lost the desire for takeout. "Li Mu, if you want to eat the ribs sooner, come help me," she called. "What's the matter?" he asked as he stepped into the kitchen, observing her busy figure. "Help me boil some hot water to pour over the tomatoes, then peel their skins." "All right," Li Mu acquiesced unexpectedly. No matter how thick-skinned he was, it felt somewhat inappropriate to let a girl cook for him without offering assistance. At home, he would always help with the dishes. Bang! Lu Xiaoxi exhaled deeply, striking the chopping board with her knife. In her quest for freshness, she had not opted for the pre-chopped ribs from the vendor and regretted it now. As a girl with limited arm strength, her hands began to ache after just a few strikes. It was no easy feat to cut the ribs into pieces. Suddenly, she glanced over at Li Mu, who was busy boiling water. Wasn't there someone right beside her she could enlist to help? "Li Mu, could you cut the ribs for me?" "No way, Lu Xiaoxi. You can't be struggling to cut them. Why didn't you ask the vendor to do it? Did it not occur to you?" "How silly," Li Mu teased, taking over the task from her. "You're so clever. Don't eat any. I fear your foolishness might rub off on me." No. Lu Xiaoxi is the smartest." With a serious expression, Li Mu quickly changed his demeanor, chopping the ribs into pieces with remarkable speed. Lu Xiaoxi was amused by the sight of his foolishness, which was a rare occurrence. She swiftly took out her phone and secretly snapped a picture of Li Mu chopping the ribs. If he dared to anger her in the future, she would share this photo with Aunt Sue, showcasing her foolish son. "Are you filming me? Planning to sneak a peek at my incredibly handsome profile later?" Li Mu was well aware of Lu Xiaoxi's every move. Moreover, this little piglet had the audacity to leave the flash on while taking pictures. With the flash going off so many times, even a blind person would know they were being photographed. Lu Xiaoxi, so foolish. Cut. Who is blind enough to want to see you? I'll send this picture to Aunt Sue. The little piglet gleefully admired the unflattering photo she had just taken. Utterly oblivious to her own foolishness, she poked at Li Mu's tensed face, as if she could actually prod him. Hey, don't actually send it. Since you're being so sincere, I want to send it. But if you make me angry again, don't blame me for being rude. All right. Miss Lu, hurry up with the cooking. My abs are nearly starving. If we run out of oil, we can always use your face to fry it. With such thick skin, you must have plenty of lard. Once finished chopping, Li Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The kitchen was stifling, having boiled hot water. The heat enveloped the entire room, reddening his face. You just need to peel the tomatoes before you can leave. Remember to do it thoroughly. Got it. Lu Xiaoxi began her culinary endeavors, heating the pan, adding oil, and minced garlic, then hesitated before putting the chili sauce back. Since Li Mu disliked spicy food, she decided against it, reasoning that he could dip the cooked food in it later. For a girl who relished spicy flavors, chili was a culinary delight. The ribs sizzled as they were added to the pan. Li Mu, where are the tomatoes? The golden ribs were ready for the tomatoes, and when Lu Xiaoxi turned back, she found Li Mu had already cut the peeled tomatoes. Looking at the small amount of tomatoes, she felt something was amiss. She had clearly bought 3 tomatoes. So how could there be so little? I bet you're going to accuse me of stealing, Li Mu said, feeling a twinge of guilt. As a master of strategy, he decided to strike first. Isn't that the case? Lu Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes. The tomatoes are quite delicious. Pouring hot water over them enhances their flavor. Get out of here, you nuisance. I'll just wait for your grand feast then. With an agility akin to that of a skater, Li Mu swiftly made his way to the sofa, eagerly anticipating Lu Xiaoxi's culinary creation. Lu Xiaoxi's face flushed with indignation, irritated by Li Mu. She had meticulously planned the meal. 3 tomatoes paired with 2 pounds of ribs would have been the perfect combination. Now, however, he had devoured nearly 1 whole tomato. What was she to do? The tomatoes, sweet and tangy, prompted her to compensate by adding more vinegar and sugar. The ribs, now tinged with a vivid red from the tomatoes, looked inviting and filled a generous plate, filling the air with their delectable aroma. For Li Mu, there was but 1 dish tonight, while for Lu Xiaoxi, there were 2, the sweet and sour ribs and the chili sauce. The presentation of the sweet and sour ribs was enticing, stimulating the appetite. Delicious, isn't it? Lu Xiaoxi asked, clasping her hands nervously. She was particularly hungry and was in no rush to eat. After Li Mu sampled a piece of rib, she finally spoke up. She had never actually cooked ribs before. Those were reserved for when her parents were home, and she never had the chance to cook. This sweet and sour rib dish was crafted from memory, emulating her mother's cooking style, so she was unsure of its taste. If I say it's not good, will you hit me? Li Mu took a bite. The ribs, having been fried, retained a delightful texture and aroma, the sweet and sour flavors dancing on his palate. Yes, indeed. Lu Chef, your culinary skills rival those of Michelin-starred chefs. It should be Michelin-starred chefs, and there are only 3 stars at most. Quickly tell me, is it delicious? More delicious than my mother's cooking. Li Mu was no food critic and could not discern what constituted a culinary masterpiece. But Lu Xiaoxi's dishes were undeniably to his liking, genuinely delicious. If it's good, eat more. It won't kill you. Lu Xiaoxi's spirit soared. Here, donning the hat of a chef, nothing pleased a cook more than having their creations cherished by diners. Much like when Li Mu wrote novels, being appreciated by readers and patrons was a symbol of recognition, a cause for celebration. Lu Xiaoxi, basking in Li Mu's praise, felt a subtle smile grace her lips. Her joy unmistakable. Chapter 15. Li Mu, did you just take a candid photo of me? Today was a delightful day. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi made her way to the bathroom, taking her time to enjoy a fragrant bath. With the school registration day approaching, she resolved to retire early, determined to adjust her biological clock. The cacophony from Li Mu echoed in the bathroom, and Lu Xiaoxi had no doubt that someone might come knocking tomorrow, accusing them of disturbing the peace. After all, who conducts rituals in the dead of night? Lu Xiaoxi, I'm using your facial cleanser. Just when the noise subsided, Li Mu began his antics again. He had barely used any of the countless bottles in the bathroom. Was he now taking advantage of Lu Xiaoxi? What with volcanic mud, amino acids, and foaming-free formulas? Li Mu was hardly a regular user of facial cleansers and had no idea what their benefits were. Su often bought him facial cleansers. He had used them for about 3 or 4 days before abandoning them. It was simply too tedious for him, and he saw little effect. His skin, while not as flawless as Lu Xiaoxi's, was certainly decent, mostly free of blemishes. One could argue that he was lacking in many respects, but his looks were not among them. This wasn't mere vanity. He possessed a clear understanding of himself. Throughout his life, He had received numerous love letters. He was already attractive enough. Using a facial cleanser might just captivate a host of senior female students tomorrow. It seems to be quite effective. Don't you have your own facial cleanser? I left it at home. Cut it out. This is a one-time deal. If you use it again, I'll start charging you. Lu Xiaoxi retorted indignantly. It was bad enough that Li Mu was raiding her shampoo and body wash. Now he was encroaching on her facial cleanser territory. He hadn't used any facial cleanser in recent days, clearly because of the impending school start, where he would encounter many beautiful senior students. The thought of Li Mu possibly seeking a girlfriend made her heart feel heavy. The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. Stop singing. It sounds awful. Beneath the soft green mountains, flowers were blooming. Li Mu's voice grew louder. Lu Xiaoxi covered her ears. This was undoubtedly a disturbance. Even if someone complained tomorrow, she wouldn't come to Li Mu's defense, given that he was deliberately irritating her. Feeling refreshed after a shower, Li Mu seemed like a different person, invigorated and free from fatigue. I'm tired. Could you help me hang the clothes later? Lu Xiaoxi felt her eyelids growing heavy. She had only just woken up that morning, and her sleep had been restless due to her erratic sleeping habits. Li Mu glanced at the time. It was only 9:30. In this day and age, any student who could sleep at this hour was undoubtedly a tough one. As for him, he typically wouldn't consider sleep until after midnight, scrolling through his phone until then, despite the futility of it all. Lu Xiaoxi was dozing off, her head drooping like a sleepy fisherman. When Li Mu looked up, he noticed her panda eyes and couldn't help but chuckle softly. By some twist of fate, he pulled out his phone, capturing 2 adorable shots of Lu Xiaoxi's sleeping face. However, it seemed he had neglected to turn off the flash. Realizing his folly, he chuckled at himself. Earlier that afternoon, he had mocked Lu Xiaoxi for taking candid photos without turning off the flash. Now, the tables had turned. Li Mu, you took a candid photo of me. Lu Xiaoxi groggily stirred, her mind slowly booting up. Upon seeing the phone in Li Mu's hand, her head tilted in confusion until she gradually grasped the situation. Li Mu had taken a clandestine photo of her while she slept. Instantly, she was wide awake. This was undoubtedly a significant breach of privacy, and she dreaded the implications for her future. You can take photos of me, but I can't take photos of you? How's that fair? Li Mu, grinning, tucked his phone into his waistband, raising his hands in surrender. I don't care. Delete it right now. Lu Xiaoxi rushed forward, disregarding her image, trying to prevent him from escaping, her small hands pinching his waist, though her movements were weak, likely due to her exhaustion. Rather than pinching, it felt more like she was playfully tickling him. Deleting it is fine, but you must delete my picture as well. No way, Lu Xiaoxi declared resolutely. Then I want to delete mine. But you can't share it or sneak a peek at it. Otherwise, I'll tell Su Ai that you're bullying me. Lu Xiaoxi truly seemed tired, her eyelids half closed, her tone soft and gentle like a kitten. Hearing this, Li Mu felt a warm sensation in his heart, and his throat involuntarily moved. He decided to cease his teasing. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoxi would likely fall asleep right there. All right, go to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Lu Xiaoxi opened the door to her room, using her remaining energy to set the air conditioning to a cool 27 degrees. Then snuggled under a blanket, quickly drifting into a deep sleep, her rhythmic breathing soon filling the air. The door remained ajar. Li Mu quietly closed the door for her. Lu Xiaoxi appeared quite adorable in her sleepy state. Grabbing a few hangers, Li Mu proceeded to hang both their clothes. He always hung clothes simply to ensure they wouldn't fall. Anything beyond that was a bonus. Returning to his room, he resumed writing, perhaps fueled by the excitement of nearing the conclusion of his novel. His typing speed had noticeably increased, where he once produced 2,000 words in an hour. He could now manage 4,000. By midnight, he stretched luxuriously. The story was nearing its end, and he set all the chapters to publish at scheduled times. Once the remaining chapters were released, this first novel of his would conclude. Completing his first novel brought him a sense of achievement. He could now consider himself at least a semi-writer, couldn't he? If all went well, upon the novel's conclusion. He anticipated a surge in support from his longtime readers, likely doubling his usual earnings. Once the royalties were in, he would find himself with a tidy sum, allowing him the freedom to purchase anything he desired without guilt, spending his own money with ease. With that thought, he turned off the lights and retired for the night. Chapter 16. The gentleman at 8 in the morning. Mu, ever punctual, rose from his slumber, for today marked the commencement of the new academic year. He had no intention of indulging in the luxury of lingering in bed, due to the layout of their dwelling. His bed was merely separated from Lu Xiaoxi's by a thin wall. He could hear the soft patter of her slippers from the adjacent room. The old community was not known for its soundproofing, so he had anticipated having to wake her. However, he soon realized that Lu Xiaoxi was far more meticulous and disciplined than he. She had likely set her alarm days in advance. At that very moment, Lu Xiaoxi opened her door, and their eyes met, yet she offered no morning greeting. Unlike boys, girls often take time to prepare themselves. Although Lu Xiaoxi did not wear makeup, she had clearly put thought into her outfit. She donned a white inner blouse paired with a brownish outer jacket, adorned with a deep red bow at the collar. A petite handbag slung over her shoulder complemented her knee-length brown skirt, while her white socks encased her fair calves, topped off with dainty black shoes, radiating youthful vitality. Standing at a height of 1.65 meters, her figure was slender and graceful, not considered short among her peers. She was rather attractive. "Are you going for a cute look today?" Mu unabashedly gazed into Lu Xiaoxi's sparkling eyes. "Oh please, I was cute long before." Lu Xiaoxi initially thought Mu was merely glancing at her, but she was taken aback by his unabashed stare. Despite their frequent encounters, it was difficult to withstand his unwavering gaze. Standing beside her, she dared not meet his eyes directly and could only steal glances at him from the corner of her eye. He was well-proportioned, with smooth lines, standing at an impressive 1.83 meters. Any additional height would have disrupted this perfect ratio, and he effortlessly showcased his handsome features without any need for ostentation. In both life and on screen, Lu Xiaoxi had never encountered a more attractive boy than Mu. "Do you think you resemble a mature woman?" "Mu, please refrain from such crude remarks." Lu Xiaoxi, half amused, felt her good mood dissipate with their banter. Clenching her small fist, she contemplated delivering a light punch to him. She wondered if there were any online shops that custom-made punching bags. She would definitely order one with Mu's picture affixed to it. Whenever she felt angry, aggrieved, bored, or even happy, she envisioned having a Mu-themed punching bag to vent her frustrations, all because he was so insufferable. "Shall we head to school? The earlier we register, the sooner we can return." Little did Mu know he was being mentally berated by the girl beside him. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he organized his backpack, ensuring he had all necessary documents, such as his acceptance letter and graduation certificate, before glancing in the mirror one last time to confirm his handsome appearance before stepping outside. "Wait for me," he called out. The bus stop was conveniently located near their community, and the journey to school took merely 20 minutes. During peak hours, the bus stop was bustling with professionals dressed in formal attire, clutching briefcases. As the bus arrived, a throng of commuters surged forward. Mu waited for the crowd to board before following suit. Many commuters chose to stand rather than occupy the seats, and, as Mu entered, he found a single vacant spot remaining. "I am a gentleman. Allow me to offer you my seat." He flashed a cheeky grin at Lu Xiaoxi behind him. "I would say you are more akin to a servant offering a seat to a master." Lu Xiaoxi retorted playfully, her spirits lifted despite her sharp words. Lu Xiaoxi was delightful in many aspects, but her sharp tongue was an exception. While most bus riders were engrossed in their phones, Mu was an anomaly, fixated on the advertisements plastered within the bus. This behavior had nothing to do with the fact that he had once been late to school for several stops because of his phone, resulting in punishment from his teacher. The items required for registration fit comfortably in Lu Xiaoxi's small handbag, leaving Mu to ponder the necessity of his large black backpack. "Shall I carry your bag for you?" she offered. "No need. It's quite light," Mu chuckled. "Suit yourself." The bus was crowded, and Mu stood close to Lu Xiaoxi. All she had to do was lean slightly to the right to find herself against his abdomen. Despite the air conditioning, Lu Xiaoxi felt her cheeks warm. She vigorously reminded herself that it was merely the stuffiness causing her blush, not the proximity to Li Mu. He stood firmly beside her, effectively blocking her space. Occasionally, a hint of the rose-scented body wash he used wafted to her, and she was certain he had once again utilized her shower gel. What annoying guy, smelling so nice, she thought. It seemed like an eternity ago that they had shared a bus ride. Back when they would sit together in the last row, leaning against the window, watching the cars pass by, occasionally laughing and clamoring to buy snacks from street vendors they spotted. Lu Xiaoxi pondered why such memories resurfaced. Was she clinging to the past? What a ridiculous notion. She had always detested Li Mu. Suddenly, the bus braked abruptly, and her distracted mind could not brace for the impact, resulting in her forehead colliding with something warm. She instinctively guessed what had happened. It was Li Mu's hand that had shielded her from hitting the seat in front of her. Warm and firm, his hand was distinctly defined. Only when the bus resumed its journey did Lu Xiaoxi nervously lift her head. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. You ought to treat me to a meal for that. Li Mu quipped, glancing at the red mark left on his hand from the pressure, shaking it off as the imprint faded away. You still owe me for the ribs from yesterday. Ah, consider that settled. Li Mu scratched his head, nearly forgetting the matter entirely. As the bus approached the university, the flow of people noticeably increased. Rumor had it that the entrance was bustling with street vendors, and upon their arrival, it was indeed a lively scene. The university was a melting pot of talent, with countless attractive young men and women. Let us pause at the entrance for a moment. The number of handsome faces today surpasses what I've seen in an entire year, Li Mu suggested, nudging Lu Xiaoxi and pointing toward a stall selling rice rolls. One cannot skip breakfast, lest one feel famished, Lu Xiaoxi agreed, her stomach echoing her sentiment. Boss, 2 servings of egg and meat rice rolls, and 2 bottles of cola? Please. Coming right up, the proprietor cheerfully acknowledged, bustling about before inviting them to sit. Today we have a special promotion. Buy 2, get 1 free. Here's an extra bowl for you, he added as he swiftly served their order. Thank you, boss. Li Mu, glancing over, dashed to the neighboring table to fetch a bottle of chili sauce. I know you can't eat this without chili. They relished their meal thoroughly. Li Mu, satisfied, patted his stomach and took a swig of cola, noticing that Lu Xiaoxi still had a considerable portion left, which astonished him. Why is it that you eat so quickly at home, or so demure in public? You dare call yourself a gentleman? Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily finished her remaining rice rolls. One must maintain a certain decorum when dining out. Wait, what is it now? You have quite the garlicky breath, Li Mu exclaimed, dramatically pinching his nose at the garlic chili sauce on the table. Chapter 17. Help me smell if it still stinks. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth with her hand and gently exhaled, taking a whiff. Indeed, a pungent odor of garlic lingered. Quite unpleasant. Generally speaking, one cannot perceive their own halitosis, but if one can, it signifies a new level of foulness. She could distinctly detect the garlic scent emanating from her mouth. It's all your fault for bringing those chilies for no reason. Lu Xiaoxi stepped on Li Mu's white shoes, leaving shallow imprints from their previous encounter on the high-speed train. The slight color difference between the shoes was noticeable upon closer inspection. It's my fault too. I didn't force you to eat it, Li Mu mumbled. What should I do? I can't even dare to report. Lu Xiaoxi clenched her hands, her brows knitted in a look of deep conflict. What else can you do? Go buy some chewing gum to freshen your breath. You wouldn't want to offend others, would you? A certain someone, who was rather detached from the situation, hadn't considered this at all. You're infuriating, Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, exhaling a long breath towards Li Mu. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Stupid Li Mu, wicked Li Mu. Foolish Li Mu. She decided it was all his fault. Lu Xiaoxi typically did not have bad breath, even after consuming spicy food. A few sips of water would suffice to cleanse her mouth. However, garlic chili was different. Its odor was both potent and difficult to eradicate. She was reluctant to report, fearing that when she spoke, the teacher across from her would wrinkle their nose, covering their face, casting a disdainful glance her way. Then, her identity would be reduced to that of the girl with the garlic breath. Are you really crying? Li Mu asked, somewhat flustered. He had not intended to play a prank on Lu Xiaoxi. He had no idea the chili contained garlic and that it would leave such a foul smell. Lu Xiaoxi looked utterly wronged, on the verge of tears, as if she would burst into sobs at any moment. Had this occurred back home, her mother would surely have given her a stern talking to. Even Li Mu began to panic, questioning whether he had truly made a mistake. Hey, don't blame me. If others think I'm bullying you, who will I turn to for an explanation? Li Mu produced a packet of tissues from his pocket, tearing off a piece and handing it to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to find his clumsy panic amusing, and a soft laugh escaped her lips. You're the one crying. I'm not that weak. After blinking several times, the moisture in her eyes dissipated. Though she felt wronged, she was not genuinely close to tears. That was just how she was. When feeling aggrieved, her eyes would become slightly misty. Let us go buy some chewing gum. I'll treat you. Buy 2. No, 3. In a small shop, Li Mu generously paid 3 yuan, an extravagant amount for the gum. Each box of gum cost 1 yuan and contained 5 pieces. Lu Xiaoxi chewed 2 pieces at a time, leaving the last one for Li Mu. Each time she spat it out, she would cover her mouth and blow gently, checking if the odor still lingered. It was unclear whether the current chewing gum was of poor quality or if the garlic chili from the food stall was particularly potent, but the taste remained stubbornly persistent. After chewing several pieces, her cheeks began to ache, yet she still could not discern her own scent. Is there any smell left? She turned her gaze and blew a breath towards her hand, quickly presenting it to Li Mu. Li Mu did not dodge, but rather inhaled deeply, shaking his head in response. There's no smell anymore. Really? Indeed, I can't even smell the gum. Can you detect the flavor of my chewing gum? Li Mu blew air towards her. I can smell it. It's banana-flavored. Correct, but I cannot detect your gum as flavor. It must be gone. Lu Xiaoxi repeated her earlier action. What do you think? Li Mu shook his head. How can this be? Logically, after consuming this much gum, there should definitely be a scent. Even if there were no aroma, it's impossible for there to be no taste at all. Surely, the garlic and the fruity flavor of the gum couldn't have engaged in some bizarre chemical reaction that neutralized each other. Come a little closer, she urged softly, grasping Li Mu's shoulders and narrowing the already minimal distance between them. As they stood mere inches apart, the air seemed to still. Lu Xiaoxi tiptoed, leaning in slightly to exhale gently. Her breath was lighter, warmer, and more tender than before. The bustling street, filled with people and vehicles, felt momentarily frozen, shrouded in a delicate veil of silence, as if the world belonged solely to them. Meeting Li Mu's astonished gaze, her heart raced, and a flush crept up her cheeks, spreading to her ears. Li Mu could feel the warmth radiating from her presence, the subtle details of her skin, the gentle flutter of her eyelashes, and the slightly anxious beauty in her eyes. He sensed that Lu Xiaoxi had leaned some of her weight onto him, her warm breath enveloping his face, a sweet fragrance wafting from her, with a hint of cantaloupe. Were you saying something? I can't hear you from this close. There is a hint of cantaloupe. You just ate cantaloupe-flavored gum, right? No more garlic smell, so I can relax now. Lu Xiaoxi nodded cheerfully, her loose hair bouncing as her spirits lifted, much like a little girl who had just received candy. It's a bit warm. Treat me to a durian ice cream, will you? Li Mu, feeling slightly flushed, touched his face, which felt hot, and fanned himself with his collar. Lu Xiaoxi replied softly, lowering her head, her hair shielding her eyes. Neither of them spoke further, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Chapter 18. Unless Lu Xiaoxi likes him, first the proprietor of the small shop held her chopsticks aloft, oblivious to the food that had already returned to the bowl. Initially, when 2 students entered, she speculated if they might be a couple. The boy exuded a charmingly roguish demeanor, while the girl radiated youthful cuteness. They appeared quite compatible. However, they merely purchased 3 pieces of gum and began to chew them right at the entrance, engaging in a peculiar conversation about whether it was fragrant or foul. Beyond their physical appearance, there was little to suggest they were a couple, and she doubted her initial judgment. If she were a decade younger, she might have even found herself enamored with the girl. It was a pity that the boy remained oblivious to such charm. Just then, the girl wrapped her arm around the boy's shoulder, nearly leaning in for a kiss. My goodness! Her eyes widened in disbelief. Was this something a 30-year-old woman should witness? Suddenly, she felt that all the youth idol dramas she had watched over the years paled in comparison to this scene. The girl did not actually kiss him, and the boy stood as still as a statue. Had they moved just a centimeter closer, their lips would have met. She was entranced and resolute. She had decided to root for this pair unwaveringly. "Boss, how much for this?" Lu Xiaoxi waved a durian ice cream in front of the shopkeeper. How could one be so dazed while conducting business, not fearing the prospect of someone making off with a free item? "Ah, that has 5 yuan. The shopkeeper gestured for her to proceed. Lu Xiaoxi showed the successful payment screen to the shopkeeper and turned to leave. "Aren't you going to eat?" Li Mu took the durian ice cream, noticing there was only one, and felt puzzled. He knew Lu Xiaoxi well. With such a petite mouth and a flat stomach, he could only imagine how much she could consume. She was undoubtedly a voracious eater. "I'm not eating it. Durian has a strong smell, and I'm afraid of the odor. Is there a psychological trauma? Yes, from now on, I will never eat garlic when I go out. Only at home, to stink me out? Exactly, just to drive you away." Li Mu pretended to gag. Humans are complex beings. After experiencing something, they often yearn to relive it, to savor it once more. It is akin to dreaming. After waking from a delightful dream, one wishes to recall its contents and relish them again. If only life were a game with save points. One could save at critical moments and replay them, experiencing a particular scene repeatedly. Li Mu reflected on the sensations from earlier. Lu Xiaoxi had been so close. Close enough to feel her warmth. He could sense her softness, her heartbeat quickening. That familiar face, one he had known since childhood for a fleeting moment. He found Lu Xiaoxi exceptionally beautiful. And that intoxicating fragrance, it was truly delightful. Why was this the case? He and Lu Xiaoxi had always been at odds, notorious for their bickering since childhood. He recalled a post from high school. The ability to detect a girl's natural scent was often due to an anxious heart at play. Being near a girl one likes causes the heart to send various signals to the brain, making one perceive her as particularly fragrant at that time. He had found it absurd. Now, he felt equally ridiculous. Yet, the scent he had just encountered was unlike any of the myriad bath products at home. On the bus, he and T noticed Lu Xiaoxi emitting such an aroma. It was not perfume. Li Mu was taken aback. Could it be that he harbored feelings for Lu Xiaoxi? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But how could he explain the sensations he had just experienced? His heart raced as if it were about to leap from his chest. Rather than feeling like a fluttering deer, it was more akin to an elephant charging forth. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoxi noticed that the person beside her was lagging behind, having been pulled several meters away by her curiosity. Nothing. Li Mu shook his head and ran his fingers through his hair. He decided to dismiss the earlier incident as if it had never occurred. After all, he could never come to like Lu Xiaoxi unless she liked him first. In the grand auditorium, a sea of new university students filled the space. The digital media class was already queuing up. It's a prestigious institution. Yet they want to even turn on the air conditioning, Li Mu muttered, feeling stifled by the crowd, with sweat beading on his forehead and neck. "Our major is quite popular," Lu Xiaoxi remarked, unfazed by the heat. She peered ahead, noting that there were still dozens of people in front of them, while more lined up behind. These folks must be like me, registering for this niche program. "Come on, not everyone is as indifferent as you." Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes. "Excuse me, could I add you on WeChat?" A student passing by suddenly turned and approached Li Mu, presenting her phone with a WeChat QR code. "Sure." Without hesitation, Li Mu scanned the code and successfully added her as a friend. "Let us stay in touch," the girl said before departing. Li Mu took a deep breath, reflecting on how open university girls were. "You just added someone else's WeChat like that?" Lu Xiaoxi frowned, pinching his waist. She had become a bit addicted to this sensation since the last time she had done it. "Look at my alternate account." Li Mu's WeChat avatar featured a monochrome anime hero, and his username was "Nothing Compares to Him." This account, which he had created during his introverted middle school days, had never been renamed. Originally intended for gaming and sharing resources, it was unexpectedly useful now. "You're incorrigible," Lu Xiaoxi replied with a half smile, half frown. "I couldn't possibly use my main account. It's filled with familiar contacts. It wouldn't do to have it tainted by strangers. I haven't even added my old classmates from middle and high school, except for you. I want to concern myself with you. Aunt Sue has tasked me with keeping an eye on you. If you misbehave, I'll inform her. And don't let yourself be deceived by unscrupulous women. I've heard there are many in the city who trick boys into giving them money for entertainment. Lu Xiaoxi crossed her arms, a satisfied hum escaping her lips. Aunt Sue was incredibly useful. Invoking her name made many unspeakable things suddenly permissible. What was this little thrill she felt? She was convinced she had added Li Mu's main account. He had just mentioned not adding any other classmates' WeChat, which meant that, apart from their parents, the only other contact in his account must be her. Did this imply that she held a significant position in Li Mu's life? The mere thought caused the corners of Lu Xiaoxi's mouth to lift ever so slightly. Chapter 19. You must not share this. The commencement of a new academic year is merely a sequence of procedures: submitting documents, paying tuition fees, moving in luggage, interacting with new roommates, meeting instructors and classmates, and acclimatizing to a fresh lifestyle. As Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi are day students, they bypassed many inconveniences. Having successfully completed the registration process, they found themselves with ample time remaining. If I had known, I wouldn't have woken up so early. Li Mu remarked with a hint of resignation. But early is not so bad. We still have plenty of time. I would like to explore other places. Following the navigation, the two enter the cafeteria. The contrast between the university cafeteria and that of high school was stark. Li Mu's public high school offered a limited selection of meals, all served from large pots, neither particularly delicious nor distasteful, but rather standard fare. In contrast, the university presented a plethora of choices, featuring local specialties that could be selected according to personal taste. Numerous enticing dishes, unfamiliar yet visually appealing, stirred Lu Xiaoxi's appetite, nearly causing drool to escape her lips. Next, they proceeded to the library. As expected of a prestigious institution, the library was bustling with diligent students, even in the morning hours. They merely glanced around from the outside. After a brief tour, they encountered many handsome and beautiful peers. Li Mu was even approached for his WeChat 3 times, and a senior student from the 3rd year became his friend on WeChat as well, under a pseudonym. Our major certainly has its fair share of beauties. Li Mu chuckled. Digital media, being one of the most sought-after fields, attracted numerous applicants, unlike certain engineering majors where one might struggle to find a suitable candidate. Lu Xiaoxi walked ahead, visibly disheartened. Li Mu's popularity in being asked for his WeChat had inexplicably irked her, prompting her to quicken her pace and succumb to a gloomy demeanor. Are you upset because no one asked for your WeChat? Li Mu queried as he caught up with her. Better no one asks. It saves me from the trouble of declining. Perhaps, she mused. I wonder if that girl from earlier would delete me after seeing my moments. But you never post anything, do you? Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, her large eyes filled with confusion. She had always assumed that Li Mu refrained from sharing moments, at least not in her circle. Occasionally, she spotted his comments on Aunt Sue's posts. Could it be that he had blocked her? The mere thought of this possibility unsettled Lu Xiaoxi. I don't post from my main account, only from my alternate one. Li Mu clarified, pulling up his secondary account's feed adorned with posts about promotional activities, accompanied by numerous likes. Lu Xiaoxi felt a tinge of embarrassment for having doubted him. Suddenly, a group message pinged, announcing a meeting from their instructor that evening. Having just joined the class group, Lu Xiaoxi noticed its vibrancy, with several outgoing students generating lively discussions, easily accumulating over 99 messages. Of course, among the freshmen, there were also those who stood out for their ostentatiousness. Please, don't call me young master. I only pay in dollars and drink iced Americanos, they would declare, which seemed quite juvenile. While Li Mu perused his phone for messages, a student with a black and white anime avatar sent a link, preceded by a large red exclamation mark. Before Li Mu could save it, the message was retracted, followed by an avalanche of apologies. The student claimed to have been hacked initially, then later stated it was his younger brother playing with his phone, which elicited laughter from their classmates. Many teased him to resend the link, and within a minute, the messages soared past 99. Naturally, Li Mu doubted the legitimacy of the hacking claims. He understood boys all too well. Li Mu muted the notifications. Otherwise, his already battered phone would be inundated with alerts. So, are we heading back now? Lu Xiaoxi murmured. It's up to you. If we don't return, we can explore the nearby square. Let's South go to square. I want to visit a 2-yuan shop. Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed. Her enthusiasm ignited at the mention of the square. Having spent 12 years in a small city, she had never ventured to such places, squares, parks, amusement parks, none. She had heard that squares were filled with enjoyable attractions, daytime performances, evening vendors, and large convenience stores selling everything imaginable. The small mirror in her backpack was a cherished item bought by her mother from a 2-yuan shop near Square, which she had treasured since middle school. All right, let me check the directions. The subway goes directly there. It's very convenient. Li Mu guided Lu Xiaoxi toward the nearest subway station. Along the way, she followed closely behind him like an eager child, with his long strides. She struggled to keep up, occasionally sprinting a few steps to catch up, and when fatigued, tugging at his shirt to slow down. Although it was September and autumn had begun, the weather remained quite warm. In this short distance, Li Mu's forehead glistened with sweat, making him feel sticky all over. I have oil-absorbing sheets, Lu Xiaoxi declared, retrieving a stack of pink sheets from her versatile little bag and pressing them firmly against Li Mu's face, quickly soaking a sizable area. Save it for cooking tonight, he quipped. Please, don't be so gross, she retorted, wrapping the used sheets in a tissue and tossing them into a nearby trash bin. The square was less crowded than the university, with the evening being its most vibrant time. At the center stood a dolphin fountain, water shooting from the dolphin's mouth and cascading back into the pool, which featured several small yellow ducks, likely placed there intentionally. Families with children gathered to take photos, and Lu Xiaoxi crouched beside the pool, playfully squeezing the rubber ducks, which emitted funny, quacking sounds, enjoying herself immensely with the other children. If you get your clothes wet, I'll see how you get back, Li Mu warned, having found a cool spot to sit while offering a good-natured reminder. He found her antics rather childish, yet Lu Xiaoxi was utterly delighted, her radiant smile a pleasure to behold. He took out his phone, opened the camera, and though he was not adept in photography, lacking knowledge of angles, timing, or settings, he awkwardly zoomed in, ensuring Lu Xiaoxi was the sole focus before pressing the shutter button. Send me the photo later, but you must not share it. No posting it on social media, Lu Xiaoxi insisted, having sensed his intentions. As Li Mu raised his phone horizontally to capture her, she recognized his motive immediately. Li Mu was quite bold, unabashedly photographing her, which she found rather foolish. She was not fond of appearing in photographs outside her family. Had it not been for her homeroom teacher's insistence during the literary evening in high school, she would never have sung in front of an audience. During sports events, she would find a secluded corner to play on her phone, striving to avoid being captured in anyone's photos. She had even been reluctant to take graduation pictures. Yet, with Li Mu, her aversion dissipated entirely. Chapter 20. Reluctant to be photographed, yet fond of photography, as Lu Xiaoxi spoke, Li Mu had already captured the moment. Let me see, she said, immediately sitting beside him and leaning closer to gaze at his phone. Your photography is atrocious. Could it possibly be a reflection of the subject? Are you implying that I am unattractive? Li Mu retorted. I did not say that. You said it yourself. Go die. You insufferable Li Mu, Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, shaking her fist at him in mock fury. Come, let us take another shot. Delete these and use my phone instead. The clarity is far superior. Deal. Lu Xiaoxi unlocked her phone, handed it to Li Mu, and then returned to the fountain, cupping a handful of water, where a little yellow duck floated. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had never believed in the saying that girls change significantly as they grow up. Yet now, Lu Xiaoxi had transformed from a bookish girl into a graceful young lady. Done. Let me see, she urged, leaning in once more, gesturing with her fingers. Li Mu understood immediately, swiping through the album. Indeed, the clarity of Lu Xiaoxi's phone surpassed his own, capturing intricate details, the droplets of the spring water sparkling like jewels, creating a backdrop uniquely suited to a girl of her demeanor. Perhaps due to her deliberate poses, these photos were visually stunning, the kind that would serve as profile pictures online. There are also a few blurry images behind them, followed by 3 selfies taken by Li Mu, each showcasing a different expression, one with a silly face, another revealing his charming little fangs, and yet another portraying a mock-crying visage. So, Li Mu had changed angles multiple times just to use her phone for selfies? Li Mu, I believe you owe me an explanation for these photos, Lu Xiaoxi said, stifling laughter at his silly expressions, attempting to maintain a serious facade, her brows furrowing and relaxing like a painted egg, comical yet oblivious. Return my phone. They're hideous. Delete them all. Wait, I truly think you aren't that unattractive. Perhaps we should keep them? I mean, your photos are ugly. Lu Xiaoxi. One should not speak nonsense with open eyes. From any angle, I'm undeniably a handsome fellow, am I not? Mu, there should be limits to narcissism. Just because a few girls ask for your WeChat doesn't mean you should be so smug. Better than no boys asking for my WeChat at all, right? Lu Xiaoxi had always found herself at a disadvantage in their banter. Whenever they quarreled, she was invariably the one at a loss. She pinched Mu's side playfully, turning her head away in a huff, choosing to ignore him. Her damp hands left watermarks on his shirt, the fountain's water unclean, leaving a light yellow stain when dried. However, Mu paid no heed. The mark was indistinguishable from the one on his shoe. Someday, he too would leave his mark on Lu Xiaoxi's shoes and clothes. The two wandered around the square, sharing 3 bowls of noodles, Mu having one, while Lu Xiaoxi devoured 2. Having developed a psychological aversion, she dared not touch the restaurant's chili, even after confirming it was tea garlic. As evening fell, the sky was painted a golden hue, the dusk melancholic, resembling an orange sea stretching endlessly. Poets often lament the sorrow of late autumn twilight, yet how gentle dusk truly is. Lu Xiaoxi's gaze softened as a cool breeze swept through, dispersing the summer heat and caressing her hair. Feeling poetic? Mu scratched his face. He understood nothing of dusk or melancholy. All he saw was the gentle light of evening illuminating Lu Xiaoxi's face, hair, and form. She was breathtakingly beautiful. It was undeniable. Lu Xiaoxi was the most stunning girl he had encountered in his 19 years of life. Could you refrain from speaking? You're ruining the ambience. Lu Xiaoxi felt both embarrassed and annoyed. The mood she had painstakingly cultivated was shattered by Mu's words. Truly, you and I are not compatible. You big idiot. All right, I'll keep silent, Mu replied, raising his hands in surrender. That's better. Do you want to take a photo? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes gleamed mischievously. Weren't you just saying my photography was terrible? Are you foolish? How could the sky not be beautiful? Even a pig could take a lovely picture of it. Lu Xiaoxi pointed around, observing many people pausing to capture the moment. They lacked professional equipment, yet managed to immortalize the beauty around them with their phones. Then I shall take a picture too. Mu pulled out his phone, leaning back slightly. He snapped a photo of Lu Xiaoxi holding her phone against the backdrop, followed by 4 shots of the sky. Look at what I captured. After finishing her own series of photos, Lu Xiaoxi admired them, nodding in approval, then showed them to Mu. Mine aren't as appealing. Then let me see yours. See? Even the pig's photos are better than yours. Indeed, my photos don't compare to yours. On their way back to school, they both remained silent, absorbed in their phones. Upon their return, the school's streetlights had already flickered to life. Autumn had arrived, and daylight was dwindling. Mu was irked, feeling the urge to curse. Following the navigation led him in circles before finally locating the classroom for the meeting. The lecture hall was filled with students, chatting and laughing, appearing far from the strangers they were. University students tended to be more open in their social interactions. The class meeting was brief, a simple self-introduction by the counselor, followed by student introductions and a few reminders, wrapping up quickly. He recognized a few classmates from gaming, while Lu Xiaoxi connected with some girls she found relatable. Their dinner was resolved by takeout. After a day of fun, Lu Xiaoxi was eager for a bath, clutching her change of clothes and dashing into the bathroom for a refreshing wash. The hot water is out. Wait until it heats up, Mu called after her. Lu Xiaoxi took longer than usual in the shower that day. Did you use my shampoo? Mu, ever observant, detected a familiar scent. It's the French Royal shampoo I got for $10 with free shipping. Since using Lu Xiaoxi's products, he had forsaken his own. Why can you use mine? But I can't use yours? Lu Xiaoxi countered, having indeed used Mu's shampoo without hesitation. Your shampoo is delightful, she admitted, though she found his to be rather lackluster in comparison. Feel free to use my soap too. Don't let it go to waste. It's sulfur soap. Excellent for mites. I absolutely refuse. Who would use your soap? It's probably teeming with bacteria. Disgusting. A sudden urge to unleash her frustration upon Li Mu surged within her. Chapter 21. Lu Xiaoxi withdraws a message. What is it like to bathe with someone else's belongings? Quite refreshing. The novel has reached its conclusion. There is no need for him to continue writing, and the evening hours are relatively free. This newfound leisure allows him more time to indulge in gaming, which is one of the most prominent topics among boys. During class meetings, several boys approached Li Mu for a chat, and since they all played the same games, conversations flowed effortlessly. They played until midnight, at which point Li Mu excused himself, citing an early bedtime. The hall lights had been extinguished, and a faint glow emanated from Lu Xiaoxi's room. Was she still awake at this hour, with classes scheduled for the next day? Li Mu paid her little mind and glanced at the balcony. Lu Xiaoxi had already taken great care to dry her clothes. She had meticulously smoothed out every wrinkle, hanging them neatly. In contrast, he had previously hung his clothes carelessly, merely ensuring they stayed on the hanger without concern for wrinkles, as they would disappear after being worn for a while. He retrieved 2 garbage bags and fitted them onto the trash bins before returning to his room. A few droplets of rain tapped against the window. Autumn rains are often gentle, cool, and quite pleasant. Li Mu approached the windowsill, able to discern vehicles passing below in the community. Uncle Zhang at the security booth was still on duty. At this height, mosquitoes were scarce, allowing him to welcome the fresh air into his room. Soon, he would likely need to pull up a light quilt. He wondered if Lu Xiaoxi had a quilt. He had never entered Lu Xiaoxi's room or seen her luggage, but she had been in his room. A pang of injustice struck him. He must find a way to visit Lu Xiaoxi's room openly in the future. As he lay on his bed, an image of Lu Xiaoxi shivering from the cold without a quilt came to mind. He chuckled at the thought. Surely, Lu Xiaoxi would freeze. If she caught a cold tomorrow, he would tease her about her frail constitution. Meanwhile, next door, Lu Xiaoxi was tucked under her quilt, engrossed in her phone. She was reviewing the photos taken with Li Mu at the square that day, although she typically disliked being photographed. The rare opportunity to travel stirred within her a desire to capture moments of her beautiful life. Did Li Mu delete those unattractive photos? She was certain he hadn't. She understood him well. She gazed at the 3 selfies of Li Mu in her album, poking the screen with determination as if she could prod him through her phone. Even alone, she found joy in this simple act. The weather was turning cooler. Did Li Mu have a quilt? Lu Xiaoxi lay on her side, picturing Li Mu trembling in the corner of his bed, deprived of warmth. On a whim, she opened Li Mu's WeChat and clicked on his profile. His avatar depicted a white hamster, which he had purchased for a hefty 10 yuan at a pet market during middle school and had cared for diligently for over 2 years, despite the hamster's brief lifespan. Although the little creature had passed, Li Mu had not changed the avatar. She had once adored that little hamster, and even when their relationship had soured, she would occasionally visit Li Mu's home to play with it. A sudden idea struck her, using her phone's editing features. She drew a pig's nose and ears on Li Mu's 3 selfies, hesitating about whether to send them. After all, it had been ages since they last communicated on WeChat, long enough that their previous chats had disappeared. Torn between indecision, she ultimately chose to abandon the idea, letting out a sigh. However, as she put her phone down, her thumb inadvertently brushed against the send button. Such accidental sends were not uncommon. Sometimes, her phone would inexplicably activate various apps while in her pocket. Surely, he hadn't seen it. In a panic, Lu Xiaoxi quickly hit the retract button, feeling a wave of guilt as she curled into a ball under her quilt. Li Bendan. Li Bendan. I saw it. Li Bendan. Sweating bullets, caught in the act. Since it had already been seen, hiding was futile. Feeling emboldened, Lu Xiaoxi sent all 3 pig-headed photos of Li Mu. Li Bendan. Li Bendan. So this is how you want to play? I'm going to sue you for infringing on my likeness rights. Li Bendan. Image. Li Mu, of course, had not deleted those less than flattering photos of her and had even edited her head into a watermelon. Lu Xiaoxi seethed in anger. With only a wall separating them, she struck the wall in frustration. Li Mu felt the thud and retaliated in kind. They continued this silent skirmish until the sounds of footsteps and a window being opened from above brought their playful conflict to a halt. If they did not cease, they would surely attract the neighbors' attention. What had begun as an intention to sleep by midnight had stretched into the early hours of 1 o'clock. Ultimately, it was Lu Xiaoxi's fault. He plugged his phone into charge, set it aside, and closed his eyes, seeking tranquility in sleep. Suddenly, his phone lit up with a WeChat message from Lu Xiaoxi, which he failed to notice. The next day at school marked the first official day of classes. Unlike high school, university does not have fixed classrooms, but Li Mu managed to locate his lecture hall in just 30 minutes, surpassing the majority of students. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoxi's alarm waking him early, he might have been late. Arriving late on the first day of class would have been a significant setback among university students. "Why are you sitting so far back?" Lu Xiaoxi asked, noticing 2 empty seats in the front row and wishing to sit with Li Mu. However, he dashed to the back without looking back, prompting her to gather her books and follow him. It was too embarrassing to slack off in front of the teacher. "You are here to study, not to waste time." Lu Xiaoxi frowned slightly. He consistently behaved this way, ignoring lectures and only borrowing her notes during exams, yet somehow managing to excel. While she often assisted him, it was crucial to correct his lazy attitude toward learning. Her voice had risen slightly, attracting the attention of surrounding classmates. Some boys stirred at the sight of a charming girl, but when they caught a glimpse of the incredibly handsome Li Mu, their eagerness quickly dissipated. They were no match for his striking looks. "Are you my mother?" he quipped. "Aunt Sue asked me to supervise your studies," Lu Xiaoxi retorted confidently, wielding Aunt Sue's admonitions like a sword. "I can catch up after school. Besides, it's your fault for keeping me up last night." "I didn't get enough sleep," he replied, noting the bags under his eyes. Just then, the teacher entered the classroom. "It's just one class," Lu Xiaoxi whispered before returning to her front row seat. Li Mu sighed in relief. He intended to explain to her that he was not the type who needed supervision to study. Well, perhaps he was. His mother did have a knack for reading people accurately. As he set his phone alarm to vibrate, he noticed an unread message from Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi withdrew a message. Lu Xiaoxi. Chapter 22. Afternoon nap. The message was sent at 1:20 in the morning. At that moment, he was deep in a dream, battling Yang Jian in an epic duel. What could Lu Xiaoxi be doing awake at such an hour, sending and retracting messages? And what significance lay in that final period? Li Mu, seated behind her, had a clear view of her silhouette. Lu Xiaoxi had been attentively listening to the lecture when she suddenly glanced at her phone. He received yet another period from Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu responded with a question mark. Again, he was met with another period from Lu Xiaoxi, realizing that further inquiry would likely yield more periods. He set his phone aside, choosing not to disrupt Lu Xiaoxi's concentration. After all, they shared the same roof, and there would be ample opportunity to converse. She couldn't possibly evade him forever. "Hey, do you know that girl from earlier?" Amale Klasmate Bezide Li Mu whispered. This boy, named Lin Sheng, was the one who had approached Li Mu the day before to discuss video games. That evening, they had teamed up, and Lin Sheng was swiftly enamored by Li Mu's exceptional gaming prowess, thus becoming one of his devoted admirers, his first acquaintance in class, apart from Lu Xiaoxi. "Yes, we are from the same hometown," Li Mu replied. "Childhood friends?" Lin Sheng seized upon this pivotal detail. They were indeed from the same town, attending the same university, sharing the same major in class. Was this not the very definition of childhood sweethearts? Not quite. We're merely acquaintances, Li Mu clarified. "All right, forget I asked. What were you just saying?" "Nothing of importance." Lin Sheng mentally retracted his previous thoughts, dismissing any notions of childhood sweethearts. "Well, I'm off to sleep then," Li Mu yawned. "Apologies, teacher, for dozing off in the first class. Please ignore me and continue your lecture." With his head bowed and propped up by his hand, Li Mu utilized a technique he had perfected in high school to avoid detection while sleeping, a method that had yet to be discovered by any teacher. Lin Sheng was taken aback. He had only intended to sit beside Li Mu to avoid the front rows while still paying attention to the class. Who could have guessed that Li Mu would actually fall asleep? Li Mu's reputation in Lin Sheng's eyes increased by 1 point. In college, many classes were attended by multiple groups of students, making it challenging for professors to monitor the room. Consequently, many instructors turned a blind eye to students sleeping or using their phones. Just as the class concluded, Li Mu's phone alarm vibrated in his pocket, jolting him awake. "Class is over?" he asked, looking up to find Lu Xiaoxi standing before him, arms crossed, as the surrounding students began to disperse. "Did you sleep well, Mu?" She teased. "Not too bad. It would have been better if the desk were a bit higher," he replied. "You seem quite proud of yourself," she remarked. "Promise me you won't sleep in class again." Mu's lips twitched, finding her demeanor reminiscent of a mother. The thought of his father, thoroughly managed by his mother, sent a shiver down his spine. If Lu Xiaoxi were to marry into his family, he would certainly need to assert his dominance. There was no way he would be subjected to a strict household. Yet, he dismissed the possibility of such a future. "By the way, what scandalous message did you send me last night?" he inquired. "What do you mean by scandalous?" She retorted. "You didn't confess your feelings for me, did you? Why else would you retract it? Whoever likes you must have a donkey's brain." "Lu Xiaoxi, please rephrase that, or you shall face the consequences of the Galactic Justice Act," she responded, covering her face in embarrassment. Mu's foolish antics made her reluctant to admit her acquaintance with him to others. "Let us head to the cafeteria," she suggested. "Wait, my legs are numb," Mu said, feeling somewhat awkward as he leaned closer to the table. While his legs genuinely felt numb, his reluctance to rise stemmed from other reasons. Boys often experience peculiar reactions after napping at their desks, akin to waking up in the morning. For instance, they might only be able to walk bent over, a sentiment understood by those in the know. After a moment of silence, Mu finally regained his composure and stood tall, striding toward the cafeteria. The cafeteria offered a variety of choices, yet the portions were standard, insufficient to satisfy Lu Xiaoxi's appetite. However, being in school, she felt reluctant to overindulge. "You still haven't told me about that scandalous message from last night," Mu mumbled, his mouth full of food. "I already said it's not scandalous." "What is it then?" "It's a meme I made from a selfie, all right?" Lu Xiaoxi huffed in frustration. "What did you expect? I didn't dare show it to you after editing it. That's none of your concern. I won't be sending it out. I can edit it however I please." She had stayed up late the previous night, reviewing the photos she had taken, even glancing at Mu's social media, which he rarely updated. Her search had yielded no fruitful discoveries. Before sleeping, she had sent him a simple good night, but upon reconsideration, she retracted it, feeling that such intimacy was too much given their relationship. The final period was merely a means of alleviating her embarrassment, ensuring that Mu remained oblivious to her feelings. She wouldn't allow him to discover her affections. If that thick-skinned Mu were to find out, he would undoubtedly claim that she liked him. She understood him better than anyone else. In high school, Lu Xiaoxi had developed a habit of napping during the afternoon. Without that rest, she found it challenging to concentrate in the afternoon classes. Previously, she would rest her head on her desk, but in college, with no fixed classrooms, such behavior was prohibited, especially in the library. Fortunately, there were a few small pavilions around campus that served as ideal spots for an afternoon nap. Even if she didn't sleep, she could still sit there and enjoy the breeze. "Are you planning to rest here?" Mu asked, incredulous. Boys often entertain bizarre ideas. He had once contemplated setting up a tent in a park just for the thrill of it, curious to see if anything strange would happen while sleeping outdoors. While this place wasn't exactly a park, it was close enough. "Do you think anyone will come here?" She pondered. "Probably not. Just look at how dirty it is," Mu said, wiping his finger across the pavilion's table, which collected a layer of dust. "Then I feel reassured," Lu Xiaoxi replied, pulling out a tissue to wipe away the dust before taking a seat, resting her chin on her hand, feeling quite comfortable. "Aren't you afraid someone will show up? You just said no one would come," she pointed out. "If I say something, it doesn't mean it's true. Why would I still be here studying if I could predict the future?" Mu retorted, adding, "But even if someone does come, it's not a big deal. After all, we are on campus." His words served as a comforting reassurance, allowing Lu Xiaoxi to relax and embrace her afternoon nap. In that moment, she declared this spot her sacred sanctuary for rest. "Have you really fallen asleep already?" Mu observed his surroundings. The area was quite secluded, and they had stumbled upon it by chance. To suggest it was rarely frequented would not be an exaggeration. It was difficult to fathom that such a place existed on a college campus. Perhaps it was the soothing environment or simply Lu Xiaoxi's fatigue. After only a few minutes of resting, her breathing became soft and rhythmic, accompanied by gentle snores. Mu settled opposite her, having already napped during class. He took out his phone to play games, intending to wake her once the time was right. As the game loaded, he glanced at Lu Xiaoxi's serene, sleeping face, and a playful impulse surged within him. Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks bore a hint of baby fat, smooth and fair. He couldn't resist the temptation to poke her cheek, knowing his finger would surely sink into her soft skin. Chapter 23. A subtle caress. Li Mu yearned to gently graze the girl's delicate face with his fingertip, soft and smooth. Had his hand become an unwitting parasite? When did my fingers find their way to Lu Xiaoxi's face? As realization dawned, he felt his index finger softly brushing against her cheek. The tender sensation reminiscent of a cherished childhood pet, a little hamster. Startled, Lu Xiaoxi's brows twitched, prompting Li Mu to quickly retract his hand. The lingering touch of her youthful visage remained on his fingertips, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. A large black mosquito buzzed, landing on Lu Xiaoxi's fair neck. In an instant, Li Mu executed a swift move, sending the mosquito flying. I hadn't even had the chance to touch her. He made sure not to disturb Lu Xiaoxi's slumber, keeping the sound of his gaming to a minimum. The soft clicks of his nails against the screen audible only to him. It was a simple afternoon respite. The two found their way to the classroom, selecting a central spot to sit, an ideal compromise between Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi. Did you sneak a photo of me while I was sleeping? Lu Xiaoxi cast him a quizzical glance, feeling a tingling sensation on her face during her nap. Do you think of me as a gentleman or a voyeur? Li Mu lamented, perplexed by the impression he had evidently left on her. Surely, he was a paragon of virtue. Thank goodness you didn't tea, Lu Xiaoxi replied, a rare moment of trust in Li Mu shining through. The afternoon classes consisted of specialized courses. Many boarding students envied the day students for their freedom and ample time, devoid of any unpleasant roommate interactions. Yet, day students faced their own inconveniences, particularly for Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi in this instance. The digital media major necessitated the use of computers. Boarding students could easily bring their devices, but day students could not. Although the classroom boasted a computer lab, the equipment was subpar, suitable only for basic document processing. This major, however, demanded high-performance computers, making reliance on the school's facilities impractical for extended periods. Li Mu owned a high-spec computer, but Lu Xiaoxi did not. During class, her expression was one of despair. While the teacher lectured, she engaged in hushed conversations. This computer is so laggy. Indeed, even playing a simple game was a struggle. Li Mu wrestled with the computer, managing to access a gaming site filled with nostalgic titles. But the performance was abysmal. Playing even the smallest games caused it to stutter. As a prominent institution in the province, one would think they could afford to upgrade their computers. Lu Xiaoxi, having no computer at home, could only play at Li Mu's house during their childhood, where they were rewarded with extended playtime for achieving perfect scores in exams. Thus, they both excelled in 3 subjects. She fondly recalled their childhood games together: Fire and Water, Dreamland, and Stickman Badminton. Seeing Li Mu open a game, she suddenly felt a longing to play. What game is that? Lu Xiaoxi leaned closer, her curious eyes glimmering, her hand resting on Li Mu's thigh for support. Plants vs. Zombies, where plants battle zombies. Does it have the watermelon and corn? Indeed. Her hair brushed against Li Mu's neck, teasing him with a delightful tickle. The scent was subtle, lingering faintly due to the shampoo he had used the previous day. He subtly shifted in his seat, distancing himself slightly. Aren't you paying attention in class? This computer is too slow. I'll record the lecture to watch later. Lu Xiaoxi pointed to her phone on the table, capturing the lecture. Do you know much about computers? A little. Why? I'd like to buy one. Could you help me choose? Of course. Send me your budget later, and I'll help you find the best value. Li Mu had been a computer enthusiast since childhood, and despite lacking formal training, his extensive experience made him well-versed in simple tasks like selecting a computer. Are you going to play a game now? Do you want to play? Is that Stickman Badminton still available? Lu Xiaoxi had always enjoyed playing it with Li Mu. Although she couldn't play badminton in real life, she excelled at the game. Let me see. Found it. In the classroom, the teacher lectured while students indulged in distractions. As a 2-player game, they had to share the keyboard, seated closely enough to feel each other's warmth. With a limited space, their hands inevitably brushed against one another. Lu Xiaoxi's delicate wrist was so slender that Li Mu's grasp could encompass it with ease. Despite consuming ample food, her body showed no signs of growth, leading him to suspect a lack of nutrient absorption. Li Mu pondered this as his arm occasionally grazed Lu Xiaoxi's hand, the peculiar sensation sending a jolt through him. She seemed to radiate softness, her arms cool to the touch. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxi felt her ears flush, partially concealed by her hair. Li Mu's arm felt warm, enveloping her in a comforting heat. They played together throughout the class. As the lesson neared its conclusion, an unfortunate announcement echoed through the class group chat. The school would commence a 15-day military training session the day after tomorrow, requiring students to collect camouflage uniforms afterward. A chorus of groans erupted in the classroom, with some resorting to absurd superstitions, praying for rain, a scene that would become all too common on the day of training. For the freshmen, who had enjoyed 3 months of leisure, this military training loomed like a nightmare. Not only was it tedious, but for many, it would serve little purpose. Such a brief period could hardly instill a sense of discipline or resilience. The risk of illness was high. Colds, fevers, even heat exhaustion and sprained ankles could easily occur, leaving both body and mind exhausted. After class, with no evening lesson scheduled, Lu Xiaoxi contemplated preparing a meal herself. To her, ordering takeout felt extravagantly indulgent, and the quality of delivery food rarely surpassed that of her own cooking. She preferred to engage in the act of creation, unlike Li Mu, who struggled to boil water and would starve without takeout. With a chuckle at his expense, Lu Xiaoxi inquired, "What do you feel like eating today?" "I'll eat whatever you cook." Li Mu held the unopened camouflage uniform, having intended to tuck it into Lu Xiaoxi's bag, but it was too full to accommodate it. "Can we have hot pot?" "Hot pot on such a sweltering day? Aren't you worried about overheating?" "I rarely break out. My skin is well cared for." Indeed, Li Mu recalled the sensation of his fingertip brushing against her cheek earlier and nodded in agreement. Lu Xiaoxi cast him a strange glance. "Then let us have hot pot." A shiver ran down Li Mu's spine. Would his clandestine caress of her face go unnoticed? Chapter 24. Unless Li Mu likes her, first come with me to the market. There are too many ingredients for hot pot, and I can't carry them all. Lu Xiaoxi did not look at him again. "Fine." Li Mu sighed inwardly, questioning his own state of mind. Where had the carefree Li Mu, who received countless love letters in high school, gone? It was all Lu Xiaoxi's fault. She nearly made him lose his composure. The peak hours after work were bustling with people, and the market was abuzz with vendors' calls, a prime time for purchases. Li Mu rarely frequented such places. He neither cooked nor bought groceries. He lacked the knowledge to assess the quality of vegetables and had often faltered when sent by his mother on grocery errands. Vendors typically targeted young individuals with naive expressions, believing them to be easily deceived. He had been swindled a few times in the market before. When he tried to buy 2 potatoes, he would ask the vendor to pick them, only to end up with ones riddled with wormholes or sprouted, all at inflated prices. Suddenly, Li Mu felt rather useless. "Excuse me, how much for this baby cabbage?" Lu Xiaoxi crouched before a vendor, scrutinizing a seemingly fine vegetable. "This baby cabbage is very fresh. I'll sell it to you for 3 yuan per jean. I'll check other stalls. They have it for 1 yuan 70. Wait a moment, young lady. I'm about to close up, so I'll sell it to you for 1 yuan 70. The vendor waved his hand. "At other stalls, it's 1 yuan 50 per jean." Lu Xiaoxi stood up, pretending to leave. The vendor nearly choked on his frustration. If he sold it for 1 yuan 50, would she then claim that other stalls were selling it for 1 yuan 20? And then would it be 1 yuan per jean? Would she expect to get it for free next? "All right, 1 yuan 50 it is." The vendor shook his head, swiftly packing the baby cabbage for Lu Xiaoxi. In these times, vegetables were hard to sell, and even a young girl was so shrewd with her bargaining. From 3 yuan to 1 yuan 50 was quite a leap. Who could he complain to? Li Mu stood there bewildered. Bargaining? Having the price. "Here." Lu Xiaoxi handed the cabbage to Li Mu. Now, it was Li Mu's turn to follow her lead. The market was Lu Xiaoxi's domain. Pork, tripe, spicy hot pot ingredients, enoki mushrooms. Finally, they purchased a packet of hot pot base, and their ingredients are ready. Is there enough to eat all of this? Li Mu looked at the large and small bags in his hands, his mouth twitching. He knew Lu Xiaoxi could eat a lot, but this was excessive. Unless her stomach was from another dimension. Can't we just store leftovers in the fridge for tomorrow? Sound good. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Uncle Zhang, have you had dinner? Li Mu waved at Uncle Zhang. Already eaten. Back from school? Uncle Zhang took a puff from his cigarette and smiled. Yes. School started yesterday. Good. Study well. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, working as a security guard. What's wrong with being a security guard? I'd like to do that too. It's a straightforward path. Li Mu recalled a joke he had seen online. You sure know how to talk. How about your girlfriend? Uncle Zhang glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, who was looking down. Lu Xiaoxi hurriedly clarified. Not a girlfriend, just a friend. Ah, friends are great. You two go on up. I have to get ready for my night shift. See you tomorrow, Uncle Zhang. See you tomorrow, Lu Xiaoxi replied, her tone heavy with emphasis as she quietly rushed inside. Uncle Zhang extinguished his cigarette. Having someone to converse with made his security job a bit more enjoyable. Lu Xiaoxi had been secretly observing Li Mu. The notion of a girlfriend was too embarrassing. The more she thought about it, the more her face flushed, reaching her neck. She took a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart. If it were Li Mu, no way. Even if she ate 10 poisonous mushrooms, she wouldn't tea like him. Unless Li Mu liked her first. In the elevator, a woman in her 30s curiously observed them, followed by a little girl with pigtails. The woman attempted to press the elevator button, only to realize it had already been pressed for the 8th floor. Curiously, she asked, "Oh, are you new neighbors on the 8th floor?" Li Mu nodded. Since she hadn't pressed any buttons, she must be on the same floor. We're neighbors. Even if we don't know each other well, it's good to greet one another. Haha, I thought I hadn't seen you before. You must be students, right? The woman was quite warm. Yes, we're freshmen from Shanda University, Li Mu replied. Shanda was the abbreviation for their university, the best in the province. Upon hearing this, the woman's face lit up with joy, as if she had won the lottery, her tone slightly excited. You're from Shanda? Have you considered tutoring? Just call me Sister Xia. The thing is, I work a lot and rarely have time to help my daughter, Yuan, with her studies. My daughter is in the 3rd grade. Her math and Chinese are fine, but her English is a bit. Sister Xia hesitated, patting the little girl's head. Yuan, can you show your English test paper to your brother and sister? Yuan, whose face was as round as her name, nodded and clumsily pulled out a 30-point English test paper from her backpack. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi. How to put it? That is quite impressive, Li Mu remarked. Scoring 30 points in 3rd grade English, in a way, showcased Yuan's potential in the language. Li Mu, known as an English genius in high school, could complete any difficulty of English test paper in 5 minutes. He could write his name and exam number in 1 minute, answer multiple choice questions in 2, complete closed tests in 1, and spend the last minute writing a universally applicable sentence requested by the teacher. With a bit of luck, he might score 15 points. With better luck, he could reach 50. Once, Li Mu transformed his score from 15 to 55 and was publicly praised by his English teacher for his progress and effort, leaving him feeling as if he had truly tried. Yet, in the next exam, he returned to his original score, causing his teacher to become quite distressed, prompting her to brew goji berries in her thermos. Though Yuan's score was low, it was 3rd grade English, a beginner stage. Unlike Li Mu's high school English, even a language genius like Li Mu could easily score 80 or 90 in 3rd grade English. English is so hard, Yuan pouted, her fingers poking together, looking rather aggrieved, as if the test paper had scolded her. The little girl's pitiful appearance melted Lu Xiaoxi's heart. The elevator arrived, and the 4 exited, none heading straight to their respective homes. I've been wanting to find a college student to tutor Yuan. Since you're from Shanda, I wonder if you have any interest? Sister Xia proposed, her demeanor amiable. Li Mu exchanged glances with Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu had no interest. He could teach math, but English. He was merely a last-minute crammer, having forgotten most of it after 3 months of neglect. Lu Xiaoxi, however, consistently scored 120 in English, achieving an astonishing 140 in a recent assessment. Only Lu Xiaoxi was fit for this tutoring role. Sister Xia, I can tutor Yuan, Lu Xiaoxi smiled. That won't do. I can't trouble you. Teaching Yuan means you're tutors, and I must pay you, Sister Xia insisted firmly. At Sister Xia's insistence, Lu Xiaoxi transitioned from offering free assistance to becoming Yuan's tutor. In the corridor, two individuals were engaged in lively conversation when Li Mu mentioned that he would return to his room to prepare a meal. What were they discussing? It was only after a brief interlude of 10 minutes that Lu Xiaoxi reappeared. Li Mu had been oblivious to the chatter outside. From this day forth, I shall assume the role of a tutor for Yuan, conducting lessons twice a week, each lasting 2 hours, at a rate of 100 yuan per hour. Lu Xiaoxi, having changed into her slippers, cheerfully settled onto the sofa. Isn't that rather expensive? She inquired. Indeed, Sister Xiao works at a state-owned enterprise with a commendable income. Moreover, as a single parent, she is preoccupied with her job and lacks the time to educate Yuan. What motivates you to become a tutor? Yuan is simply adorable. I would gladly assist her even without compensation. However, my primary goal is to purchase a computer. I prefer not to burden my family with excessive financial requests, and with the addition of my modest savings, I will soon be able to acquire the device. Chapter 25. The taste of my saliva. Li Mu brought the induction cooker to the table, yet his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Concerning Lu Xiaoxi's purchase of a computer, he recognized that such a high-end electronic device would undoubtedly require a considerable sum of money. Since Lu Xiaoxi had not taken on a summer job after her college entrance examinations, even if she saved diligently, it would be insufficient for acquiring a decent computer. However, his little savings could certainly cover it. While he was not generous enough to simply gift her the money, he would not mind lending it to her if she were to ask. Given that they shared the same roof and their parents were old acquaintances, he had no fears about her repaying him. In fact, he secretly hoped she would ask to borrow money, as it would grant him the opportunity to persuade her into undertaking some rather improbable requests. For instance, wearing a pair of cat ear hair accessories. Was that too much to ask? Alas, his hopes were in vain. Lu Xiaoxi proved to be far more independent than he had anticipated. If she were to rely on him just a little, he supposed he wouldn't mind at all. His condition was indeed worsening. Hot. Cooking hot pot required little more than tossing in the ingredients. Once the pot boiled, Lu Xiaoxi hurriedly fished out the beef tripe, dipped it in sauce, and popped it in her mouth. It was so hot that she could practically breathe smoke while speaking. She certainly did not fear burning her mouth. Li Mu, on the other hand, approached the meal with more elegance. He tucked a napkin into his collar, picked up a piece of food, and rinsed it in clean water to remove the spice. Who said hot pot couldn't be enjoyed in a mild manner? It was akin to boiled vegetables, wasn't it? Lu Xiaoxi, who relished spicy food, could no longer bear to watch. Eating hot pot without spice was like having turkey noodles without the sauce or dumplings without the wrappers. It felt incomplete. Lu Xiaoxi, not everyone delights in spicy dishes. Li Mu's chopsticks danced in the pot, retrieving a heap of beef tripe into his bowl. Have you consumed all the tripe? Lu Xiaoxi, who also loved beef tripe, used her chopsticks to search, but found only a few scattered pieces. In a fit of frustration, she kicked Li Mu's calf beneath the table. The force was minimal, yet oddly pleasant. Since he had washed his clothes anyway, Li Mu chose to ignore her little antics, continuing to enjoy his beef tripe. Which piece has your name on it? I purchased this, but now it belongs to me. How can you prove that this tripe is yours? In a flash, Lu Xiaoxi seized a large portion of beef tripe from Li Mu's bowl with her chopsticks and devoured it in one bite, casting a look at him that was both smug and defiant. The entire exchange lasted scarcely a second. He had suspected Lu Xiaoxi had trained in some form of martial arts. Was she now fully accomplished? I've eaten it. My saliva is on it. I don't believe you. I didn't see you eat any. I have a habit of slurping my chopsticks. When I dipped them in, my saliva must have been in there. Li Mu spoke in a calm tone. Lu Xiaoxi looked up, recalling that Li Mu did indeed have a tendency to slurp his chopsticks while eating. Was there saliva in the tripe? A flicker of nausea crossed her face. With great effort, she suppressed the urge to vomit. Her face flushed as she managed to swallow the large piece of tripe. What saliva? It wasn't as if she had never eaten it before. It was no big deal. During previous New Year celebrations, she had even insisted that Li Mu let her eat the leftover spring rolls. How disgusting. I told you not to eat it, knowing there was saliva on it. Li Mu shrugged. Isn't it because you scooped so much? Once finished with their meal, Lu Xiaoxi headed to the bathroom. Li Mu lounged on the couch like a lazy creature without bones. Few could envy the simplicity of lying back after a satisfying meal. If only there were a television to enjoy. When the bathroom door swung open, a delightful fragrance wafted out. Why did you switch back? Your shampoo is too difficult to use. Now you see why I use yours? You seem rather proud of it, don't you? My bottle is nearly empty because of you. Next time, I'll buy a bottle for both of us. Li Mu grinned as he entered the bathroom with his clothes. At 10 o'clock that evening, Li Mu tried on his camouflage uniform in his room. If the military training uniform didn't fit, he could exchange it tomorrow. Missing the chance would mean no second opportunity. While Li Mu was confident in his physique, he still felt the need to try it on. After admiring himself in the mirror, he found that, indeed, with his looks, he could effortlessly pull off any outfit. The military camouflage uniform was made from coarse fabric, fundamentally different from true camouflage gear, making movement rather uncomfortable. He stepped out of his room, standing at attention under Lu Xiaoxi's surprised gaze. Reporting to instructor Lu Xiaoxi. Special Forces King Li Mu has arrived, awaiting your orders. Lu Xiaoxi intended to humor Li Mu's theatrics, but his serious demeanor contrasted starkly with his usual self, causing her to lose her composure and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Ridiculous. Special Forces King. More like Special Forces Bug. Lu Xiaoxi laughed so hard that she doubled over, clutching her stomach, caught between pain and mirth. Is it really that funny? Very much so. What else with your antics? Honestly, I think I look quite dashing in this camouflage. Dashing? Indeed. As Lu Xiaoxi's laughter subsided, she scrutinized him closely. The loose camouflage uniform, cinched at the waist, accentuated Li Mu's figure. Suddenly, she felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, realizing why so many girls sought Li Mu's WeChat contact. His charm was genuine. He was neither pretentious nor oily. People often say they prefer handsome boys who are unaware of their allure. Yet while Li Mu was somewhat vain, he possessed a clear self-awareness. His confidence, devoid of exaggeration, was far more appealing to girls than being handsome without self-awareness. Had Lu Xiaoxi been a bolder girl, she might have succumbed to the impulse to ask for his WeChat. She had previously been oblivious to his handsomeness, likely due to their frequent encounters. It fits well. Lu Xiaoxi turned her face away and mumbled softly. What? Li Mu leaned closer, unable to hear her clearly. Having just finished showering, Li Mu bore a delightful fragrance. Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks reddened further. I said you're a big pighead. Why are you insulting me? Li Mu looked utterly bewildered, promptly removing his outer garment. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi hastily covered her face, peeking through her fingers with wide, sparkling eyes, not daring to blink. Do you think I'm not wearing anything underneath? Your big eyes are giving everything away. Li Mu wore a fitted short-sleeved shirt that hugged his physique, subtly revealing the outline of his muscles. Who wants to look at you? I'm not interested in a narcissist like you. Though she said this, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help stealing glances at him. I want to try it on too. Lu Xiaoxi dashed back to her room barefoot and changed into the camouflage outfit she had received today. How do I look? She opened the door, tugging at her shirt hem, her gaze flitting nervously as she quietly asked. Being scrutinized so intently by Li Mu felt undeniably embarrassing. Not bad, but not as handsome as me. With a cap, jacket, trousers, and shoes, the same ensemble could yield vastly different results on different individuals. It was the classic distinction between buyer and seller showcases. Lu Xiaoxi belonged to the latter category. Any photograph she took would be the epitome of a selleress showcase. Li Mu conceded this point. I suppose I still don't enjoy military training. Li Mu sprawled across the entire sofa, letting out a deep sigh. The military training at school was both exhausting and tedious. From middle school to high school, the military drills primarily consisted of standing at attention. Online, one could observe that in certain regions, military training included live-fire exercises and tactical drills. If it were that sort of training, it might have been more bearable. Why are you so unresponsive? He asked. I applied for an exemption from military training, Lu Xiaoxi replied, smiling lightly as she returned to her room to retrieve a medical certificate. Are you unwell? It's just a minor ailment, herniated disc. Prolonged standing or exercise causes my legs to ache terribly. To recover quickly, I must avoid such strenuous activities. My counselor has helped me draft an exemption letter. During military training, I merely need to sit with a sick roster. Lu Xiaoxi spoke with little emotion. That's good. At least you won't have to train. Could you bring me some milk tea? Have some dignity. Hurry and wash those clothes. I need to prepare for bed. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoxi began to remove her jacket, belt, and trousers. Isn't it uncomfortable to wear shorts under long pants? What are you anticipating? If you're tired, go to sleep first. I'll play some games and help you with the laundry later. Li Mu coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Then I'll entrust this to you. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi casually tossed Li Mu's camouflage uniform into the washing machine before heading back to her bedroom. She opened her ebook app to read Li Mu's novel, only to discover that it had concluded. She still maintained her habit of tipping $1 for each chapter she read. Of course, she had only read this one book by Li Mu, as any additional funds would hardly suffice for further tips. She genuinely enjoyed Li Mu's novel, My Primitive Wife, as the emotional connection between the protagonists was exquisitely detailed. It was evident that one could not craft such a sweet narrative without experiencing a few romantic entanglements. Had Li Mu secretly dated multiple times? A sudden sense of unease washed over Lu Xiaoxi. She then opened her photo album to poke fun at 3 selfies of Li Mu, playfully chastising him. An idea struck her. She decided to customize frames for those 3 selfies. She intended to hang them on her wall, ensuring she could gaze upon the foolish visage of that big pig every day. Cocooned beneath her blanket, she sent Li Mu a simple period. Only then did she feel at ease enough to drift into slumber. Outside in the hall, Li Mu pondered the period sent by Lu Xiao Pig on WeChat. Deep in thought, did this period carry some hidden meaning? Was it akin to the previous numerical message that was insulting? Detective Li Mu opened his browser to search for the significance of a period. The only answer he found was singular. A period is merely a period, with no further implications. So, this period was meant to vex him. Was it just a period? What's so difficult about that? Li Mu sent back 10 periods, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 26. The Sanctuary of Afternoon Naps. September heralds the transition from summer to autumn, a golden month where warmth gives way to coolness. The pathways of the campus are adorned with a myriad of withered yellow leaves, which the diligent cleaning staff sweep away only to see them fall again almost immediately. Training during this period is far more bearable than under the scorching summer sun. At least the risk of heat stroke has significantly diminished. The infirmary is located beneath a shaded classroom building. Lu Xiaoxi sits on the ground, hugging her knees, devoid of energy. She finally begins to comprehend why Li Mu harbors such disdain for military training. Indeed, it is as tedious and uninteresting as he described. She picks up a small twig and doodles aimlessly on the ground, the concrete surface leaving no trace of her artistic endeavors. Only she knows that she has drawn a pig's head, inscribed with a certain someone's name. What are you doing? Startled, Lu Xiaoxi drops the twig, fearing it is a passing instructor ready to reprimand her, yet the voice sounds oddly familiar. As she slowly raises her head, she discovers Li Mu watching her with an amused expression. You scare me, she retorts, playfully punching his knee. What brings you here? I've been selected for the flag guard team. He replies. The training is relatively relaxed, and the instructor is quite amiable. We've just been dismissed for a break, and will resume shortly. Li Mu sits beside Lu Xiaoxi, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though the sun is not merciless, military training inevitably induces perspiration. Have you been sitting here all along? Your face is so red. It's your fault for being so hot and sweaty, like a furnace. If there were a thermal imaging device, you'd surely appear as a bright red blob. She quips, covering half her face with her shirt. Lu Xiaoxi feels the heat radiating from him. Sitting beside him is almost stifling. Are you thirsty? Do you have any water? Li Mu, still panting, suddenly spots a water bottle beside her, feigning ignorance. No, and even if I did, I wouldn't share. Why should I give you my water? I saw it, he asserts, slyly reaching for the bottle. Having noticed it with her that morning when she claimed it was absent. Who told you not to buy water during training? Go away. Lu Xiaoxi pretends to snatch it back. Are you really going to watch me dehydrate? Li Mu's lips appear dry and cracked from the heat. You can't drink from the bottle directly, otherwise I won't let you have any next time. The girl's water bottle is whimsically shaped like a rabbit, with a straw emerging from its head, the tip bearing bite marks, indicating she likely chews on it while drinking. Li Mu, however, does not use the straw. Instead, He unscrews the cap and tilts the bottle, gulping down half of it in a matter of moments, reminiscent of sharing a drink among friends. "I left you some," he says, a hint of pride in his voice. Pride fosters progress. Just as he finishes drinking, a whistle pierces the air, prompting him to bolt upright. The instructor is calling. "I have to go. I'll come back for more later." Such a thick-skinned person. After a long morning of military drills, Li Mu feels as if his body might fall apart. The relentless standing and marching have left his long legs aching. Lunch is taken in the cafeteria, where Lu Xiaoxi enjoys lively banter with several girls, while Li Mu shares a meal with Lin Shang. During the afternoon break, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi return to their secluded sanctuary for napping. "Are you really going to sleep here, patient?" she asks, slightly defiant. "I have a habit of napping." Lu Xiaoxi insists, feigning a sense of hardship despite having done nothing all day. She feels oddly reminiscent of a certain cat meme. "Then let us nap together." Li Mu responds, setting an alarm before lying down. Positioned across from Lu Xiaoxi at a small table, their heads nearly touch as Li Mu tosses and turns his sleep, his hair brushing against Lu Xiaoxi's face, causing her irritation. An hour passes, and Lu Xiaoxi awakens. The sanctuary is tranquil and elegant, surrounded by greenery, though plagued by mosquitoes. She notices a small mosquito bite on her fair arm, a conspicuous red spot that reminds her to bring insect repellent next time. The alarm has yet to sound, and Li Mu remains in slumber. Perhaps due to his perspiration, he has attracted a swarm of mosquitoes, evident by the numerous bites on his neck and hands. Curiously, Lu Xiaoxi gazes at Li Mu's sleeping face. His long eyelashes and well-defined brows evoke the descriptions often found in novels. She suddenly realizes that Li Mu's visage could fit numerous archetypes, whether that of a domineering CEO, an aloof master, or a charming childhood companion. If she were to marry Li Mu, would she not experience an array of adventures unknown to others? Goodness, how could I entertain such thoughts? She scolds herself, giving her cheeks a gentle slap. Yet, she continues to watch him. Long ago, they used to nap together, sharing the same bed and a single blanket. It was perfectly acceptable for her to rest her feet on him. They were merely children, and outsiders would find them adorable, as children are inherently innocent. Back then, Lu Xiaoxi genuinely believed she liked Li Mu, longing to cuddle with him for warmth. If they were to share a bed now, she would undoubtedly kick him out. There was no way she would allow a rogue like him into her personal space. A faint smile graces her lips as she gently pokes Li Mu's cheek, thrilled by the tactile sensation that had previously only existed in her phone's screen. Buzzing interrupts the moment. Li Mu's phone vibrates, slowly awakening. The first sight that greets him is Lu Xiaoxi's flushed face. He feels an itch on his skin, noting the numerous mosquito bites on his hands and neck, and glancing at Lu Xiaoxi's untouched skin, he wonders why the mosquitoes favored him so. "These mosquitoes are insufferable," he exclaims, scratching his face in annoyance. Lu Xiaoxi remains silent, feeling guilty for having poked him in that very spot, hoping he won't connect the dots. Li Mu, oblivious, is preoccupied with devising an elaborate plan to eradicate mosquitoes, envisioning himself as a national hero once they are vanquished. On their way back to the playground, Li Mu splashes water on his face at the sink, feeling revitalized as he dries his face with his shirt. "I have wet wipes," he starts, but it's too late. He'll be washing clothes tonight regardless. "I'll wash them with you. I fear you'll soil my clothes," he adds as they pass a convenience store. "Just stay put. I'll fetch you some milk tea," Lu Xiaoxi remarks, aware of his playful teasing, and playfully pinches his waist in response. Li Mu returns with 2 bottles of milk tea, presenting one to her. "This one is for you. This one. Pour into your cup for me." "Why?" "The instructor prohibits drinks. If it's in your cup, no one will notice, and I'll drink it later." Li Mu raises an eyebrow, displaying his newfound cunning. Chapter 27. The kettle filled with milk tea. The thought of enduring another fortnight of monotonous days made Lu Xiaoxi sigh heavily, feeling more distressed than if she were ill. At least those in the infirmary could converse with acquaintances, whereas she found herself confined to a corner, lost in her thoughts. Occasionally, the commands from her class or the laughter of her peers would prompt her to glance up. Her gaze fell upon her kettle, into which she poured her cup of milk tea, filling it to the brim. This was her kettle. Why should she share it with Li Mu? With that thought, she picked up the kettle and began to sip from straw. The idea of spitting into it just to gross him out when he tried to drink was tempting, but she hesitated, feeling a bit repulsed herself. Besides, with Li Mu's shamelessness, what if he actually drank it? Such an audacious act was well within his capabilities, and he would undoubtedly make a joke out of it, saying something like, "Did you spit in this on purpose? You must have a crush on me." She knew him all too well. After taking a large gulp of her milk tea, she capped the kettle, deciding to leave the rest for him. Considering the hardships he endured during military training. On the playground, the flag team was given a brief respite. The instructor announced he would return shortly to continue the training. And instantly, the entire group relaxed. That was how military training worked. Once the instructor left, they reverted to their true selves. "Bro, what did you disappear to during the morning break?" "I wanted to chat about games." Lin Sheng nudged Li Mu with a shoulder. "I want to find a place to sleep," Li Mu replied. "Why not come sleep at my place? I don't know your roommates." Li Mu grimaced slightly. He had been enjoying his nap in the sacred sanctuary of rest. Lu Xiaoxi, not sweating from training, had a delightful fragrance that lingered in the air while she slept. Who would want to share a bed with a couple of guys when there was a lovely girl around? "Do you have a girlfriend, bro?" "Why? Do I seem like I have some special preference?" Li Mu distanced himself, feeling uneasy under Lin Sheng's gaze. "That's not what I meant. A few girls in class were curious. They saw us chatting and sent me to inquire. Just give them my WeChat. Why don't we change your WeChat profile picture? That anime boy icon is too innocent." Lin Sheng wanted to complain about Li Mu's overly sentimental avatar and name, which was nothing compares to her. It was too pure. When playing games with Li Mu, he was hesitant to introduce him as a friend. If he had Li Mu's looks, he would have had a plethora of girlfriends by now. That avatar and name are carefully chosen. Li Mu chuckled. "It's just an alternate account. It doesn't matter. Even if someone messages me, I probably won't reply." His alternate account often flooded with messages from long-lost classmates asking for money or organizing reunions. But he never bothered to check. He had muted the high school group chat. When asked why he didn't respond, he simply claimed he wasn't in the habit of checking WeChat. "All right, then what kind of girl do you like?" "I like anyone who's good-looking." Li Mu pondered this question, realizing it warranted deeper contemplation. "I see you're quite the lecher, aren't you?" Li Mu retorted. Cough. "I, Lin Sheng, am a paragon of virtue." "Do you even believe that?" Li Mu ignored Lin Sheng as the instructor soon returned, abruptly disbanding the flag team for unknown reasons. Li Mu rejoiced, immediately heading back to the infirmary, still preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Xiaoxi's milk tea. Downstairs in the academic building, feeling excessively bored and unable to find a twig to draw with, Lu Xiaoxi began to doze off, her little head bobbing like a bird, irresistibly adorable. Li Mu quietly sat beside her, watching her sleep. It seemed she sensed his presence, slowly lifting her eyelids and letting out a soft, cat-like sound. "Did you sleep well?" "Wow, when did you get here?" Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, startled, then quickly lowered her voice, mortified at having been caught dozing off. You didn't take a picture of me, did you?" "Ugh, I forgot. Why didn't you say something sooner?" Li Mu felt he had missed a golden opportunity. "How could I say anything while sleeping? And you weren't allowed to take pictures." Lu Xiaoxi, still groggy, spoke with a languid and dreamy tone, her voice sweetly soft. A strand of hair inadvertently brushed against her lips. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiaoxi quickly shut her eyes. "You got hair in your mouth." Li Mu gently tucked her hair behind her ear. "When do you finish class?" Lu Xiaoxi exhaled, relieved. She had thought Li Mu was reaching out to touch her face, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. "Still half an hour to go. Should I head back?" "Aren't you training?" "Yeah, for the flag team. The training isn't that intense. Just marching in step is enough. The instructor's expectations are low as long as we don't mess up. We got dismissed early, so I can go back now. You wait for me. Class will end soon." Lu Xiaoxi clung to Li Mu's sleeve, her expression pitiful. She was already feeling bored. If Li Mu left, she would have no one to accompany her on the ride back, which would only worsen her mood. "All right." Li Mu crossed his legs, resting his hands on his knees, sitting upright as if practicing martial arts from a movie. "Are you practicing the sunflower manual?" "No. I'm just afraid of ending up with a herniated disc like you. Go away." Suddenly, Li Mu pulled out a pair of Bluetooth headphones from his pocket, placing one in his ear and offering the other to Lu Xiaoxi, ensuring it was clean. "Why are you still wearing headphones?" They're connected to my phone. Not many young people go out without headphones nowadays. Upon reflection, she realized there were indeed many people wearing Bluetooth headphones on the bus. Don't play any horror music. Okay, just be careful wearing them. Hide them from any passing instructors like this. He demonstrated, covering his ear with his hand. Military training prohibited the use of phones, and even the infirmary students could only sit idly and wait for dismissal. Lu Xiaoxi felt anxious, praying no instructors would pass by and notice her. Mu played calming instrumental music, his go-to playlist for writing, helping him focus amidst chaos. Lu Xiaoxi's heartbeat gradually settled, her nerves easing. Suddenly, military training didn't seem so bad, provided Mu could spare time each day to accompany her in the infirmary. So she wouldn't have to sneakily listen to music, but could simply sit beside him. Chapter 28. Yours is mine. Mu shook the kettle in his hand, the reassuring weight of the milk tea inside. Aren't you going to drink? I already did. I poured both cups together, came the reply. Then I'll finish it. Suit yourself, but you definitely won't have room for dinner later. Mu unscrewed the kettle and took a big gulp. He actually preferred to sip it through a straw. Drinking it straight would mask its flavor. However, if he did so, Lu Xiaoxi would surely explode in anger, pinching him and reporting to his mother. Mu drank my saliva. With how doting his mother was towards Lu Xiaoxi, he'd likely find himself in a mixed doubles match. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi went to the supermarket to buy a bottle of floral water. Even if they didn't visit the napping sanctuary, mosquitoes would still be present on the playground at night. Even while sitting quietly in long pants and sleeves, the mosquitoes could find gaps to leave their bites. Mu, being the oblivious fool he was, would surely miss these details. She thought maliciously, I can't let him have floral water. Let him feed the mosquitoes instead. What did you buy to drink? Do you want some? Let me see. You idiot. Are you going to drink floral water? Maybe not. Just put some on me. The supermarket is so close. Can't you get a bottle yourself? Lu Xiaoxi crossed her arms, casting her gaze aside. Mu's pleading was amusing. Floral water is something you need once it's opened. You definitely want to use up such a large bottle. It's better if I use it. Mu, grinning, effortlessly snatched the floral water from her hands. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could so grandly declare, let me use it. Mu applied the floral water liberally across his face, neck, arms, and ankles. If he were still bitten after this, the mosquitoes must have mutated. You smell so bad. The mosquitoes will definitely bite you. Bad smell? I can't smell anything. Here, take a whiff. Mu raised his hand to sniff his armpit. Today, as sweat was unavoidable, but he couldn't be the only one to endure the odor. You smell so bad it makes me want to vomit, Lu Xiaoxi retched. The evening military training was mostly uneventful, consisting of a token half-hour of drills followed by talent shows and casual chatting. Some loquacious instructors would share tales from the army, while talented students showcased their skills in hopes of gaining favor. Since there was no need to form teams in the evening, Mu returned to his class lineup. Aside from his sickly students, he had little interest in such performances and, unable to use his phone, sat idly, occasionally clapping or shouting in excitement when prompted. With a light sigh, he found himself unable to blend into the jovial atmosphere. His expression remained impassive, which, in stark contrast, lent him an air of melancholy and aloofness. Many female classmates cast ambiguous glances his way. To be fair, Mu's looks were exceptionally handsome. Some female classmates even took the initiative to add him on WeChat. And he accepted, but that was the extent of their interactions. He didn't reply to their greetings, and they never saw the other party is typing. In truth, Mu was not ignoring them. He simply didn't wish to waste too much time on WeChat. He didn't reject offline communication either. He could easily chat a few words with any girl who approached him. However, those girls chose to add him on WeChat instead, neglecting real-life interaction. In stark contrast, the boys found common ground through gaming, and aside from Lin Sheng, he got along well with many of them. During class, while Lu Xiaoxi sat with the other girls, he would be at the back with the boys playing games. Mu, is that bracelet something you've worn since childhood? How much was it? It looks nice. Lin Sheng, who was of similar height to Mu, always occupied adjacent positions in both the flag team and class lineup. A friend gave it to me. Mu pulled up his sleeve, revealing the black and red woven dog tooth bracelet on his left wrist. Is she your girlfriend? I already said I don't have a girlfriend. Then she has a female friend? You've studied fortune-telling? Li Mu raised his eyebrows. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Wait, you don't know what it means when a girl gives a boy jewelry? Is giving a bracelet such a big deal? Lin Sheng replied, Old Yang, give me your hand. The boy called Old Yang stepped back a bit. Hey, I'm not that. Just a little something. Old Yang then extended his hand. Old Yang, like Lin Sheng, was a gaming enthusiast and one of the first people Li Mu had met in this class. See, Old Yang has a hair tie. It's from his girlfriend. Look at the other boys. Don't many of them have hair ties on? Li Mu glanced at the other boys and noticed a few indeed wearing hair ties. Now you understand, when a boy wears a hair tie, it usually means he has taken. Is that so? Li Mu looked at the dog tooth bracelet on his wrist, feeling a little perplexed. But this was a gift from a friend he was only moderately close to. How could a girl who has just a casual friend give you a gift? Why not? Li Mu felt entitled to respond. Although his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi wasn't particularly close, they exchanged cards and gifts on their birthdays. It was like a programmed routine. Even if they didn't speak a word to each other or meet for a day, they would still visit each other's homes to celebrate with cake, saying happy birthday and presenting gifts. Do I still not understand? I think that girl definitely has feelings for you. Li Mu was hesitant to agree with Lin Sheng's assertion. His relationship with Lu Xiaoxi was rather special. They were neighbors, their parents knew each other well. They had been childhood friends, and after years of companionship, they were now classmates. The compounding nature of their relationship made it difficult to draw conclusions based on ordinary friendships. The idea that giving a hair tie means she likes you might apply to typical boys and girls, but it didn't quite fit for him and her. Clearly, this bracelet was merely a simple gift. If one were to insist on deeper meanings, it could only be that Lu Xiaoxi wished him well. And did he truly like Lu Xiaoxi? Perhaps just a little, but not excessively, more inclined towards friendship. It was too early to discuss romantic feelings between them. If they were to harbor any illusions about mutual affection and acted on them, the fragile nature of their existing relationship could shatter entirely. The worst outcome would leave them unable to remain friends, encountering only awkwardness and silence. This sense of distance could even affect their families, leaving both sides unsure how to interact, resulting in birthday celebrations with only 3 chairs. This was something Li Mu could never allow to happen. Chapter 29, What does a period mean? Li Mu pinched his chin and asked, Lin Sheng, have you ever been in love? Lin Sheng shrugged. No. I've been single for 19 years. After a lengthy discussion, it turned out he was merely a theorist. He should not have engaged in such discussions with Lin Sheng. If I had your looks, I would be surrounded by admirers, he lamented. It was surprising to discover that Lin Sheng had a hidden side to him. After their casual banter, the group gradually fell silent. Many were bitten by mosquitoes, cursing their ancestors in frustration. Amidst the lamentations, one individual remained unscathed, Li Mu, who had applied floral water. The evening military training was considerably shorter than the afternoon session. As school let out, Lu Xiaoxi was already waiting for him at the gate. Why are you so early? The sick brigade can leave first. That's unfair. You could also join the sick brigade with a slipped disc or a sprained ankle, he teased. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes dramatically. I suddenly feel it's quite fair. The night bus was rather intriguing. At this hour, only a few buses were in operation, and they happened upon one that went directly to their neighborhood, habitually greeting Uncle Zhang. Li Mu urged Lu Xiaoxi to head upstairs while he went to retrieve his package from the delivery station. Upon returning to the lobby, he found Lu Xiaoxi was nowhere to be seen. He could vaguely hear familiar laughter in the corridor. It was coming from Sister Xia's home. Just then, the door next door opened, revealing Lu Xiaoxi holding Xia Yuanyuan's hand, playfully mimicking a little monster. How adorable, Li Mu thought, his words spilling forth, directed at Xia Yuanyuan as well as a certain little pig. Right, Yuanyuan, give a kiss. Lu Xiaoxi pecked Xia Yuanyuan's cheek, which jiggled like jelly, leaving a faint blush. Don't make Yuanyuan's face puffy. How could I? Can I take Yuanyuan to play for a while? Sister Xia is working late tonight, and it's not good for Yuanyuan to be alone. Go ahead, Li Mu replied, and then headed to take a shower. After washing away the sweat, Li Mu felt rejuvenated. He dared not smell the clothes he had shed. Instead, he soaked them before tossing them into the washing machine. Today, He had made a special effort to wash his face with facial cleanser, taking even longer than usual. The sweat during training had dirted his skin, and some skincare products were quite effective. Under the sun and wind, the skin damage from military training was unavoidable, but these products could alleviate it to some extent. Returning from military training, he was darker than if he had been mining coal in Africa. He would surely be laughed at by his father. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, he sat on the sofa opening his package when suddenly he felt a sharp tug on his calf. Realizing that Xia Yuanyuan had pulled out a hair. "Hey, stop being mischievous." Li Mu ruffled Xia Yuanyuan's hair. The little girl was adorably playful. "Brother Mu, what is this?" Xia Yuanyuan, entirely unreserved, pointed at the projector in Li Mu's hand, her big eyes reflecting immense curiosity, as if a question mark had appeared above her head. "A projector. For watching television, like the one you use in school. Our classroom uses a computer screen." Li Mu was taken aback, sensing the disparity between cities. Despite the abundance of educational resources in contemporary society, some peripheral cities still relied on outdated teaching tools. Their high schools were still using unclear projectors for lessons. Why not give it a try? Lu Xiaoxi, now donned in bunny pajamas, joined Xia Yuanyuan on the other side, equally curious about the projector. For a girl who had never seen a movie, the projector was a novelty akin to Bluetooth headphones, something she had only heard of but never used. Excluding the dilapidation of her school. After adjusting the parameters, Li Mu connected his computer and projected the image onto the cleared wall. As he turned off the lights, the image became vivid. Both Lu Xiaoxi and Xia Yuanyuan gasped in awe. "What do you want to watch?" "I have VIP access to all major platforms." Li Mu felt a swell of pride. "I'll find something." Lu Xiaoxi searched for a popular historical drama she was currently watching, prepared a plate of fruit, and began to eat while watching. In the dimly lit room, only the glow from the projector illuminated their faces. Throughout, Lu Xiaoxi continuously fed Xia Yuanyuan fruits, occasionally pinching her cheeks and tousling her hair. Li Mu hardly paid attention to the drama. He only watched romantic comedies with his mother when bored, so he wisely settled beside them to play on his phone. While the television could be ignored, it was essential to have one. The projector brought a sense of familiarity to the room. At 11 o'clock, Sister Xia returned to take Xia Yuanyuan home next door. Before leaving, Xia Yuanyuan waved goodbye to them. "When does your tutoring start?" Li Mu resumed his previous seat, now sitting closely beside Lu Xiaoxi. "After military training. I can only return at night, and by the time I'm ready to teach Yuanyuan, it's already late. Are you still watching?" "I'm feeling sleepy." "I'm sleepy too. I'll hang out the laundry and head to bed." After hanging up the laundry, they returned to their respective rooms. He logged into the author's backend, having not checked for days, curious if readers had caused any trouble. As he anticipated, upon completing his novel, he received a surge of traffic from the conclusion, boosting the exposure of his work. Although the results were modest, the novel's completion had nonetheless brought him considerable rewards. Aside from the basic income from the novel, the largest profit came from reader donations, having received over 3,000 gifts in just 2 days. As he scrolled through the pages, he indeed spotted the name Xiaoxi Swallows the Sea. Xiaoxi Swallows the Sea had been donating $1 every 10 minutes. Given the timing of the donations, it was easily inferred that it amounted to $1 per chapter. With over 200 chapters, it was a substantial sum, even for him, let alone Lu Xiaoxi. With this wave of conclusion payments, his little savings account boasted approximately 17,000. Next month, when his living allowance arrived, it would reach 20,000, granting him financial freedom and placing him ahead of 99% of university students nationwide. He planned to begin preparing a new book once military training concluded, readying himself for a new writing journey. He received a WeChat message from Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu felt an urge to scoff at this period. What on earth did Lu Xiaoxi mean by sending this every night? The more he stared at that period, the more it irked him, prompting him to respond with a sweating emoji. As he was about to sleep, he sent Lu Xiaoxi another period. The recipient replied with a period in kind. Yet, the person next door was destined not to receive a response. The room soon filled with the sounds of snoring. As Lu Xiaoxi set aside her phone, tucked herself under the covers, and drifted off to sleep. She dreamt of a world where her relationship with Li Mu was always harmonious. They had been inseparable since childhood. Eventually, They became lawful spouses, marrying and having children. Just as the dream reached its peak, she awoke. With no time to savor the moment, she hurried to close her eyes and continue the dream. Chapter 30. Observe your hands. The September sun is not particularly harsh. After several days of military training, Li Mu has inevitably tanned significantly. His face, neck, and hands have darkened considerably, resembling a light-colored panda. During a break when the flag-bearing team disbanded, Li Mu sneaked off to the infirmary. It seems that the location of the infirmary is fixed, as Lu Xiaoxi always sits at the very edge. Lu Xiaoxi has beautiful hands, with faint blue veins visible on the back and her fingers resembling tender bamboo shoots, her wrists akin to white lotus stems. In comparison, Li Mu suddenly feels that his hands resemble the feet of a braised duck. He had not noticed his own tanning. If it weren't for this comparison, he would have been oblivious to how much darker he had become. Clearly, he needs to ask Lu Xiaoxi for some sunscreen. What are you looking at? Lu Xiaoxi, sensing someone's intense gaze, instinctively hid her hands against her chest. Was he just staring at her hands? How strange. Look at your hands. How perverted. Lu Xiaoxi did not expect him to voice it so boldly, her face flushing as she lowered her head, her fingers as white as jade, fidgeting with her clothes. Too shy to speak, allowing Li Mu to drink from her water bottle. Li Mu is just like that. One moment he's being cheeky, and the next he's serious, making such comments to a girl without a hint of shame. Even though she has known him for a long time, they are hardly on good terms. Suddenly noticing the distinct color layers on Li Mu's hands, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is wrong with your hands? Haha, what is so funny? Haven't you seen someone get tan before? Yours is just too obvious. I hadn't noticed before. Stop laughing. Can you lend me your headphones? Why? I want to listen to music. Li Mu was taken aback. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? I've observed. The instructors want to come here. Don't mind my earwax. Oh, come on. Just lend them to me. She listens to music with Li Mu every day and has never minded his headphones. Li Mu had never seen Lu Xiaoxi display such a cute demeanor, almost like acting spoiled, but not entirely. In any case, he found it a bit hard to resist. After agreeing, Li Mu hurried back to the flag-bearing team to continue training. During the lunch break, the sky grew dark with clouds, and a light drizzle began to fall. It worked. My rain god's blessing finally came true. It's raining. Someone from an unknown class shouted. Everyone, including the instructors, laughed. Of course, the student who spoke was soon made to do push-ups. Perhaps he really did summon the rain. As the downpour intensified, forcing the instructor to dismiss the group early. The patients in the infirmary had also mostly left. Lu Xiaoxi stood up and looked toward the playground, where there were hardly any teams left. Most people had rushed toward the cafeteria in the pouring rain. Getting soaked like this will definitely lead to a cold. Being detail-oriented, the girl always kept a small umbrella in her bag. That fool Li Mu isn't running out in the rain too, is he? She murmured softly. If he really went to the cafeteria, she would have to go alone. What did you say? A pair of large hands suddenly patted her shoulder, startling Lu Xiaoxi into nearly crying out. Upon realizing it was Li Mu, her brows knitted tightly, a frown etched across her face. In a huff, she stomped on Li Mu's camouflage shoes and, still not satisfied, swung her small bag at him. You big bad guy, you scared me. If I had known, I wouldn't have waited for you. How did you get over here in such heavy rain? I came from under the teaching building. By the way, did you bring an umbrella? The weather forecast said it might rain until tonight. The girl flashed a sly smile, pulling out an umbrella from her bag. I have an umbrella. Well, that's good. Let us hurry and eat. I'm starving. With a whoosh, Lu Xiaoxi opened the umbrella. The two fell into silence. Lu Xiaoxi's umbrella was a small pink one, adorned with a bear eating honey, quite petite indeed. Are you sure this can shelter two people? I brought the wrong one. Lu Xiaoxi whimpered. She had two umbrellas, both single-person ones. But one was larger, the one she had used with Li Mu at the train station. Since the bags for both umbrellas were identical, she typically wouldn't check when grabbing one. It was a matter of luck. Li Mu facepalmed. Why don't you go to the cafeteria and pack something for us? I go. If you want to go, you go. This is my umbrella. Then give me the umbrella. What do you want to eat? Anything will do. A tall boy at nearly 6 feet. Using such a girlish umbrella created an inexplicable sense of oddity, attracting quite a few glances. Their meals were identical: a serving of braised barbecue pork, a portion of corn stir-fry with meat, and a side of mung bean sprouts, a standard 2-meat, 1-vegetable combination. Li Mu suspected that the first requirement for working in the cafeteria is proficiency in the art of shaking. 1 spoonful of meat, and after a shake, only the fat remains. He had the cafeteria lady add extra rice for him, kindly dousing it with a generous spoonful of chili from the condiment area on his way back, and even bought 2 bottles of cola. Though the meals were the same, what he held was a red dish, and what Lu Xiaoxi held was white. Why is it taking so long? I went to the condiment area to add chili. Consider this meal as my treat. Now the question is, what do we use to eat? With your hat. Li Mu placed the food into his hat, transforming it into a makeshift bowl. Have you washed your hat? No. It stinks. How can you still say that? I can smell it from here. Lu Xiaoxi fanned her nose, mimicking Li Mu as she attempted to eat from his hat. She and T sweated, and the hat didn't smell at all. In fact, it even had a faint scent. Then hurry and finish eating. Once you're done, I'll use your hat. No way, what if it leaks and my hat gets stinky? Li Mu sat cross-legged on the floor, unbothered by the dirt, eating heartily, taking large gulps of cola, relishing the delightful flavors. Lu Xiaoxi, not as bold, leaned against the wall, taking small bites. The chili was oily, leaving her lips greasy as she wiped her mouth between bites. Girls must maintain their composure in public. If she let loose while eating, others would likely be startled. By the time she was halfway through, Li Mu had already finished, lifting his head to gulp down cola. The rain grew heavier, leaving no chance for a midday break. After several days of sunshine, no one had expected it to suddenly rain today. Here, your headphones. How do I connect this to my phone? Like this. And then that way. Got it. It seems to be connected. Let us play a song. Lu Xiaoxi handed Li Mu the other side of the headphones. Melodious and poignant music began to play, a piece tinged with sorrow. Your taste in music is quite refined, Li Mu praised repeatedly. Do you think everyone is like you? A homebody with a playlist full of cutesy songs? I just play a bit more video games. How does that make me a homebody? Since graduating high school, I haven't seen you step outside. What else could you be? Chapter 31. Does little stream sister fancy brother Mu? Li Mu found himself momentarily speechless. After graduating from high school, he had intended to find a job, but an injury to his foot thwarted those plans, leading him to ultimately choose the path of a novelist. During that period, he had indeed ventured out little, indulging instead in numerous anime series, thus qualifying as a half-hearted recluse. Being a recluse had its merits, sparing him from excessive social interactions and allowing him to make the most of his time. A state Li Mu found rather enjoyable. You're at home every day binge-watching dramas. Are you not a recluse yourself? How do you know I watch dramas every day? I go to play. I haven't seen you out and about. How could you see me when you're cooped up at home? Then how do you know I'm always at home? Li Mu countered, engaging in a spirited back and forth. Their feuding was not a new phenomenon. It had been a recurring theme back in their hometown, much to the amusement of neighbors. I often run into Aunt Sue, and she can't help but complain to me about you. She suspects you're nursing a broken heart from an online romance, and suggested I take you out for some fresh air. Lu Xiaoxi declared, her tone resolute, and her claims were indeed true. When will this rain cease? Stop trying to change the subject. By afternoon, the rain showed no signs of abating. With nowhere to go, their military training had also been suspended. It wasn't until the end of the school day that the class group chat announced the cancellation of military training for the day. I want to go home. So do I. After sitting for 3 to 4 hours, their backs ached. Shall we share an umbrella and head back? The bus stop is just outside. Once we reach there, we will be safe, Li Mu suggested. No way, getting wet will give us a cold. This rain is unlikely to stop anytime soon. We might as well hurry home for a shower. Though Lu Xiaoxi said nothing, she stood up and retrieved a small umbrella. You hold the umbrella. Thus, beneath the torrential downpour, a tiny pink umbrella ventured forth against the gusty winds. The umbrella was so small that Li Mu struggled to keep it aloft, let alone accommodate Lu Xiaoxi as well. To avoid getting drenched, Lu Xiaoxi had to position herself in front of Li Mu, which made him stumble awkwardly, inadvertently stepping on her shoe and leaving her white socks exposed. This repeated misstep resulted in her pristine white socks transforming into a shade of yellow. Well, I can't help it. At least we both have to wash them. Lu Xiaoxi shrugged off the matter. Standing before this imbecile felt quite strange, particularly as walking slowly would bring the warmth of his body too close for comfort. Inhaling the scent of her delicate hair, Li Mu felt a tingling sensation in his heart, unbothered by the rain-soaked back of his shirt. After a long trek, they finally returned to the neighborhood. Li Mu was nearly drenched, while Lu Xiaoxi remained relatively dry, save for her slightly damp shoes, which were of little concern. Lu Xiaoxi's white socks were adorned with small butterfly prints, and when hung out on the balcony, they appeared rather adorable. Comparing them to his own socks, Li Mu mused that her feet were barely larger than his hand. How about I gift you a pair? Lu Xiaoxi crossed her arms, her expression darkening. White socks were already prone to dirt, and after being trampled by Li Mu, restoring them to their former glory would require considerable effort, enough to leave his hands wrinkled. Li Mu continued to gaze at her socks with an impudent glint in his eye, utterly shameless. Do you have athlete's foot? Are you looking for trouble? Lu Xiaoxi flicked droplets of water from her fingers. Careful, those might fly into my eyes. You're acting like a child. Girls are inherently clean. After Li Mu finished his shower, Lu Xiaoxi took her turn. Glancing at the time, she slipped on her slippers and stepped out, bringing back Xia Yuanyuan, who had just finished her day at school. The adorable bun atop Xia Yuan's head was slightly askew, prompting Lu Xiaoxi to tidy it up. It seemed Lu Xiaoxi usually wore her hair down, only tying it back when cooking. Where did you learn to style hair like this? I've always known how. I used to do my own hair in elementary school. Li Mu stroked his chin, reminiscing about the younger Lu Xiaoxi. The girl who sported a ponytail and clung to his side, swaying as she ran, was someone he adored, grabbing by the hair to playfully tug. Whenever he would mess up her hair, she would cry and fuss, but once he fixed it, she would beam with joy, even if it turned out a bit tousled. Women are truly capricious beings. Why don't you tie it up now? Li Mu remarked, finding Lu Xiaoxi in the kitchen more endearing than with her hair down. I'm too lazy. My hair barely reaches my shoulders, so it doesn't make much difference whether it's tied or not. It affects my view. Then perhaps you should close your eyes. Classmate Li Mu, do you have a hair tie? I'd like to show you a thing or two. You can style hair? A weight settled in Lu Xiaoxi's heart. How could this guy possibly know how to style hair? Had he helped other girls before? I've styled your hair before. You know what I mean. Messy hair counts as styling. Upon hearing that, Lu Xiaoxi felt a wave of relief. Does that even count? You better actually know how to do it. Lu Xiaoxi tossed him a black hair tie, curious to see what antics he might conjure. If he produced a bird's nest of a hairstyle, she would certainly not let him off easily. Li Mu caught the hair tie and patted the space beside him, inviting her to sit down. As he gathered Lu Xiaoxi's hair, the fragrant scent of her shampoo enveloped him. His technique was somewhat clumsy, relying solely on his memories. And despite his cautiousness, he occasionally tugged at her hair unintentionally. With her back to him, Lu Xiaoxi's face flushed. Had their relationship evolved to the point where he could help her style her hair? The girl felt a flurry of emotions, her body tense and quivering, as Li Mu's warm hands occasionally brushed her nape, eliciting a tingling sensation that left her a bit lightheaded. The familiar feelings of childhood surged within her. It was as if the Li Mu helping her now was not the goofy boy of today, but the innocent and endearing Li Mu who used to take her on adventures. Her mind wandered, imagining if Li Mu were to revert to his childhood self. She would likely awaken some maternal instincts, showering the little Li Mu with affection. After all, little Li Mu was undeniably adorable. Xia Yuanyuan's large eyes blinked curiously at her sister, as if she had just pieced together a puzzle. In a moment of clarity, she began to understand. Blushing equated to shyness, and shyness translated to affection, based on her years of watching romance dramas with her mother. Little Stream's sister has feelings for Brother Mu? Xia Yuanyuan was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Chapter 32. Hair combing. The girl's hair was exceptionally smooth, yet under Li Mu's deft manipulation, it lost some of that luster. After 2 minutes, he had fashioned a small ponytail, admiring his epic creation with a satisfied nod. Please refer to him as Li Artist Mu. Xia Yuanyuan approached Lu Xiaoxi with a mirror. The freshly dried locks were a chaotic mess after Li Mu's handiwork, although the ponytail was secured. It was merely a small tuft amidst a sea of disheveled strands, many of which were sticking up awkwardly. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxi's little fists clenched in frustration. How does it look? Not bad, right? Not bad. Look at this disaster. My hair is all over the place. Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, pulling off the hair tie, sending her hair cascading down in a tangled heap, resembling a bird's nest. I think it looks rather adorable, all tousled like you just woke up, Li Mu remarked. Just woke up? That means looking dazed and confused. How cute. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue. Did Li Mu just imply that she was cute? That insufferable Li Mu, always spouting such embarrassing compliments. Where's the comb I left on the table? I used it to scratch my back last time. Let me find it. Don't use my comb for strange purposes. But scratching my back with it is truly delightful, Li Mu retorted, rummaging through the cushions of the sofa until he unearthed a pink plastic comb, brushing off the dust. Allow me to comb your hair. Combing hair is an art. It's not merely about brushing downwards. Trust me, Li Mu deftly ran the comb through her hair from roots to tips. Lu Xiaoxi's hair, smooth and unruly, straightened effortlessly with each stroke. The act of combing inevitably brought his hands in close contact with the delicate skin of her alabaster neck, an experience unlike any he had encountered before, leaving him somewhat enthralled. Her neck, so exquisitely pale and smooth, resembled carved jade, its lines gentle and inviting, adorned with fine, wispy hairs that tempted him to lean in closer. If he dared to plant a kiss there, Lu Xiaoxi would surely retaliate with fury. From his vantage point, he could glimpse the top of her head, occasionally catching sight of a patch of scalp, which he playfully presented to Lu Xiaoxi. Look, quite an expanse of scalp here. And so what? Just thought you might like to see your scalp. As his large hands glided through her hair, the sensation was undeniably soothing, prompting a soft, cat-like murmur from Lu Xiaoxi. The fragrant scent of her hair lingered on his fingers, and he brought them to his nose. Inhaling deeply, feeling a wave of bliss wash over him. That's so disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi gasped, straightening her back in shock, goosebumps rising on her skin. She suspected he was sniffing her hair, her neck. How audacious of him. Today he dared to smell her hair. Tomorrow he might dare to smell her clothes. And the day after, her body, she shuddered at the thought. Fuming, Lu Xiaoxi turned and began to poke Li Mu, attempting to tickle him and put an end to his strange antics. However, it seemed her efforts were in vain. His skin was too thick, and when he retaliated, she quickly succumbed, collapsing onto the sofa, gasping for breath, her blush deepening. Such playful banter inevitably resulted in some physical contact. The sweet fragrance of the girl lingered in the air, and when she tickled him, he could feel the softness of her waist beneath his fingers. Li Mu, a pure-hearted and cheerful young man, found himself experiencing a rather shameful reaction. Propping his elbows on his knees, he covered his mouth with his hands, adopting a rather stoic pose reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Lu Xiaoxi found his sudden seriousness amusing. Just moments ago, he had been teasing her, and now he was pretending to be composed. Unaware of Li Mu's inner turmoil, she playfully kicked him, but he remained unmoved. A second kick followed, yet this time he swiftly seized her delicate ankle, pinching it before releasing it with a grimace. Your feet stink. Yours stink worse. Athlete's foot, nail fungus, ingrown toenails, yellowing toes. Your feet are the smelliest. Fuming with embarrassment, Lu Xiaoxi longed to kick him into oblivion, but hesitated, fearing he would catch her foot again. After a brief silence, she caught a whiff of her own feet, reassured that they were pleasantly fragrant, not at all foul. After lying there for a few minutes, Lu Xiaoxi's heartbeat steadied, and the redness on her cheeks faded considerably. With a huff, she rose to wash some fruit. The memory of their earlier antics replayed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Only now did she realize how intimate those moments had been, especially considering they were not children anymore. Yet, she found herself surprisingly unopposed to it. Dabbing her damp hands on her face, she attempted to cool her flushed cheeks, fearing she might appear foolish. Meanwhile, Li Mu was already engrossed in a video game, while Xia Yuanyuan peeked over to watch him play. That guy will never make a good father, she mused. There's a saying, when danger strikes, a father is the safest, but when all is well, He is the most perilous. She beckoned Xia Yuanyuan to sit beside her, offering a cherry tomato, before playfully pinching her cheeks. The little girl became her personal doll, not resisting as Lu Xiaoxi squeezed her cheeks, her large eyes darting between her sister and brother, finally settling on her homework, which she had completely neglected. Let me have one too. Go buy your own. Li Mu was taken aback. The disparity in treatment was all too evident. Nevertheless, he shamelessly grabbed several fruits and stuffed them into his mouth, eating heartily. Are you going home after military training? Of course, this year's Mid-Autumn Festival coincides with National Day, giving us an extended break. This year's holiday is rather special. Mid-Autumn and National Day are back-to-back, resulting in an 8-day break. University doesn't adjust holidays like high school, so we get the full days off. If there are no classes the day before the holiday, it means an extra day off. Li Mu reclined on the sofa in an unusual position, engrossed in his phone. What about your tutoring? When will you buy the computer? I'll explain it to Sister Xia. The computer isn't urgent. I'll wait until I start earning from tutoring. How about I lend you some? Do you have that much money? Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him from the corner of her eye while teaching Xia Yuanyuan math formulas. Not bad. Including unpaid manuscript fees, I should have around 15,000. 15,000? Li Mu replied flatly. Forget it. The computer can wait. Li Mu said nothing more, not particularly upset about the thwarted plan of having Lu Xiaoxi wear cat ears. He understood her nature. She was fiercely independent and rarely sought help for things she could manage herself, especially when it came to borrowing money, which felt like a debt of gratitude. He had not harbored high hopes when broaching the subject. As the clock struck 8, the rain continued to pour. Lu Xiaoxi reluctantly headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, asking Li Mu to keep an eye on Xia Yuanyuan. When it came to watching children, Li Mu might not be an expert, but he was certainly capable. He opened a website for mini-games on the computer, locating a few two-player games that would surely captivate Xia Yuanyuan, who naturally gravitated toward him. In this day and age, children are often found playing mobile games, titles like Honor of Kings or PUBG Mobile. Excited by her first encounter with mini-games, Xia Yuanyuan eagerly joined Li Mu, sharing the keyboard as they played joyfully together. In the kitchen, Lu Xiaoxi had tied her hair into a small ponytail, far more aesthetically pleasing than Li Mu's attempt. The apron did little to accentuate her figure, and her focus on the food didn't distract her from glancing toward the living room. Uncertain whether her gaze lingered on Xia Yuanyuan or Li Mu. Uncertain when Sister Xia would return, Lu Xiaoxi prepared a bit more rice, knowing that a child like Xia Yuanyuan would hardly eat much. Dinner consisted of simple home-cooked dishes. After finishing their meal, Lu Xiaoxi began to assist Xia Yuanyuan with her homework. Xia Yuanyuan performed adequately in mathematics and Chinese, but her English left much to be desired. How do you spell the word book? B-O-K. And ruler? R-U-L-R. What about pencil? B-E. Xia Yuanyuan hesitated, racking her brain for the answer, but to no avail. Reluctantly, she cast a pleading glance at Li Mu for help. Li Mu silently mouthed the words, as he was still familiar with these basic terms. P and CL. At first, this method worked well, but soon Lu Xiaoxi detected a pattern. Whenever Xia Yuanyuan stumbled, her gaze would flicker to Li Mu, her questioning eyes darting back and forth between them. When she looked towards Li Mu, he would turn his head and whistle. When she glanced at Xia Yuanyuan, the latter attempted to whistle as well, but the little girl was at a loss and could only pucker her lips and blow air. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but chuckle. In this room, there were two childish souls, though she refrained from revealing who they were. Chapter 33. Why aren't you wearing socks today? At the end of September, the final day of military training inevitably culminated in a grand performance. On this occasion, whether it be the teachers, the principal, or the commanding officer, all were present. The military training at Shan University was rather unremarkable, primarily consisting of standing at attention. The only noteworthy aspect was the handsome flag-bearing squad. During the performance, several senior female students attended to observe. Some couldn't resist capturing photographs of the flag squad as they made their entrance, leading to an influx of posts on the confession wall declaring admiration for the boys in various ranks and columns of the squad. After the performance, Lin Sheng persistently trailed behind Li Mu, chattering away, Look, you made it onto the confession wall. Brother Mu, could you share some tips on how to become more handsome? Li Mu clicked his tongue in annoyance. Study more, read more, eat fewer snacks, and get plenty of sleep. Of course, this was all fabricated. He could only manage the last point among the four. However, that did not detract from his attractiveness, thanks to the splendid genetics inherited from his parents. What about Lao Yang? Isn't he with you? Lao Yang finished military training and went to be with his girlfriend. By the way, Brother Mu, aren't you going home for the holiday? Why not come with me to the Internet CAF for some gaming? Not going back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Returning would require transferring between high-speed rail, subway, bus, and taxi, costing over 900 yuan round trip. It hardly seems worth it. That's a pity. I've already bought my ticket. The performance concluded, followed by 2 days of the weekend, and then the long holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, a true bonanza. Tickets for such extended holidays were notoriously difficult to procure. After a lengthy wait, Mu and Lu Xiaoxi finally secured their spots. By selecting multiple passengers when purchasing tickets, there was a significant chance of being assigned adjacent seats. Mu utilized this little trick, combined with a stroke of luck, to successfully obtain DF adjacent seats amidst the scarcity of high-speed rail tickets during the holiday. After taking a refreshing shower, Mu emerged feeling significantly rejuvenated. Have you just returned from studying abroad in Africa? Lu Xiaoxi, who was tidying up the hall, remarked as they stood together, revealing their contrasting skin tones. Mu's now a sun-kissed bronze, while Lu Xiaoxi remained fair and pristine. I suggest you invest in better sunscreen. Even the best sunscreen can't withstand the relentless sun during military training. Could you help me sweep the room? Lazybones, do it yourself, Lu Xiaoxi grumbled, opening the door to Li Mu's room, her heart racing at the thought of encountering something inappropriate. This was her third time entering Li Mu's room. The last had been half a month ago when she was reading his novel. The room was as chaotic as she had imagined, with candy wrappers and empty bottles strewn about, clothes carelessly tossed on the bed, and a small box of socks under the bed. Li Mu, could you please pay attention to cleanliness? At the very least, don't leave your socks lying around. What do you mean laying around? They're washed. Li Mu retorted from the hall. Your room is a mess. Where? It's just a few candy wrappers I didn't throw away in time. That is still quite dirty. Objectively speaking, Li Mu's room was not dirty. It had no unpleasant odors or grime. Merely some trash bags that hadn't been disposed of properly. Yet, to Lu Xiaoxi, a girl who adored tidiness, it appeared exceedingly disheveled. She helped him sweep the floor, tossed out the trash, and placed the tissues from the bedside onto the table. Upon seeing the clothes on the bed, she sighed and folded them neatly, placing them beside the pillow. Thankfully, there were no undergarments on the bed. Otherwise, she would have certainly labeled Li Mu as a pervert. Why are you boiling water? To soak goji berries. Starting health regimens already? Lu Xiaoxi scoffed. I heard that some health master only lived to 40. Instead of taking supplements, it's better to sleep more and stay up less. Li Mu, appearing so healthy, was still inclined towards goji berry water. Well, I've heard that goji berries have certain benefits for men. I wonder if that is true. Is Li Mu planning to pursue a girlfriend, and is thus adjusting his health? The mere thought of Li Mu perhaps being affectionate with another girl caused a tightness in Lu Xiaoxi's chest. Goji berries promote fairness. You just said I was dark. I can't remain dark forever. Can I? That's good. Good for what? Nothing. Their train tickets were scheduled for the afternoon. Is this all you're bringing? Lu Xiaoxi inquired, lifting a small suitcase and carrying a small crossbody bag, while Li Mu had only a large, flat black backpack. In comparison, it appeared she was carrying quite a bit. I only brought a computer, or my old clothes from home. Li Mu weighed his backpack, finding it still too light. 1 cup of taro bubble tea, and I'll help you with your suitcase. Sure. When do you plan to treat me? What did you become so foolish, Lu Xiaoxi? Li Mu pondered his previous statement and found no fault in it. How did Lu Xiaoxi misconstrue it as him treating her to bubble tea while also helping her carry her luggage? No need. It's just clothes, nothing heavy. All right. Then just treat me to some mango sago. Take it. Lu Xiaoxi pushed the suitcase towards the annoying fellow. After confirming that the gas, air, conditioning, and other appliances were turned off, Li Mu pulled the circuit breaker and locked the doors and windows before heading out. The girl wore a beige inner lining paired with tea-colored crop pants, topped with a blue jacket. Li Mu followed behind, his gaze fixated on her feet. Why aren't you wearing socks today? Could you please stop staring? Be careful. I might tell Annie you're ogling my feet. What did I ever ogle you? Just now. I was clearly looking openly. Mu defended himself. Then I'll tell Annie that you were staring at my feet with lewd eyes. Cough, cough. Then I won't look anymore, all right? As they descended from the 8th floor to the 1st, they greeted Uncle Zhang before exiting the community. Mu resumed his scrutiny of Lu Xiaoxi's feet. Her feet were dainty, with even her 5 toes appearing rosy. He had even held them before and still found himself somewhat concerned. Why aren't you wearing socks today? Be careful. I might tell Annie you're ogling my feet. Lu Xiaoxi bypassed the bickering and concluded the conversation. Though someone was behind her, the silence felt peculiar. It was almost as if they were strangers. I'm not without socks. I'm wearing short ones that can't be seen from the outside. The person behind remained silent. Lu Xiaoxi, feeling a bit vexed, turned around. To her annoyance, the insufferable guy had put on headphones. Do you want one? Mu looked up, removing one earbud slowly. Yes. They purchased 2 cups of bubble tea nearby. Lu Xiaoxi bought Mu the taro bubble tea, while opting for kumquat lemonade for herself, not because of the price, but because she preferred fruity beverages over milk tea. Chapter 34. You are still as good as when you were young after a long journey. The two finally arrived at the train station. During holidays, the station teemed with people. After a painstaking security check, they squeezed into the station, found adjacent empty seats, and awaited the ticket check for their train. Oh no, Limo suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? I forgot to drink my goji berry water. So what if you don't drink it? The earlier you drink, the whiter you become. I'll lend you my whitening cream when we get back. Lu Xiaoxi turned to look at him. Limu's skin was a warm, wheat color, contrasting with the dark tones of others, though it had indeed deepened a bit since before. Unlike others, whose similar skin tone made them appear older, Limu exuded vitality, adding a touch of rugged beauty. In the past, Limu's smile had been charmingly handsome. Now, it radiated a sunny brightness, all thanks to his striking looks. Today, Limu wore a plain short-sleeved shirt and long pants, lacking any special flair, yet he still looked quite dashing. Lu Xiaoxi had a weakness for handsome faces, and Limu fit perfectly into her aesthetic from childhood to now. Why do you have to look so good? You have no idea how many girls you'll attract in the future. The girl averted her gaze, feeling shy. Are we going to wait for half an hour? They check tickets 15 minutes early, and we'll probably line up even earlier. We just need to wait another 10 minutes or so. Limu smiled, explaining that leaving early was essential to avoid being late. Otherwise, it would be difficult to secure tickets that allowed them to sit together. Oh, I see. Lu Xiaoxi, still unfamiliar with the rules regarding high-speed train ticket checks, could only follow Limu's lead. When did you become so considerate all of a sudden? If we're late, not only will we not sit together, but buying tickets will be tough. Do you know how much luck I sacrificed to get seats together? Why must we have seats together? It's to take care of you. What if you end up sitting next to a sweaty person or someone from a different race? I'd like to see how you handle it. He simply wanted to sit beside Lu Xiaoxi. There was no need to conceal that. For 3 hours on the train, they could whisper to each other, listen to music together, and even rest their feet on each other's side. Even if Lu Xiaoxi pinched him, it wouldn't matter. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head, softly saying, "Oh." Her hair conveniently hid her face, obscuring her expression, though a hint of a smile could be seen at the corners of her lips. Is Limu hoping to sit next to me? She thought, feeling warm inside. However, her daydreaming was interrupted by a video call. She exchanged a glance with Limu and removed her headphones. Hey, Xiaoxi, we're home. Are you ready? What time is your train? Mom and Dad will come and pick you up. The woman on the phone bore a resemblance to Lu Xiaoxi, appearing to be in her mid-30s, though she was actually in her 40s, still radiating elegance and warmth. Lu Xiaoxi, with her beauty, had inherited her mother's fine genes. Together, they look more like sisters than mother and daughter. It's around 7 o'clock. You don't have to come pick me up. I can take the bus home. It's south quite close. Are you with Limu now? The girl nodded, poking Limu's shoulder. My mom is calling you. Hello, Andy. Limu suddenly became serious, feeling as though he were meeting a future mother-in-law. The woman on the other end of the line paused upon seeing Limu. Limu, is it you? Hey, how have you two been getting along these past few days? Auntie, Lu Xiaoxi bullies me every day, Limu complained. Lu Xiaoxi gasped, immediately retorting, When have I bullied you? Have some shame, Li Mu. Unable to hold back, she pinched Li Mu's hand, but his muscular build rendered her efforts futile. Andy, look, he is saying ow. Ha! It seems your relationship is just as good as when you were children. I thought you two had gone your separate ways over the years. Our relationship isn't good at all, they both said in unison. Well, that's that. It's hard to salvage now. The woman on the other end chuckled, clearly amused. Once two close childhood friends, their communication had dwindled over the years, particularly during high school when they hardly spoke. Family dinners were quick affairs, often ending with a hasty, "I'm full. You all take your time," before they rushed off. Their parents, not oblivious, had sensed the change but felt powerless to intervene. Children's matters were best left to children. When the suggestion of living and studying together arose, they were surprised by the mutual agreement. As parents, they were delighted to see the two children getting along harmoniously. "Okay, call me when you arrive. Mom and Dad will drive to pick you up. That's all for now. Bye, Mom." "Goodbye." The woman on the other end smiled as she hung up. "Bye, Mom." Li Mu echoed Lu Xiaoxi's earlier tone. "Don't mimic me. You'll get yourself into trouble. I'll tell Auntie you've been bullying me. Go away." Previously, Lu Xiaoxi had used her mother as a shield, always eager to report Li Mu's misdeeds, keeping him in check. Now the tables had turned, and he reveled in this newfound sense of security. He suddenly understood why Lu Xiaoxi enjoyed mentioning telling Auntie Sue. As they waited for the train, they proceeded to check their tickets and board. Their seats were adjacent DF seats, with Lu Xiaoxi by the window and Li Mu in the aisle. Unlike last time, he had no luggage, and Lu Xiaoxi's bag was merely a small suitcase. "Let me take that for you. Are you really being so kind?" Lu Xiaoxi scoffed as she moved the small suitcase over. "That's what a gentleman does." Li Mu flashed a bright smile, wedging the suitcase between his feet and extending one foot into Lu Xiaoxi's space, claiming it with reasonable justification. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him, put on one side of her headphones, and modestly crossed her legs. She wore cropped pants, unbothered by Li Mu's encroachment, allowing him to stretch his leg over. The scenery outside the window rushed past. The sound of a snack bag being opened came from beside her. Li Mu, having procured some chocolate from who knows where, was enjoying it heartily. Lu Xiaoxi paid him no mind, but the sweet aroma of the chocolate quickened her saliva's flow. She continued, gazing out the window, subtly nudging her shoe against Li Mu's. When he showed no reaction, she nudged him again. $5 for a piece, Li Mu said softly. $5 for such a tiny piece? Are you robbing me? Lu Xiaoxi retorted with a cold smile, extending her delicate hand toward him. All gone. What is that then? Lu Xiaoxi pointed at a bulge in Li Mu's pant pocket. The $5 pieces are gone. This one is $3 each. True, but now it's free. Hey, don't dig in there. Chapter 35. The opportunity to purchase a computer. The 3-hour journey was neither excessively long nor particularly short. Upon disembarking at the station, Li Mu stretched luxuriously. After participating in the military training performance that morning and taking a shower without a chance to rest, he felt drowsy despite having slept for 7 hours. He had dozed off briefly on the bus, unsure if he had snored. Regardless of his thick skin, the thought of snoring in a crowded train carriage was mortifying. This brings to mind the numerous advantages of sitting next to acquaintances. Should he snore, his friends would undoubtedly rouse him. Right, Lu Xiaoxi? What? Lu Xiaoxi's large eyes brimmed with confusion. This guy had been sleeping with his mouth agape on the bus, and suddenly uttered something nonsensical upon exiting the station. It's nothing. Where's your dad's car? It seems it hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait at the bus stop ahead. All right. The small county still retained the business of motorcycle taxis and tricycles. In a short span of 100 meters, no fewer than 20 motorcycle uncles and tricycle aunties inquired if they needed a ride. Li Mu had previously taken such motorcycles for 10 yuan a trip, which was relatively inexpensive, but with the rise of taxis, these services had quickly declined. Many vendors set up stalls in areas with high foot traffic. It was only 7 o'clock, not the peak time for merchants. So only a few vendors selling sweet drinks were attempting to attract customers. Soon, a black car arrived to pick them up. Lu Xiaoxi's parents had come, and she and Li Mu could only sit in the back seat, engaging in lively conversation. Would you like to come to Uncle Lu's house for dinner? Maybe next time. My family has prepared a feast tonight as well. All right then, be sure to invite Xiaoxi to play often. Mom, Hurry inside. Aunt Qin was pushed by Lu Xiaoxi into the house, and before the door closed, Lu Xiaoxi shot Li Mu a fierce look. Upon returning home, Li Mu's mother warmly ushered him to the dining table. The dishes looked appealing, but Li Mu dared not praise the taste, as he was well aware of his mother's culinary skills. However, the hopeful gaze from his mother compelled him to eat 2 large bowls. He quickly washed up and retreated to his room. The first day of reminiscing about Lu Xiaoxi's cooking. Tomorrow, he would shamelessly go to Lu Xiaoxi's house to mooch a meal. However, with her parents at home, he needed to devise a perfect excuse to justify his visit. He certainly could not say his mother-esque cooking was unpalatable. If he did, Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin would merely exchange knowing smiles. But Lu Xiaoxi would surely inform her mother, leading to his inevitable punishment. His father might even take the opportunity to give him a few kicks. What on earth was he thinking about Lu Xiaoxi? In school, they shared the same space, so it was understandable to think of each other. Yet now, in his own home, why was she occupying his thoughts? He had never been this way before. Li Mu quickly shook his head, dismissing the image of the innocent girl from his mind. Suddenly, his phone lit up. He received a WeChat message from Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi, Li Bindan. Are you going to sleep? Lu Xiaoxi. No, I just spoke with my parents about buying a computer. They said they would cover the cost, so I don't have to do tutoring anymore. Li Bindan. So you're not doing tutoring anymore? Lu Xiaoxi. I am. Just part-time. It won't interfere. They'll help me choose a computer later. Li Bindan. Didn't you say buying a computer wasn't too urgent? Confused. Lu Xiaoxi. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, many computer brands are offering discounts, down to 699 yuan, and they even throw in a keyboard, mouse, and bag. Grinning. Li Bindan. Last time you were supposed to send me the budget, and you still haven't. Sweating. After a moment's thought, Li Mu retracted that message. Lu Xiaoxi. I saw it. Li Bindan. Should I come to your house, or will you come to mine? Lu Xiaoxi. Dream on. We'll chat later. Li Mu had intended to use this opportunity to visit Lu Xiaoxi's home. How long had it been since he last entered her house? He could hardly remember. He hadn't visited much this year, while Lu Xiaoxi had come to his house for dinner 3 months ago. Later on, Lu Xiaoxi knocked on the door. Li Mu, clad in slippers, hurried to the door and peered through the peephole. The girl appeared to have just finished showering, dressed in a pink short-sleeved shirt and shorts, the latter featuring fuzzy hems. Her slender legs revealed a generous expanse of fair skin, and she wore mechanical cat slippers, the toes pointed inward, looking adorably innocent as she patiently awaited someone to open the door. Who is this enchanting visitor? Li Mu teased, deliberately modulating his voice to mimic the boisterous tones of deities from the journey to the west. Come out quickly. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, finding his antics amusing. Had this guy never grown up? He used to do this all the time as a child, and it seemed he hadn't changed at all. Such a childish fool. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Lu Xiaoxi's lips twitched as she prepared to say 0. 9, just as the door swung open. Li Mu was dressed casually, and for a boy, his everyday attire resembled sleepwear. Are you in such a rush that you can't even spare a moment for the restroom? Despite his complaints, a smile adorned Li Mu's face. He felt uncomfortable unless he provoked Lu Xiaoxi a little. They say laughter can extend life by 5 seconds. If Lu Xiaoxi was perpetually irritated, wouldn't he achieve immortality? Did you finish in 3 seconds? No, I'm going now. You. A minute later, Li Mu emerged from the restroom, feeling refreshed, and grabbed 2 bottles of drink from the refrigerator. Here, did you wash your hands? Of course. Look, they're still wet. Gross. The two entered the elevator. One of the benefits of living in an older neighborhood was the familiarity among neighbors. Many elderly residents sat around chatting, forming a formidable network of information. They knew every little detail, even the addition of a blade of grass in the community. As they exited the elevator, they greeted a cluster of elderly men and women. Some remarked that the two were quite a pair, prompting Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi to spend considerable effort refuting the notion, recalling countless instances from their childhood that proved their incompatibility, much to the amusement of the onlookers. The basketball court was brightly lit, frequented by middle-aged women who enjoyed dancing there. Unlike other places, these ladies did not monopolize the court. They found a well-lit area to dance in groups. Aside from the noise, it was rather pleasant. They settled in a small pavilion not far from the court, and even at this distance, they could hear the lively music from the dancers. "Aren't those your parents?" "Yes, they came down to play badminton after dinner." Although Lu Xiaoxi was slightly nearsighted, she didn't have the habit of wearing glasses, so she squinted to see the court, eventually spotting two familiar figures engaged in a game. "Didn't we come to buy a computer? Why are we here instead? The mosquitoes are unbearable." Lu Xiaoxi was also curious about the reason. Despite living under the same roof at school, their daily encounters felt entirely different from entering Li Mu's home. What role would she play in his home? A neighbor? A classmate? A friend? Childhood companions? Or something else entirely? Regardless, she felt nervous. It was Li Mu's home, wholly his. Entering felt as if it would imply a closeness between them. Chapter 36. Good night. After a lengthy discussion, based on Lu Xiaoxi's budget of 7,000 to 8,000, they quickly selected several computers. This particular model offered excellent value for money, albeit with subpar after-sales support. As Li Mu spoke, he opened a video on a popular site to show her relevant computer explanations. While he was not a professional, his analysis was comprehensive and closely mirrored the video content. Lu Xiaoxi watched the video sideways on her phone, occasionally nodding and emitting sounds of sudden realization, though was uncertain whether she truly understood. He was aware of Lu Xiaoxi's limited experience with computers, and thus, his explanations might have been in vain. With her phone in hand, he found his hands at a loss, so he began to trace the Go board carved onto the stone table, using a twig to brush away the dust. This Go board had existed since their childhood. Back then, they did not know how to play Go, so they used it for 5 in a row, fashioning twigs and leaves into makeshift black and white pieces. Lu Xiaoxi always clamored to use leaves. During their games, Li Mu invariably emerged victorious, not due to any exceptional skill, but because Lu Xiaoxi was adorably naive at that time. Whenever he felt he was about to lose, he would point at the trees and claim to see a dung beetle or a large beetle, which would leave Lu Xiaoxi momentarily bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, he would discreetly swap his pieces, a tactic that never failed. There were penalties for losing back then. He would smear a bit of dirt on Lu Xiaoxi's delicate face, followed by a playful rub, teasing her as a little calico cat. On several occasions, he made her cry, only to return home chastised by his parents and awkwardly apologize to Lu Xiaoxi, only to stick together again the following day. Had he truly been so mischievous in the past? Li Mu couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. It seemed that the girl before him, gazing at her phone, was not the beautiful Lu Xiaoxi, but rather the endearing Lu Xiaozhu of their childhood, and he was not the roguish Li Mu, but rather the astute elder brother from yesteryears. Time possesses a cyclical nature, with each dynasty in history undergoing a repetitive iteration, from establishment to development to prosperity, culminating in demise, before a new empire rises, continuing the cycle. Now, after more than a decade, he found himself once again seated opposite Lu Xiaoxi at this weathered pavilion, marking a temporal intersection in their shared history. He felt a stirring within him, his gaze towards Lu Xiaoxi imbued with an unspoken, profound emotion. "Did you understand?" Li Mu propped his head on his hand, watching her as the video neared its conclusion, softly inquiring. "I got it. Which one do you prefer?" Lu Xiaoxi awkwardly shook her head. Had she truly understood? It was unlikely. Terms like graphics card, memory, and CPU were as foreign to her as a mythical tale. Continuing to watch would surely leave her mind in a whirl. Observing her eyes nearly spiral into confusion, Li Mu patiently explained once more and ultimately settled on 3 machines for her to choose from. "Isn't this one similar to yours?" Lu Xiaoxi pointed to one of the computers, a sense of familiarity washing over her, as if it were the very machine Li Mu currently used. Upon closer inspection, Li Mu remarked, "Your eye is keen. The model you're looking at resembles mine, but its specifications are superior, as my computer is 2 years old." "Then I'll take this one. This one is rather heavy. Carrying it to class might be cumbersome. You could explore more options within this price range. I can accompany you to look at others. Can't you just carry it for me? Do you trust me to download the entire 2345 suite and the 361 suite on your computer, along with a dozen legendary games?" "What is that?" Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head, intrigued. "Nothing much," he replied, knowing well that she was oblivious to such matters, yet he couldn't resist teasing her. All right, I'll place the order. Why you sound so peculiar? Lu Xiaoxi glanced up, meeting Li Mu's gentle smile. The moonlight cascaded upon his face, causing her heart to skip a beat. Feeling good today, are we? Not really, just in a good mood. Lu Xiaoxi turned away, feeling warmth rise to her cheeks. Suddenly conscious that she was still holding someone else's phone, she smirked inwardly. Unbothered by whether he would object, she boldly began to browse. Having just locked the screen, Lu Xiaoxi attempted to input Li Mu's birthday but failed. Next, she tried the first 6 digits of his QQ number, successfully unlocking the phone. Li Mu was one to reuse passwords. It was either his birthday or the first 6 digits of his QQ number. Perhaps even his payment and bank passwords followed suit. He was rather careless. If someone were to discover this, he would certainly lament. Infringing upon another's privacy was not commendable behavior. But Lu Xiaoxi, upon unlocking the phone, turned it towards Li Mu, who showed no signs of stopping her. She interpreted this as his tacit approval to view his phone. Her curiosity piqued. She opened Li Mu's QQ to begin her exploration. QQ was his primary platform for communication, and upon glancing at the chat interface, she noticed numerous gaming group chats. Searching for recent conversations, she found exchanges with various online acquaintances. Their usernames ranging from Invincible Dragon War God to Handsome Who from Flipping Garden. There were even profiles featuring attractive female avatars. But the chats were brief and had fizzled out. She searched for her own QQ account, but found no messages due to the long absence of communication, though her nickname, Lu Xiaoxi, was still saved. Li Mu's WeChat secondary account held over 400 unread messages, and Lu Xiaoxi felt she had stumbled upon a treasure trove, only to find it was mostly public account notifications. His WeChat Sports app had also accumulated over 99 notifications, with genuine conversations being scarce. She noticed several girls from their class messaging him, some hoping to get to know him, others eager to play games together, but Li Mu had not responded. A red dot still lingered on the chat interface. Was this guy truly so honest? Have you finished? Not yet. I want to see your browser history. Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, her eyes widening, reflecting the moonlight beautifully. Upon hearing the word browser, Li Mu was initially startled, quickly recalling his recent search history. Remembering he had used incognito mode, he relaxed. Go ahead. Lu Xiaoxi took him at his word, truly inspecting his browser history. She was aware that boys often visited less savory websites, and if she caught him, she would undoubtedly leverage the information to keep him obedient. Unfortunately, she found nothing, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Ugh, I can't let Li Mu serve me tea anymore. Have you finished? Yes. Then return it to me. All right. How about a game of 5 in a row next? Are you out of your mind? Playing chess at this hour? I haven't played in a while. Here. Li Mu gathered some twigs and leaves, placing the leaves on Lu Xiaoxi's side, using his phone's flashlight to illuminate the board, breaking off a small twig to place it in the center. You childish fool. Lu Xiaoxi muttered softly, tearing off a small piece of leaf to place beside the twig. As Li Mu placed 3 twigs, she blocked one end. When he added a 4th twig, she could secure both ends. Though she was a adept at 5 in a row, she understood the importance of preventing Li Mu from connecting 5 pieces. Each time 3 aligned in a straight line, she would promptly obstruct him. As time passed, Li Mu's twigs accumulated, soon leading to a stalemate. No matter where Lu Xiaoxi placed her pieces, he had an alternate line to connect 5. Lu Xiaoxi remains as inept as ever. I shall not play anymore. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, blowing air onto the chessboard, causing twigs and leaves to scatter onto Li Mu. Wait a moment, let me take a photo, Li Mu said, raising his phone to capture a picture of the moon. The Mid-Autumn Festival was tomorrow. The moon would be rounder on the 16th. Though he spoke thus, Lu Xiaoxi also took out her phone to photograph the sky. Their phone cameras were of low resolution, and magnifying the image only rendered it more indistinct. The dim sky could only capture a bright, devoid of artistic flair, yet strangely imbued with it. The girl walked ahead with her hands clasped behind her back, and he trailed behind, observing the delicate intertwining of her fingers. In the past, it was Lu Xiaoxi who followed him. Now, however, he found himself following her. Are you heading back? I feel a bit sleepy. Lu Xiaoxi yawned and rubbed her eyes, appearing genuinely tired. Then let's go back. No one is stopping you. Yet you still insisted on playing chess with me, she retorted. Isn't this a nostalgic moment? It reminded me of our childhood. Tolimo's surprise. He found himself reminiscing about the past. Could it be that he held onto those memories? Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth, her expression a tapestry of disdain, astonishment, and suppressed laughter. All feigned. I have always believed you possess an acute perception of people. You seem particularly odd tonight. Did you take the wrong medicine? It's just my mother-esque cooking, you understand. You dare to criticize Aunt Sue's cooking? I shall inform her, and you can expect a scolding. Their banter echoed loudly as they walked. The usual crowd of elderly uncles and aunts from the information network had departed, leaving only a few seniors strolling in the sports field. As they stood at Lu Xiaoxi's doorstep, she suddenly called out to him. Without closing her door, she dashed inside and quickly reemerged, a small mooncake in hand. Here, this is for you. You can only eat it tomorrow. TSK, you actually have a 5-nut filling? Li Mu glanced at the inscription in the center, his face scrunching up in distaste. Is there no egg yolk? You are so particular. Lu Xiaoxi ran back in to fetch a lotus seed mooncake with egg yolk for him. I suppose I should return the favor, Li Mu remarked, heading back to retrieve 2 5-nut mooncakes. I do not eat 5-nut. 5-nut is delightful. It's exceptionally good. Do you have any with melon? No, you're too demanding. Lu Xiaoxi's fist clenched in frustration. Just as she intended to retaliate against Li Mu, he seemed to anticipate her move and swiftly closed the door, hiding away. With no outlet for her anger, Lu Xiaoxi felt as though she might burst. She resolved to deliver 2 punches to Li Mu upon seeing him tomorrow, if only to relieve her irritation. My parents are already asleep. Li Mu returned to his room and collapsed on his bed, the faint glow of moonlight streaming through the window. He plugged his phone in to charge and opened WeChat, awaiting a message from Lu Xiaoxi. After a few minutes of boredom, he decided to browse her moments. Lu Xiaoxi rarely posted, sharing only about 10 updates a year, typically reserved for significant events, like her recent trip or her first experience riding the subway or visiting the plaza. However, she had posted unusually often in the past month. There were likes and comments from people Li Mu did not recognize, most likely her high school classmates. Just then, Lu Xiaoxi uploaded a new post, a blurry image of the moon with the caption, "The moon on the 15th is round on the 16th. But the moon on the 14th is also quite round." For some reason, he suddenly felt a desire to purchase a camera. Lying on his side, he liked her new post, noting that it was published precisely at midnight. It was already the Mid-Autumn Festival. How long had it been since they wished each other a happy Mid-Autumn Festival? It felt like ages, long enough that he could not recall. Their cohabitation had softened their relationship, making it less distant than before. After a moment's contemplation, Li Mu composed a message, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, mooncake." Before he could send it, Lu Xiaoxi beat him to it. Lu Xiaozhu, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Li Binda, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, mooncake." Lu Xiaozhu, "Mooncake, mooncake." Lu Xiaozhu, Li Binda, "Good night." Chapter 37. The Domestic Panda. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached with the crispness of autumn, families across the land gathered in joyous reunion. The parking lot of the community was brimming with cars. As travelers returned home, carrying various bags, their faces alight with uncontainable smiles. In a ceramic bowl, 2 boiled eggs rested, while a pot of lean meat congee simmered on the induction cooker, adorned with slivers of ginger and scallions. As he broke the thin layer on the surface with a spoon, a plume of steam escaped. Dust danced in the rays of sunlight, taking shape as Li Mu pulled out a stool, sitting down with his back to the sun to enjoy his breakfast. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a pile of red and yellow paper, scissors, and tape on the sofa, materials for crafting lanterns. Rising from his seat, he realized his parents were nowhere to be found. Perhaps they were downstairs, chatting with neighbors from the surrounding area, enjoying their day off work. It was indeed the Mid-Autumn Festival. Glancing at the 3 boxes of mooncakes stacked in the corner, he pondered for a moment before selecting the largest one and knocking on the door across the hall. "Oh, little Mu, happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Aunt Chin greeted him warmly. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Aunt Chin. Where are Uncle Lu and Lu Xiaoxi?" "They're inside watching television. Would you like to come in?" Aunt Chin stepped aside, allowing Li Mu to see the Lu family in the living room. Uncle Lu sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, while Lu Xiaoxi seemed to glance their way, making eye contact with Li Mu before turning back to the screen. A plump orange cat lounged at her feet. Maybe later. I still need to make some lanterns. I mainly came to deliver a mooncake. My parents probably haven't given you one yet, right? Li Mu said, presenting the large box of mooncakes. These grand mooncakes, filled with 5 nuts and the least flavorful, were packaged extravagantly, signifying reunion and intended for gifting. Thank you, little Mu. Xiaoxi, go grab a mooncake from the kitchen. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi's expression was somewhat forlorn. Exchanging mooncakes during the festival had become a tradition, a cycle of gifting the same 3 boxes, merely changing the brand. The two families, being neighbors, had a good relationship, and gift-giving was customary during celebrations. Lu Xiaoxi felt a wave of nostalgia after years of growing distant. The act of exchanging gifts had fallen solely to their parents. Now, seeing Li Mu cheerfully standing at her door, exchanging mooncakes, she felt a fleeting return to their childhood. Little Li Mu, holding a large mooncake, would ring their doorbell, and she would stumble after her parents to the door, exchanging glances with him while their parents discussed matters. She had been quite attached to Li Mu back then. Aunt Qin, when did you get a panda? Li Mu seized the opportunity to lightly poke Lu Xiaoxi's fair hand with his fingernail. Startled, Lu Xiaoxi withdrew her hand, leaving a faint imprint, gritting her teeth in annoyance. Perhaps Xiaoxi didn't sleep well last night. Do you want lanterns? I'll make a few for you. Mid-Autumn Festival is meant for hanging lanterns. That would be too much. Li Mu was quite adept at crafting simple handmade items. He made paper lanterns for the Mid-Autumn Festival and festive knots for the New Year, often gifting them to the Lu family. Why don't you teach our Xiaoxi to make some? Aunt Qin stifled a giggle. Mom, Lu Xiaoxi protested, puffing up her cheeks. Why are you pushing me into the fire? All right, I'll make sure to teach her well. I'll take my leave now. I'll bring the lanterns over later. With 1 mooncake delivered, 3 remained. Li Mu wondered why his parents had purchased so many. They weren't fond of large mooncakes. Typically, they would open one, take a few bites, and leave it. 2 years ago, they had received another mooncake, untouched, frozen for 6 months, only to be eaten later at his father's insistence. He had sampled a couple of pieces, finding little change in taste, but it did wreak havoc on his stomach for hours, a formidable force indeed. Who, after all, was consuming these 5-nut mooncakes? Next door, the television played a popular historical drama, though none of the 3 in the room were watching. His mother was tidying up. His father was scrolling through his phone on the couch, and Lu Xiaoxi sat, hugging her knees, her face etched with displeasure. The mere thought of Li Mu irritated her. Is Xiaoxi unhappy today? Mom, you know very well that my relationship with Li Mu is not good. I think your relationship is quite good. You used to be silent around him, but just yesterday, when you spoke on the phone, I thought you two had reconciled. Impossible. I can't stand that guy. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, resembling a small pufferfish, eliciting laughter from her mother. As a mother, she understood her daughter well. If Lu Xiaoxi were truly angry, she would have clammed up, harboring her feelings. The fact that she could still complain to her mother indicated she was not deeply upset. Their relationship was evidently good. They just refused to acknowledge it. Her daughter was indeed endearing. All right, if you don't want to make lanterns, just don't go. I'll let little Mu know when I go out later. Don't bother. We can't keep having him make lanterns for us, or he'll start complaining behind our backs. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, pulling out her phone to check their chat history. Li the fool. Good night, Lu the pig. Lu the pig. Lu the pig. Lu the pig. Disdain, that insufferable guy truly believed their relationship was good. Even if it had been before. It certainly wasn't now. Sending a random goodnight message was unnecessary. It left her tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, her mind a whirlpool of thoughts, until the late hours of the night. That was why she had dark circles under her eyes this morning. That guy even teased her, calling her a panda. How infuriating. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, prompting her to send Li Mu a middle finger emoji, to which he quickly replied. Lu the pig. Middle finger, Li the fool. Confused black man. JPG, Li the fool. Making lanterns come quickly. Lu the pig. Not coming. Lu the pig. I can't. Li the fool. I'll teach you step by step. If a panda can't learn, it should go see a doctor. Funny. Lu the pig. I'm not a panda. You are. Lu the pig. Keep distance from the fool. JPG, Li the fool. I'm the panda. You're the pig. Lu the pig. You're dead. Chapter 38. A mother-in-law's perspective on her daughter-in-law. The doorbell rang, and Li Mu initially assumed it was his parents. As he opened the door, a charming young girl stood before him, her hands clasped behind her back. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist with surprising strength. "What are you doing?" Li Mu grimaced, his eyes widening in pain as he tensed his muscles to alleviate the discomfort. Lu Xiaoxi, this girl, seemed unusually strong today. Her playful pinches from before had turned into genuine pain. Whoever marries him will certainly have their share of troubles. "You're the one acting crazy, provoking me," Lu Xiaoxi retorted, shaking her hands to disperse the irritation that had built up since last night due to Li Mu. "I'll let you off this time." "Ouch. I'm sure I'll be bruised. You must compensate me. I have no money, and I'm not giving you my life. Regardless, you must give me something, otherwise I'll tell your mother." "How shameless. What do you want me to give you?" Lu Xiaoxi observed Li Mu, who was cradling his side, his expression indicating genuine pain. She began to doubt whether she had indeed hurt him, feeling remorse swell within her. After all, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. She shouldn't be so reckless. "Let me think about it, and I'll tell you later." Li Mu grinned, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. This cheeky smile was something only Lu Xiaoxi had witnessed. "Is that so?" Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She knew he had ulterior motives, and every action and expression was feigned. "I believe that after 2.5 years of practice, you'd certainly outshine those young idols." "Of course, none can compare to my charm," he boasted. "I meant your acting skills." Lu Xiaoxi chose not to argue further. "You're right. If I entered the entertainment industry, I would undoubtedly be a superstar." All right, you're the best. Satisfied now?" His verbal dexterity left Lu Xiaoxi at a loss for words. "Just make sure you come up with something by tomorrow, or else it will be too late." "Fine, but don't backtrack. If I can't afford it, I want to pay. Come inside. How can I teach you to make lanterns while you're standing outside?" Li Mu had returned to the sofa, busy with his tasks, while Lu Xiaoxi lingered at the door, uncertain. Peeking inside, she noticed that Uncle Li and Aunt Sue were absent. Had there been others present, she would have stepped in without hesitation, but with only Li Mu there, she felt a sense of restraint, as if their close relationship granted her the right to enter freely. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoxi reminded herself that she was merely there to make lanterns as a neighbor. Once she crossed the threshold, it felt as if a barrier had been lifted, and her nervousness dissipated. She crouched beside the sofa, picking up a sheet of red paper to mimic Li Mu's folding technique. "I'll fold it for you again. Just watch my hands." "Oh, okay." Thus, the two busied themselves at the side of the sofa. Lu Xiaoxi was notoriously clumsy with her hands, struggling with the paper. In contrast, Li Mu was deft and skilled, eventually taking over the folding while Lu Xiaoxi focused on cutting along the creases. "You seem to be very good at this." In her memories, Li Mu had always excelled at crafting paper objects. As a child, he would fold paper into nails to poke her face or create impressively cool paper airplanes, making him seem omnipotent in her eyes. She would always demand he make her a copy, and if he refused, she would cry until he relented. How embarrassing. She mustn't let Li Mu recall those moments. Lost in thought, Lu Xiaoxi accidentally cut the paper unevenly. Stealing a glance at Li Mu, she feared he might scold her for being clumsy. To her surprise, he merely glanced at her hands before handing her the paper he had just folded. "Do you think winning first place in the kindergarten craft competition came out of thin air?" "I was second place. If memory serves, I helped you with yours. Didn't I? Can you fold 1,000 paper cranes?" Lu Xiaoxi quickly changed the subject. "That question is akin to asking a college student if they can solve a chicken and rabbit problem. Then fold me one, using red paper." "Wait a moment." Li Mu swiftly folded and then cut a square from a sheet of red paper. It had been ages since he last folded 1,000 cranes, and he found himself somewhat rusty, stumbling through the steps. "Oh no, how do you do the chicken and rabbit problem again?" Fortunately, he managed to produce 1,000 cranes, albeit with extra creases from trial and error, resulting in a product that was somewhat less than perfect. The large piece of paper transformed into a palm-sized red crane, which Lu Xiaoxi held with a mix of joy and laughter, her eyes squinting and her lips curving into a gentle smile. The red crane symbolized good fortune. a belief she held dear, much like the dog-tooth bracelet she gifted Li Mu, which represented warding off misfortune. Her eyes brimmed with affection. Is it acceptable? Do you like it? Li Mu raised an eyebrow. It's passable, I suppose. 2 yuan each. What? Aren't you waiving the labor cost? Are you expecting to get it for free? Have you taken leave of your senses? Li Mu didn't genuinely intend to collect payment. He merely wished to see Lu Xiaoxi's adorably furrowed brow. Indeed, when Lu Xiaoxi frowned, she was quite endearing. Quickly cut more. Look at how many we've piled up. Li Mu's nimble fingers worked faster than Lu Xiaoxi's scissors, and soon enough, a sizable stack of paper cranes had accumulated on her side. Before Lu Xiaoxi could speak, the front door swung open. Ah, Xiaoxi is here to see Li Mu. The door was opened by Su Wan, who upon entering was greeted by the sight of Lu Xiaoxi and her son together, nearly bursting into laughter. You should really be more considerate. Xiaoxi came to visit, and you didn't even think to offer her something. Su Wan turned to Li Mu, exasperated. Xiaoxi is on a diet. Li Mu felt as if he were not her son, as his mother seemed to be siding with Lu Xiaoxi. Is Xiaoxi really trying to lose weight? Su Wan asked incredulously. Lu Xiaoxi had a wonderful figure that many girls would envy. Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed at the compliment. Why would she need to lose weight when her figure was already so good? Ignoring Li Mu's teasing gestures, she shook her head. Hey, did you see that? Go wash some fruit and bring it out. Su Wan gestured towards the kitchen with her chin. Li Mu had no retort. Rising to fetch some fruit. It seemed he no longer had a place in this household. Turning on the tap, he rinsed the fruits, occasionally catching snippets of conversation between the two. Glancing at the living room, he couldn't help but wonder what his mother and Lu Xiaoxi were chatting about, their laughter echoing. Indeed, it seemed like a mother-in-law was quite taken with her daughter-in-law. If Lu Xiaoxi were to truly marry into their family, Li Mu felt that his days of bliss would come to an end. Chapter 39. 5 adorable lanterns, drops of water cascaded from the gaps of the fruit basket, forming a delicate path of droplets between the kitchen and the table. Could you be a bit more careful? The floor is all wet, Su Wan admonished, as she went to fetch a mop for Li Mu's careless mess. Are you going to eat something? Finish this first, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Lu Xiaoxi remained engrossed in her tasks, squinting slightly as she expertly snipped a piece of cardstock in half along its crease. Why aren't you wearing your glasses? I don't want to, he replied, comfortably reclining on the sofa, munching on the recently popular Sunlight Rose grapes, one leg propped up on the sofa, his big toe gripping the flip-flop to prevent it from slipping off. You're acting like an old man. Lu Xiaoxi quietly teased. What? I said you look like an old man. That's fine. After all, I will eventually become one. Isn't this away to avoid taking a detour of 20 years? Then why not buy a coffin in advance and save yourself the hassle of 80 years? Lu Xiaoxi's voice trailed off, her tone diminishing as she remembered that this was not a private space just for her and Li Mu. It was a festive occasion, and some things were better left unsaid. She furtively glanced at Su Wan, who was still rummaging through the storage room for the mop, and let out a silent sigh of relief. You're cursing me, aren't you? Li Mu teased mischievously. I said nothing at all. After finishing her tasks, Lu Xiaoxi set aside her work and modestly began to nibble on the fruit. Su Wan delegated some household chores before heading downstairs to chat with the neighbors. After a brief respite, they resumed their activities. The process of making paper lanterns was not particularly complicated, and with Lu Xiaoxi's assistance, it became much easier. Li Mu quickly fashioned a paper lantern using double-sided tape and glue, creating one about the size of his head. While these handmade lanterns could not compare to the glowing ones sold outside, they were simple and inexpensive, and Li Mu had been making them since childhood. It had become a habit over the years. If there were ever a mid-autumn festival when Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi did not hang paper lanterns at their doorstep, that would be a serious matter. At this moment, he had already crafted 2 and was now gazing intently at Lu Xiaoxi. In a classroom setting, it would be uncomfortable to have someone's gaze fixed upon you, let alone now, when he was staring directly at her. Lu Xiaoxi soon felt uneasy and met the gaze of the annoying boy. Thus, they silently commenced a contest. Whoever averted their gaze first would lose. Li Mu was undeterred. After all, he had trained his eyes in class and could now maintain a stare for a record 1 minute and 38 seconds without blinking. He surveyed Lu Xiaoxi's delicate features, thinking, her eyes are so bright and lovely. Her nose is so dainty and charming. Her ears are a bit flushed, how adorable. Her lips are soft and pink, so delightful. Her eyebrows are finely arched, how sweet. How did she manage to be so cute in every aspect? The corners of Li Mu's mouth involuntarily lifted. The girl before him became increasingly enchanting. As a novelist and online writer, he had amassed a wealth of words to describe girls, capable of saying a woman was as beautiful as a goddess or as captivating as a rare jewel. Yet, he could not employ such phrases to depict Lu Xiaoxi. In his eyes, she was genuinely beautiful, not merely a construct of eloquent language, but a tangible charm that defied extravagant descriptions. He had always had such an adorable girl by his side. Suddenly, Li Mu furrowed his brow, forming a pronounced crease, his expression turning serious, his eyes wide, lips crooked to one side, as he contorted his face into a highly challenging grimace. "Ha! What kind of expression is that?" Lu Xiaoxi burst into laughter, her lips forming a pout as she exhaled, her laughter ringing like a nightingale, clapping her hands on the sofa and clutching her stomach, nearly gasping for breath. Under Li Mu's unwavering gaze, she almost blushed, ready to yield, but then he unexpectedly pulled this stunt. "You lost." Lu Xiaoxi's face flushed crimson, reaching her ears and neck as she collapsed onto the sofa, panting, her stomach twitching from laughter. It had been ages since she had laughed so heartily. As Li Mu spoke, she gradually regained her composure and adjusted her emotions. "So what? We're not competing to see who can hold out longer." "Huh, you're too weak. Childish. Come on, apply the glue here," Li Mu said, seeking to regain his footing, and began instructing Lu Xiaoxi on how to make the lantern. Like this. Following his guidance, Lu Xiaoxi successfully glued 2 pieces of cardstock together, completing the lantern's core. "Lu Xiaoxi, you're quite clever." "Shut up." Whether it was due to her successful creation of the lantern core or Li Mu's praise, his compliment held no significant weight. "Just be careful. The glue is very sticky. If it gets on your hands, it could take off a layer of skin." "Look, who told you to be careless? Don't you care about me at all? What if my fingers really do get hurt? That is your own fault." Lu Xiaoxi frowned at the hardened glue on Li Mu's hands, feeling a strange discomfort, quietly scolding him in her heart. Such beautiful hands. And their owner didn't know how to cherish them. Although her pace was slow, at least she wouldn't get glue stuck on her hands. "Actually, if you soak the glue in hot water, it will come off." Li Mu chuckled as he walked toward the bathroom, returning with wet hands, but the glue had vanished. "Why don't you just burn yourself? Such a sharp tongue. Aren't you the one who calls me pig every day?" Hee. The process of making paper lanterns was not overly complicated. The toughest parts were the folding and cutting, which were now complete. The final assembly was a mere formality. When Lu Xiaoxi placed the red edges on the yellow lantern core, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She lifted the lantern triumphantly, exclaiming, "I did it. Though it's a bit ugly, congratulations." Li Mu clapped sincerely. "You talk too much. Make a few more." "All right." The 2 of them busied themselves from morning until noon, producing a total of 10 paper lanterns. Although Li Mu had done most of the work, Lu Xiaoxi insisted on taking 5 home. Li Mu conceded, as they were merely a few paper lanterns, and he still had plenty of materials left to make as many as he wished. Lu Xiaoxi carefully cradled the 5 lanterns, larger than her head, as she made her way home. "Is that many?" When Xin Shaoqian saw her daughter struggling to carry them, she hurried over to help, taking 2 lanterns to hang by the door. "Let's hang 1 on the lamp too, and the remaining 2 in the rooms." "All right." Lu Xiaoxi hung 1 lantern in her parents' room and another in her own. Glancing at the lanterns in the window, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction, her posture straightening with pride. After crafting several lanterns, she felt capable, thinking it's just making lanterns. It's as easy as. How do you fold the paper again? Chapter 40. A stroll of our own after finishing dinner, Li Mu was pulled out of the room by Suwen. "Don't just stay cooped up indoors. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Let us go admire the lanterns." Suwen's tone was resolute, and Li Mu understood that a dissenting word would earn him a reprimand. In the small county town, the festive spirit was particularly vibrant during occasions like the Mid-Autumn Festival, Spring Festival, and Lantern Festival. Lantern shows would be held in the square near the government buildings. Every holiday, the evening lantern displays became a cherished activity for families. In his childhood, when Lu Xiaoxi's father only owned a motorcycle, venturing out was both inconvenient and perilous, especially at night when crowds swelled. Fortunately, Li Changheng had already purchased a van, which allowed Lu Xiaoxi's family to join them for the lantern viewing. Li Changheng drove, with Su in the passenger seat, while Lu Xiaoxi's parents occupied the second row. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi, the two children, sat in the back row, playfully teasing each other. One vehicle, two families. 4 adults and 2 children. The 3 adults chatted about mundane matters, while Li Changheng, having recently learned to drive, was too nervous to engage in conversation. Lu Xiaoxi leaned against Li Mu, her cherubic face resting on his shoulder as she watched him play Snake on his phone. By the time they reached 4th grade, Lu Xiaoxi's father, Lu Ming, had also acquired a vehicle, and they had not shared a ride since. Nonetheless, the families continued to meet each year to enjoy the lanterns together. This year, the Mid-Autumn Festival was a tad chilly. Li Mu closed the window and retrieved a light jacket from the cupboard to ward off the evening chill. After all, one could never predict the weather accurately. "Mom, are Lu Xiaoxi's family coming?" he inquired. "Of course. Don't we go every year? Why do you ask? Don't you want them to come?" "No, I was just curious." During the 3rd day of the festival, his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi had been at its lowest. When he learned she would also attend the Mid-Autumn Festival, he stubbornly declared he would not go. However, after Su Wen playfully scolded him while offering a sweet date, he was both reprimanded and comforted, eventually feeling aggrieved but accompanying them nonetheless. Upon arriving at the lantern display, he remained silent, trailing behind them numbly. In contrast, Lu Xiaoxi seemed overjoyed, chatting animatedly with her parents, who also wore smiles. Everyone was happy except for him. At that time, he harbored a deep disdain for Lu Xiaoxi, wishing she would vanish from his sight. In high school, he matured considerably, and their relationship became less antagonistic, although they remained silent when they crossed paths. They exchanged polite greetings and well wishes during festivals. By their senior year, they had completely matured. Their once stilted conversations gradually evolved into playful banter, each trying to provoke the other. If the other became annoyed, it brought him joy, and Lu Xiaoxi felt the same way. Reflecting on it now, he realized how juvenile it had all been. Li Mu shook off his drifting thoughts and followed his mother downstairs. After exchanging pleasantries with the neighbors, they quickly climbed into the car. They had purchased this vehicle just 2 years ago, having sold their old van, which had accommodated 6 passengers, at a bargain. By sheer coincidence, both their residences and the parking area were in close proximity. After a brief wait in the car, his parents arrived alongside Lu Xiaoxi's parents, each climbing into their respective vehicles. Through the window, Li Mu spotted Lu Xiaoxi preparing to open the car door. He pressed down the window and greeted her softly. "Long time no see, Lu Xiaoxi. Didn't we just see each other at noon? 5 hours apart feels like an eternity. If you're unwell, go see a doctor," Lu Xiaoxi retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. Li Mu kept the window open, leaning against it, but could only see his own reflection. "Do I have flowers on my face?" he asked. "You have dark circles," Lu Xiaoxi shot back, rolling up the window again. The car started, and they soon arrived at the square. A large artistic sign reading Happy Mid-Autumn Festival was prominently displayed, alongside a plastic model of a giant mooncake. Various lanterns of all shapes and colors adorned the square, encircled by red ropes to keep visitors at bay. The square was teeming with people, many of whom were parents out with their children. Numerous children appeared sullen, likely dragged out against their will by their parents. Most visitors came to see the lanterns, but their true purpose was to infuse a bit of festive spirit into their lives. As times changed, the essence of celebrations grew increasingly diluted. Even during the bustling spring festival, many simply wished to expedite ancestral offerings, enjoy their reunion dinner, and visit relatives before returning home to relax. To feel they had celebrated properly, they participated in various activities, such as viewing lanterns. What was so captivating about lanterns, anyway? A layer of translucent plastic with a small light inside formed the lanterns. After taking a few photos, both families diverted their attention, conversing casually as they strolled. "Our company's boss is utterly insufferable. The salary remains unchanged," yet we still have to work overtime. Oh, you're fortunate. I had my pay docked. Li Changheng and Lu Ming exchanged grievances regarding work. My boy does nothing but play on the computer all day. Xiaoxi stayed up late last night. Staying up can lead to gray hair. Su Wen lamented, discussing their children. Li Mu trailed behind Lu Xiaoxi. Why aren't you chatting with them? He suddenly asked. I can't join in. I have to wait for them to call me, she replied. Shall we explore on our own? Aren't you afraid of getting scolded? We could just let them know. If we get scolded, it'll be your fault. Hey, if we get scolded, just say I kidnapped you. Li Mu joked, tapping both mothers on the shoulder with his fingers. What's going on, Xiaomu? Qian Xiaoqian turned around to see Li Mu grinning, while her daughter hid behind him. Aunt Qian, Lu Xiaoxi, and I want to wander elsewhere. Qian paused, exchanging a bewildered glance with Su Wen. They both recognized the confusion in each other's eyes, but quickly regained composure. Go ahead, just don't wander too far. We'll message you when it's time to return, Qian Xiaoqian said, stifling a laugh. Su Wen's smile stretched from ear to ear as she waved them off. Hurry along. There are plenty of stalls here. Take good care of Xiaoxi. All right. Remember to message us when it's time to head back. Li Mu replied, turning to Lu Xiaoxi and flashing a bright smile. You're such a nuisance. Lu Xiaoxi muttered under her breath. Let us go grab some barbecue. Li Mu suggested, gesturing in a direction and darting off, with Lu Xiaoxi trailing closely behind him. Chapter 41. The little pig and the puppy. They walked against the tide of the crowd, which slowed their pace considerably. In an effort to avoid colliding with passers-by, Lu Xiaoxi maneuvered left and right, struggling to keep up with Li Mu. She pressed her lips together and clutched the hem of his shirt, feeling a sense of safety wash over her. Li Mu was like the prow of a ship, carving through the surging waves. Under the interplay of warm and cool lights, Lu Xiaoxi's pupils flickered, her heartbeat quickening. In that fleeting moment, everything seemed magnified, or perhaps she had simply shrunk. Both she and Li Mu felt smaller. With one hand clutching a large bag of potato chips and the other firmly gripping Li Mu's shirt, she pressed closely behind him, gazing at his back and calling out in a sweet childlike voice, Li Mu Gij. Did you call me? Li Mu abruptly turned, and in that instant, the little figure stumbled into him. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Lu Xiaoxi's pupils dilated as she felt warmth envelop her, a slight tremor coursing through her heart. Startled, she broke free from his embrace and took a couple of steps back. She could hear nothing but the sound of her own heartbeat. What do you want to eat? Li Mu asked, his eyes narrowing in confusion. Lu Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes taking on a bluish hue under the glow of the advertisements. Panic surged within her. She had momentarily been lost in memories and had unwittingly called him by a childhood nickname. What if he heard her? Imagining the potential consequences of his reaction to her calling him Li Mu Gij, she envisioned a series of teasing remarks. Oh, Lu Xiaozhu called me brother. So I shall call her sister from now on. Or what is Sister Xiaoxi doing? Hurry up and cook for your brother. And even Sister Xiaoxi can't even use a computer. How pathetic. The most outrageous thought was, Sister Xiaoxi, come warm up in my blanket. What was she thinking? Especially the last one. Flustered, her face flushed, and she felt completely out of sorts. Deaf. What? What do you want to eat? Lu Xiaoxi glanced at the sign for the old soldier's fried skewers. It seemed there were no barbecues nearby, but fried skewers would suffice. I want chives and corn sausage squid. All right. Li Mu turned to place the order. Did you hear anything just now? With so many people around. She must have imagined it. I thought you called me. Lu Xiaoxi sighed in relief, realizing Li Mu seemed unaware of her previous slip. Of course, with his carefree and slightly mischievous nature, if he had heard, he would surely not have remained so composed. He would have teased her mercilessly. How much is it, boss? Let me count. 35 yuan. Young man, do you want chili? Could I have a small bag of chili powder? Of course. As he paid, Li Mu noticed that Su Wen had sent him 500 yuan earlier, complete with 2 thumbs-up emojis. Confused, he responded with a heart emoji featuring the cartoon character Kuan. His mother must think he was broke, but that was quite an overestimation. The two strolled through the square, snacking as they went, arriving at a central area filled with stalls for children. Look, there are rabbits. Lu Xiaoxi paused at a stall, pulling Li Mu back as she pointed excitedly at the small rabbits confined in a pen, her eyes sparkling with delight. Don't you already have a little fatty at home? Do you want to raise rabbits too? I'm not raising them. I just think they're cute. Do you want to try the ring toss? You need to play this? I don't know how. It's just tossing rings. You just need hands, boss. I'll take 10 rings. After receiving 10 rings from the vendor, Mu scanned the assortment of small prizes. The rabbits and birds were prominently displayed in front, with toys and trinkets in the middle, and various bottles of alcohol at the back, the labels suggesting they were quite exquisite. Only the items in the middle were suitable for tossing. I'll demonstrate once. Just watch carefully. Mu stuffed his snack into Lu Xiaoxi's hands, aiming at the small pig toy in the center. Recalling a tutorial he had seen online, a confident smile crept onto his face. The vendor, observing from the side, smirked knowingly, shaking his head slightly. Still too young, he mused. The arrangement of prizes was meticulously planned. Winning was not so simple. After tossing 7 rings, Mu began to doubt the tutorial's credibility. He threw another ring, and it narrowly missed the pig toy. Are you even capable? Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, growing impatient. She snatched the last 2 rings from him, casually aiming before tossing them. The first ring landed perfectly on the pig's head, and the second ring encircled a nearby dog toy. Mu, vendor. Whoa, Lu Xiaoxi, have you mastered some hidden skills? Huh, what skills? Lu Xiaoxi was baffled by his comment. The vendor was equally astonished. A prodigy? Did this little girl just land 2 rings on 2 prizes? Realizing this, the vendor quickly retrieved the 2 toys, grinning. We can only play with 10 rings this time. What about him? Lu Xiaoxi pointed to another patron, whose arms were overflowing with rings, at least 30 or 40, having been tossing since they arrived. Yes, my hired ringer. Lu Xiaoxi and Mu decided to stop playing. The ring toss cost 30 yuan for 10 rings, with absurdly high profits. Winning even 1 was a good deal. Winning 2 was a fortune. How long are you going to hold on to those? What? I paid for the rings. But I won them. Then we should each take 1. Mu, you still want a toy? I didn't realize you had a soft spot for such things, Lu Xiaoxi teased, changing her voice to a higher pitch, playfully mocking him. Clutching her 2 plush toys, Lu Xiaoxi could only manage to hold the snack bag with her pinky finger, struggling to walk. While Mu showed no inclination to help. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Mu seemed to be silently saying, if you want my assistance, you'll have to ask nicely. Lu Xiaoxi, frustrated, bumped her head against him. Which one do you want? You're Lu Xiaoxi, so this pig belongs to you. Then you must be the dog. Maybe I should keep the pig after all. So you admit you're a pig? Their playful banter continued. In the end, Mu followed behind Lu Xiaoxi, holding the pig toy, while she squeezed the dog toy, occasionally lifting it to examine it. Its 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth bore an uncanny resemblance to Mu. With plenty of fried skewers in hand, she wedged the toy under her arm, happily munching on the skewers, her mouth greased with oil. Thankfully, the bag came with napkins. Whenever Mu wanted a skewer, she would pass the bag to him, transferring the refuse from her hands to his. I, Lu Xiaoxi, am truly clever. Chapter 42. The chubby one, the 2 meandered around, eventually returning to the lanterns. The colorful lanterns, crafted with simplicity, revealed the bulbs within their thin membranes. A few children were joyfully playing with toy rockets, bouncing around exuberantly. When a rocket landed beside Lu Xiaoxi, she was startled and instinctively moved closer to a certain someone. Proximity to this individual inexplicably bestowed upon her a sense of security. Have you changed your shampoo? She inquired. No, why? Does it smell? He replied. A bit, it's kind of stinky. Get lost. Lu Xiaoxi pinched him lightly, but when he remained unmoved, it felt as if she was squeezing cotton, leaving her feeling more uncomfortable instead. She sniffed her own hair, detecting no scent at all. This infuriating fellow was just teasing her. Are you still shopping? If not, let us head back. Lu Xiaoxi nodded gently. It was already past 10 o'clock, and it seemed that her parents had no intention of sending them a message. Mu shared his location with Su Wan, and they soon reunited with their parents. However, both sets of parents showed no signs of wanting to return home, leaving them to follow along behind. Mu felt his stomach grumble. He was not one to have a small appetite, but after indulging in Lu Xiaoxi's home-cooked meals every day, he had grown accustomed to better fare. Su Wan's culinary skills were regrettably lacking, and during the recent days at home, he often made excuses to sneak away after eating just enough to be satisfied, leaving the leftovers for his father to handle. Earlier, he had only managed to eat 3 skewers of fried snacks, leaving the rest for Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi, do you have anything to eat at home? What? Didn't Tiyu say you would compensate me this morning? I've thought it over. Just treat me to a late-night snack. Oh, that. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes darted. All that's left are leftovers. Could you heat them up for me? Li Mu chuckled. You're such a hassle. By the time they returned home, it was already 11 at night. Li Mu took a shower and sat on the sofa, idly playing on his phone. Occasionally, the phrases "the Dragon King has arrived" and "Dragon Group Agent" echoed in his ears, signaling that his father was once again engrossed in short videos. Su-wen sprawled across 3 sofa seats, reclining with a face mask while watching television, one foot resting on Li Changheng's leg, continuously encroaching upon his space. The sight of his father's helplessness only served to strengthen Li Mu's resolve. He vowed that in the future, he must attain the status of a family monarch. Mom, do you have any more face masks? What for? I want to use one. To look fairer. You're not ugly right now. You look quite healthy, Su-wen assessed her son, satisfied with his appearance. Unlike other children who experienced acne during their teenage years, Li Mu rarely broke out, and when he did, the blemishes were minor and left no scars. His skin was so good that even his mother envied him. Being fair is better than being dark. Here, use this one before bed. You could take it off in half an hour. Su-wen retrieved a stack of masks from the coffee table drawer, advising him. Then she changed the subject. If you're not going to use it, take it to school for Xiaoxi. Girls need to take care of their skin, you understand? You tell her that. What is the point of telling me? It's not like I'm the one who told her to put it on. Just then, Li Mu's phone chimed. He glanced at it, grinned, and dashed off. At Lu Xiaoxi's door, he cleared his throat, unsure why he felt the need to be so formal. He knocked, and the sound of slippers pattering on the floor echoed from within. The girl appeared, as if she had just bathed, her hair damp and unstyled, clad in loose-fitting bare pajamas. Lu Xiaoxi opened the door only a crack, her large, expressive eyes assessing him. After ensuring no one else was around, she finally allowed him entry. It smells so good. Pervert, don't smell around like that. Lu Xiaoxi protested, wrapping her pajamas more tightly around herself. The only pervert here is you. I merely mentioned the fragrance of the food, not you. Although, you do smell rather pleasant. You still claim you're not a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi's small fist clenched, but thinking about what Li Mu had just said made her feel warm and flustered, like ants were crawling over her skin. Li Mu surveyed the home he hadn't visited in months. The layout remained unchanged, save for a new color of the table mat. In the 2-bedroom apartment, the left door belonged to Lu Xiaoxi, tightly shut with a sliver of light seeping through. Where are Uncle Lu and Aunt Xin? They went out to play badminton. Hey, that means it's just the 2 of us here. Meow, the chubby orange cat, Xiaofei, pounced at Li Mu's pant leg. Li Mu scooped it up, swaying it gently to appreciate its weight, exclaiming, "Wow, you're getting chubby like a little pig." Meow. Xiaofei seemed to understand, swatting Li Mu's face with its tail and pushing its paws closer to him, though the strength of a kitten was no match for a human. Li Mu planted a kiss on Xiaofei's fuzzy face before setting it down. Xiaofei was a cat Lu Xiaoxi had adopted in 5th grade, now lazing about like a small orange pig, as Lu Xiaoxi was away for college, leaving Xiaofei to lounge around where her parents worked. Don't kiss Xiaofei's face. Xiaofei doesn't mind. Meow. Xiaofei left a little mark on Li Mu's face with its paw. I mind. Lu Xiaoxi mumbled, looking down. She had just kissed Xiaofei's face moments ago, and now Li Mu had done the same again. Oh no, now Xiaofei's not clean anymore. What about dinner? On the table, hurry up and eat. My parents will be back soon. What is there to fear? It's just a meal. It's not like it's anything scandalous. Li Mu pulled out a chair, lifting the stainless steel lid, and a waft of delicious aroma enveloped him. He had sensed it upon entering. If it had been cold dishes, there wouldn't have been such a fragrance. There was braised pork, pig trotters, and tilapia, all of Li Mu's favorites. The fish was small, but half of it remained untouched. The only downside was the copious amounts of chili peppers in each dish. As leftovers, it was unavoidable. He could handle spicy food, but he preferred milder flavors. Grateful for the hot dishes, my dear class leader. Li Mu theatrically clasped his hands and bowed, while Xiaofei meowed in agreement from his lap. Don't call me class leader anymore. We've already graduated from high school. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled. She had been the class leader in high school, and Li Mu's playful insistence on calling her class leader made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Yet over time, she had grown accustomed to it. Then I shall call you class pig. Just eat your food and hurry up. Almost done, just a bit more. Li Mu devoured his meal with gusto. He barely touched the pork but polished off the remaining fish. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he realized he had overestimated his tolerance for spice. What about a drink? Always pushing your luck, aren't you? Lu Xiaoxi observed Li Mu, whose face had turned red from the spice, feeling both amused and a bit sympathetic. She poured him a glass of orange juice and casually lifted Xiaofei from his lap. Don't let Xiaofei play with you. Chapter 43. The corruption of friendship. A sumptuous meal brought tears to Li Mu's eyes. I won't be dining here again, he declared, feigning indifference. Who would even care if I did? Give me Xiaofei, Lu Xiaoxi said, half squinting, wary of him. Only she could indulge in such affection. A brief caress was all she allowed before withdrawing. You better not, she warned. Li Mu, however, continued to play with Xiaofei, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air. Lu Xiaoxi hesitated, contemplating whether it was merely an accidental brush. Her gaze grew more mournful. Having risen early with plans to shower and retire for the night, she found herself unexpectedly tasked with preparing a late-night snack for him. He, a grown boy, savored his food slowly, stretching a simple meal from 11 to 11:30, making it hard to believe he wasn't being deliberate. This is all his fault, Lu Xiaoxi huffed, delivering a playful kick under the table. Li Mu, clad in shorts, paid her no mind, planting a kiss on Xiaofei's face. Didn't we agree not to kiss? Though Xiaofei resembled a rotund pig, its furry texture was delightful to touch. The little creature, overwhelmed, surrendered to Li Mu's whims, being hoisted and posed in various ways. Frustrated by his indifference, Lu Xiaoxi aimed another gentle kick at his calf. Li Mu, however, skillfully trapped her delicate foot between his. Much to her dismay. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her brows knitting together in annoyance. Struggling to free herself, she felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Was it embarrassment or exertion? Are you addicted to kicking? She teased, but he refused to relent. Let go. Not a chance, he replied, his grip firm. Her current predicament was undeniably awkward, laden with an absurd sense of shame. If he didn't release her soon, her patience would wear thin. Footsteps echoed from the staircase, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock, prompting Li Mu to release her foot. Freed, Lu Xiaoxi settled back in her chair just as Qin Shaoqian entered, donning a cheerful smile upon spotting the boy at the table. Ah, Jiaomu, here to play with Xiaoxi? She remarked, her tone teasing. No, I'm here for Xiaofei, he countered. Really? A beautiful girl like Lu Xiaoxi is right here. And you claim you've come for Xiaofei? Do you expect me to believe that? Qin Shaoqian saw through the charade, but chose to remain silent, opting not to meddle in youthful affairs as long as boundaries were respected. Time to head back. I'm going to sleep, Lu Xiaoxi declared, snatching Xiaofei from him and nudging him toward the door. With a smile, Li Mu approached the exit but glanced back one last time. Lu Xiaoxi, clutching Xiaofei, shot him a reproachful look. Good night, he said before stepping out. Lu Xiaoxi stood frozen, tightening her grip on Xiaofei. Disgusting. Pervert. Idiot, she muttered under her breath. Her head bowed as she dashed into her room, cocooning herself in her blanket, leaving only a fraction of her head exposed. The soft glow of the lamp illuminated her face, her large eyes sparkling, echoing the words he had just spoken. Good night. Who would wish you good night? The phrase had echoed from Li Mu's lips just the previous night, albeit through WeChat. Though she had struggled to sleep last night, it paled in comparison to the tumultuous heartbeat she felt today. On her bed lay a yellow plush dog. Lu Xiaoxi hugged it to her chest, resting her chin atop it, her warm breath misting against its surface, causing her eyes to glisten under the lamp's dim light. Stupid Li Mu, she grumbled, a chill breeze wafting through as she rose to close the window. Her gaze was suddenly captured by a small white object. Clutching it in her palm, she recognized it as a sunny doll, a birthday gift from Li Mu in their childhood. In those days, when money was scarce. He had crafted her a simple gift, a piece of white cloth, a ping-pong ball, and a black string. She vaguely recalled the joy she felt upon receiving it. A spontaneous kiss planted on his cheek, leaving him to wipe away her drool in mock disgust. What had she given him in return? Perhaps a 5-yuan lottery toy or a plastic gun. The details eluded her, but she remembered gifting him a card in high school and occasionally a bag of treats. In her youth, she had been so fond of clinging to him. The sunny doll had hung by her window for so long that she had forgotten of its existence until today. After enduring the elements, the once pristine doll now bore spots of mildew, its face still smiling. Staring at the doll, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. This was a token of Li Mu's affection. Would it ever be clean again? Clumsily, she untied the string, extracting the ping-pong ball. On it, his name was scrawled above hers, encircled by a heart. Over a decade had passed, and only now did she notice. Stealthily, she retrieved a cleaning solution and soaked the white cloth. Returning to her bed, she placed the heart-adorned ping-pong ball beside her pillow, momentarily considering her origami crane before sending Li Mu a good-night message and falling asleep, clutching her plush toy. Around her, his presence lingered, a comforting scent. Meanwhile, Li Mu, having washed his face, sprawled lazily across his bed, the fullness of his meal preventing him from drifting off. Upon receiving Lu Xiaoxi's goodnight message, he switched off his phone, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Rolling onto his side, his gaze met that of the plush pig. The soft texture of its form was oddly comforting. Li Mu had always considered himself a sunny, carefree boy, yet here he was, finding solace in a stuffed animal. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the dog-tooth bracelet on his wrist. A petite figure intruded upon his memories. A girl, frowning slightly, her lips pursed as they played Go Beneath a Quiet Pavilion. The girl who had gifted him mooncakes before the festival. The breathtaking silhouette of her, holding a plush toy under the moonlight, meandering through lanterns. What kind of feelings did he harbor for Lu Xiaoxi? The recollections of their shared past made his cheeks flush. His mother had once told him that he and Lu Xiaoxi were born in adjacent hospital beds. Their friendship had spanned nearly 19 years, a timeline densely packed with shared experiences. Yet, the path of their relationship had been fraught with obstacles, leading him to misjudge their feelings. Whether as childhood sweethearts or friends, he was compelled to acknowledge a truth. Their friendship had surpassed its expiration date and begun to transform. Chapter 44. The Ideal Partner? With the rare occurrence of two festivals coinciding, most families seize the opportunity of the extended holiday to travel. Li Mu finds it perplexing that one would choose to endure the throngs at popular tourist attractions instead of enjoying a well-deserved rest at home. The entire lengthy holiday is the peak time for these destinations, and regardless of the hour one ventures out, the crowds are overwhelming. Only the astute families opt to remain in the comfort of their own homes, such as Li Mu's family and their neighbors across the hall. The day following the Mid-Autumn Festival marks the national day. Li Changheng, with his long legs crossed, holds a cup of hot goji berry water while intently watching the live broadcast of the flag-raising ceremony on television. If not for his round belly, he could easily be mistaken for a domineering CEO. On the table lies a neatly sliced mooncake, while Su Wan, engrossed in her phone, occasionally spears a piece with her fork. Eventually, feeling a bit overwhelmed, she covers it back up. How about taking a mooncake to school in a few days? No, it's too much trouble, Li Mu replies, adopting the same commanding posture as his father while engrossed in his mobile game. Then let's have fried mooncake tonight. We must finish it early to avoid wastage. He can already envision the meals for the next few days. Breakfast would be mooncake with soy milk. Lunch would consist of mooncake paired with greens, and dinner would feature fried mooncake, continuing until every last piece is gone. Exchanging glances with his father, Li Mu notes a mix of astonishment, anxiety, and despair in his father's eyes. Ah, the spirit of a CEO has been learned. Li Changheng grimaces, his face contorting, as if the words, "think of a solution," were written across his forehead. How does the 5-nut mooncake taste? It is quite palatable, though Li Mu simply does not favor it. As for Su Wan's culinary skills, to put it bluntly, they could barely rival a 3-star Michelin chef, just edible. The combination of these two leads to a culinary catastrophe. However, Both he and his father are far from culinary experts. They are just grateful to have something to eat. And even if Su Wen's cooking is subpar, they would never voice their complaints. In comparison to his mother's disastrous cooking, Li Mu suddenly finds himself craving something spicier and must devise a plan to mooch a meal from Lu Xiaoxi. Perhaps he could send her some money to prepare a bento? Either way, he must ensure his mother does not see, or he would face her nagging about how her son has grown up and now finds her bothersome, and other similar lamentations. He glanced at the wedding photo hanging on the wall for over a decade. Despite the frame, the photograph has inevitably yellowed with time. His mother, Su Wen, is undoubtedly a beauty, as evident from the wedding picture, while his father, Li Changheng, with his handsome features, looks like a different person compared to now. It is these two individuals who brought him into existence. Though these are all remnants of the past, Li Mu prefers not to dwell on such sentiments. Life is about the present. He harbors no grand ambitions. Having wealth and a partner suffices for him. Yet, he realizes that the latter is no trivial matter. As for his ideal partner, she should stand at 1.65 meters tall, possess shoulder-length hair, exude youthful exuberance, and most importantly, they must have known each other for a considerable time, with a solid understanding of one another. Such is his unembellished wish. Is that Lu Xiaoxi? No. He and Lu Xiaoxi are currently quite at odds. She cannot possibly be his ideal partner, at least not for now. Li Mu quickly banished the peculiar thoughts from his mind. His game was still open, and as a devoted player, he should not be distracted by trivialities that could let his teammates down. The living room was somewhat noisy, filled with the sounds of the live broadcast and his father's short videos. Therefore, Li Mu retreated to his room, where a quieter environment would enhance his gaming experience. A soft knocking sound echoed from outside, prompting Su Wen to rise and open the door. "Hello, Aunt Su." The girl at the door appeared vibrant, her smile as sweet as cotton candy, charming everyone she encountered. "Ah, it's Xiaoxi. Are you here to play with Li Mu?" Su Wen exclaimed with delight. It was curious how much more frequent her visits had become over the past few days. "Yes, my computer arrived, and I wanted to ask Li Mu how to use it." The girl struggled to hold a large cardboard box. "Computer? You can ask me. I've been using computers for 20 years. Li Changheng cleared his throat, ready to rise, but suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon him. Upon meeting Su Wen's intimidating look, he shivered and promptly sat back down. "Haha, Li Mu is in his room playing games." The door to Li Mu's room had a slight gap, preventing Lu Xiaoxi from seeing inside. Hesitant, she gently knocked again. "Are we really knocking?" "We're all family," Li Mu thought, puzzled. He looked up, unable to see her face, but catching a glimpse of her delicate arm, instantly invigorating him. He quickly slipped on his shoes and opened the door, revealing the large cardboard box and the familiar logo. "Computer?" "Yes, it just arrived. Why don't you come in?" Lu Xiaoxi glanced around, hesitant to step inside, aware that Li Mu's room was his private domain. The petite girl feared stumbling upon something she ought not to see. "Li Mu, why don't you play with Xiaoxi for a bit? I'll go buy ingredient for dinner." Su Wen shot a meaningful glance at Li Changheng. Despite his wooden demeanor, understood and nodded. "I'll accompany your mother." Even if he didn't grasp the situation, he had no choice but to follow. At the market, the decision of what to buy would not rest with Su Wen, as he had no desire to eat fried mooncake. The two hurriedly departed. "Let us stay outside for a moment." Lu Xiaoxi exhaled, feeling apprehensive, as if a small kitten had wandered into a dog-s den, fearing it might be devoured. "Shall we open it directly?" Li Mu switched off his game. Teammates were transient, but Lu Xiaoxi was a tangible presence, and there was no need for comparison. "I saw online that it's best to record an unboxing video. You help me open it while I film," she proposed. "Of course." Li Mu cleared the clutter from the coffee table, placing the large cardboard box upon it. After confirming that Lu Xiaoxi was ready to record, he carefully began the unboxing with scissors. Li Mu furrowed his brow, thoroughly focused, appearing rather handsome. From her viewpoint, Lu Xiaoxi could see the appealing collarbone beneath his shirt. The phone she held was rather unruly, often shifting focus to Li Mu's face, nearly causing the computer to slip from view several times. "What is wrong with this phone? Is it malfunctioning? The angle seems uncontrollable." The unboxing process lasted a good 10 minutes, meticulously removing the computer and checking for defects before concluding the recording. Ensuring everything was in perfect condition, The various components were laid out, including the keyboard and mouse. Quite a comprehensive purchase. Ah, this is a gift with purchase. And these parts are from the same store, she explained, feeling quite clever, though she didn't understand much about it. When she saw discounts or gifts, she simply assumed she was gaining something. This is called peripherals. I'll help you test the feel later. For now, let us boot up the computer. You just have to press this button to turn it on. I already know that. All right, let me set it up for you. After some time, the computer was operational and connected to the Wi-Fi. Lu Xiaoxi's computer was being used for the first time at his home, yet half an hour had passed, and her parents had not yet returned. Chapter 45. Touching hands, is it ready? The girl inquired. Her curiosity piqued as the computer's initial screen appeared. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and leaned in closer. Lu Xiaoxi, who suffered from nearsightedness and was not wearing glasses, squinted at the screen. She sat merely a fist's distance from Mu, who could detect a faint fragrance in the air, distinct from the rose scent at school. What shower gel are you using? She asked. This guy not only ignored her question, but also seemed to be sniffing her scent. How inappropriate. Lu Xiaoxi wondered if she was in any position to criticize Mu. The unboxing video lasted a mere 10 minutes. And after excluding the parts featuring Mu's collarbone and the area beneath, only a few minutes remained. It seemed as if her phone had developed a mind of its own. It was indeed a rather mischievous device. Mu shamelessly acknowledged this. He had taken in her scent numerous times at school. Whenever she drew near, it was inevitable. After all, one cannot simply stop breathing. As Mu tapped away at the keyboard, the computer screen flickered with various changes, opening one application, then another. Watching him type without even glancing at the keyboard, Lu Xiaoxi felt awed by his prowess. If it were her, she would have to focus intently on each letter. Her lack of understanding of computers left her feeling dizzy, so she shifted her attention to Mu's hands instead. Mu's hands were slender, with long fingers that bore a slight fuzz. As he typed, the veins on the back of his hands subtly shifted. She glanced at her own fair and delicate hands, feeling small in comparison, as if Mu could envelop her hand entirely. Lu Xiaoxi had never noticed how handsome Mu's hands were before. In the empty hall, with just the two of them seated close together, she could smell that subtle and elegant fragrance again, which was quite pleasant. What shower gel do you use? You little pervert, sniffing around like that, Mu teased, mimicking her earlier tone. Come on, tell me. I forgot. I just use whatever. You can check in the bathroom. Our family uses the same bottle. Forget it. I don't want to be a pervert like you. But you just sniffed me. Mu raised an eyebrow, noting the blatant double standard. You sniff me too. Then we're both perverts. Incorrect. It's only you who's the pervert. In the hall, two perverts existed. One was Mu, and the other was the foolish Mu. Lu Xiaoxi pressed her lips together, refusing to admit to being a pervert herself. Mu chuckled, his movements on the keyboard slowing down. After downloading several common applications, he cracked his knuckles, producing a series of satisfying pops that left Lu Xiaoxi in awe. As a child, she had watched martial arts films with her father, where characters would make similar sounds when clenching their fists, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could never replicate that. Want to learn? How do you do that? Lu Xiaoxi asked, attempting to mimic his fist clenching, but all she could see was her skin turning red without any accompanying sound. Here, let me help you. Mu grasped her hand, looping his fingers around her index finger and gently bending it upward. To her surprise, the anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, there was a satisfying crack, leaving Lu Xiaoxi's mouth agape in astonishment. I can do it too, she exclaimed. Mu felt the warmth and softness of her little hand in his palm, and as he delicately kneaded it, his eyes widened with shock. This was the first time he had held a girl's hand since entering puberty. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi, startled by the sensation, quickly withdrew her hand from his warm grasp. Her face flushed. She shot him a fierce glare, indignantly questioning how he could be so casual and adept at holding a girl's hand. Doesn't he know that a girl's hand shouldn't be handled so freely? Mu felt a tinge of shyness. His confidence hadn't yet reached a level where he could comfortably take liberties with Lu Xiaoxi. However, his blush was far less pronounced than hers, and given his thick skin, it was hardly noticeable. Their relationship had not yet reached a stage where such gestures were acceptable. At least not at this moment. He realized he might have developed an unexpected fondness for her hands. Wait, do I have a hand fetish? Hey, how else can I teach you? Couldn't you just say it? Press your middle finger down and see if it works. Lu Xiaoxi's gaze shifted to her hand and then back to Li Mu, skeptical yet willing to try pressing her finger down. However, the pain struck before she could press it halfway. Verbal instructions aren't enough. You need hands-on experience. I'll help you again. Li Mu reached for her hand once more. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm done learning. Lu Xiaoxi spun her hand around, presenting her slender middle finger towards him. Li Mu, in a playful retort, mirrored her gesture with 2 fingers. Lu Xiaoxi lifted one foot, struggling to raise her middle toe. You win. Do you want to play a game? If so, I can download a gaming platform for you, but the games there require payment. Are they fun? Quite so, but it depends on whether you want to play. There are tens of thousands of games on the platform. Surely, you'll find something you enjoy. Then go ahead and download it. I'm mainly worried you'll download a pirated version and end up getting scammed. I'm not that foolish. Lu Xiaoxi is the smartest. How disgusting. Li Mu lift. Even if I'm disgusting, you still need me, was the undeniable truth that left Lu Xiaoxi speechless. So she chose to ignore him and sat quietly on the sofa. Watching him work. From the corner of his eye, Li Mu caught sight of her delicate feet, which were impeccably groomed, devoid of any excess nails or dirt, with her rounded toes wiggling adorably. So cute. Did he perhaps have a foot fetish? No. Li Mu was clear about his desires. He was simply unabashedly attracted to her. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoxi, she was lost in her own thoughts, occasionally glancing up at the chandelier and then at the person beside her, feeling a tinge of boredom. All the necessary downloads had been completed. Wow, there are so many files, Lu Xiaoxi said, leaning in to count the icons on the desktop, discovering that there were over 20, many of which were unfamiliar to her. The most recognizable were the penguin and the green and white bubbles. These 2 are for listening to music, while over here are games and accelerators. I logged in briefly. You can use my account to watch videos later. It's an annual VIP. Oh, I'll just steal your account when I go home. Planning to steal before you even understand how to use it? Do you want to be a hacker? Absolutely not. Hackers invade others' networks. I want to be a white hat. Wow, you actually know this? I'm just naturally clever, Lu Xiaoxi said, straightening her back, believing that Li Mu must now regard her with newfound respect. And explain what a white hat is. It's the opposite of a hacker. That's what I heard in a video. Li Mu immediately chuckled, recognizing that his knowledge in this domain was quite superficial, so he refrained from delving deeper into such discussions with Lu Xiaoxi. By the way, it's been an hour. Why haven't my parents returned yet? Chapter 46. She is not at all lewd. After Li Mu completed the basic setup and downloaded the necessary software, Lu Xiaoxi took over the computer. She was somewhat unfamiliar with it, clicking on the software, but unable to open it. When she clicked twice, a prompt appeared asking, "Do you want to allow this application to make changes to your device?" She understood each word, yet the combination formed a sentence beyond her comprehension. Terms like device and hard drive were foreign to her, prompting her to cast a pleading glance towards someone nearby. "Just click yes. If you click no, you won't be able to enter," he advised. "Oh, right. The system's firewall is quite robust, so I didn't install any security software. As long as you use it normally, there shouldn't be any issues. Just avoid browsing unhealthy websites, or you might end up with a virus." "Do you think girls are like boys who watch those things?" Lu Xiaoxi pouted, her index and middle fingers poised like a sword, jabbing directly at Li Mu's abdomen. To her surprise, his stomach was as hard as a rock, and while he showed little reaction, her fingers ached instead. Research indicates that women's proclivity for lewdness is 6 times that of men. Li Mu countered with a mix of jest and conviction. "That applies to other girls, not me." Lu Xiaoxi's face flushed. "I am not lewd at all. I have never even looked at such things." Li Mu remained silent, standing up to stretch his body, circling the sofa before retrieving a mooncake from the fridge. "Want some?" "No." Lu Xiaoxi glanced at it, immediately losing interest upon seeing it was filled with 5 nuts. No matter how hungry she was, she had no desire for that. "You aren't eating, but I plan to have stir-fried mooncakes tonight." Stir-fried mooncakes? Lu Xiaoxi had never heard of such a dish, or perhaps a staple, given that mooncakes themselves are calorie-dense. Frying them in oil would surely lead to a face full of pimples after just one bite. Do you feel a bit sorry for me? He asked teasingly. What are you trying to express? I find myself missing your cooking. I don't cook at home. It's all my mom in the kitchen. I miss your mother's cooking. These past few days, it seems my dad has been cooking. I miss your dad's cooking. You just don't want to eat Aunt Sue's food. Lu Xiaoxi's beautiful brows arched in amusement as she bit her lip to suppress laughter, her joy evident. This guy had said so much simply to avoid eating stir-fried mooncakes, cleverly seeking to mooch a meal at his own home. The two families often hosted each other. Whenever her family entertained guests, Aunt Sue would assist in the kitchen, while Mu and Lu Xiaoxi, incapable of cooking, could only sit idly in the living room. Conversely, when Mu's family hosted, she and her mother would help Aunt Sue, while her father would occasionally lend a hand, leaving Mu and Lu Xiaoxi again relegated to the living room. In reality, the only two who truly couldn't cook were the two of them. Lu Xiaoxi was unaware of Su Wen's true culinary skills, but observing Mu, she had an inkling. Every meal was palatable thanks to her and her mother as assistants. Shu, keep your voice down. If my mom comes back, it will be disastrous. Mu glanced nervously at the door, genuinely afraid his mother would return unexpectedly. His mother, Su Wen, had a knack for impeccable timing. Back in middle school, he once played on his phone until late, forgetting his clothes. He had tiptoed out in just his underwear, only for his mother to emerge half asleep at that very moment, leaving him with a lasting psychological scar. By the way, why haven't Aunt Sue and Uncle Lee returned? Should we call them? All right, let me check. Mu indeed called. Fortunately, Su Wen answered, explaining they were at the seafood market. Good. Nothing happened. So what do you want to do? Whatever, as long as it's not stir-fried mooncakes. Do you realize what this behavior is? Eating for free? Mu pondered briefly. How can you even say that? Lu Xiaoxi's lips twitched. Only someone as brazen as him could state such a thing with such confidence. What is wrong with letting me have a bite? What kind of relationship do we have? Many relationships. Classmates, friends, neighbors, and now we've added the layer of tenant. Lu Xiaoxi didn't hear the 4 words she wanted to hear, scoffing and ignoring him as she turned back to her computer. When faced with something she couldn't do, Lu Xiaoxi would typically refuse outright. In instances like this, her silence had a 98% chance of indicating agreement, with a mere 0. 2 likelihood that she hadn't heard him. He, of all people, understood Lu Xiaoxi best. Lu Xiaoxi opened a video application, intending to find a recent popular romantic drama. By the way, this account belongs to Mu, right? I want to see what kind of shows he usually watches. She opened the viewing history in front of him, browsing freely. There were anime, gaming videos, anime edits, and quite a few novel tutorials, with sporadic cosplay videos appearing. She knew what cosplay was, role-playing, primarily depicting characters from games or anime. Compelled by curiosity, she clicked on one. A flood of white filled her screen. The cosplayers wore various outfits, enhanced by a pinkish-purple filter, exuding a lively charm. Ah, men, she remarked. Mu chuckled as he sat beside her, eager to see what video she was watching. At first glance, he exclaimed, wow, those girls are beautiful. On the second glance, he thought, hey, I recognize some of these. However, his amusement quickly faded. This is called a comic convention, you know? He stammered, feeling an inexplicable urge to explain. After all, he had been caught watching videos of beautiful women, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at having his hidden preferences exposed. Not explaining felt like a disservice to himself. Clearly, he would need to be more discreet in the future. All right, I know you're a nerd, she teased. What do you want to watch? Mu, employing the art of topic diversion, moved slightly closer, claiming control of the mouse. Lu Xiaoxi instinctively recoiled, fearful he might touch her hand again, allowing him to take the reins of the computer. The space between them had dwindled to less than a fist's distance. She searched for a recent hit romantic drama, where the protagonist navigated life in a bustling city, working, buying a home, marrying, and having children, only for the female lead to be diagnosed with cancer. What cliché drama? It's bound to be terrible, made specifically for girls like you. Girls like me? I'm the same age as you. Then tell me, what do you think is the best? Real men watch thrilling sci-fi. I've seen this film about human mechs battling alien monsters twice already. Isn't it possible that she is a girl? Chapter 47, A Heartfelt Dinner. Sue finally returned home. As she opened the door, She found Mu and Lu Xiaoxi seated together, engrossed in their computer. They were so close that a little more proximity could lead to a kiss. Su Wen's heart swelled with joy, and her imagination began to paint a beautiful future where Lu Xiaoxi became part of their family. Has our son become successful? Mom, did you really only buy this bag of bean sprouts after spending so long at the market? Mu pondered, looking at the single bag in his mother's hands. 3 hours at the market, including a visit to the seafood market, and you come back with just a bag of bean sprouts? The gas alone must have cost over 10 yuan. Su Wen smiled awkwardly. They weren't truly shopping. They had been chatting with neighbors for 3 hours, cracking sunflower seeds until their hands went numb. That bag of bean sprouts was merely a token gesture to justify their trip to the market. What about Dad? He's downstairs playing chess with someone. Su Wen cheerfully turned to Lu Xiaoxi, gently asking, "Would you like to stay for dinner tonight?" "No, thank you, Suwani." Lu Xiaoxi casually declined, as she had no desire for the stir-fried mooncake. After a brief chat, Lu Xiaoxi gathered her things and left. She returned to her room, placed her computer aside, and lay quietly on her bed. The plump kitty, sensing her unusual demeanor, curled up beside her, playfully nudging her with its fluffy tail. "Oh, little fatty, stop it." The cat, oblivious to the reason behind her flushed cheeks, merely enjoyed the gentle affection. Earlier, while watching a science fiction movie at Limu's house, he had been like an eager child, recounting the plot and even elaborating on the storyline from the original work. Lu Xiaoxi, who typically indulged in sweet dramas or pure love stories, had never ventured into the realm of science fiction and had no intention of doing so. Yet, she had just watched an entire film with Limu. How peculiar. Moreover, while sitting together, Limu's legs had frequently brushed against hers. Only now did she realize that regardless of whether it was intentional or not, he had taken advantage of the situation today. Such actions could lead to greater mischief tomorrow. The thoughts of a young girl often meander unpredictably. She noticed the pink mechanical cat-shaped glasses case on her desk. It seemed Limu had been using her glasses quite a bit lately. Lu Xiaoxi retrieved the case, sprayed some lens cleaner, and wiped her glasses clean before putting them on. Her prescription was mild, not affecting her daily life, and she usually preferred not to wear glasses, as the soft blur was quite pleasant. Upon donning her glasses, that gentle haze vanished. "Little fatty, get up." Lu Xiaoxi tried to sit up but found herself trapped. She stubbornly attempted again, yet failed, blaming little fatty's corpulence. The displeased kitty meowed twice before leaping off her soft body and grooming its fur. Watching Lu Xiaoxi as she stood up and approached her vanity to beautify herself. The stereotype of black round-frame glasses appearing in numerous films is curious. Who popularized them? They are undeniably charming, especially on Lu Xiaoxi. As the sunlight softened, Lu Xiaoxi indulged in a brief nap, awakening to find it past 6 in the evening. Ever since she had taken out the gifts from Limu, her sleep had been profoundly peaceful, surrounded by his scent, which brought her comfort. Upon opening her door, a familiar aroma assaulted her senses. She saw her mother busy in the kitchen. After washing her face, Lu Xiaoxi hurried to assist. Her family had a penchant for spicy food. Even boiled vegetables had to be seasoned with chili. "Mom, is it ready?" "Not yet. Just finished preparing the dishes." "Let me help. You go watch some television." "What is up?" Xiaoxi asked quizzically, as it was usually the two of them cooking together, with her husband occasionally lending a hand. Today, her daughter seemed a bit unusual. "Oh, I can handle it," Lu Xiaoxi insisted, tying her hair into a short ponytail, donning a red apron, and gently ushering her mother out of the kitchen, finally closing the glass door to shield against the cooking smoke. Glancing at the rice cooker, she was relieved to see it was just beginning to cook. Otherwise, it would be too late to add rice. She rinsed a small bowl of rice and poured it in, just enough for someone special. Tonight's menu included spare ribs, grass carp, and a basket of lettuce. Simple yet satisfying. Preparing the meal was a delicate balance. It had to please her parents while also being suitable for Limu, making the spice level challenging to manage. She added only a pinch of chili, being careful as she did so. "Xiaoxi, is it ready?" "Yes." Lu Xiaoxi opened the door and brought the dishes to the dining table. "Huh, you didn't use any chili?" Xiaoxi immediately picked up on the inconsistency. The dishes looked different than usual. "Where's the red oil?" "Ah, I must have forgotten." Lu Xiaoxi's gaze wandered, unsure how to explain. Well, it's good to have a lighter meal occasionally. Too much spice isn't healthy. Xiaoqi observed her daughter's demeanor and quickly pieced together the truth. Their family was accustomed to spice, so how could she forget? The truth was evident. Is Li Mu coming over for dinner? Huh? Lu Xiaoxi's reaction confirmed her mother's suspicions. Her daughter was certainly not very straightforward. Just tell me, is he or isn't he? Yes and no, Lu Xiaoxi muttered softly, feeling a bit anxious. After all, it was merely a casual meal delivery. What do you mean by yes and no? I asked Li Mu to help me with my computer today, and that thick-skinned fool asked me to bring him dinner. Lu Xiaoxi conceded, knowing her mother was too perceptive to hide anything from. A heartfelt dinner? Mom, all right, I won't say anymore. I don't want to upset our precious Xiaoxi. Xiaoqi chuckled, watching her daughter's face turn as red as a tomato, clearly enjoying the moment. If it were anyone else, she might have lectured her daughter, but knowing Li Mu, she preferred the situation to escalate. Having watched Li Mu grow up, she understood the kind of person he was and felt reassured. Although it felt slightly unfair, both she and Su had always hoped for a romantic connection between their children, a sentiment that had lingered for a long time. Chapter 48. Can we truly be together forever by treading on shadows? The curtains veiled most of the sunlight, and on Li Mu's lap rested a small pig plushie. The rhythmic clattering of the keyboard echoed throughout the room, a steady stream of sound. Of course, Li Mu had not transformed into a virtuoso pianist to safeguard his family. Rather, he was deeply engrossed in the creative process of his new book. Writing novels had evolved from a mere hobby into a supplementary source of income, consuming 3 to 4 hours of his day, which amounted to 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. Coupled with his monthly living expenses, he was able to amass a considerable sum. The purpose of this money is a topic for another time, but having financial means in the outside world certainly brings a sense of security. Perhaps such considerations should not preoccupy a freshman, yet Li Mu felt quite mature. Indeed, he felt exceedingly mature enough to be self-sufficient. Li Mu, come out for dinner. Wait a moment, I'm coming. All right, but it's still raw. Li Mu's slippers were worn out, necessitating a trip to buy a new pair tonight. He shuffled out of the hall in his flip-flops, his heart racing as he lifted the lid of the pot. There were indeed fried mooncakes, but also stir-fried green peppers with pork and a plate of bean sprouts. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat the fried mooncakes? Su Wen's voice chimed from behind as she brought over a pot of seaweed and egg soup. Not particularly, he replied. You'll have to eat a little, Su Wen teased with a chuckle. Initially, she had intended to serve fried mooncakes. But while Li Mu was holed up in his room playing on the computer, she took the opportunity to visit the market and buy vegetables. After all, she wasn't a cruel stepmother who would serve bizarre dishes to her two beloved men. The appearance of the dishes was acceptable, but the taste. Li Mu poked a piece of pork with a toothpick, and his expression shifted dramatically. After sampling a small bite of the fried mooncake, he fell into silence. I remember Dad enjoys this, he said at last. Haha, then he must eat more? Su Wen laughed, taking a taste herself. My cooking skills are really improving. Li Mu managed to finish his dinner entirely with soup-soaked rice. Although his mother remained the same, her cooking skills unchanged. He found himself unable to enjoy the meal as he once did, even when it had previously seemed unpalatable. Oh no, has my stomach been spoiled by Lu Xiaoxi? He barely ate any rice before finding an excuse to leave, saving the remaining appetite for Lu Xiaoxi. Mom, my slippers are broken. I'm going to buy a new pair. But we have other slippers at home. I only like that brand. I can't get used to others. The sincerity in his voice was palpable. He had cherished that pair of slippers for a long time, refusing to wear any others, as he was a man of loyalty. Go on, see if you can find some sugarcane. If you do, buy a bit back. Make sure to get some for me. And by the way, Dad, you must eat more and not waste food. Li Chongheng dared not express his frustration. This rascal not only fled quickly, but also managed to pull a fast one on him before leaving. Li Mu paid no heed to such matters, changing into a smaller pair of slippers before heading downstairs. At the gazebo where they played Go, Li Mu took out his phone and messaged Lu Xiaoxi. Li Fool, are you free? Is dinner ready? Lu Little Pig, what kind of attitude is that? Li Fool, my apologies, Miss Lu. Grinning, Lu Little Pig, at least you recognize your faults. Come out and open the door. Li fool. I'm waiting by the gazebo. You can bring it down. After a minute, she replied, Lu, little pig. Lu, little pig. You're so troublesome. With disdain. Before long, a young girl emerged from the stairwell, freshly bathed, and, as she approached Li Mu, he caught a whiff of her delightful scent. Why are you wearing glasses? He asked, playfully poking the center of her frame. Don't mess around. Don't pry into the affairs of a beautiful girl. Beautiful girl? I'm more like a masked hero. Go eat your food. Lu Xiaoxi handed him a large thermal container that was almost the size of her head. Li Mu accepted it with a smile, brushing his fingers lightly against her hand, which felt smooth and pleasant. You creep. Lu Xiaoxi muttered, her teeth clenched. This guy was getting increasingly inappropriate, his mind seemingly filled with nothing but hands. Did he really think they were that close? If they weren't surrounded by familiar faces, she would have pinched his soft flesh and tickled him mercilessly. Are you going to buy something? What? Slippers. You're insane. I meant I would buy slippers. You don't need to ask me what you want. But I don't know what to buy. Lu Xiaoxi sat next to him, observing as he ate. Li Mu glanced at the food, taking a small bite. The taste was exquisite, perfectly spiced, and he shot a curious look at Lu Xiaoxi. This is odd. Isn't she someone who craves extreme spiciness? Could it be she prepared this specially for me? It had to be that way. She had feelings for him. Eat already. Why are you staring at me? Nothing. I just suddenly feel you're quite nice. You look adorable in glasses. Unexpected flattery made Lu Xiaoxi's face flush bright red. Was this guy up to his usual tricks? Such blatant compliments nearly short-circuited her brain, her lips quivering as she struggled to form words. Her earlobes bloomed with a delicate crimson, purer than the morning and more beautiful than the evening glow. Yet as dusk approached, some individuals were oblivious to the fading light. With a satisfied burp, Li Mu patted his full belly, realizing his appetite had indeed been spoiled. Lu Xiaoxi had recovered from her earlier embarrassment. You're washing the dishes. And make sure to clean them well. Bring them to me tomorrow. If they're not clean, don't expect to eat again. You wash them. Li Mu was quite the tyrant, enjoying free meals while ordering her around. All right, I'll wash them. Are we heading to the supermarket now? Sure. I'll leave the dishes here and come back for them later. If you lose them, you owe me 2. I'll owe you 3, 4, 5. How many do you want? Hey, is this the psychiatric department? I've got a patient here. The community-s streetlights were swarming with mosquitoes, a dark cloud of them. Even in October, the southern climate retained a hint of warmth. Though a few days might bring cooler temperatures, most of the time it hovered around 24 or 25 degrees. Once the weather stabilized, these swarms of flying insects would vanish. Many people were out walking their pets during this time. When encountering acquaintances, Li Mu would reach out to pet them. In contrast, the lively and youthful Lu Xiaoxi appeared somewhat subdued. She trailed behind him, hands clasped behind her back. As they passed beneath the streetlights, she stepped upon Li Mu's shadow. As he moved forward, so did she, mirroring his steps. Treading on shadows could dispel one's darkness. As his grandfather had once said, stepping on another's shadow meant that person would never leave you. Could it truly be so? Chapter 49. The ever-childish fool. As they had only a few items to purchase, the two of them pushed a small cart. The man, unable to remain still when he had something in hand, maneuvered the cart as if he were drifting, even providing sound effects as he turned corners. What a childish fool, murmured Lu Xiaoxi to herself. How unlike her, who had blossomed into a graceful, understanding older sister. I see you haven't matured much either, she retorted. Who says that? My height is quite tall among girls. Thank you very much. And what else? What else? Lu Xiaoxi perceptibly noticed Li Mu's gaze drop slightly, prompting her to instinctively look down and see her pink toes peeking out from her sandals. Was Li Mu mocking her for being small? She couldn't help it. You scoundrel. Lu Xiaoxi's hands transformed into pincers as she playfully pinched the soft flesh at Li Mu's waist. Hiss, don't. We're in a supermarket. There are people around. Glancing around, she noticed the crowd was sparse, but making a scene would certainly attract attention. If someone she knew happened to pass by, it would be difficult to explain. With an annoyed glare, she kicked him lightly in the rear and relented. That's bound to leave a bruise. You asked for it. Was that harassment? Li Mu inquired. You're aware of that now? I must tell Aunt Sue later. No. Please. Just wait. I want to let you off this time. What do you want to buy? I'll treat you. The girl turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge him. She still had videos of Li Mu from the waist down on her phone, which she had intended to delete, but now. That could settle the score. I will have my revenge. All right, I'll pay, just calm down. You're finally being reasonable. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, tossing her hair back as she strolled towards the snack aisle, tossing anything delectable and unfamiliar into the cart. Her plan to exact revenge on Li Mu was no mere jest. This was a punishment. After a round, the small cart was already half filled with snacks. Of course, it also contained a pair of blue slippers. Hello, that will be 79 yuan. The cashier scanned the items. Take care. Why didn't you check the receipt before leaving? Lu Xiaoxi snatched a large bag of snacks from Li Mu's hands, carefully inspecting the receipt. Could there be a mistake? Sometimes the cashier accidentally scans an item twice. It's best to verify. Didn't you check during that incident at school? Who told you that? I only check my own items. You just didn't see it. And I wouldn't help you. Lu Xiaoxi found a bag of jelly and shoved the snack bag back into Li Mu's hands, straining to twist off the lid. Perhaps due to the quality of the brand, the lid was tightly sealed, causing her thumb to redden, yet she still couldn't open it. She glanced sideways at Li Mu, who was watching her intently. It was as if it were written on her face. Help me. Do you want me to assist? No. With her teeth, Lu Xiaoxi managed to pry open the lid, taking small sips of the jelly. The strawberry flavor was tangy and sweet. Li Mu openly turned his head to observe her. You look like a little hamster when you eat jelly. The little hamster he had once raised was now gone to hamster heaven. It had been an adorable creature, stuffing its cheeks with food, just like Lu Xiaoxi. Oh. As she slurped the jelly, she made slurping sounds, and if she sucked too hard, the jelly would cling to her lips. The girl seemed to find it amusing, taking a deep sip, ensuring the jelly adhered firmly to her upper lip. See? I think you're quite childish too. Li Mu chuckled, playfully flicking the packaging, causing Lu Xiaoxi's lips to jiggle. Don't move. It hurts a bit. I can't seem to get it off. Let me see what is going on. Hiss, huh? Ha. This is what you get for being playful. You're still laughing. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, finally managing to pull off the packaging, her lips now red and her eyes glistening. Li Mu reached out to poke her puffed cheeks. The puffy cheeks released all the air right back in his face. On their way back, Li Mu turned into a fruit stall and bought a piece of sugarcane. In the South, buying fruit is quite convenient. Not only can you ask the vendor to peel it, but they will also cut it into small pieces. Li Mu asked for 2 small bags and handed one to Lu Xiaoxi. Here, want some? Thank you, she replied, her demeanor considerably more docile. Li Mu took a piece of sugarcane for himself, biting down on it. The sweet, juicy black sugarcane from the South squirted juice, accidentally splattering Lu Xiaoxi's face. It's all over my face, she exclaimed. Have you bathed yet? Not yet. Lu Xiaoxi leaned closer, using his shirt to wipe her face. The way she rubbed her cheek on his arm was utterly adorable. Li Mu didn't mind. After all, he was the one who had splashed her. Besides, he would be showering soon. However, Lu Xiaoxi's actions made him blush slightly. It felt like something a couple would do. A cool breeze wafted through the air. Yet he couldn't catch a hint of her fragrance. How long has it been since we walked this path together? I don't know. I think I haven't walked to school with you since the 2nd year of junior high. Li Mu bonded. This street encapsulated their journey from elementary to high school, a necessary route for their studies. The area was filled with residential complexes, predominantly housing students, and vendors were frequently present. Back when he and Lu Xiaoxi were close, they would walk to school together, always stopping here to buy rice cakes, asking the vendor to cut it into small pieces, sharing it on toothpicks as they walked to school. At that time, he carried a black Ultraman backpack, teasing Lu Xiaoxi for her pink Barbie backpack, which he deemed overly feminine. Those days had come to an end when their relationship soured in junior high. In recent years, the small county had been promoting civility, and the vendor who used to save a portion of rice cakes for them was no longer there. You fell here once. Lu Xiaoxi paused under an osmanthus tree, pointing at the tree pit with a smile. You remember that? I remember you were losing your baby teeth at the time, and when you fell, you bumped your loose tooth. You ran home crying to Uncle Lee to have it pulled. It left quite the impression on me. All right, you insisted on coming with me, and neither of us went to class. Speaking of which, you should thank me for letting you skip half a day of school. Come on, I actually enjoy going to school, you know. Lu Xiaoxi, the diligent student, had always been studious. She said nothing more, lowering her head to nibble on the sugarcane. However, the cane's growth had developed a hard bud, making it quite tough. Ugh, I can't bite through it. Chapter 50. Helping Lu Xiaoxi bite the sugarcane had buds at both ends, and she was unable to bite through. There were still 2 segments left, which she certainly could not discard. While she struggled, a certain someone beside her was devouring it with gusto, occasionally sucking out the juicy essence, leaving her to watch enviously. Not eating anymore. There are segments left, and I can't bite through. Give it to me. Li Mu extended his hands towards her, unwilling to waste any part of it. All right. Lu Xiaoxi thought he would wash it and continue eating, so she handed the cane over. Li Mu grinned, taking the cane with one hand while letting the other glide over the back of her hand. Lu Xiaoxi was not flustered. After all, it was unnecessary to use both hands to take the cane. When she saw Li Mu's hands reaching out, she understood perfectly. He was undoubtedly trying to take advantage of her again. The past few days had been nothing but trouble. No matter what she said, Li Mu, with his thick skin, would always seize the opportunity to touch her small hand, just as he had done in the morning and would do again in the afternoon. She decided to ignore it. After all, a little hand-holding was no big deal. They had clung to each other like that as children. The segment of sugar cane bore faint bite marks, which Li Mu could not see. He bit down hard on the segment with buds, savoring the juice until it was all gone. Lu Xiaoxi was left in awe. She brushed her teeth every morning and night, her teeth white and well-aligned. While Li Mu typically brushed only in the morning and occasionally at night if he skipped a late-night snack, suggesting that her dental health should be superior to his. Yet, the current situation was entirely the opposite. But there's my saliva on it. She had just held the cane in her mouth. Oh, it's not like I haven't eaten it before, Li Mu replied nonchalantly, biting both ends of the sugar cane. I find it disgusting. I'm going to gag. Lu Xiaoxi feigned a gagging gesture, clutching her shirt at the chest. Then why not eat a new one? I don't want to. I'm almost done with this one. Lu Xiaoxi dared not meet his gaze. Biting into the cane, she resembled a little kitten sniffing for a scent, finding no flavor. It was merely that it carried Li Mu's saliva, making it rather unappealing. In truth, they had even shared an ice cream cone as children, both having consumed each other's saliva without a second thought. As the sugar cane dwindled, she no longer cared about biting through the segments and simply handed it to Li Mu to help her. Oh no, what's wrong? There are only 2 segments left. Li Mu raised the sugar cane he held, which had once been a plump bag, now reduced to a pile of remnants and 2 segments filled with buds. They had devoured it all. My mom asked me to bring some back, and now it's gone. Will Aunt Sue scold you? At my age, she definitely won't scold me, but she might nag a bit. What should we do? Hee, just say it was you who ate it. Are you asking for trouble? Lu Xiaoxi raised her small hand, bending her index and middle fingers to mimic crab pincers. Li Mu instinctively covered his sides, fearing the pincers would soon pinch him. There's a fruit stall ahead. Let us check it out. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Let us go. Fortunately, there were mobile fruit vendors nearby, and Li Mu casually bought a few items to take back. Of course, he did not forget to grab the thermos container left under the go table. If he lost it, Lu Xiaoxi would surely have his hide. Today, the neighborhood gossip group seemed unusually absent. The air was fragrant with osmanthus, and a few fallen blossoms landed in Li Mu's hair, prompting Lu Xiaoxi to reach up and brush them off. Li Mu noticed a few osmanthus blossoms atop her head and reached toward her as well. The girl assumed he was going to help her brush off the blossoms, so she lowered her head to make it easier for him to see. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her forehead. Li Mu had no intention of helping her at all. What time tomorrow should I return the bowl to you? Any time is fine. Just remember to wash it thoroughly. If it's dirty, you can forget about eating. Don't forget your snacks, Li Mu added, pulling out 2 bags of chips and his own slippers from the snack bag. He suddenly noticed that Lu Xiaoxi was wearing light red sandals, which matched his blue slippers, a couple's color. He watched her unlock the door, leaving a small gap to pull out a blueberry-flavored jelly and hand it to him. Before Li Mu could take the opportunity to touch her hand, Lu Xiaoxi swiftly closed the door. He sighed in regret as he returned to his own room. His parents were seated on the sofa, watching television. Upon hearing the door open, they both turned their gazes toward him. Why are you so late coming back? Were you not playing downstairs with Lu Xiaoxi? Mom, how did you know? Aunt Jean told me. She said Lu Xiaoxi went down with a lunchbox to find you. Su poked Li Mu's forehead with her finger, chiding him. So you think you can disdain your mother-esque cooking and let Xiaoxi bring you food? I guess my taste had been spoiled by Lu Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi cooks deliciously. Aunt Qin told me she prepared this meal herself, even using less chili. She cares about you. And look at you, showing no awareness at all. Who told you that? I just asked her to buy a bag of snacks. After washing up, Li Mu returned to his room. He opened a facial mask and began applying it according to the instructions on the packaging. His skin was naturally a healthy white. And after spending days indoors without sun exposure, the tan from military training had faded significantly. At least the obvious contrast between his hands, feet, and neck had disappeared. He had become accustomed to placing his pig plush toy on his lap while sitting. Just as he was about to open his computer to type, his phone buzzed with a WeChat message. It was a 10-second voice note from Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi, why does the computer have a password? What is it? You never told me. Perhaps it was late, for Lu Xiaoxi's voice was softer, sounding gentle, and he could faintly hear the sound of keyboard typing and the meowing of her cat, Xiaofei. He could picture her sitting at the computer desk, puzzled as she input the password, with Xiaofei perched on her lap, enjoying her gentle caresses. Li Mu typed in response, Li Binda, my birthday, the first 6 digits of my QQ number. Lu Xiaoxi. This is my computer, and you said a password without telling me. Her tone was somewhat playful. Li Binda, I forgot to mention it. Lu Xiaoxi. And you wrote my username as Lu Xiaoxi, right? Just wait. Li Binda. Funny. After a moment's thought, Li Mu selected the best angles and took 3 selfies to send to Lu Xiaoxi. Li Binda. Image. Li Binda. Which one looks handsome? Lu Xiaoxi. Do you know you look greasy? Li Binda. Grin. Angry. Pig. Lu Xiaoxi rubbed Xiaofei's head with one hand while playing with her phone with the other, opening and saving each of the 3 images Li Mu had sent. Li Mu looked rather silly while applying the mask. As she browsed videos, she often came across clips of various individuals showcasing those facial mask effects. Such effects can, to a certain extent, accentuate a person's features, creating a visual deception that enhances the user's beauty. The image sent by Li Mu embodies this concept, where the mask transcends mere effect to become a reality. In contrast to the greasy appearance of the effects, Li Mu's mask appears remarkably more natural, devoid of any sheen. Indeed, the mask obscures much of his face, rendering the originally attractive features invisible. Lu Xiaoxi entered the computer password and, using Li Mu's account, began watching a comedic variety show. By the time she finished an episode, it was already 1 a.m. She promptly closed the laptop, nestled with her pet Xiaofei, and began scrolling through her phone in bed. Li Mu had sent her a goodnight message at midnight. Meow. Xiaofei gently scratched Lu Xiaoxi's face with its tail. Why is the master smiling foolishly? Has something gone awry? Under Xiaofei's puzzled gaze, Lu Xiaoxi softly uttered into her phone, "Good night." The WeChat conversation, where content in quotation marks represents voice messages and unquoted content signifies text. Should anyone find this arrangement chaotic, I shall convert everything to text. Chapter 51. A gentle tickle from downstairs. The cheerful sounds of children at play permeated the air. Li Mu, awakened by the sunlight streaming into his eyes, slowly roused from his slumber. The curtains had been left slightly ajar the night before, allowing the golden rays to infiltrate his room. Habitually glancing at the time, he realized it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. It was only then that he noticed a voice message from Lu Xiaoxi, a soft, tender good night. How peculiar. He replayed it, and again, savoring the sweet sound. Could it be that Lu Xiaoxi's voice message signified a deepening of their relationship? Li Mu lingered in bed until noon, occasionally revisiting the delightful recording. Ah, how enchanting it was! His parents seemed to have vanished, leaving him to brush his teeth and wash his face before continuing to plan his new book. Yet, before he had made significant progress, a knock at the door interrupted him. He was grateful he hadn't been listening to music with headphones. Otherwise, he might not have heard the visitor at all. Peering through the peephole, he spotted a youthful girl with vibrant short hair, adorned with a pink sports cap that shielded her face, revealing only her delicate chin. Though her features were obscured, Li Mu recognized her instantly. Behind her were Aunt Qin and Uncle Lu, sharing laughter as they made their way toward the elevator. "Mom and Dad, you go ahead," the girl called out. "Who are you?" "I heard you. I know you're watching." Interrupted mid-spell. Mu chuckled as he opened the door, finally noticing the badminton racket slung over the girl's shoulder. She was clearly geared up for a game. Lu Xiaoxi's parents were avid sports enthusiasts. Whenever they had free time, they would head downstairs for badminton or table tennis, sometimes bringing Lu Xiaoxi along. Mu had learned both sports from Lu Xiaoxi's father, Lu Ming. "Are you going to play?" he inquired. The girl gave a timid nod. "But I thought you couldn't play badminton." Mu stroked his chin, a bemused expression crossing his face. He recalled that Lu Xiaoxi had struggled with the sport. After years of practice, she could hardly manage 5 rallies under his instruction. "Who told you I couldn't?" She retorted defensively. "I just said I'm not very good. Not that I can't play." Lu Xiaoxi's voice softened, a hint of defeat creeping in. "You're just not skilled. Are you playing or not? If not, I'll play with my parents. Let us go." With that, Lu Xiaoxi's parents descended, leaving just the two of them in the elevator. "You look so round." Lu Xiaoxi giggled, covering her mouth as she pointed at Mu's reflection in the elevator doors. "Is it possible that you're also quite round?" Hiding behind Mu, she peeked out, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. "That way, it's just you who looks round." The elevator soon arrived at their destination. The sun had yet to emerge, but the playground was alive with young people playing basketball, while the raucous shouts of older men engaged in chess echoed nearby. Mu spotted his father at a chess table and his mother at a card table. They had come out early to play, which explained their absence. "Why are you still wearing a hat with no sun?" Mu teased, flicking Lu Xiaoxi's cap brim. "Wait until the sun comes out and bakes you." Removing her hat, Lu Xiaoxi touched her forehead, which bore a faint imprint from the cap's tight fit. "I should have adjusted it before putting it on." She opened her badminton bag, revealing a worn racket with a damaged grip, which she handed to Mu, keeping the better one for herself. "Use this one. Any racket would win against you." Lu Xiaoxi huffed, moving to the other side of the court. Her fiery determination was palpable as she tossed the shuttlecock high and executed a lofty shot. Such shots were relatively simple to return, and Mu deftly sent it back, the shuttle landing squarely on Lu Xiaoxi's forehead. "Are you all right?" he asked, his lips twitching in amusement. He had aimed for an easy return, not anticipating the mishap. "I'm fine," she replied, clutching her forehead as she retrieved the shuttle and launched another high shot. It seemed this was the only technique she could manage. So Mu decided to humor her with more high shots. Anyone proficient at badminton passing would surely find their game maddening. There was a noticeable disparity in their stamina. After merely 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoxi was breathless, sweat glistening on her forehead. "I can't go on," she panted, waving her hands in surrender. Mu took the shuttle and approached her side. She leaned heavily on her knees, gasping for breath. "Let us sit for a moment." "All right." She reached into her bag for her water bottle. "I need to hydrate. Drinking water after intense exercise can lead to nausea." "It's fine. This isn't really intense exercise." Ignoring his warning, Lu Xiaoxi eagerly sipped from her straw. "With your fitness level, running a few steps is already strenuous, and you have a herniated disc. Why are you playing badminton?" "It's okay. I've been doing well lately." Mu settled beside her, taking her water bottle and unscrewing the cap to drink. "You said not to drink water. Yet here you are." "I'm not tired." Despite her words, Mu was equally drenched in sweat, his collar and underarms soaked, hair clinging together in damp strands. As he gulped down the water, droplets cascaded down his chin. Lu Xiaoxi stole a glance at him. "You smell terrible. You'll get used to it." He grinned, fanning himself with his shirt collar, eliciting a frown from Lu Xiaoxi as she pinched her nose. "I think I might be sick." "See? I told you not to drink water. It's your odor that's making me nauseous." "That's not true. Sweat doesn't have a smell. It's the bacteria." "You smell too." Mu sniffed under his arms, conceding there was a slight odor, an unavoidable consequence of exertion. He shifted slightly, distancing himself from her. "Are you ready to head back? Let us rest a while longer." Lu Xiaoxi remained hunched over, clearly uncomfortable. Throughout high school, she rarely left her desk to study, and an occasional leg pain had led her to discover her herniated disc. Following her diagnosis, she had abstained from physical activity, and her fitness had diminished significantly. Having experienced little pain recently, she thought she was ready to engage in sports again. However, Li Mu's suspicions proved correct. The nausea intensified, accompanied by dry heaving. Your lips are turning pale, Li Mu noted, supporting his chin with his hand. He had warned her before, but she hadn't listened. Now, despite his concern, he could do nothing but watch her suffer, and he felt helpless himself. Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip, the pallor on her face briefly giving way to color, only to fade once more. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from badminton for now. Despite its seemingly light nature, it demands as much exertion as basketball. With me playing gently, you might manage, but anyone else would be smashing the shuttlecock, and you wouldn't be able to return a single one. While you belittle my stamina, you take the opportunity to praise yourself? Lu Xiaoxi retorted, her slender fingers pinching his arm playfully. Though the girl was still in a weakened state, her strength was negligible, and Li Mu felt no discomfort. If anything, he relished the playful banter. He turned slightly, presenting his back to Lu Xiaoxi, and gestured with his hand towards his back. Pinch this. Lu Xiaoxi's small fist clenched tightly. Chapter 52. I am only abnormal towards you, Li Mu Ge. Xiaoxi Jia. A voice, slightly immature, emanated from behind. Li Mu turned to see an 11 or 12-year-old boy accompanied by an even younger girl. He recognized the boy, having previously taught him how to play table tennis, while the girl was unfamiliar to him. Mi Dan, is this your sister? Li Mu greeted them with a smile. This is my cousin. She just turned 8. The boy, affectionately nicknamed Mi Dan, replied without a hint of embarrassment. Not only did Li Mu call him that, but the entire neighborhood, and even his parents did too, and he took pride in it. He playfully patted the girl's back and produced a brand new, unopened table tennis paddle. Li Mu Ge, want to play table tennis? Before Li Mu could respond, Mi Dan eagerly interjected, no child in the neighborhood can match my skills. Being invincible can be so lonely. A lively and talkative boy, he bore a resemblance to Li Mu in his younger days. You seem quite proud. Have you faced off against the elderly in the neighborhood? I said I'm invincible among kids. Those old men don't count. Me, Dane climate. Come on, Li Mu Ge, let us go play. Having not played in a while, Li Mu readily agreed, but paused, turning to squat in front of Lu Xiaoxi with a cheerful grin. Let us all go. The physical exertion in table tennis is far less than in badminton. It'll be a casual game, and you 1T get too tired. I don't know how to play table tennis, she replied. I can teach you, he offered. I'm not interested in learning. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, but eventually stood up, brushing off the dust from her pants. Now, feeling much better, the nausea had nearly vanished. It wasn't that she wanted to watch Li Mu play. She simply wished to accompany the adorable little girl. Since the girl was following Mi Dan to the table tennis court, she decided to join them. After informing Lu Xiaoxi's parents, the 2 adults and 2 children headed toward the court. Along the way, Li Mu entertained himself by balancing the table tennis ball on his paddle, counting 1, 2, 3. Lu Xiaoxi watched him intently, and after he had successfully juggled 40 or 50 balls, one slipped from his grasp and bounced away, landing at his feet. He sheepishly went to retrieve it, which made Lu Xiaoxi unable to suppress a smile. Compared to other ball games, table tennis required less physical exertion, making it a favorite pastime among the elderly in the neighborhood. The 4 found a table at the far end, where the 2 girls settled on a bench in the shade to watch the boys play. Li Mu Ge, watch me take my revenge. Mi Dan recalled the times he had been bested by Li Mu and was determined to show off his skills. After 3 serves, Mi Dan sprinted far to retrieve a ball that Li Mu had sent flying. Despite his long absence from a game, Li Mu had no trouble dominating the young boy, maintaining control throughout. However, as the game progressed, Mi Dan's determination grew, his face reflecting a mix of defiance and frustration. His emotions transformed into strength, and he began to play fiercely, even managing to score a point against Li Mu, who noticed something was amiss. Li Xiaoxi observed Li Mu closely. Previously, she had thought of him as mischievous and cheeky, but as he played, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, his brow furrowed, and his lips pressed together. The muscles in his arms and calves became apparent as he moved. It was as if he had transformed entirely. Suddenly, she understood why so many girls would flock to watch the school basketball team during high school. Who are you trying to impress? Lu Xiaoxi felt her cheeks flush. Go for it, cousin. The little girl cheered, her tiny hands cupped around her mouth. Encouraged, Mi Dan launched a powerful smash, catching Li Mu off guard. resulting in a sharp pain in his neck. Ouch! Have you gained enlightenment? He teased. Hey, I'm quite strong, Mi Dan replied, giving himself a thumbs up. In a few years, I'll definitely be better than you. Right now, the score is 13-3. You need to win before boasting, Li Mu countered. Let us go again. Serve the ball. Li Mu tossed the ball to Mi Dan, who threw it high, ready for another round. A loud voice called out, Mi Dan, bring your cousin back for lunch. The call echoed as the four turned to see a woman leaning out of a window beckoning them. Oh no, my mom is calling me for lunch, Mi Dan exclaimed, running a few steps before turning back to grab his cousin's hand. Li Mu go. I'll be back soon. I'll take his place. Lu Xiaoxi chimed in, stepping in with eager anticipation. Table tennis seemed simple enough. It was just about getting the ball over the net and bouncing it on the opponent's side, much like badminton. The young girl felt confident, itching to give it a try. After all, she was just starting out, so losing wouldn't matter. But if she managed to win even a single point against Li Mu, she could revel in the joy of having defeated him. I'll teach you, Li Mu said as he moved to the opposite side, flashing a bright smile and demonstrating the paddle with a slow-motion flourish. This is the forehand, and this is the backhand. As amateur players, we play however we feel comfortable. There is no strict technique, is that so? She questioned. No, your fingers are gripping it incorrectly. Li Mu adjusted her grip, noticing how soft her hand was. With a playful grin, he whistled, embodying a thick-skinned demeanor. Do you realize how abnormal you are? She asked. I have no words left, Lu Xiaoxi replied, unsure how to respond to his candidness. Actually, I'm only abnormal towards you. Do you know why? Li Mu perched on the edge of the tennis table, locking eyes with her. I don't want to know. If I treated others like this, I would surely be scolded, he teased. I already said, I don't want to know. And I've scolded you too. Your scolding doesn't count. Get lost. Lu Xiaoxi laughed in exasperation. Am I not human? My scolding doesn't count? She playfully kicked his leg and nudged him across the table. Is this a provocation? Li Mu quipped. I'm invincible among my peers in the neighborhood. But you lost 3 points to Mi Dan. How old is he? And you still lost. Mi Dan isn't my peer, Li Mu chuckled. Considering you're a novice. I'll play at a beginner-s level, akin to a high lob in badminton. All right. Li Mu tossed the ball high and struck it. The ball bounced twice on the table, and Lu Xiaoxi made an effort to return it, missing the ball completely. They played several rounds, with Lu Xiaoxi either chasing after the ball or waiting to retrieve it. Her clumsy movements elicited laughter from Li Mu. When he noticed her drooping posture, he pretended to miss a shot, allowing her to score a point. Delighted, Lu Xiaoxi bounced in place, her ponytail swaying joyfully, truly believing she had bested Li Mu. Her laughter bloomed like a flower, and Li Mu couldn't help but join in her merriment. Chapter 53. Beauty in the eyes of the lover uncertain of what had caused it. Mi Dan had yet to resolve his issue, even after half an hour. Li Mu accompanied Lu Xiaoxi in a game of ball. When fatigue set in, he perched himself on the table, engrossed in his mobile device. Initially, Lu Xiaoxi had been seated on a shaded bench, but upon noticing Li Mu's position, she ambled over and plopped down beside him. You are too heavy. It's going to collapse, she jested. Keep that up, and I'll give you a slap, he retorted playfully. I don't believe you, Lu Xiaoxi teased, extending a finger toward his armpit. Hey, what are you doing? Li Mu jumped down in surprise, clutching his armpit in astonishment. Caught off guard, he nearly lost his composure. Had he been prepared, Lu Xiaoxi's dual-handed approach would have posed no fear. Who's being cocky now? She teased. I think you're the most arrogant one here. Li Mu jabbed a finger at her in return. The young girl, sensitive to touch and lacking Li Mu's muscular build, squirmed as his finger prodded her, desperately trying to shield herself from further pokes. Hey, stop it. I'm going to laugh myself to death, Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, nearly in tears from laughter. As Li Mu's sweat dried, an unmistakable scent began to waft through the air, reaching her nose. You really stink this time, she remarked. You are the pervert here. Always sniffing me, Li Mu exclaimed, feigning horror as he clutched his chest, mimicking a damsel encountering a villain. I'm right next to you. I can't exactly hold my breath, can I? It's unbearable. Have you got a hormonal imbalance? She retorted. You call yourself smart. You don't even know why sweat smells. Let me enlighten you. Sweat's odor arises from bacteria metabolizing the lipids within it. You're the smartest of them all. Stay away from me. You stink. Li Mu replied. All right, I'll keep my distance, he said, raising his hands in mock surrender as he moved to the other end of the table. The quality of these tables was decent. During the evenings, one could often see children bouncing about on them, with no one to intervene. He recalled that the previous tables in the community had been rudimentary, constructed of cement and bricks, easily damaging any ping-pong balls that struck them. He possessed a dedicated ping-pong paddle, from which he had removed the rubber on both sides, leaving only a wooden core, then wrapped it in colorful tape. Initially, he had used black tape, but Lu Xiaoxi had deemed it unattractive and rewrapped it in a rainbow pattern, exuberantly flamboyant. In the past, functionality and aesthetics were all that mattered. That paddle was now stashed away in a small box within his wardrobe. Ever since their relationship had soured, he had concealed everything. Lu Xiaoxi lay back on the table, arms outstretched. Occasionally, leaves would fall, and she would reach out to catch them, waiting for the next one if she missed. Feeling a bit bored, she tilted her head to glance at Li Mu, who was focused on his phone. Li Mu, come sit over here, she called. No, I smell, he replied. I can't smell anything. My nose is blocked, she countered. If you had a good excuse, I would have come over. Are you upset because I criticized your odor? He teased, still not lifting his gaze. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, sensing she had truly hurt his feelings. Perhaps she shouldn't have mentioned his smell. After all, it was perfectly normal to sweat after exercise, and anyone would feel disheartened by such remarks. Taking a deep breath, she quietly approached him, peering curiously to see if he appeared dejected. Instead of despondency, she found him smug. Got fooled, didn't you? Never have I encountered such audacity, he replied with mock seriousness. Quickly, confess that I've deceived you. Well, when will you debut? I'll hire a fan club to nominate you for Best Actor, she quipped, tossing her hair back as she reclined beside him, her fair legs swaying gently. If I became a star, my life would be over, she mused. Why is that? He inquired. Those obsessive fans sneak into their idols' homes to take pictures. I'd be home in just my underwear. Imagine the embarrassment, she exclaimed. Fool, he teased. Lu Xiaoxi has learned to curse now. Narcissist, she shot back. Am I not handsome? Li Mu grinned, pointing to his face. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him. You're quite handsome. The last time she wore glasses, he had even complimented her beauty, so she begrudgingly returned the favor this time. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Does your friend know how greasy you are? Lu Xiaoxi remarked with a bemused expression. Of course, his friends were oblivious. He only behaved this way around her. Li Mu was not at all offended, lying back with his hands behind his head, letting the scent waft towards her, playfully intending to gross her out. However, Lu Xiaoxi only detected a faint odor. Compared to other boys, his sweat was quite tolerable, absent of any foul or pungent aroma. Can you smell my sweat? He asked. Come closer and take a whiff. Li Mu sniffed, catching the scent of his own perspiration mingling with the fragrance of osmanthus nearby. Lu Xiaoxi's scent would require proximity to detect. No way, you're a pervert, she protested. Then I can't smell you either. Perhaps you reek too, and our scents have blended, making it undetectable, he jested. I don't smell. Girls always smell sweet, she defended. You call me narcissistic. You seem rather self-absorbed yourself, he quipped, mimicking her tone. They both burst into laughter in unison. Li Mu watched a leaf drift from one side to the other before finally landing on the girl's abdomen. As she lay there, her youthful curves were exposed, the gentle rise and fall of her stomach revealing her innocence and delicacy. Li Mu contemplated reaching out to remove the leaf, but hesitated, fearing Lu Xiaoxi would accuse him of being inappropriate. While he often took the opportunity to poke her hand or face, venturing to other areas would be crossing a line, even for him. A leaf also settled on him. The old community was rich in greenery. In spring, flowers blossomed, and in autumn, the air was filled with the scent of osmanthus. It was always like this come autumn. The neighborhood transformed into a sea of osmanthus, with some elders even making osmanthus cakes to share with the residents. It was hard to imagine such tranquility existing in today's restless society. I find autumn to be delightful, refreshingly cool, Lu Xiaoxi remarked. Who could disagree? I adore this weather, where the autumn breeze is neither too cold nor too warm. It's far preferable to bundling up in winter coats or donning short sleeves in summer, he replied. Yet here you are in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, she noted. Good constitution, you see, he boasted. Indeed, your muscles would be delectable if roasted, she teased. You're a cannibal, he exclaimed, eliciting laughter from her at his exaggerated tone. In truth, she too cherished the beauty of autumn. Chapter 54. Lu Xiaoxi listened to her own voice while Mu stared blankly at the leaves. The wind rustled, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the foliage, momentarily dazzling his eyes. Autumn was indeed the perfect season for slumber. Despite having just risen not long ago, he felt a hint of drowsiness creeping in. Out of the corner of his eye, he could glimpse the gentle rise and fall of the girl's abdomen beside him. Were it not for the eerie sound effects of a horror film emanating from Lu Xiaoxi's phone, he might have assumed she was asleep. A horror film? A movie commentary? Lu Xiaoxi had a keen interest in horror films, yet her timid nature prevented her from watching them. She only dared to view censored commentary on these films, a reflection of her conflicted desires. Lu Xiaoxi, listen to this, he said, a hint of mischief in his voice. What? Limulianet inclusive. Bringing his phone to her ear, increasing the volume, and locating the good night voice message sent by someone the previous night. Upon hearing the words good night, Lu Xiaoxi initially failed to grasp their significance. Is it pleasant? She pondered, realizing only then how soft her tone had been. Her cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of young lovers exchanging tender farewells. So embarrassingly sweet. Why did I send him a voice message? It's nothing much, merely wanted you to hear your own words. Go away. Lu Xiaoxi turned to poke and prod him, pinching at his sides and tickling him under the arms, taking the opportunity to twist at his abdominal flesh, feeling the contours of his muscles beneath. The sudden onslaught of her soft, playful fingers jolted Mu upright, his playful demeanor replaced by a more serious posture. What's wrong? Nothing. Just a bit tired, he awkwardly smiled, knowing certain reactions should remain hidden from the innocent Lu Xiaoxi. Thankfully, his loose clothing concealed any telltale signs. Otherwise, he would have been labeled a rogue. Lu Xiaoxi had quickly adapted to playing table tennis, managing to engage in a continuous rally of nearly 10 consecutive balls with Mu. The small girl was easily satisfied. Winning even a single point against Mu sent her into jubilant leaps, despite knowing he had intentionally let her win. Occasionally, she would attempt to smash, but each time it ended in failure, the ball soaring away, prompting Mu to retrieve it, much to his delight. Midden had spent nearly an hour at lunch. Wow, Sister Xiaoxi can play table tennis now? Midden exclaimed, astonished to be accompanied by his cousin. Have we really been eating for that long? Mu playfully tapped Midden on the forehead with his paddle. Don't blame me. My mom let me play on my phone for an hour. And while immersed in the ranked match of Honor of Kings, I lost track of time, Midden replied. Being an elementary school student, his addiction to gaming was quite normal. Mu had no intention of lecturing him, as he too was guilty of the same vice. Have you reached gold yet? The opponents are merciless, Midden lamented, recounting his trials in great detail. I've been completely outmatched. Tonight, I'll take you along. Can't do it. I'm only allowed to play for an hour a day. After that, my mom won't let me. Midden turned to Lu Xiaoxi. Sister Xiaoxi, can you play too? Perfect. Let us have a match. You two go ahead. I still can't play well, she chuckled, waving her hands dismissively. You teach your cousin. We'll take a break, Mu suggested, resting the paddle atop Midden's head. Midden glanced between Mu and Lu Xiaoxi before finally settling his gaze on his 8-year-old cousin. Indeed, while older siblings were often out of reach, a younger cousin was the best companion. Midden began earnestly instructing his little cousin on the nuances of table tennis, yet at merely 8 years old, she struggled to hold the paddle properly, nearly striking Midden in the face. Thus, what was meant to be a lesson devolved into a game of dodgeball. Upon returning home, the first thing Lu Xiaoxi did was boil water for a bath. After freshening up, she cuddled her plump pet and opened her computer to watch videos. Previously, she had watched series on legitimate platforms, but once membership was required, she resorted to various pirated sites, often struggling to find even a decent copy of obscure shows. Now, with Mu's account, watching videos had become far more convenient. In her leisure time, she indulged in sweet dramas, observing the romantic escapades of others, occasionally checking Mu's viewing history to ensure he was not indulging in anything inappropriate. It was a form of surveillance. albeit one she justified to herself due to the circumstances. She meticulously arranged red origami cranes, a clean weather doll, and a rather silly-looking plush dog by her bedside, creating a cozy atmosphere for her viewing experience. After watching 2 episodes, she noticed the outside world shrouded in mist as a gentle rain began to fall, causing the curtains to dance in the breeze. Lu Xiaoxi padded barefoot to close the window. The weather in autumn was notably capricious. Just moments ago, the sun had graced them while playing outdoors, and now dusk had descended. Although plump, her pet was surprisingly agile, effortlessly leaping onto the windowsill to join her in admiring the autumn rain. Feeling hungry? Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, scratching her pet's belly. Since adopting her furry companion, she had installed stainless steel screens on her balcony and windows, which, despite being advertised as rust-proof, had succumbed to corrosion within a few years, necessitating annual replacements. Meow. Her pet lay sprawled on the windowsill, curling into a fluffy ball. The softness of the moment softened Lu Xiaoxi's gaze. Just then, a WeChat call interrupted her contemplative reverie. "Hello, Mom. Xiaoxi, could you bring us an umbrella? It seems the rain is getting heavier," came the voice of Qin Xiaoqian, accompanied by the sound of rain tapping against the window. "Sure, where are you?" "By the badminton court. You should pay more attention. Did you forget your water bottle?" I forgot. I'll head down now. Just wait a moment." Lu Xiaoxi grabbed 2 umbrellas, slipped on her cloth shoes, and hurried outside. At that moment, the door opposite swung open, and the two exchanged glances. Li Mu appraised Lu Xiaoxi, who had changed into her casual attire, and noticed the umbrellas in her hands. "Are you also delivering umbrellas to our parents?" they both exclaimed in unison. "What a coincidence!" "So am I," Li Mu replied, lifting the blue translucent raincoat draped over his shoulders. His parents were still sheltering under a pavilion from a downpour, and, as a dutiful son, he felt compelled to fetch them. Their household had never lacked for umbrellas, but his parents had a habit of taking them to work and losing track of them, resulting in a continual cycle of misplacement. "Why are you wearing slippers?" "Well, I just finished bathing, and I didn't want to dirty my cloth shoes. They're white and hard to clean." "You look like a rather shabby uncle," Lu Xiaoxi teased, finding his appearance amusing. If only his beard were longer, she thought she could truly call him an uncle. "Do you think this rain will stop soon?" "It won't stop that quickly. Light rain usually lasts for several hours." "How do you know?" Lu Xiaoxi blinked, surprised by Li Mu's newfound meteorological knowledge. "Weather forecast. How did you not know that?" "How foolish," he retorted. Lu Xiaoxi felt an urge to poke him. Chapter 55. Lu Xiaoxi gently rubs Li Mu's lips. The air was tinged with a faint scent of dust. The autumn rain fell steadily, with tiny droplets creating a misty veil. Li Mu's raincoat was rather rudimentary. As he walked along the path, the rain splashed against his face, and before long, his face was completely dampened. The droplets cascaded down his cheeks, soaking the collar of his shirt. Having just bathed and changed into clean clothes, he would have to repeat the process upon returning home. It is worth mentioning that his foray into becoming a web novelist was also precipitated by a rainstorm, though that rain was far more torrential than this. "It's a bit slippery here. You should be careful with those slippers," Lu Xiaoxi cautioned. "My slippers are of royal quality. They won't slip," he retorted confidently. 20 yuan royal slippers, right? Lu Xiaoxi recognized the pair immediately. They were the very ones they had bought together during a trip to the supermarket. Dressed in cloth shoes, she treaded lightly as she approached, taking care to secure her footing before daring to take another step, fearful of actually slipping. In contrast, Li Mu ambled along nonchalantly in his slippers. "Consider yourself lucky if you don't fall," she quipped. "It's all thanks to these slippers." "Oh, do walk slowly. I can't see the road," Li Mu remarked, his raincoat lacking any substantial protection, just a waterproof hood without a brim, allowing gusts of wind to send rain cascading onto his face. Even attempts to shield himself with his hands proved futile. Within moments, he was drenched. His long eyelashes glistened with raindrops, resembling glimmering jewels. Lu Xiaoxi turned to look at him, finding amusement in his squinting expression as he navigated the path. She retrieved a tissue from her pocket and offered it to him. "Want to wipe your face? My hands are wet. Can you help me?" He replied, "You're quite demanding." She grumbled, playfully dabbing at his face with the tissue, being careful around his eyes, as if she might hurt him. However, when it came to his lips, she was less gentle, using 2 fingers to rub his soft, warm lips through the tissue, an unexpectedly delightful sensation that left her feeling somewhat addicted. Keep that up and they LL swell like sausages. Who did the rubbing? I certainly didn't tea. Lu Xiaoxi protested, her cheeks flushing. All right. I'll concede that I bit them myself, Li Mu admitted, playfully demonstrating by nipping his own lips. Wait, you're not using that tissue from your earlier bathroom visit, are you? The mere thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. Is your mind filled with such revolting thoughts? The two parted ways to fetch their respective parents, but quickly reunited on the return journey. Naturally, the meeting of the two families was accompanied by lively conversation. Men's topics often veered into curious territories. In a brief span, Li Changheng and Lu Ming transitioned from critiquing their boss to discussing world wars, planning hypothetical military actions with a flair for drama. Li Mu, intrigued, joined the conversation. The three men soon found themselves discussing the three kingdoms. Suddenly, Li Mu exclaimed, "Whoa," as his foot slipped unexpectedly, causing him to tumble to the ground, landing squarely on his rear. One of his slippers flew off, while the raincoat splattered water onto the others, with Lu Xiaoxi's pant legs catching a few muddy droplets as well. "Are you all right? You need to be more careful in this rain," Su Wen said, rushing to help him up, her face etched with concern. Though she often teased her son, it was all in jest. She cherished him dearly. "A mere fall is nothing." Li Mu grimaced, struggling to rise while rubbing his sore behind. "Just go home and apply some ointment." "Mom, I'm fine," he reassured her, though Lu Xiaoxi had already retrieved his other slipper. Li Mu noticed the frown on her small face, unsure whether to laugh or cry. As night fell, Li Mu found himself propped against his plush pig plushie, lying on his bed and playing games. That fall had been quite the ordeal. Aside from the discomfort in his rear, he had also scraped his palm, drawing blood, a detail he only discovered during his bath. On the table lay a bottle of ointment and some herbal oil. Outside, the rain continued, albeit gently, even lighter than the drizzling spring rain. After hours of rainfall, the clouds seemed ready to take their leave. Such prolonged rain in autumn was indeed rare. Upon finishing a game, Lu Xiaoxi sent him a message. "Lu Xiaozhu, has your behind blossomed yet?" "Li Binda, it has indeed." "Lu Xiaozhu, distance from idiots." JPG, Lu Xiaozhu, middle finger, contempt. "Lu Xiaozhu, have you applied any medicine?" "Li Binda, not yet, it was just a fall. Nothing serious." "Lu Xiaozhu, you should definitely apply some. If there's bruising, use ice. Tomorrow, apply a warm egg, and it will heal quickly." "Li Binda, too troublesome. I wish someone could help me with the ointment." Upon sending this message, Li Mu braced himself for an onslaught of scolding emojis from Lu Xiaoxi. Surprisingly, she refrained from bombarding him with stickers and instead sent a voice message. Her tone was a curious mixture of frustration and discretion, likely due to the presence of others, as she spoke in a low, gritted voice. "Such a freak," she muttered, undoubtedly tossing and turning in bed, perhaps roughly squeezing her plush dog toy, with her little fatty likely curled up beside her. Li Mu snapped a photo of his injured palm and sent it to her. "Li Binda, image, Li Binda, it hurts like hell." "Lu Xiaozhu, serves you right." "Li Binda, be a decent person." Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 12:30, well past his bedtime. "Li Binda, I'm going to sleep. You should too." "Lu Xiaozhu, oh." "Li Binda, where's the voice message?" "Lu Xiaozhu, those who take advantage must be punished." Li Mu chuckled, feeling his eyelids growing heavier. Mimicking Lu Xiaoxi's earlier tone, he sent her a good-night voice message. After charging his phone, he cuddled his plush pig and drifted off to sleep, albeit on his side, due to the soreness. Lu Xiaoxi held her phone, her large eyes blinking in surprise at the voice message from Li Mu. With a gentle tap, his soft, tingling voice filled the air. She instinctively cradled her plush dog to her chest, feeling warmth rise within her. How strange, I must listen again. Once more, perhaps feeling neglected, her kitty, Xiao Fei, leaped onto the table without a sound, its feline grace ensuring a silent landing. It let out a disgruntled meow, ears drooping, curling up into a fluffy ball to continue its slumber. Its owner, it seemed, was quite unwell. Chapter 56. What is our relationship now? The autumn breeze brings a refreshing chill. Today's temperature is significantly lower than it has been in recent days. Even Li Mu, a robust young man, has donned a slightly thicker three-quarter sleeve shirt. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the school year, and he must head to the house near the school today. After lounging at home for several days, coupled with the aid of facial masks, his complexion has returned to its former glory. Each day, he admires his handsome visage in a mirror, a self-aware charm. That is Li Mu. Enough with the preening. Today, Uncle Lu will take you and Lu Xiaoxi to the high-speed train station. Li Changheng reclined casually, sipping from a cup of tea brewed from a cheap tea bag. Got it. There is still some time left, Li Mu replied, ladling himself a bowl of lean meat congee. Although his mother's culinary skills were lacking, her congee was still edible, one of the few dishes she could manage. Ask your mother for your living expenses later. Sure. And what is your relationship with that girl next door? Li Changheng suddenly transformed, adopting a serious demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual casual nature. What relationship? Li Mu feigned ignorance. Just a regular relationship. Do you expect something to happen between me and Lu Xiaoxi? I have no intention of meddling in the affairs of the young. Just act with discretion. Li Changheng shook his head, torn between concern and apprehension. It was all too easy for two spirited young people to share a roof and find themselves in indescribable situations. Yet he chose to trust his son. By now, Li Mu should know the boundaries of propriety. Li Mu, finish those 2 eggs before heading out. Suan emerged from the kitchen, holding a small bowl containing perfectly boiled eggs. The lean meat congee paired with boiled eggs constituted their standard breakfast. Li Mu relished dipping his boiled eggs in soy sauce. A habit from childhood. He preferred the egg whites, often leaving the yolks for Lu Xiaoxi, teasing her by pinching his nose and claiming her mouth reeked of egg. More than once, he had brought her to tears, her little pearls of sadness spilling, prompting him to rub her cheeks, only to be caught by Su Wan and made to apologize. Lu Xiaoxi had always been a little glutton, wanting to taste everything. After finishing the egg yolk, she would smack her lips, her big eyes sparkling as she gazed at his egg whites. If he refused to share, she would throw a fit. After breakfast, Li Mu retreated to his room to pack. The weather was quickly turning cold. He needed to take some long-sleeve shirts. Is the quilt warm over there? If not, buy one, or I'll send you one. Don't worry about me. I'm not a child. I know to wear warm clothes if it gets cold. True, but I've asked Xiaoxi to keep an eye on you. You'd better not spend all your time cooped up in your room after school. Understood. Li Mu retrieved several jackets from the closet. While others neatly folded their clothes, he preferred to roll them tightly into rectangular shapes, saving space. This method, learned from relatives, often resulted in creases, but he cared little. A couple of rolls on the bed would smooth them out. Grabbing his plush pig toy, he squeezed it tightly before stuffing it into his black backpack, which immediately filled up. His laptop had to go into its own bag. A teenager carrying a delicate pink pig toy in his backpack felt oddly amusing. Mom and Dad, I'm off, Li Mu announced, slipping into his shoes and bidding farewell to his parents as he stepped outside. He waited for nearly half a minute at the door before Lu Xiaoxi's door swung open. Qin Xiaoqian stood tall, over 1.7 meters, while Lu Ming was even taller. The three of them made Lu Xiaoxi appear quite petite. She wore a loose pink jacket paired with a knee-length plaid skirt, revealing only a glimpse of her smooth calves and white canvas shoes accentuated with light blue socks. With one hand clutching a small handbag and the other hanging naturally by her side, she embodied an image of a well-behaved girl. In truth, Lu Xiaoxi was indeed the shy and reserved type, entirely opposite to Li Mu. Hence, it was no surprise that they often clashed. Before the two adults, Li Mu circled Lu Xiaoxi, chin in hand, his expression serious as he marveled at her. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi glared at him, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Long time no see, Lu Xiaoxi. Didn't we just see each other the day before yesterday? Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Why didn't you say that when the college entrance exams ended? Back then, we weren't on good terms. Now we're still not on good terms. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, stepping into the elevator, with Li Mu following closely. The two adults exchanged glances, ultimately saying nothing. Xiaoxi, make sure to study diligently at school. Qin Xiaoqian advised from the passenger seat. Li Mu, you must also focus on your studies. Don't squander the opportunity of attending such a good school. Don't repeat the mistakes of high school. Qin Xiaoqian was well aware that Li Mu had always excelled academically, on par with her daughter. However, he had neglected his studies in high school, distracted by games. Strictly speaking, in terms of academics, Li Mu had outstripped Lu Xiaoxi. It was a narrative only a novel could dare to weave, from a slacker back to a top student. Don't worry, Aunt Qin. If I encounter difficulties, I'll consult Lu Xiaoxi immediately. Exactly. You two grew up together and are now in the same school. It's convenient for mutual support. Li Mu engaged in light conversation with the two parents, while Lu Xiaoxi sat quietly. The petite girl eyed Li Mu's backpack with curiosity. She recalled that when he returned, his large backpack had been filled with a laptop, appearing rather deflated. She poked at it, finding it soft. You're not bringing that pig toy to school, are you? Lu Xiaoxi had only a small handbag and a suitcase, crammed with her dog toy, computer, and clothes. Before long, they arrived at the high-speed train station. Lu Xiaoxi reluctantly waved goodbye to her parents. The next time she returned would be during winter break. Entering the station, they waited for their train. This time, fortune did not favor Li Mu, as he was unable to secure adjacent seats on a high-speed train. He accompanied Lu Xiaoxi to her seat, relieved to find her next to another girl. He then returned to his own seat 3 carriages away, having no intention of switching seats. The distance was too great, and it was unnecessary. After all, they couldn't always expect to sit together on a train. Without the ability to nudge Lu Xiaoxi's leg, this 3-hour journey promised to be even more arduous than a high school lecture. Chapter 57. Li Mu also has a heart of a young girl. The train station was bustling with a throng of people. With the two of them separated by 3 carriages, it was quite a challenge to locate one another amidst the crowd. Stepping out of the carriage, Li Mu scanned the area and soon spotted a young girl not far away. Lu Xiaoxi stood dazedly in place, gazing around. With a swift glance, Li Mu maneuvered against the tide of passengers, quietly approaching her from behind. He lightly tapped her shoulder and, mimicking the awkward Mandarin of foreigners, said, "Hey, can you lend me a favor?" Feeling the touch on her shoulder, the girl shivered slightly. "I'm sorry, I don't have." Before she could finish her refusal, she turned around and was met with a mischievous grin. "You cheeky one. Don't hit. There are too many people." "Fine, I won't hit you. But you deserve it," Li Mu exclaimed, playfully shielding his rear as he hailed a taxi. They both settled in the back seat. Li Mu discreetly stole glances at Lu Xiaoxi's slender legs, wishing he could tease her if not for the presence of others. Lu Xiaoxi was transfixed by the view outside the window, where towering skyscrapers loomed. Everything in the big city seemed remarkably fresh to her. Having only strolled around her neighborhood before, the farthest she had ventured was a plaza with a fountain. She yearned for an opportunity to truly explore this city. Amusement parks, zoos, aquariums, things that her small hometown lacked and that she had never visited. Li Mu, with a bold demeanor, shifted closer until he made contact with her. She smelled delightful. "Look, there's a giant turtle," he exclaimed, pointing a large turtle sign outside a storefront. "That's a turtle. It's a chain restaurant specializing in turtle dishes, quite famous in our city. They host events every week. Students get a discount on Wednesdays, and couples on Fridays." The driver, having navigated the city for years, glanced at the rearview mirror and, with seasoned judgment, concluded that the two were undoubtedly a couple. "The food there's quite good, with a solid reputation. I assume you two are students? Couples get a special discount on Fridays. See couple?" Lu Xiaoxi seemed taken aback. Glancing at Li Mu and then out the window, a light blush crept onto her fair cheeks, stirring a flutter of unease within her. We are not a couple," she murmured, though her voice was drowned out by a passing vehicle's honk. "Driver, we are not a couple," Li Mu replied with an air of calm, adopting a serious tone. "We are siblings." "Oh, my apologies. I must have misread the situation," the driver stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Given their close proximity, anyone would naturally assume they were a couple. However, he decided against further conversation, understanding that engaging too much with passengers is not advisable. "Move over. Who has your sister?" Lu Xiaoxi retorted, her face flushed as she awkwardly pushed Li Mu away, her voice barely above a whisper. "What did you say?" Li Mu genuinely did not hear her. "I said you're a pig. And you're a dog." "No, you are the dog. Then you must be the pig." Lu Xiaoxi was nearly exasperated, her her teeth clenched in frustration. She could never win an argument against Li Mu. He always had the upper hand. How could someone as clever as her become so befuddled when it came to him? You're both a pig and a dog. That's all I can come up with to counter you. She finally exclaimed. And you are what? I'm a person. You're worse than a pig or a dog. Lu Xiaoxi felt her patience wearing thin, convinced that her lifespan was being shortened by this banter. The petite girl huffed in annoyance, folding her arms and staring out the window, ignoring him. Li Mu inched closer to Lu Xiaoxi, determined to coax a smile from her. He couldn't let this little girl be upset. He needed her help to tidy their place once they returned to the community. The driver observed the interaction with keen interest. Siblings, you say? This doesn't look like a brother-sister relationship. They're closer than many couples I've seen. Upon arriving at their community, they were greeted by the familiar face of Uncle Zhang at the security booth. Uncle Zhang, I brought you something, Li Mu said cheerfully, producing a bag of oranges he had purchased earlier. Uncle Zhang chuckled, pushing the oranges back towards them. No need for that. Keep them for yourselves. All right then. We'll head upstairs now, Li Mu replied, placing 2 oranges on the counter. You seem to have a good rapport with Uncle Zhang, Lu Xiaoxi noted, her earlier annoyance having dissipated. Maintaining good relationships is important, Li Mu responded. Coming from you, I find that hard to believe. I'm sure you have plenty of dubious friends behind the scenes. What is there not to believe? Li Mu laughed, urging her to hurry. I'm exhausted from sitting in the car all day. He genuinely had no dubious friends, though he did have a little pig friend. Yet, he dared not mention it, knowing it would only provoke Lu Xiaoxi further, as she had a tendency to pinch his soft flesh when upset. The small apartment remained as tranquil as ever. After settling their luggage, Lu Xiaoxi decided to charge her phone. She plugged it in, but noticed it still wasn't responding. Li Mu, is it out of battery? What? Let me see. Look, it's not charging. Oh, I forgot to turn on the circuit breaker. Li Mu exclaimed, flipping the switch, bringing her phone back to life. Your phone drains power too quickly. I still have 70% left since I left home, and you're down at 20. Well, upgrading my phone is incredibly expensive. I can lend you mine. No, it's fine for now. Why do you always think of lending me money? Are you plotting something? Li Mu had previously offered to lend her money for a computer, and now it seemed he was doing the same for a phone. She couldn't shake the suspicion that he had ulterior motives. Am I that kind of person? Yes. I've always thought you were quite perceptive. Li Mu chuckled, openly admitting it. Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative to handle the household chores, tidying up the apartment from top to bottom, while Li Mu opened the windows to let in fresh air. Finally finished with the chores, Lu Xiaoxi sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead as her stomach grumbled audibly. She opened the refrigerator, where the leftovers awaited their fate. Li Mu, shall we order takeout? She called out, peering into his room just as she caught sight of him retrieving a few pairs of shorts and a pink pig plush toy from his large backpack. Well, she mused, pleasantly surprised. It seemed Li Mu, too, possessed a heart akin to a young girl. Chapter 58. Li Mu thanks Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu settled the little pig doll at the head of the bed, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoxi, who was leaning against the door. Is it amusing? Not all. Before you utter such words, perhaps you should suppress that grin of yours. It's nearly stretching to your ears. It was hard to believe that Li Mu, a strapping young man, possessed a heart as tender as a maiden's, Lu Xiaoxi thought, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I used to cuddle it while sleeping. I've grown accustomed to it. Oh, Li Mu, telling fibs is rather unbecoming. It takes a minimum of 21 days to form a habit. How many days has this little pig doll been with you? Lu Xiaoxi stifled a giggle. There was nothing shameful about a grown man snuggling a toy to sleep. At least, to her, it was perfectly acceptable. After all, she herself cherished a little dog doll when she slept. Yet, she couldn't resist teasing Li Mu. After all, during their quarrels, he always managed to outwit her. Weren't you just saying you were hungry? Order whatever you like. Li Mu scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He had secretly named the little pig doll Lu Xiaoxi. This was a secret he dared not share, lest he face ridicule. Changing the subject, Li Mu unlocked his phone and tossed it onto the bed. You're hungry, right? Order whatever you desire. Lu Xiaoxi smoothed her skirt down, placing it over her thighs, and naturally settled onto Li Mu's bed. Her own bed boasted soft linens and a plush mattress, while Li Mu's was merely a cool mat, sending a chill upon sitting. What do you want to eat? Let me see. Li Mu hung his clothes in the wardrobe and sat beside Lu Xiaoxi, their arms brushing against each other. His muscular arms felt entirely different from hers. Even through their jackets, Li Mu could feel the softness of her delicate skin. I'm not particularly hungry. You go ahead and order first. I'll have the same as you. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi casually selected a highly rated shop, deliberately choosing discounted items. Why does this say 9 yuan and 90 cents for a bowl, but when you click it, it changes to 30? That's the price for the first order. But you have to purchase at least 2. Oh, then let us order this. All right, hand me your phone. I'll place the order. As Li Mu reached for her phone, he inadvertently brushed his hand against Lu Xiaoxi's. Don't squeeze me. Lu Xiaoxi felt herself nearly cornered against the wall. With a shoe cabinet in front and a wall to the right, she was trapped next to a certain mischievous boy. Moreover, being so close, she could catch a whiff of Li Mu's scent. She was certain he had used mint-scented body wash the night before. Stop sniffing, all right? Pervert. Li Mu elongated each syllable dramatically. Me? I wasn't sniffing. Lu Xiaoxi coughed a couple of times, attempting to conceal her embarrassment from the annoying boy. Li Mu chuckled, half closing his eyes as he observed her. His gaze and smile stirred a flutter within her heart. It was perplexing how this boy, who had always been rather careless, became sensitive at moments like these. Ah, in the past, I used to call you the pervert. Now the tables have turned. I'm not a pervert at all. I've noticed your breathing quickening. Have you not bathed? Or do you skip washing your armpits? The stench is nearly making me sick. And you're sniffing? Isn't the norm to cover one's nose and frown? Li Mu was intent on teasing her. You're so annoying. Move aside. Oh. Without hesitation, Li Mu shifted, allowing Lu Xiaoxi ample space to move. She blinked, surprised that Li Mu had actually given way, expecting him to shamelessly linger and perhaps brush against her calves or touch her hand. Rising to her feet, Lu Xiaoxi glanced at Li Mu and then around the dim room, realizing how gloomy and enclosed it felt. Such a dark space could easily plunge someone into a state of melancholy, and prolonged exposure could even lead to certain psychological disorders. Why don't you open the curtains? Lu Xiaoxi reproached gently, pulling them open to let in light, brightening the room considerably. It's blinding. Do you wish to be nearsighted, like me? Lu Xiaoxi seized the opportunity to chide Li Mu, straightening her posture as she exaggerated the inconveniences of her own nearsightedness. Beyond 5 meters, gender is indistinguishable. Beyond 10, human and animal alike. Walking feels like the world is spinning. Exaggerate it however you like. After all this, it's you who's nearsighted. I'm perfectly fine. Lu Xiaoxi was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, Li Mu's eyesight was impeccable. She sensed that this topic should not be pursued further. With a subtle shift, she sat beside Li Mu again. Li Mu, let me play you something. With a mischievous smile, Lu Xiaoxi retrieved her phone, turned the volume up, and found their chat window, playing the goodnight voice message Li Mu had sent her days prior. It was sweet and tinged with a delightful warmth. No wonder I'm so charming. This voice must be enchanting to countless girls, Li Mu declared, unabashedly praising himself, rendering Lu Xiaoxi speechless. Why is it so different from what I imagined? Li Mu, aware of her thoughts, understood that she wanted him to feel shy, just as he had when she played his voice message for her. He wasn't foolish. He would not fall for such an overt ploy. If you had this face in ancient times, towns would never have fallen. You always find ways to call me thick-skinned. Is there anything else you can label me as besides a pervert, a rogue, a narcissist? Is that not enough? You seem rather proud of it. Suddenly, Li Mu fell silent, staring at her intently. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoxi nervously crossed her arms over her chest. Hungry, huh? Lu Xiaoxi was both amused and exasperated. If you're hungry, what do you expect me to do? There's nothing in the fridge. Do you want me to conjure up a feast with magic? Without me, you'd be eating takeout every day, gorging on unhealthy food, and suffering from constant stomach issues. Indeed, Li Mu admitted without contention. He had no culinary skills. Without Lu Xiaoxi, he would likely rely on takeout or instant noodles. He had pondered cooking for himself, but his mother's culinary skills were not fit for teaching, and he was too lazy to learn from online tutorials. He had fantasized about a life where he would return home daily, free from complicated familial strife, and instead share the kitchen with the girl he admired, preparing dishes together. Strangely, the girl he envisioned alongside him in the kitchen transformed into Lu Xiaoxi, her hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a blue apron adorned with dog patterns, while she wore a pink apron featuring pigs as they cooked fragrant dishes together. What a peculiar thought, but it seemed quite pleasant. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to learn cooking from Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu resolved to bring this up with her. Thank you. Perhaps the warmth of the earlier scene had softened his tone considerably. What did you say? Lu Xiaoxi appeared not to comprehend. I said thank you. Lu Xiaozhu. Oh, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer, pretending not to hear, straining to catch his words. Even with just a fist's distance between them, she could sense that Li Mu was genuinely and sincerely expressing his gratitude, his voice soft and sweet, causing her heart to race. Such opportunities are rare. Li Mu's lips twitched, yet he remarked on her insatiable nature, failing to recognize her own tendencies. When one accumulates success, they are compelled to excavate. Li Mu rose, cradling his laptop, and exited the room. Lu Xiaoxi's cunning smile froze upon her face, while her small, delicate fists itched with anticipation. Chapter 59. Lu Xiaoxi's sense of injustice. Lu Xiaoxi ran next door to play with Xia Yuan. When Li Mu emerged from his room, he seated himself in the living room, awaiting the delivery while adjusting the projector. After connecting his computer, he casually selected a popular movie to watch. The primary function of the projector was not merely to watch television, but to masquerade as one, serving as background music. It was not necessary to watch it, but its absence would diminish the ambience. From a different perspective, this small room could indeed be considered a home for both him and Lu Xiaoxi. After all, this little space relied on their mutual efforts for upkeep. The door swung open, and Lu Xiaoxi entered with Xia Yuan. Brother Mu, happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Xia Yuan exclaimed joyfully, clutching a large bag of potato chips, with crumbs adorning her mouth. She struggled to retrieve an individually wrapped mooncake from her pocket and handed it to Li Mu. How long has it been since the Mid-Autumn Festival? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, anyway. Thank you, Yuan. Li Mu replied with a smile. Then let me wish you an early happy Mid-Autumn Festival for next year. You are quite something, Li Mu chuckled, ruffling Xia Yuan's bun. As they munched on potato chips, Xia Yuan willingly shared her snacks with Li Mu, watching as he grabbed a generous handful. Observing her dwindling supply of chips, she fell into contemplation. Children's snacks are all consumed, Lu Xiaoxi feigned reproach. Well, eating too many chips can cause a heady condition, she continued, albeit with an air of playful accusation. I see you're merely greedy. Yuan, do you mind if I eat this many chips? Li Mu inquired. Xia Yuan shook her head. No, children don't mind. Li Mu smiled and popped another chip into his mouth. Just as Lu Xiaoxi was about to speak, Li Mu deftly held out a whole chip to her. Cautiously avoiding contact with his hand, she took a bite. When was the last time this guy fed her? It seemed like ages ago, back when he had ordered fried chicken and fed her the chicken, but although she ended up eating most of the chicken, she had felt shy about such intimate feeding at that time, hiding in her room. Now, she could effortlessly partake in whatever Li Mu offered. In an effort to entertain Xia Yuan, Li Mu suggested switching to an animated film, but Xia Yuan expressed her desire to watch a romantic drama, and he acquiesced. Li Mu had little interest in romantic television shows, yet the two girls were thoroughly engrossed. On the sofa, the 11-year age gap between the two girls seemed non-existent as they laughed and discussed the plot, while Li Mu reclined like an old man, scrolling through videos. In the background, Lu Xiaoxi's stomach grumbled frequently, eliciting curious glances from Xia Yuan and Li Mu, causing Lu Xiaoxi to blush with embarrassment. Approximately 20 minutes later, the delivery arrived. Eagerly, Lu Xiaoxi dashed to collect it, her stomach already protesting. The delivery contained 3 boxes, including one filled with bright red items. What is this? Lu Xiaoxi inquired. Crawfish, $40, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. $40 for such a small box. Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback. She had never eaten crawfish before, but the price seemed exorbitant, far exceeding her comfort zone. $40 could feed her for 2 or 3 days. I haven't had it either. I want to try the flavor. Is it good? I don't know, let me try. Li Mu donned gloves, opened the box, and was immediately met with a fragrant, Spicy aroma. Wait a minute, I ordered garlic flavor. Why does it smell so spicy? Upon checking the receipt, he confirmed it was indeed garlic. This deserves a poor review. Hurry and try it. Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip, eyeing the vibrant crawfish hungrily. What are you doing? I'm not sharing. Fine, then don't. I couldn't care less. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, turning away. Li Mu, unfamiliar with peeling crawfish, struggled as he removed the shells and heads, leaving behind only a small portion of the once whole crawfish. After sampling one, he found the flavor decent, though the texture was rather average. He couldn't discern if the restaurant had used frozen seafood. Yuanyuan have one, he offered, peeling another for her. It's not as good as what my mom makes, Xia Yuanyuan replied. Your mom makes this? Yeah, she bought some to cook before. Do you still eat it? I'll eat another. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxi continued to eat, her thoughts lingering on the box of crawfish. Where was hers? Why wasn't Li Mu offering her any? As she watched him devour the crawfish, the pile of shells growing higher, she felt a surge of impatience. She and T had a single bite. She stole a glance at Li Mu, only to find him watching her in return. Their eyes met briefly before he averted his gaze, pretending nothing had happened. Give me one. You said you weren't going to eat? Li Mu teased, making exaggerated smacking sounds. You're squeezing me. How could I not? That's different. If I squeeze you, you lose nothing, but this is one crawfish worth $1.50. Then I'll buy yours. Not for sale. How unfair. She had even brought him dinner before. Yet Li Mu wouldn't share a single crawfish. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and soon her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She didn't even understand why she felt this way. It just felt wrong, as if Li Mu had bullied her. Feeling small and wronged, she said nothing, focusing on her own food to hide her face. I'll never cook for Li Mu again. Let him eat instant noodles. I won't sit next to him in class anymore. And I won't watch TV with him again. No more cuddling. As she contemplated ways to distance herself from Li Mu, she suddenly felt the sofa dip beside her. In her distracted state, she leaned too far and bumped her shoulder against someone's solid arm. Li Mu had switched places with Xia Yuanyuan without her noticing. They were now sitting very close. Move away. Lu Xiaoxi didn't need to look up to know who it was. She was already feeling aggrieved. And if Li Mu annoyed her further, she truly would ignore him today. She meant it. Here. Li Mu extended his arm around the back of the sofa, ready to pull her into his embrace. He pushed the plastic container of crawfish tails towards her. I'm not eating. Really? Lu Xiaoxi ignored him. Li Mu leaned down to observe her face and noticed her reddened eyes, causing his heart to flutter. Are you really crying? You're the one who is crying. I'm not that fragile. Lu Xiaoxi insisted, feeling merely a sense of injustice rather than an urge to cry. Her eyes were just slightly red. Look at yourself, Li Mu said, holding a mirror up to her. Observing her sad little face reflected in the glass, Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip. Her expression was practically screaming her distress. Lu Xiaojun, don't be upset. This crawfish is quite spicy. If you don't eat it soon, I might have to throw it away. Wasting food is a serious crime. Lu Xiaoxi took the pile of crawfish tails, still avoiding looking at Li Mu, and muttered softly, I'm not upset. When did I say I was upset? Do you have any evidence for such wild claims? Oh, then I won't give it to you, she said, thinking his earlier frown was the reason she offered him the treat. Li Mu reached out to reclaim the shrimp tail. Do you think you can retrieve spilled water? Have some dignity, Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, her concern for losing the shrimp tail prompting her to poke his hand with her chopsticks, preventing him from taking it back. The shrimp tail now belonged to her. All right, it's all yours. Are you not going to eat it? He asked. I won't eat it. It's too spicy. Oh. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxi felt much better. The earlier grievances had dissipated, and a subtle smile graced her lips. It seemed that Li Mu understood her well. She picked up a peeled shrimp tail and placed it in her mouth, savoring the novel flavor. It was quite delicious, though decidedly not spicy at all, nowhere near the level of heat found in the dinner she had brought him from her hometown. Chapter 60. The me of then is not the me of now. The projected sweet drama sparked a heated quarrel between the man and woman. Yet, the two adults remained unfazed. Only Xia Yuanyuan swung her little legs, delightfully observing the scene. Unlike boys, girls find washing their hair rather cumbersome, especially in winter, washing only once every 5 or 6 days. Conversely, Lu Xiaoxi's shoulder-length hair is much easier to manage, and she tends to wash it more frequently. Her hair appears smooth and silky unless she has just woken up. Li Mu noticed the strands of hair clinging to her shoulder and reached out to remove them. Perhaps due to a prolonged period without a haircut, her hair had grown down to her shoulder blades, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. Li Mu's throat tightened as he greedily inhaled this captivating scent. It seemed that whenever he was with Lu Xiaoxi, he unconsciously found himself drawn to her fragrance. To be candid, he was quite fond of the scent that belonged to her. As his restless hand inched closer, it eventually found its way to the delicate left shoulder of the young girl. Lu Xiaoxi felt the unwelcome touch and stiffened instantly. Was this not akin to an inappropriate advance? However, Li Mu merely rested his hand upon her shoulder. Not seeing any intention of withdrawing his hand, Lu Xiaoxi set down her chopsticks, pressing her thumb against her middle finger, and flicked his knuckles sharply. Li Mu felt a slight sting in his finger joint, but it was not overly painful. After all, Lu Xiaoxi was not particularly strong. Nevertheless, he understood the implication and reluctantly withdrew his hand. How dare you display such an unhappy expression? Lu Xiaoxi chastised him, poking his waist with the end of her chopsticks. Li Mu, undeterred, continued to playfully poke her with his leg and shoulder. Only with her did he feel comfortable enough to engage in such antics, knowing she would not hold it against him. Had it been any other girl, she would have promptly relegated him to the proverbial little black room. You used to hold my hand. The me of then is not the me of now. Lu Xiaoxi firmly denied any past indiscretions. If they were to recount their history, it would be quite the revelation. As children, she had always clung to Li Mu, wanting to do everything together, even going so far as to lick his ice cream if she saw him enjoying one. Did she not understand the principle of not boasting about past glories? Actually, I wouldn't mind holding your hand now. It would cost $1 for an hour. All right, I will pay $24 for you to be my servant for a day. I was referring to holding hands, not selling oneself. Selling oneself? I might just lose my lunch over this. Lu Xiaoxi knew this guy was shameless. Sometimes, she would come across boys who paid for girlfriends to stroll and hold hands. Yet here she was, considering paying to hold Li Mu's hand. Nevertheless, if it were only $1 an hour, it was worth contemplating. Perhaps next time at the market, she could rent Li Mu's hands to carry her groceries. You could be sick. I haven't even started my meal yet. Just watch me eat. Li Mu chuckled, opening his lunchbox. They had ordered duck leg rice, and within Li Mu's box lay a perfectly presented roasted duck leg. Why is mine different from yours? I specified that one duck leg should remain uncut. Why didn't you make a note for me? Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks. She had nearly finished her roasted duck while her rice still remained. Compared to Li Mu's entire duck leg, her dish of crayfish seemed less appealing. You never mentioned it. I have no vegetables left. Lu Xiaoxi pitifully displayed her rice to him, but there is still meat. Li Mu laughed, picking up a small piece of the remaining duck leg, still adorned with a generous slice of crispy skin. What are you doing? I thought you were offering me some. Lu Xiaoxi realized Li Mu was teasing her. Just as she was about to retaliate, a light bulb moment struck her, and she exclaimed, Hey, you take a bite? And I will take a bite too. Your looks may not be remarkable, but your thoughts are quite fanciful. You surely desire to ruin my roasted duck leg. He, of all people, understood Lu Xiaoxi the best. Of course, the previous statement was a slight exaggeration. He had always thought Lu Xiaoxi was beautiful. Brother Mu, the TV is frozen. Xia Yuanyuan pointed at the stuttering images on the wall, tugging at his sleeve. Let me take a look, Li Mu nodded, crouching in front of the computer to restart the video software. Unbeknownst to him, some glitch had occurred, and upon re-entering the sweet drama, there was no playback progress recorded. He had to manually adjust the segments to the point they had previously watched. His peripheral vision caught Lu Xiaoxi in the act of stealthily enjoying his duck leg, pinching it delicately between her fingers and taking a small bite. Just one bite. Indeed, she devoured the entire crispy skin in one swift motion. You've consumed all the essence of a roasted duck. What am I to eat? Li Mu remarked without turning around. It was one thing for her to eat his duck leg, but to finish off the entire crispy skin was utterly unjust. So what? Lu Xiaoxi was unbothered and daringly took another bite. Enough already. Here, you can have some back. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled as she extended the duck leg towards Li Mu. He did not mind and took a bite, a bit of grease smudging his face. Yuan Yuan, look, the sister is feeding a pig. Is brother Mu the little pig raised by sister Xiaoxi? Xia Yuanyuan, oblivious to the nuances, simply recognized that sister Xiaoxi had a fondness for brother Mu. Yes, from now on, you shall call him Piggy Mu. Lu Xiaoxi amused herself with her own joke, her laughter ringing like birdsong, her face lighting up with joy, crescent-shaped smiles adorning her cheeks. Li Mu. After watching a bit more television, Xia Yuanyuan yawned and bid farewell to the two adults before heading home. Having spent the morning traveling and then doing housework, both of them felt somewhat fatigued, especially Lu Xiaoxi, who had a habit of napping. After finishing her meal, she soon felt drowsy sitting on the sofa. Once Xia Yuanyuan left, she could hardly resist the urge to sleep. After washing her face, she groggily shuffled back to her room in her slippers. When Li Mu decided to return for a rest, he discovered that his slippers had shrunk. Li Mu sighed. The difference in their shoe sizes was so great that they could easily swap footwear. He suspected she did this on purpose, though he had no evidence. Lu Xiaoxi's feet were petite, easily fitting into Li Mu's slippers, while he could barely manage to walk in hers, having to tiptoe. Chapter 61. Just watch him. Lu Xiaoxi had a dream. In her dream, Li Mu had transformed into a tiny version of himself, pinching her cheeks and tousling her hair, calling her sister Xiaoxi with an endearing innocence. Little Li Mu was both silly and adorable, becoming her devoted little follower, trailing behind her like a shadow. Some say dreams are a self-protective mechanism of the brain to alleviate its load. Others argue that they are mere erroneous information that the mind discards upon waking. When one awakens from slumber, the dream's content forms fleeting memories that dissipate within minutes. Upon waking, she could only recall these fragments. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at the sky outside before lying back down, her youthful laziness taking over. She lay on her side, curled up in her little blanket, quietly listening to the sounds emanating from the next room. Words like A and B, and some nonsensical chatter about searching for items, were incomprehensible to her. She remained in bed until after 8, when the outside world had plunged into darkness. Li Mu, shall we go grocery shopping? Lu Xiaoxi straightened her clothes, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and knocked on Li Mu's door. I'm coming, just let me finish this game. Are you playing a game? Yes, just a moment defending now. They're attacking B. I'm coming in. Like it? Li Mu seemed oblivious to her presence. Lu Xiaoxi could comprehend every word he said, yet when strung together, they became a perplexing riddle. If you remain silent, I'll assume you agree, she teased, twisting the doorknob to open a crack. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the glow of Li Mu's computer screen and headphones. He had been playing in the dark for quite a while, neglecting his eyes. Lu Xiaoxi switched on the light for him. Wait until I finish this round, and then I'll join you. Li Mu removed his headphones and glanced at her. The only chair was occupied, so he patted the edge of the bed, inviting her to sit for a moment before donning his headphones once again and continuing his game. Sitting beside him, with her legs neatly together, Lu Xiaoxi observed Li Mu intently as he played. His concentration was admirable, if he channeled this dedication into his studies. His grades would surely surpass hers, and they might not even attend the same university. If she were not to share a university, a major, and a class with him, she would likely be in a dormitory with several girls. Having always been a day student, she had never experienced dorm life and was unsure how to interact with the roommates. Living with Li Mu was certainly more comfortable. She had no need to concern herself with other matters, nor would she encounter danger or conflict, allowing her to be her true self. If any danger existed, it was only from Li Mu. However, she felt no worry about Li Mu doing anything to her. She trusted him more than anyone else. A simple touch of hands or a nudge of legs did not count. Stop staring at me. It makes me uncomfortable, Li Mu remarked, clicking his tongue. He could distinctly feel the gaze of the petite girl upon him. Initially, it was fine, but after a while, it became somewhat awkward. He was unsure why this was the case. He was simply playing a game. It was akin to taking a test in class, when your thoughts flow smoothly, and you solve problems effortlessly, but as soon as a teacher watches you, your speed diminishes significantly. He was now in that state, performing slowly, and his character had fallen in the game. You're just overly sensitive. It has nothing to do with me. Ah, You must think I'm handsome, which is why you keep looking at me. You're both arrogant and charming, a perfect combination of conceit. Be honest. Do I rank as handsome among the boys you've encountered? Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, unsure how to respond. Mu indeed had a thick skin asking such a question. It was quite embarrassing. Then you tell me, am I considered pretty among the girls you've met? Let me think. I suppose you could be the second prettiest. A pang of anxiety gripped Lu Xiaoxi's heart. Who could possibly be the first? She had spent so much time with Mu recently and had not seen him interact with any other girls. The petite girl rummaged through her memories of female classmates from middle school to university, comparing their beauty. Ultimately, she concluded that she was the prettiest, though she harbored a hint of vanity herself. Could it be that Mu subjectively found someone else beautiful? Perhaps beauty truly lies in the eyes of the beholder? Oh, Lu Xiaoxi replied softly, feeling dispirited. Don't you want to know who the prettiest is? I don't. She was irritated. The prettiest is my mother. You're the second prettiest. No, the third prettiest. If you keep teasing me, I'll retaliate. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, her little hands grasping at Mu's waist. The two were seated differently to reach his waist. She had to lean forward, and being shorter than him, her head barely reached his chest. First is my mother, second is your mother, and third is you. Falsum. What was the name of the female lead in that sweet drama you and Xia Yuan watched? Idiot. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled at his absurd logic, lightly scolding him and revealing her pearly whites. Her lips resembled red sugar, and this time, she refrained from pinching him. What about me? Let me guess. First is your dad, second is my dad, and third is me? You're just average in my eyes. If you weren't so narcissistic, peculiar, lazy, and foolish, you might just scrape by as third. Is that really me? Mu sat beside her, grinning foolishly, taking the opportunity to poke her cheeks, which had turned rosy without her realizing it. Lu Xiaoxi shot him a glare, swatting away his teasing fingers. You're getting bolder. First you touch my hand and nudge my leg, then you put your arm around my shoulders, and now you're poking my face. What will you do next? Mu was clearly testing her boundaries, akin to a frog slowly boiling in warm water. Once the temperature reached a certain threshold, escape would be impossible. The petite girl believed she was clever for recognizing Mu's scheme. For now, the warm water felt quite pleasant. She would escape once it became too hot. You can pinch me, but I can't poke you? Do Uncle Li and Aunt Sue know you possess such double standards? Of course, Mu replied nonchalantly. I pride myself on honesty. They know exactly what kind of person I am. Well, it's still unacceptable. Oh, I don't intend to poke you either. Yet you still do. Are you unwell? Mu ignored her, returning to his chair and donning his headphones once more. At that moment, the character he controlled had just respawned. Are you ready to finish up? A few more rounds to go. I'm unsure if we'll need to go into overtime. You can watch a video instead. As Mu spoke, his gaze was fixed on the computer screen, unblinking. The computer displayed a shooting game, one she had neither played nor understood. In the past, she had similarly stood behind Mu, watching him play. Mu seemed to be adept at every game, from a snake game in kindergarten to stickman badminton and Plants vs. Zombies in elementary school, progressing to various mobile games. Now, he was a jack of all trades in gaming, playing both free and paid titles across devices and excelling at them all. She adored watching Mu play games. From the moment he began playing the snake game on Aunt Sue's phone, Lu Xiaoxi leaned forward, resting her hands on the back of the chair and propping her chin up, quietly observing. The young girl, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the game, could only observe the earnest demeanor of someone engrossed in play. Chapter 62. She relished the sensation as Mu engaged in his game. He felt a persistent itch atop his head. He was well aware that Lu Xiaoxi was teasing him, yet he found no offense in it. After all, what significance does a woman hold compared to a game? With a sigh of disinterest, he shut down his computer. Did he win or lose? He lost, as the opposing team had become nearly invincible in the late game. Whatever, you wouldn't understand. Let's go buy groceries. All right, Lu Xiaoxi replied, tilting her neck, which had grown sore from resting too long. Mu glanced at his reflection in the mirror. His hair was a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest. Are you trying to hatch little chicks? Your hair is so greasy, she exclaimed, disdainfully wiping her oily fingers on his shirt. After all this time, Your hair is practically thinning out, Li Mu remarked as he felt his own hair, which indeed had become a bit oily after a day filled with activities. This could also be attributed to the cheap shampoo they had at home, which lacked the effectiveness of Lu Xiaoxi's. Stop it. You're the greasy one. I've done more chores than you, yet you don't see any grease on me, she retorted, proudly flipping her silky hair. I don't believe it. Let me check, Li Mu joked, pretending to touch her hair, but instead brushing aside the strand from her face and playfully pinching her cheek. It was soft and delicate, like a jelly pudding, making it hard for him to resist. Feeling mischievous, he pinched a bit harder, leaving a faint red mark. Stop it, do you want me to tell Aunt Sue? Lu Xiaoxi swatted his hand away. Just kidding. This time, I genuinely want to touch your hair, Li Mu replied, flashing a broad smile as he slowly withdrew his hand, letting his fingers glide across her cheek. Don't touch me. Let us go buy something. What are we having for dinner? I'm not sure. We'll think about it on the way. Together, they descended the stairs. Li Mu was oblivious to the security guard's shift schedule, as he always saw Uncle Zhang at the guard station whenever he came down. After exchanging greetings, they headed to the nearby market. Night had fallen, and the market was beginning to close, with vendors packing up their stalls. An unpleasant odor wafted from a corner where some careless soul had discarded a heap of garbage. Lu Xiaoxi quickly covered her nose with her collar and hurried past, while Li Mu, nonchalantly strolling by, grimaced at the foul smell and soon followed suit. Huh, you're such a fool. Knowing it stinks, yet you didn't hold your breath, Lu Xiaoxi laughed, pointing at him. All right, the clever Lu Xiaoxi is the smartest, he replied, teasingly. Is it your way of admitting, you're a bit slow? Go away. Just tell me what to buy. To be honest, I'm not that hungry. Me neither. Then why were you so eager to come down? Li Mu asked, his eyes wide. I was worried my little pig would starve, she replied playfully. Having had a late lunch, both were not particularly hungry, so they decided to buy some ready-to-eat dishes to heat up later when hunger struck again. They also picked up some pickled vegetables, and upon Lu Xiaoxi's insistence, the vendor generously added a plethora of chili peppers. The salty and spicy aroma made Li Mu's mouth water, and he found himself struggling to swallow, feeling quite uncomfortable. Though he was fond of spicy food, he could handle it better than he let on, unlike Lu Xiaoxi, who could devour spoonfuls of chili without a second thought. However, the pickled vegetables were different. They were more salty and tangy than spicy, with the heat being secondary. The vendor provided them with 4 toothpicks, which Lu Xiaoxi cleverly combined into one. Aren't you going to let me have a taste? Li Mu asked, noticing her reluctance to share. I bought them, so why should I share? Lu Xiaoxi replied cheerfully, munching on a piece of pineapple, her words muffled and utterly adorable. What about that roast duck leg incident? That doesn't count. I'm not the same person I was back then, she retorted. Nice try, but give me a bite, or I might drool all over you. You gross, Lu Xiaoxi said, shoving a piece of guava towards him, albeit just one piece. Fine. Li Mu eagerly bit into it, not caring about any residue from her mouth on the toothpick. The clash of guava and chili salt tantalized his taste buds. Delicious. One more piece. Last piece. Lu Xiaoxi squinted at him before offering him another piece of sour mango. Really delicious. Just one more. Truly the last piece. Still want more. Lu Xiaoxi watched as the pickled vegetables dwindled, feeling slightly cheated. Originally, she and T bought much, and now half of it was consumed by Li Mu. This was fine, but he always claimed it was the last piece, yet shamelessly asked for more, opening his mouth like a baby bird waiting for her to feed him. Last piece gone, she exclaimed as she finished the last morsel and attempted to hand the empty bag to Li Mu. However, he clenched his fist, denying her the opportunity. Lu Xiaoxi puffed her cheeks, trying to pry his fingers open, but when she exerted force, his grip loosened, capturing her fingers instead. His warm hand enveloped hers, causing her breath to quicken. The more she struggled, the tighter he held on. Let go. Lu Xiaoxi's tone turned serious, and Li Mu immediately released her. Why did you do that just now? You shamelessly held a girl's hand for no reason. On this street, many couples walked hand in hand, some girls even linking arms with their partners. They were not much different from those couples. Nothing, let us head back. I want a shower, Li Mu said, turning away. Look at me. You have flowers on your face? Li Mu shifted slightly before turning to face her. With the light behind him, his face appeared much darker. This way, the petite girl Wu Ti noticed the flush on his cheeks and ears. "It was you who grabbed me. What's with your attitude?" Lu Xiaoxi stuffed the trash bag into his hands, leaving no room for refusal. "Are you upset?" Li Mu's tone faltered. "No," Lu Xiaoxi replied, lowering her head and quickening her pace, not wanting anyone to see her tomato-red face. They returned home, seamlessly transitioning from showering to a late-night snack, brushing teeth, washing faces, and finally going to bed. Until she reached her room, she and T exchanged a single word with Li Mu. Lying on her bed, Lu Xiaoxi found herself unable to sleep. She had an early class the next day, yet rest eluded her as she tossed and turned beneath her green blanket, resembling a large caterpillar. She grasped her right hand with her left, savoring the sensation, yet it paled in comparison to when Li Mu held her fingers. She cherished that feeling. Tomorrow, she would transfer 24 yuan to that fool, just to buy his day. Chapter 63. A day for you. The neighborhood is an old community. After a night of settling, the roots of the trees are now adorned with fallen leaves. As the weather gradually turns cooler, the number of withered yellow leaves increases. The cleaning lady has just swept the area, but soon more leaves will fall. Li Mu stepped on the leaves, producing a crisp sound. Passing by the green belt, he could still see lively grasshoppers leaping about. However, these are merely secondary. His primary destination is the breakfast shop outside the community. With dark circles under his eyes, Li Mu purchased 4 meat buns for Xiaomai, a serving of steamed dumplings, a corn on the cob, and 2 cups of soy milk. His own share consisted of just 1 meat bun, 1 Xiaomai, and a cup of soy milk. The rest were for Lu Xiaoxi. If there were leftovers, he would save them for school snacks, as a way of making amends to the petite girl. Last night, once Lu Xiaoxi fell silent, it was a clear sign she was upset. She had always been like this, bottling up her feelings since childhood. It seemed he had genuinely angered her. Perhaps his reckless act of holding her small hand had crossed a line. After all, friends must respect certain boundaries. Li Mu felt he needed to exercise more restraint lately. He had no desire to see their hard-won relationship regress to mere greetings and brief conversations. In any case, he aimed to soothe Lu Xiaoxi's anger. The door to her room swung open. She did not notice him standing nearby as she lazily stretched, revealing her delicate, fair waist. Li Mu was taken aback. Lu Xiaoxi caught sight of him in her peripheral vision. Her petite figure trembled as she stared at him, clearly startled. "You're up early," she remarked, noticing his dark circles. "You bought breakfast. So much," she noted, realizing the meal would likely cost over 20. "Yes," Li Mu replied, hesitant to banter with her. He wondered if she had calmed down from her earlier irritation. "Did you take the wrong medicine?" Lu Xiaoxi felt something was off today. Li Mu was acting strangely. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, they both left with identical computer bags. Lu Xiaoxi also carried a pink shoulder bag filled with the breakfast Li Mu had bought for her. Perhaps sensing the weight of the computer, she switched hands after a short distance. Finally reaching the bus stop, she placed her computer down and relaxed her grip. Li Mu remained silent, which was uncharacteristic of him, leaving Lu Xiaoxi feeling bored. She sat on the stainless steel seat, legs crossed, waiting for the bus, while Li Mu stood beside her, engrossed in his phone. It was prime working hours, and the bus stop was relatively empty, likely due to the previous bus having just departed. Occasionally, she stole glances at him, unaware that he was also watching her. Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip and hesitantly sent him 24 yuan. "What's this for?" Li Mu finally spoke. "I'm buying you for today. Help me carry the computer," Lu Xiaoxi mumbled, her voice barely audible. "Are you giving me an out?" he asked, bewildered. What? What out?" "I don't know what happened last night," Lu Xiaoxi stammered. I'm sorry, you're not angry anymore?" Li Mu stumbled over his words, ultimately deciding to be straightforward, which was unlike him. A question mark appeared over Lu Xiaoxi's head. This silly Li Mu must think I'm angry. Upon realizing this, her heart brimmed with joy. "I'm still angry." She feigned an angry expression, furrowing her brows. Since Li Mu thought she was upset, she decided she would indeed be angry, dismissing any shyness about facing him. She was truly angry for not speaking to him, really. Lu Xiaoxi felt quite clever, her chest unconsciously puffing up with pride. "You're not angry anymore," Li Mu stated matter-of-factly. "You'll drive me mad." she retorted, feigning indignation. Li Mu examined her closely, observing her changing expressions. Lu Xiaoxi had always kept her grievances to herself, silently enduring. Just like yesterday, when she had merely lowered her head and refused to speak to him. That was genuine anger. But now being able to converse with him assured him she was no longer upset. He understood her better than anyone. Yet he said nothing, knowing she had indeed been angry last night. Girls can get angry quickly, but they also forgive just as swiftly. So what does this 24 yuan mean? Is it some numerical joke? Li Mu recalled how she had previously teased him with a numerical pun. Well, I'm buying you for a day. You said it was a yuan per hour yesterday. Lu Xiaoxi's voice grew softer, her heart racing as she desperately convinced herself she had truly been angry last night. What I meant then was holding hands, not selling myself. Right, I'm buying your hand for a day. You help me carry the computer, Li Mu countered, mimicking her previous arguments. I don't care. The money is already sent. Lu Xiaoxi turned her face away, indifferent to the details. Determined that today, Li Mu's hands belonged to her. She had unwittingly inscribed double standards on her face. Fine. I'll take it, she conceded. Li Mu wished to express 1,000 sentiments, but was left with only a couple of light laughs. He carried one computer bag in one hand. When purchasing the computer, he had already warned her it was heavier, knowing she might not want to carry it. This weight was trivial for him. Though he appeared average, he was quite capable. He reluctantly agreed to help her. After taking the bus, they arrived at the university entrance. The number of commuting students was relatively low, allowing for a less crowded entry compared to high school, where students lined up for checks on their phones and power banks. The hallways were filled with students heading to class, and some young people, free of morning classes, jogged with headphones on. Li Mu felt he couldn't manage such an early routine, unlike Lu Xiaoxi, who could study in the mornings even without classes. Though she had to set aside exercise for now, as her lumbar disc herniation was still an issue. He glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, who was focused on her food. After finishing both ends of the corn, she held the cob with her fingers, nibbling at the middle, her mouth moving like a little hamster eating. Lu Xiaoxi noticed him looking and, perhaps feeling it was unrefined, gradually ceased her corn-eating antics, bits of corn still clinging to her lips. Chapter 64. The desire to bully her. Lu Xiaoxi had finally finished eating the corn on the cob that she had been nibbling on all the way. As she discarded it, she made sure to lick her lips, lest they become sticky. Upon arriving at the classroom, she found that the lesson was about to commence. Regardless of the institution, a majority of students prefer to sit at the back, but Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi opted for a position in the middle. In the computer lab, the specifics of seating were rather inconsequential. As long as one could follow the presentation slides and pay attention to the instructor, any seat would suffice. Li Mu assisted Lu Xiaoxi by plugging in her power supply and entering her password before tending to his own needs. You must have been possessed, Lu Xiaoxi remarked, feeling unaccustomed to Li Mu's unusual gentleness. If I were truly possessed, you'd be the first to go, she quipped. Why? Because I relish pork, he replied. Do not act crazy here. The familiar essence of Li Mu returned, and they settled against the wall, conversing in hushed tones so as not to disturb others. Throughout the lesson, the classroom oscillated between silence and chatter. Lu Xiaoxi was diligently listening, though she struggled with the computer. She was unsure how to emphasize key points on the slides and cast a pitiful glance at Li Mu for help. Noticing her feeble gaze, Li Mu shifted closer, turning her computer towards him and guiding her through the operation. After much effort, she managed to learn how to annotate the slides, only to confront another challenge. Her typing speed was painfully slow. University was markedly different from high school. Handwritten notes were not conducive to her digital media major, which relied heavily on computer usage. Having had little experience with computers, she found herself taking an eternity to type even the title of a television show, making it difficult to keep pace with note-taking. Li Mu, are you paying attention? Lu Xiaoxi inquired, tugging at his sleeve softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, he affirmed. You should take notes. I can't keep up with typing. You do the note-taking, and I'll copy them later. We're discussing conceptual issues, and most of our exam content is practical. There's no need for notes, he explained. Really? But you were just teaching me, she replied. You'll eventually learn, Li Mu chuckled. He resolved to find time to teach Lu Xiaoxi the fundamentals of computer operation, as her major would soon require her to master various professional software and an array of specialized terminology. If she remained unfamiliar with computers, she would struggle considerably in her studies. Time passed quietly. Li Mu had engaged with half of the lesson, but as the class wore on, drowsiness began to take hold. Having been preoccupied with worries the previous night, he was unable to sleep, and the accumulated fatigue was now overwhelming. He contemplated resting his head on the desk. Yet every time he began to drift off, Lu Xiaoxi would gently prod him awake. Not listening? Tired? You should pay attention now and rest later when you can. She murmured. You have a point, Li Mu admitted, taking a deep breath and straightening up, which invigorated him somewhat. Let me see your glasses. I've never tried them on. What for? Lu Xiaoxi questioned as she retrieved her glasses from her small handbag and presented them to him. The frames were petite, and when Li Mu donned them, he felt a slight pressure around his ears, though Lu Xiaoxi's prescription was not severe enough to impair her daily life. He still found his vision somewhat blurred while wearing them. I see now why you don't wear your glasses all the time, Li Mu remarked, returning them to her. You looked like a penguin when you first put them on. It was rather amusing, Lu Xiaoxi giggled. Don't speak. We need to focus on the lesson, she chastised. It was amusing to see Li Mu reminding her to be attentive. As the class concluded, Li Mu had absorbed the material, yet felt as if he might faint from fatigue. The moment he stepped outside the classroom, however, his drowsiness vanished. Perhaps indicative of the common experience among students today. What shall we have for lunch? Lu Xiaoxi asked, lifting her gaze to him. Pork, he replied. You mean you? She blurted out, suddenly aware of the double entendre, her face flushing. How could such words escape your lips? She thought, turning her head away in embarrassment. You're the little pig, Lu Xiaoxi, he teased. And you're the pig, Li Mu, she retorted. You've gone bad. How could you give others nicknames? Li Mu pidai fu li pocket had forehat. You have no right to say that. You called me a little pig because I ate so much when we were young. How long has that been? Since kindergarten. Haha, she chuckled sheepishly. Enough with the chatter. Let's have lunch, and you're treating me. Lu Xiaoxi's little haughty demeanor was utterly adorable. Li Mu felt a surge of affection, longing to tousle her hair like in those animated shows. He found himself wanting to tease her. Li Mu recognized that his feelings for Lu Xiaoxi had deepened in ways he could not articulate. Just 2 months ago, they had been at odds as neighbors, yet now, despite their ongoing banter, he relished their current dynamic. Their playful disagreements served as proof that their bond was stronger than that of anyone else. Mutually understood, yet unspoken. What are you dawdling about? Lu Xiaoxi waved her hand in front of him. Are you lost in thought again, brewing some mischief? The petite girl discreetly tucked her hands into her pockets, ensuring that he had no opportunity to take advantage of her distraction. What are we discussing? Li Mu's scattered thoughts had been interrupted, and he returned to the present. You mentioned treating me to a feast. Is that so? Yes. Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. You think I'm foolish? I want to forget a conversation from merely half a minute ago. He teased, poking her glasses frame playfully. I don't care. You're still treating me to food, she pouted, putting away her glasses. Li Mu nodded, thinking that Lu Xiaoxi now resembled a spoiled child. He was thoroughly enchanted. Chapter 65. This fool, despite the signs urging silence in the subway, numerous individuals blatantly disregarded them, engrossed in watching videos at high volume. Coupled with the inherent clamor of the subway itself, the auditory environment resembled that of a bustling marketplace, albeit lacking the shouts of vendors. The midday crowd was substantial, with all seats occupied. Lu Xiaoxi navigated through the throng, reaching a corner against the wall, closely followed by Li Mu. In the cacophonous carriage, Lu Xiaoxi felt a sense of security in her chosen position, while Li Mu stood protectively in front of her, easily able to block her escape. Why don't we go back and stow away the laptops first? You ask me, I ask who. They exchanged glances, laughter escaping them in unison. Despite their evident intelligence, neither had the foresight to secure their laptops before venturing out. How foolish. Equally foolish. Why didn't you speak up sooner? Deliberate, just to make you suffer a bit. How malicious. What is it to you? Not satisfied? Perhaps a tad. Li Mu replied with a mischievous grin. Keep it bottled up then. Li Mu was left speechless, meeting her gaze with a blank stare. It must be said, The little girl had truly honed her skills in banter, often rendering him at a loss for words. The piercing cries of a baby filled the subway, causing a mother to wear a look of discomfort as she gently soothed her child. Other passengers expressed their discontent through furrowed brows and disapproving clicks of their tongues, intensifying the noise within the carriage. Need headphones? Limu leaned closer to her and whispered softly. His warm breath tickled Lu Xiaoxi's ear, causing an involuntary shiver. Why do you carry headphones around? Leaving without them? Aren't you a university student? Please, if I wear headphones, I wouldn't hear if someone called me. Nor would I notice if someone honks. Limu was clad in a short-sleeved shirt paired with a light blue jacket, which was merely a thin layer with numerous pockets. Lu Xiaoxi accepted the headphones he offered, placing them on her ears. Her gaze drifted to his collarbone, noting their height difference of 18 centimeters. With her head bowed, Limu could not see her eyes. The music flowing through the headphones was in English, and though Lu Xiaoxi could only grasp fragments of the lyrics, it seemed to be a love song, replete with sweetness in both melody and words. She glanced at Limu's hand, where the tendons were visibly straining as he held the laptop bag with 3 fingers, indicating the effort he was exerting. Are you tired? A bit, Limu admitted candidly. After walking and boarding the subway, he had not set down the laptop bag, which contained 2 gaming laptops along with their power supplies, weighing approximately 10 kilograms. Initially, it was manageable, but prolonged holding had become strenuous. Then why don't you put it down? I'm afraid I might forget it later. It's worth several thousand. News of lost phones and bags on the subway was common. Although items could sometimes be retrieved at the station, the process was cumbersome. Keeping a close watch on one's belongings was the best preventive measure. Just put it down. I'll remember. What do you think you're looking down on? Limu puffed out his chest. You're just showing off. It's so childish. I'm not dealing with you anymore. Take it if you want. It won't kill you. Lu Xiaoxi covertly glanced at his collarbone, then at his Adam's apple. As Limu swallowed, she mimicked the motion. Their destination was the little yellow duck fountain square, where they had previously taken photographs. What shall we eat? Limu prodded her with his elbow, redirecting the conversation. Lu Xiaoxi surveyed her surroundings, pointing excitedly at a nearby stall selling fried chicken and hamburgers. The petite girl had only experienced fried chicken once. Hesitant to buy it at home for fear of being scolded by her parents for indulging in junk food. Had it not been for Limu feeding her the chicken, but she would have remained oblivious to how delightful fried chicken could be. Is this what you call a feast? What? Can't you afford it? You should know who you're dealing with. I'm not gullible enough to fall for that. Limu smirked, freeing one hand to display his balance as proof of his financial capability. Perfect. With that much money, I won't feel guilty about overindulging. I intend to take full advantage of you. Whether or not he fell for her bait, the outcome remained the same. Times had changed, and major chains had adopted mobile ordering. The primary advantage of mobile ordering was that it provided individuals like Lu Xiaoxi, who had limited dining experience, ample time to explore their options. She ordered everything she had never tried, fried chicken, hamburgers, fries, before returning the phone to Limu. Upon reviewing her order, Limu noted that the petite girl, who had declared her intent to take advantage of him, had only ordered around 40 yuan worth of food. His financial situation was considerably better than Lu Xiaoxi's. His family was not lacking in resources, enjoying a comfortable life, even if not extravagantly wealthy. In contrast, Lu Xiaoxi's circumstances had only recently improved, thanks to her hardworking uncle and aunt who had managed to acquire a car and house, achieving a modest standard of living. However, she had ingrained habits of frugality from a young age and was reluctant to spend money, even when she had it. Recalling their initial outings, Lu Xiaoxi had once hesitated over the price of milk tea, opting for the cheapest green tea for fear of excessive spending. Back then, she would discreetly glance at his expression, her cautious demeanor adorably endearing. What did you order? Lu Xiaoxi asked, noticing Limu lost in thought, slightly annoyed. What? Is it so easy to zone out when I'm with you? Let me see. I'm not too hungry. I'll just get a chicken wrap. Just don't complain about being hungry later. There's nothing to eat at home. If I'm not full, I'll just eat yours. Not a chance. I want to share. Here, I ordered you an extra cup of cola. You should at least say thank you. Thank my foot. Cola, ice, and tea even good. Every time I drink it, my teeth feel gritty. It's unbearable. Besides, I didn't ask you to order it. You assumed I wanted it. Do you want it or not? As Lu Xiaoxi prepared to launch into another lengthy complaint, Mu swiftly interrupted her. Not a chance. All her words were swallowed back, and Lu Xiaoxi shot him a resentful glare, her tone sulking. Once their orders were placed, the food arrived promptly. They divided their respective meals. The petite girl had no intention of sharing. All the food was hers. Lu Xiaoxi enjoyed fried chicken, a hamburger, fries, and a cup of cola, while Mu had only a chicken wrap. With one hand occupied with his meal, Mu scrolled through videos on his phone with the other, occasionally glancing up to watch the little girl devouring her food. Today, Lu Xiaoxi had not tied her hair up in a ponytail. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she was oblivious to a strand sticking to the corner of her mouth. With a smile playing on his lips, Mu opened his camera and captured a candid shot of Lu Xiaoxi enjoying her meal, planning to turn it into an emoji. Lu Xiaoxi. This fool. Chapter 66. The pig raising Zhu or Lu Xiaoxi. Request for update. Lu Xiaoxi, infuriated, kicked him with her foot. One kick was insufficient. She had to kick again. Are you giving up your foot? I'll just kick you, and if you don't like it, bear it. Lu Xiaoxi's courage seemed to swell. If you don't want your foot, give it to me. Mu suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, extending his foot to nudge hers. Even through his pants, he could feel the smoothness of the girl's calf. The contact effortless. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi whispered, her boldness appearing to shrink in the presence of so many people. She dared not boldly nudge Mu, lacking the audacity to do so. I'm not doing anything. Your face must be bulletproof, he teased. Embarrassed and angry, Lu Xiaoxi withdrew her foot, refusing to let this rascal nudge her. With no foot to nudge, Mu found the meal bland, hastily finishing his chicken wrap before donning gloves to snatch some of Lu Xiaoxi's fries. He had only eaten half, but had already devoured all the ketchup. Ignoring Lu Xiaoxi's glare that suggested she would swallow him whole, Mu rested his chin on his hand, scrolling through videos. After indulging in a feast, Lu Xiaoxi felt a bit nauseated. Fried foods were hardly suitable as a staple and not particularly delightful. Eating them occasionally was fine, but too much would make her sick, potentially leading to high blood pressure, inflammation, and weight gain. Compared to dining out, she preferred cooking herself. Unintelligible sounds streamed through her headphones, leaving her clueless about the chaotic videos Mu was watching. Shall we head back? Are you full? Yes. Let's go. Honestly, I'm utterly exhausted. If I were to suddenly drop dead, you'd better burn me some paper, preferably 2 beautiful paper girls. Shut up. Your words are anything but auspicious. I can't stand you. Come on. Isn't this your token of affection for protection? Mu raised his hand, revealing a dog-tooth bracelet on his wrist. That is not a token of affection. Regardless, you must not neglect your health. You often stay up all night gaming after graduating from high school. You must have a lot of gray hair, Lu Xiaoxi retorted. You know that? Aunt Su told me to keep an eye on you. But since we weren't on good terms then, I didn't bother. So now that you're looking after me, does that mean our relationship has improved? Not at all. Lu Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful eyes, unwilling to admit anything in front of him. Such matters were best kept to oneself. There was no need to vocalize them. Mu, with his lack of emotional intelligence, was no wonder he struggled to find a girlfriend. Actually, it seems like he could find a girlfriend anytime, and quite easily. I must warn you, do not let yourself be deceived by bad women out there. Haven't you seen those news articles online about those who end up with nothing after being a simp? The more Lu Xiaoxi spoke, the quieter she became. Mu was left with a couple of question marks above his head. How do we transition from discussing sudden death to relationships, and now to bad women? Do I seem like someone who would be a simp? Mu gestured incredulously at himself, one hand holding 2 laptops. What had he done to earn such an impression from Lu Xiaoxi? You're a licking pig. Mu, the licking pig for short. Who have I licked? Who did you lick? Wait, how do we end up on this topic? Lu Xiaoxi felt the conversation veering off course. Who knows what is going on in your head? You randomly warn me about bad women. Mu's lips twitched. Lu Xiaoxi, innocent as ever, had confused herself. However, she was right. Regardless of their character, no woman outside could compare to their own little pig. Look over there. Lu Xiaoxi tugged at his sleeve, pointing a yellow sign not far away. A 2-yuan store? I didn't expect to find one here. Li Mu's tone held a hint of nostalgia. Let's go take a look. What if I say I won go? I'll sue you. What do you mean? I bought you for a day. If you back out now, you'll owe me a penalty. What is the penalty? I don't know. I'll tell you once you breach the contract. With a playful hum, Lu Xiaoxi dragged him towards the 2-yuan store. The 2-yuan store was a quaint little shop known for its affordability, with everything priced at 2 yuan, household items, decorations, and snacks alike. In the past, both she and Lu Xiaoxi enjoyed exploring such shops, purchasing an array of trinkets. What Li Mu remembered most vividly were the generic building blocks from the 2-yuan store, which they'd saved up to buy. Together, they would spend all day assembling them, their fingers turning red as they crafted little cars and planes, leading to playful battles where Lu Xiaoxi was the car and Li Mu the plane, making sound effects and simulating aerial attacks. He always held his plane high, teasing Lu Xiaoxi for her short arms until she nearly cried, at which point his plane would crash into her hair. He felt a twinge of sentimentality as they entered the store. Welcome. The cashier was a young girl, likely working part-time. The store was bustling with girls, as 2-yuan stores were particularly popular among them, including Lu Xiaoxi. Look, Lu Xiaoxi suddenly produced a row of nail stickers from somewhere, comparing them on her hand. Too flashy. You don't even keep your nails. Who says I can't use them just because I don't keep my nails? Go ahead and buy them. Just let me know when you're done. What's wrong with you? Nothing, I'll just browse around. Li Mu placed his laptops on a cashier's counter, asking her to keep an eye on them while he explored. He found the building blocks and noticed the brand was generic or perhaps counterfeit. After all, authentic products wouldn't be found in a low-cost shop like this. The little girl was thrilled. Her curiosity piqued as she scanned the shelves, quickly filling a basket with various trinkets and ornaments, all at a bargain. Look, I found these adorable animal charms, she exclaimed, retrieving a little dog and a pig charm. The dog seemed to match Li Mu perfectly, while the pig was, of course, meant for pig-raising Zhu. Spending over 30 yuan, she stuffed her bag with an abundance of goodies. Upon exiting the store, Lu Xiaoxi presented the dog charm like a treasure, her voice accompanied by a playful sound effect. Here, it's a gift. Isn't that generous? Wow. Classmate Lu Xiaozhu is incredibly generous, gifting me a 2-yuan treasure. Li Mu exaggerated his expression, playing along, though he accepted the gift with pleasure. Don't be silly, it looks better hanging on your bag. All right. Li Mu handed her bag back, adorning his own with the little dog charm. It looks quite lovely, and it suits you well. I'll get you something too. Li Mu pulled out a box of small car blocks from his pocket. He had checked out early and had left them on the cashier's counter, intending to retrieve them while Lu Xiaoxi paid, so she remained unaware of his purchase. Blocks? How childish of you, Li Mu. If you don't want it, that's fine. I do want it. I never said I didn't want it. Why would I turn down a free gift? On their way back, Lu Xiaoxi carried her own computer bag. She also adorned her computer bag with a small pig charm. This truly signifies a pastoral pig, not a land pig. Indeed, Chapter 67, Nail Stickers. Li Mu was awakened by the fragrant aroma wafting through his room. The space was dim, with the only light being blocked by the curtains. Upon drawing them back, the golden hues of dusk cascaded onto his face, a bit blinding. He had slept for at least 5 hours, and now, it seemed, he would have to endure another sleepless night. Fortunately, he did not have an early class the next day, allowing him to adjust his sleep schedule. Upon returning, he collapsed in a bed without even washing his face, swiftly succumbing to sleep. Ever since he began writing novels, his health had noticeably declined. He reminisced about the days when he could stay up late without consequence. Now, midnight marked his bedtime, occasionally extending to 1 o'clock. The previous night, due to his worries regarding Lu Xiaoxi, he had tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. He had the nagging feeling that he had upset her. With a torrent of emotions, guilt, annoyance, regret, and sadness surging within him, alongside the need to figure out how to cheer her up. However, this morning, the endeavor to placate Lu Xiaoxi unfolded surprisingly smoothly, prompting him to question whether she had truly been upset at all. The aroma of dishes wafted through the hall, even infiltrating his room through the crack of the door. Stepping out, he ventured toward the kitchen and indeed found the petite girl donning an apron, immersed in her culinary pursuits. Lu Xiaoxi exhibited considerable skill in the kitchen, multitasking as she washed, chopped, and sautéed vegetables, alternating between tasks with ease. Naturally, if she were preparing something prone to burning, she would not be so carefree. Cooking, are we? Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, startled, placing a hand over her heart. Could you refrain from speaking so suddenly? Li Mu stammered, feeling unjustly accused. He had neither touched her nor encroached upon her personal space. Yet she had still been startled. Perhaps he ought to announce his presence with a shout before speaking to her in the future. Given how easily she seemed to be frightened. What were we having for dinner? Stir-fried meat with green peppers. Oh, let me help you. Li Mu washed his hands and volunteered to finish chopping the remaining green peppers. Your cuts are quite uneven, Lu Xiaoxi remarked, twisting the variously sized pepper rings. As long as it's edible, right? By your logic, I should just fry you an egg instead. You can skip the vegetables. After all, an egg is still food. Wait, can I chop them a bit finer? That's more like it. Lu Xiaoxi observed him as he sliced the vegetables. The seeds had been removed from the peppers, significantly diminishing their spiciness. If she were cooking solely for herself, she would have left the seeds intact. Yet she had made this sacrifice to cater to his palate. Even without seeds, the peppers retained some heat, causing Li Mu to feel a tickle in his nose, prompting a sneeze. Don't rub your eyes, or they'll sting. It's already starting to get spicy, she warned, noticing the increased speed of his blinking. Did I take the wrong medicine today? I'm actually helping, he replied. Whatever, just don't get in my way. Lu Xiaoxi continued to stir the vegetables. After finishing the greens, she began frying the pork. Why are you still here? Lu Xiaoxi heated the oil in the pan, tossing in minced garlic to release its aroma, and glanced back to find him still standing there, dazed after finishing with the peppers. I'm learning how to cook. Is that a sun rising in the west? Is it such a strange thing for me to want to learn to cook? Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. Among their families, only Li Changheng and Li Mu lacked culinary skills. Su Wen, at the very least, could prepare something edible. Whenever the two families visited each other, it was always Li Changheng and Li Mu, the elder and the younger, who were the most unoccupied. Why the sudden interest? After you called me out last time, I felt I couldn't continue being so lazy. If you were to leave, I'd be stuck eating takeout every day. Li Mu dire closive, observing her movements intently. He was indeed taking the process seriously. Lu Xiaoxi felt a sense of pride and showcased her impressive culinary skills. Despite her slender arms, she managed to toss the pan without issue, though limited by her strength. She could only manage a single toss, and even that was not particularly graceful. Mastering the art of tossing like those chefs on television would undoubtedly exhaust her. Nevertheless, to someone who had never cooked, this scene was nothing short of impressive. Li Mu clapped enthusiastically, likening Lu Xiaoxi to a master chef, showering her with extravagant compliments that rivaled those of five-star establishments and state banquets. Perhaps amused by his exaggerated praise, Lu Xiaoxi struggled to suppress her laughter, her movements slowing down. That evening, their meal consisted of only 2 dishes, stir-fried greens and meat with peppers, both fragrant and inviting. Li Mu wasted no time in using chopsticks to dig in, showering Lu Xiaoxi with further compliments to lift her spirits, finding joy in her happiness as well, which in turn brought him joy. After dinner, having taken a shower, Li Mu, with damp hair, settled onto the sofa, casually selecting a movie to play. Unlike girls, most boys do not have long hair that requires a blow dryer. They sit and let it dry naturally. Lu Xiaoxi had showered first and was now blow-drying her hair, the sound of the dryer filling the room. Living alongside Lu Xiaoxi was indeed fulfilling. By this time, her hair was nearly dry, and she joined him on the sofa. Li Mu noticed the pink strawberry stickers adorning her nails and chuckled. You still wear these? Isn't that a bit childish? Do you live by the sea? Why do you care so much? I would like to. Wouldn't you want a seaside villa? In dreams, anything is possible. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, extending her hand toward him. Give me your hand. What for? Just give it to me. Lu Xiaoxi seized his hand and plopped down beside him. Fresh from the shower and in the comfort of home, both clad in short sleeves, Li Mu could feel the cool, smooth skin of her arm. She placed his hand on her thigh, holding it down. She wore long pants, otherwise she would not have dared to be so bold. From the table, she retrieved a nail sticker purchased from a convenience store and prepared to apply it to Li Mu's nail. I'll give you one too. No, I'm a guy. Li Mu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, instinctively attempting to withdraw his hand. Unlike hands and feet, the thigh held a more intimate connotation, one he was not yet bold enough to explore. The night before, after merely holding her hand, Lu Xiaoxi had ignored him the entire evening. If he were to accidentally touch her leg, she might not speak to him for half a month. He would be left wondering whom to approach for solace. Chapter 68. Tomorrow is mine too. What is wrong with men? It's not as if they cannot be affectionate. Don't forget, today is not over yet. Your hand is still mine. Before Lu Xiaoxi could finish her sentence, she had already placed a Ding-Tang cat sticker on someone's index finger. This sticker had a certain thickness, and after applying it, Lu Xiaoxi patted it gently to ensure it was firmly affixed. Isn't it lovely? How could it possibly be lovely? I find it quite charming. Li Mu attempted to retract his hand, but Lu Xiaoxi pulled it back. One sticker was not enough. She proceeded to apply a second, then a third. Under the extreme distortion of Li Mu's expression, Lu Xiaoxi completed her grand artistic creation. Li Mu gazed at his left hand, adorned with stickers on all 5 fingers. Lost in contemplation. Utterly hideous. Charming. Hideous. Charming. Hideous. Do not speak. If I say it's charming, then it is charming. How domineering. Li Mu muttered softly, examining his hand adorned with stickers under the light. It was garish, featuring an array of colors and creatures. It was indeed quite ugly, yet not entirely displeasing. He decided to remove them before class tomorrow. There was no rush at present, allowing her a bit more joy. Lu Xiaoxi. It's nothing. Are you out of your mind? Lu Xiaoxi poked his arm, which felt solid, and poked again, finding it amusing. You're sitting too close. You came over, didn't you? Li Mu's lips twitched. His position had remained unchanged, unaware of who had plopped down beside him. Shift over a bit. Oh, I meant move over, not come closer. I misheard. Li Mu chuckled, creating a bit of space for Lu Xiaoxi. Just a couple of centimeters. Being close to the girl felt delightful, and he could catch a whiff of her scent. That's enough. Li Mu shifted a little more, barely noticeable. Lu Xiaoxi balled her fist and began playfully punching his arm. Initially, it felt pleasant, and Li Mu took it lightly, but gradually, Lu Xiaoxi's strength increased, prompting him to tense his muscles in defense. His defenses were fully engaged. Seeing that her efforts were futile, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes glinted mischievously. She began tickling his armpit and poking his waist. She found Li Mu to be as solid as a rock, and no matter where she poked, it was ineffective. How dull. Your joy is built upon my suffering. Then hurry and cry for me. It would bring me joy. Li Mu. By the way, how is your tutoring with Yuan going? It starts tomorrow. I need to tutor Yuan for an hour in the afternoon. What about me? What about you? Just do your own thing. Aren't you always gaming? Lu Xiaoxi shot him a glare. What concern is it of yours? I'll bring Yuan over for tutoring. It's simply more comfortable at home. I'm not used to studying at Yuan's place. What is the difference from before? Li Mu was perplexed. The tutoring had been decided long ago, but various reasons caused delays, pushing the start to tomorrow. Before this, Lu Xiaoxi had already brought Xia Yuan over several times to play, ostensibly tutoring her in homework and studies. It seemed the tutoring had commenced long before. Right? Sister Xia is quite nice. I offered to tutor Yuan for free, and she insisted on paying me. You wouldn't understand. Social debts are the hardest to repay. As they conversed, they watched the movie, indulging in the whimsical storyline. For the petite girl, sweet dramas were the most enjoyable, particularly watching others fall in love. Racing films were not her cup of tea, yet sitting beside Li Mu made even an unappealing genre palatable. The previous sci-fi film had been bearable, and so was this racing film. Lu Xiaoxi stole glances at him, noticing how engrossed Li Mu was in the film. The projection displayed a first-person perspective of a race car driver. As the car turned, his body slightly tilted in tandem. So foolish. Li Mu's scent was reminiscent of her shower gel, quite pleasant. Using the same shower gel, she could not detect it on herself, yet it was delightful on him. Lu Xiaoxi began to comprehend why Li Mu enjoyed her scent so much. I'm going to sleep now. You should turn early too. She yawned, rising in her slippers to head to her room. I napped too long. I'm not tired yet. As Lu Xiaoxi reached her bedroom door, she paused, opened WeChat, turned the volume to maximum, and carefully directed the speaker towards Li Mu, playing the goodnight voice message he had sent. Wow, just hearing that voice makes it clear how handsome its owner is. Sharp brows, bright eyes, exuding elegance and charm. Li Mu had amassed an abundance of phrases to describe beauty for his novel, which he had never utilized until now. Enough already, you vain creature. Sleep well. Wait, what is it? Li Mu grinned mischievously, replaying Lu Xiaoxi's goodnight voice message multiple times. Suddenly, the living room was filled with echoes of goodnight. Lu Xiaoxi felt a tinge of shyness, yet in the dimly lit room with only a small lamp and the projector, it was hardly noticeable. Each time she heard that voice, she felt the urge to slap herself for sending it. Why had she recorded such a soft, weak voice, which did not represent her at all? Hearing that voice makes it evident how beautiful its owner is, stunning as a goddess, captivating as the moon, enchanting as a flower. Lu Xiaoxi was quite thick-skinned too. I learned it from you. You've led me astray. All right, I'll take the blame for everything. It's always my fault. I'm off to sleep. Lu Xiaoxi closed her bedroom door. In the living room, only one person remained. The film reached its climax, with the racing still intense, showcasing spectacular visuals, culminating in a humanistic glow that elevated the theme. Li Mu sat on the sofa, shifting through various postures, suddenly finding the movie rather dull. It was far more enjoyable when he was beside the petite girl. Li Mu turned off the projector and returned to his room with his computer. Of course, he did not sleep. Instead, he began assembling a block airplane. In the adjacent room, Lu Xiaoxi lay on her side in bed, surrounded by various trinkets, dog plushies, sunny dolls, crumpled origami cranes, and now a block car she had sacrificed her nap time to construct. Though she felt slightly drowsy, she still wanted to check her phone. Glancing at her WeChat balance of 900 yuan, Lu Xiaoxi calculated carefully. That could buy Li Mu several days. The computer was too heavy. She would need Li Mu's help to carry it tomorrow. Perhaps she should buy another day with Li Mu. Tomorrow will also be mine. It had been a while since she last sent him a period. Chapter 69. Me. Buy one get one free. There were no classes in the morning, allowing Li Mu to sleep until the sun had fully risen, around 11 o'clock. The unpredictable weather of October left him at a loss for words. The previous night had been pleasantly cool, and he had covered himself with a thin blanket. However, as the sun ascended, the temperature steadily increased. Initially, it was manageable, merely requiring him to kick off the blanket, but soon it became stifling, prompting him to turn on the air conditioning at 26 degrees, only to feel cold afterward. Ultimately, it was more comfortable to keep the air conditioning running while tucked under the blanket. Lu Xiaoxi prepared porridge, using the leftover pork from the previous night, and added an onion she had bought, stir-frying it into a new dish. Feeling lethargic, she languidly sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, which occupied the entire length of the L-shaped couch. Playing a game? Douditsu, just as she mentioned it. A triumphant Wang Jia echoed from her phone, followed by a lively tune that quickened in tempo, only to be succeeded by the mournful melody of defeat. How much had she lost? It's all your fault. I've lost 4,000 happiness beans. Is this really my fault? Li Mu settled onto the empty part of the sofa, slowly peeling off a nail sticker. Such frivolities were ill-suited for school. If Lin Sheng and Old Yang were to see him, he would undoubtedly become the subject of their ridicule. After all, which boy would dare to flaunt such adorable adornments? Keeping it private was one thing, but showcasing it to others was another matter entirely. Off to brush my teeth. My breath stinks. Lu Ioi playfully kicked Li Mu, feigning a reaction to the supposed odor. Your head is over there, and I can smell it from here. Are you a dog? Li Mu grumbled, hastily tearing off the nail sticker and darting to the bathroom. While brushing his teeth, he made a show of it, swaying in front of Lu Xiaoxi with a grin, earning himself a 1 for her eye roll. After completing his oral hygiene, Li Mu utilized Lu Xiaoxi's facial cleanser, washing his face in her presence. If I maintain my skin like yours daily, will my face also become as fair and tender as yours? That sounds rather disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi inexplicably thought of those boys on short videos, their faces smoothed and beautified, appearing almost ghostly with unnaturally pale skin. Don't you also maintain your skin every day? Why does it seem repulsive when I do it? You seem quite presentable as you are. No need for any special maintenance. I know. Narcissist. The porridge had grown cold. After washing his face and feeling refreshed, Li Mu served himself a bowl of porridge and returned to the sofa, where Lu Xiaoxi curled her knees to make space for him. Yet, Li Mu inched closer, occupying the space she had just cleared. Unable to rise, Lu Xiaoxi was forced to remain in a curl position. Do you believe I will kick you? If you dare kick me, I'll catch you. And yet you claim you aren't a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi timidly withdrew her restless foot. The last time Li Mu had caught her foot, he had tickled her, leading to quite the ordeal, and she was a bit frightened. After finishing breakfast, or rather, lunch, and playing on her phone for a while, it was nearly time for class. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, despite it being autumn, the sun was still blazing. The weather was notoriously fickle. Yesterday, it had been windy and Chapter 70, accustomed to everything about him and her. At school, the weather was exceedingly warm, and Li Mu had already begun to perspire. In contrast, the young girl, Xiao, appeared unperturbed, her skin still smooth and devoid of any signs of sweat. It seemed a universal truth that boys perspired more easily than girls. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxi had not asked him to carry her computer bag. Otherwise, he would have been drenched in sweat, feeling quite uncomfortable sitting in class. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him, unzipping her small handbag to rummage for something. Li Mu felt a twinge of curiosity, eager to discover what this compact bag contained. Inside, he found packets of tissues, oil-absorbing sheets, and a bag of toothpicks and chewing gum. The previous incident involving garlic had evidently left her with a psychological scar, prompting her to carry gum to counteract any potential bad breath from her meals. There was another layer within the bag, bulging with an unknown item. Here, take this, Lu Xiaoxi said, handing him the entire pack of oil-absorbing sheets to wipe the sweat and oil from his face. Thank you, Li Mu replied, swiping his face, the sheet absorbing moisture and leaving his skin feeling dry and refreshed. You don't need to thank me anymore. It feels rather distant. We have known each other for so long, she remarked. After all, they had been acquainted since birth. Then, gratitude? Scram. Then you shouldn't say it either. All right, I won't say it anymore. Let us not say it all. Thank you, Li Mu mimicked Lu Xiaoxi's tone, adopting a somewhat effeminate manner. Not only did Lu Xiaoxi find it distasteful, but he too felt the cringe, realizing that in jesting at others, he had harmed himself as well. The teacher, relatively young, entered the classroom and sent a link through the class group. As an experienced user, Li Mu immediately recognized it as a cloud storage link. According to the teacher, it contained software necessary for the lesson, all in a learning version, which needed to be downloaded onto their computers. He swiftly saved the software and began downloading from the cloud, but given that they were on the campus network, even with his SVIP status, the speed was disappointingly slow. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxi was struggling with the registration interface. She had never used this particular cloud service, opting to register via WeChat, which required her to input her phone number and verification code. She checked her number multiple times to ensure accuracy, yet the verification code took an eternity to arrive. Once it finally came through, she logged in, saved the file, and clicked download, only to find the speed hovering around a meager 100 kilobytes. It would take ages to complete. Don't bother with that lousy membership. It's a waste. Once I finish downloading, I'll package it for you, Li Mu said, blocking the QR code on the screen to prevent her from spending money. 25 yuan for a month, and it's likely only useful for this one occasion. Better to give it to me, she concurred, nodding vigorously, recognizing the futility of purchasing the membership. Their seats were at the back of the classroom. In classes where computers were unnecessary, she typically sat at the front to focus on her studies, while Li Mu preferred the middle or back rows, choosing between studying and playing on his phone. For classes requiring a computer, she would invariably drag Li Mu along, as she faced numerous computer-related queries that often necessitated assistance from someone well-versed, which just happened to be Li Mu. Your cloud storage has so much stuff, including study materials. I never realized you were such a diligent student, Lu Xiaoxi remarked, noticing the plethora of folders on his screen, one labeled Study. Oh well, I've always enjoyed studying, Li Mu said, hastily closing the cloud interface to shift the topic. I'll send it to you once it's downloaded. Check your QQ. Oh, received it, Lu Xiaoxi replied, downloading the file. Your level is quite high. I'm only at level 40, she noted, pointing at his QQ interface, which displayed a remarkable level 81. Her account had been created alongside Li Mu's, with him assisting in the process, meaning her password was essentially his. To this day, neither had changed their password. Li Mu permeated her life. They were inextricably linked, and she filled his life in return. They were simply too familiar with each other, accustomed to the presence of one another. I keep it active for gaming, Li Mu explained as he displayed his account information. 119 years old? You've definitely been possessed. 119 years is the upper limit for QQ, not mine. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled softly, realizing Li Mu's account information was mostly fabricated, with the only truth being his gender. As most students completed their installations, the teacher began the lesson. Those who hadn't finished would have access to recorded sessions later. Lu Xiaoxi concentrated intently, striving to familiarize herself with various operations, seeking Li Mu's help for anything she didn't understand or remember. In that moment, Li Mu felt as though he were the teacher. He certainly wouldn't mind if Lu Xiaoxi referred to him as Teacher Li Mu. It felt exhilarating. This was his first encounter with such material, and many operations were unfamiliar, yet he could easily follow the teacher's demonstrations and keep pace with the lesson. When students encountered difficulties, they often requested the teacher to demonstrate again, which provided Li Mu with the opportunity to teach Lu Xiaoxi during those intervals. She acted as his tomato timer, periodically engaging him in conversation to keep him motivated. If they were of the same gender, their interaction would simply appear as two classmates assisting each other. However, given their different genders and the proximity of their seats, it inevitably led to speculation. At the back, Lin Sheng nudged his friend Lao Yang, who was engrossed in his phone, and whispered, "Hey, do you think Brother Mu and that Lu Xiaoxi are in a relationship?" "Definitely a couple," Lao Yang declared after glancing their way. "Really? He told me once that he and Lu Xiaoxi were from the same hometown." Huh. Lao Yang studied Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi again. They often sat together during class, their close proximity leading most to assume they were romantically involved. Do you believe it? I don't. I initially thought they were childhood friends, but Brother Mu denied it. I can't say for sure. They're also very good friends of the opposite sex. Why do you care about this? Wow, if Brother Mu is dating someone, should I be happy or sad? Why should it matter to you? Oh, so someone here is still single? Lao Yang brandished a prop labeled girlfriend hair tie in front of Lin Sheng. Come on, don't talk about dating dogs when you're not in a relationship. Lin Sheng retorted. I used to think the same way. Lao Yang chuckled. In the male dormitory, it was common to proclaim intentions to remain single for life while enjoying good food and drink, dismissing anyone who dated as a dog. Yet, once one found a partner, they couldn't wait to flaunt it to their single friends. The essence of humanity remains hypocritical. Before finding a partner, dating was off limits, yet once in a relationship, it suddenly became appealing. In a grim environment, there remained those who still yearned for love. Chapter 71. Taking care of this unwanted fellow dinner was resolved at the school cafeteria. Lu Xiaoxi dined at a leisurely pace, savoring each bite. The two ordered noodles. She opted for 4 ounces, while Li Mu chose 3. He swiftly finished his portion and sat across from her, engrossed in his phone. Lu Xiaoxi preferred to use both chopsticks and a spoon, delicately transferring the noodles to the spoon to cool, garnishing them with side dishes, and finally relishing each mouthful in this manner. One might mistake you for a refined young lady with such genteel eating habits, Li Mu remarked without lifting his gaze, critiquing her dining manner. Unlike you, who devours your food like you've never eaten before. Can you truly savor the flavors when you eat like that? The broth becomes lukewarm, indistinguishable from a cold dish. You fail to comprehend. There is a significant difference. You have always enjoyed eating this way since childhood. I even fed you like that before. Li Mu recalled, reminiscing about how she had clung to him like a shadow during their youth, despite his earlier tendency to bully her. Their dynamic had shifted. He became the protective older brother, while she assumed the role of the younger sister waiting for his care, despite them being the same age. That was long ago. Why do you remember it so vividly? Lu Xiaoxi playfully kicked his shins under the table, using her shoe to dirty his pant leg. I'm nostalgic. And you remember it too. That's because I have a good memory. Lu Xiaoxi spooned some noodle soup into her mouth. Does eating like this truly enhance the taste? To some extent, it feels remarkably delicious. I do not believe you. Let me have a bite. Li Mu flashet hera simile. Why not try it yourself? Lu Xiaoxi held the spoon poised before her lips. I'm already done. Li Mu pointed to his bowl, which contained only a few remnants of broken noodles. Having finished the broth as well, Lu Xiaoxi, on the other hand, was still nursing a substantial portion on her plate. Out in public, one must maintain an image. A young lady always appears demure. Were they at home, she would have already started on a second bowl, then order another bowl. That would be wasteful. My stomach has only a little capacity left. Li Mu gestured dismissively, lamenting the loss of the H-country market. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, glancing around the cafeteria where groups of students were chatting and laughing. Most were taking their meals back to their dorms, with fewer dining in, allowing for a more scattered seating arrangement, ensuring that no one would notice them. The petite girl carefully placed some noodles on a spoon, topped it with 2 slices of tofu skin, hesitating before extending it towards Li Mu here. Li Mu opened his mouth, attempting to gulp it down, but ended up with a mouthful of air. This time, I will definitely let you have a taste. Lu Xiaoxi mumbled, preparing another spoonful adorned with pickled bamboo shoots. You better. Li Mu smirked. As Lu Xiaoxi brought the spoon closer, he sensed her pulling back slightly, realizing she was teasing him. Such antics could not fool him. It's rather mediocre. These noodles do not absorb the broth. You know nothing. The spoon must be dripping with your saliva. Lu Xiaoxi dipped the spoon back into the soup, claiming it was now clean. Having eaten and drunk enough, they returned home. After a shower, Lu Xiaoxi brought Yuan over to tutor her in English. Li Mu, understanding, retreated to his room, refraining from interrupting their teacher-student session. Instead of gaming, he focused on writing. The preparation for his new book was nearing completion, and he was now in the stage of compiling drafts. There was no rush. The book had yet to be released, and he had no updating commitments, so he would publish it once he had amassed a sufficient number of drafts. Only when Lu Xiaoxi saw Yuan home did he emerge from his room, taking his laptop to the living room to watch television, boredom gnawing at him. After the college entrance exams, he had managed well alone, but since his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi had improved, solitude became intolerable. It seemed he had always been like this. He would seek Lu Xiaoxi whenever she wasn't by his side. He had never changed in that regard. The two sat silently on the sofa, watching television. Li Mu shifted positions repeatedly, trying to find comfort, ultimately settling down and GRA as his finger pierced the citrus, juice splattered onto his hand. Li Mu recalled the advertisements that spoke of fruits capable of causing floods. Evidently, he had procured the genuine article. Here, eat the citrus. I can peel it myself. Oh no, I've already peeled it. I'm not going to eat it. If you do not consume it, it will go to waste. You peeled it, and yet you want to eat it. Lu Xiaoxi prodded his side, and seizing the moment when Li Mu was caught off guard by the poke, she swiftly snatched the citrus from his hand and took a generous bite. She was well aware of Li Mu's intentions. She would not allow him to play the role of a feeder, as if he were a pet pig. This fellow, with his thick skin, laziness, and foolishness, would surely find himself unwanted, as Aunt Sue had remarked. At that time, she thought to herself she would lend a helping hand in taking care of him. Chapter 72. Becoming childhood sweethearts again on this rare weekend, Lu Xiaoxi lounged in her casual home attire, her slender legs crossed atop the coffee table, while she held her phone, engrossed in commentary on a horror film. After graduating high school, she had spent her time idly scrolling through her phone. Yet now the monotony felt unbearable. The sounds of Li Mu engrossed in his game echoed from his room. She sighed inwardly, finally understanding why those girls would pose that classic question to their boyfriends. What's more important, the game or the girlfriend? For a fleeting moment, she contemplated posing the same question to Li Mu, but then reminded herself that she was not his girlfriend, and thus had no grounds to demand anything from him. Her only leverage was Aunt Sue's request for her to keep an eye on Li Mu. Yes, that's it. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her chest, having found her rationale, and boldly knocked on Li Mu's door. What's up? Li Mu, I'm coming in. The momentum she had mustered crumbled at the sound of his voice, and she spoke in a soft, timid tone. A smile crept onto Lu Xiaoxi's lips as she opened the door gently, tiptoeing to his side and sitting at the edge of his bed. What is the matter? Need something? Li Mu removed one earphone, draping it around his neck. I'm here to supervise you. Li Mu turned to face her, though his gaze remained fixated on the computer screen. His response felt rather dismissive. What is up with you? Bored? He was engaged in a multiplayer game, making it difficult for him to focus on both the game and their conversation. Although he had diverted his attention to her upon her entrance, he still seemed preoccupied. "I'm a bit bored, so I thought I'd debug you. If you're bored, find something to do, like helping me clean my room or something." "Dream on," Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, kicking off her slippers and settling more comfortably on the bed. She wore shorts that covered half of her thighs, leaving the rest of her skin exposed, smooth and pale as jade from thigh to knee and knee to ankle. Her toenails were exquisitely manicured, adorned with cute nail stickers from a convenience store. Limu's bed was a spring mattress, somewhat worn, creaking as she sat on it, and the sheets were cool to the touch. "Your legs are in my line of sight. Who told you to look?" Lu Xiaoxi blushed, grabbing a pillow to shield her legs. That foolish boy still had a glance at her while playing games, and he was so honest about it too. "Why, caught a glimpse of Waz and T intentional. That's still your fault." After completing a game round, Limu joined her on the bed, nudging against her calf. "How are you going to annoy me?" "I don't know. With such uncertainty, I suggest you think it through before bothering me next time." Should we go out?" Lu Xiaoxi gently pressed her small hand against his wrist, watching his skin transition from red to pale, leaving a trail of nail marks. "Where do you want to go?" Limu scratched his wrist, removing the pillow from her legs and placing it on his own, a precaution against any awkwardness. This action startled Lu Xiaoxi, causing her to shiver, as she momentarily feared he was going to touch her thigh. "We've been here so long, and there are so many places we Haven T visited, like the zoo, amusement park, or cinema. A date? No." Lu Xiaoxi suddenly raised her voice, then quickly covered her mouth, realizing how she had misspoken. "I just meant to go out and have some fun, definitely not a date." Seeing the little girl nearly steam with embarrassment, Limu felt a twinge of mischief and lightly poked her cheek before retracting his hand, his fingertips still warm from the contact. "Are we going or not? If you're not, then forget it." Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head. "I never said I was going. When are we going? Where to play? Wasn't it you who suggested it? Why are you asking me? I don't know where's fun either." "Then do your homework first. Think about it slowly. I'll continue playing since we have plenty of time." With that, Limu lay back down to play on his phone. For reasons unknown, Lu Xiaoxi succumbed to laziness, pulling a small pig plushie to cushion her head and lying back down. She felt a bit uncomfortable and tugged a small blanket to cover her curves, hoping to deter any wandering glances. "Why do you act like I'm a pervert?" Limu clicked his tongue and shifted his gaze away, suggesting she should keep her plushie and blanket tucked away next time. That way, if she lay down, she would have to rest her head on his hand instead. If Lu Xiaoxi were to lie beside him, resting her head on his hand, it would signify that their relationship had grown profoundly intimate, perhaps teetering between lovers and spouses. In truth, their bond as childhood sweethearts was far more intimate than that of mere romantic partners or even spouses. While others reveled in their romantic relationships, he and Lu Xiaoxi had long since grown accustomed to each other. Aside from that invisible thread binding them, they'd shared everything. As children, when mobile phones were not prevalent, they were blissfully innocent, focused solely on play. After tiring themselves out, they would sleep beneath the same blanket. He at her home, she at his, always together. Their connection was purer than that of lovers and sweeter than that of spouses. Many couples and spouses often showcase their best selves, allowing their partners to gradually accept their flaws. Yet, from the very beginning, he and Lu Xiaoxi had known each other entirely, and still, they had journeyed together for so long. Although there had been moments of discord, when viewed from a broader perspective, their minor disagreements were nothing more than inconsequential fluctuations in the long trajectory of their lives. If one were to categorize their relationship, it would undoubtedly be childhood sweethearts, spouses, lovers, an ascending order of intimacy. Perhaps, within their bond, the essence of childhood sweethearts encompassed all relationships, with the term itself marking the pinnacle of their connection. It seemed he had consistently misjudged the direction. Lovers? He had begun to regard them with disdain. Childhood sweethearts were the ultimate goal. From childhood sweethearts to childhood sweethearts again. Outside the community, the loud honking of vehicles reverberated. Lu Xiaoxi, what is it? What is our relationship now? Why do you keep asking this? How many times has it been? Lu Xiaoxi turned her head to meet his gaze. I want to know your thoughts. Well, so many kind of relationships. What kind specifically? So many I can't count. Then don't count. Shall we establish a new relationship? What kind of relationship? Lu Xiaoxi's large eyes sparkled, and she sensed something, her little head turning crimson as she could no longer withstand Li Mu's intense gaze. She flipped over, burying her face into the plush pig. Chapter 73. Holding hands, but only halfway. How about we be childhood sweethearts? Li Mu felt the temperature in the room rise significantly. He knew he was blushing. In a certain sense, this could be considered a veiled confession. However, the intent behind this confession was not to become lovers, but rather to rekindle their childhood bond as playmates. Is he the first in the world to confess for the sake of returning to the simplicity of childhood companionship? Lu Xiaoxi dared not lift her head. Resting on a plush pig toy, her voice barely a whisper, only audible to Li Mu as he leaned in closer. Yes, just like when we were young. He replied softly as well. A faint blush crept across Lu Xiaoxi's skin. Just like when they were kids. They had been far more intimate than mere lovers back then, reaching a level of closeness that had left them weary of kisses and hugs. Lu Xiaoxi cautiously raised her head to glance at Li Mu, only to discover that his entire face had turned crimson, resembling a small tomato. How do we become childhood sweethearts? She asked in a hushed tone, strands of hair falling over her face, which she nervously tucked behind her ear. Her delicate lips parted and closed, filling the silence with the sound of their heartbeats. Let us do it like we did when we were young, Li Mu suggested softly. You seem to want to be mischievous, Lu Xiaoxi retorted, a small girl-esque spirit refusing to share a popsicle or fight over his dessert, much less share a bed with him. Is that so? Li Mu asked, looking intently into her eyes. Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip and gave a barely perceptible nod. So can we define our relationship as childhood sweethearts from now on? They would no longer rely on vague terms such as neighbors, tenants, good friends, or classmates to describe their bond. Now, they would simply be very good childhood sweethearts. No, Lu Xiaoxi quickly amended, fearing Li Mu might flee. For now, we can only consider ourselves half-childhood sweethearts. What does it mean to be half-childhood sweethearts? Li Mu questioned, puzzled by this new term. It simply means we are half-childhood sweethearts. Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, frustration evident in her tone. Can this relationship shrink? Li Mu mused, a new term forming in his mind. Childhood. Bamboo? Oh dear, you're so dense. Just go outside, Lu Xiaoxi insisted, eyes tightly shut as she pushed him away, wrapping herself in his blanket like a cozy caterpillar once he exited the room. Left alone, Li Mu splashed cold water on his face to quell the flush of embarrassment. In that brief moment, his heart had nearly leapt from his throat. The sunny, cheerful boy was not perpetually bright about everything. When Lu Xiaoxi had said no, he felt as though he might faint. After mustering the courage to confess, only to be met with rejection, they both awkwardly sought an escape from each other's gaze. Thankfully, the outcome was positive. Well, sort of half. Li Mu mused, having long believed that he and Lu Xiaoxi shared a half-childhood sweethearts relationship. Even now, it remained the same. However, this half-relationship was fundamentally different from before, diverging in terms of measure. One aspect was time, indicating that they had only spent half of their time as childhood sweethearts. The other aspect was intimacy, signifying that they were only half as close as they had once been. In summary, their relationship was vastly improved compared to the past. He had never truly expected to return to their former state. Truth be told, he himself found it rather implausible. He was in no rush. The entire process was akin to boiling a frog in warm water, when their relationship grew so intimate that it became unbearable for the little frog. He would simply place a lid on it. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lu Xiaoxi emerged from Li Mu's room. Were you just now? Don't cause any trouble in my room. You're the one causing trouble, Lu Xiaoxi playfully retorted. Have you decided where to go? How about we go see the giant pandas? We can go now and return in the evening. Lu Xiaoxi had long wished to see the adorable panda cubs, which she had only ever watched in videos, far from satisfying. Whatever, you don't have to come back. Get lost, I'm not staying outside with you. Lu Xiaoxi washed her face and took a bottle of strawberry yogurt from the fridge, enjoying it on her own. The sweet and tangy flavor was her favorite. Li Mu blinked. What about mine? Get yourself. Come on, we're childhood sweethearts. You can't spare a hand to help me? Only half, Lu Xiaoxi huffed. Having processed her emotions in the room, she was now back to her usual self. Although they had become half-childhood sweethearts again, Their manner of interacting would not change significantly. I'm going to take a shower. You, a big boy, need a shower before going out? You would understand. One must smell nice for an outing. Limu laughed, emerging from his room with an outfit he deemed fashionable, standing at the bathroom door before swiftly closing it behind him. It's not a date. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks. It was merely an outing, yet he insisted on framing it as a date. Dates were for couples, and they were merely half-childhood sweethearts. Leaning against her palm, sipping her yogurt, Lu Xiaoxi could vaguely see Limu undressing through the frosted glass. Her cheeks flushed again, and she hurriedly shut her eyes, then peeked once more. Did Limu gaze at her in the same way when she showered? No, that wouldn't be termed lust. Rather, it was certainly not lustful. A reserved girl wouldn't be lustful. Fortunately, she had always consciously avoided the glass door while bathing, ensuring she was completely hidden from view. The silhouette behind the glass paused, seemingly handling something, and soon an upbeat English song filled the bathroom. Hurry up, I want to shower too. Lu Xiaoxi called out. Do you want to smell nice for going out too? Mind your own business. Both had finished showering. Lu Xiaoxi donned a cream-colored dress paired with a red jacket and a familiar small handbag, complemented by white knee-high socks and canvas shoes. She wished to wear prettier shoes, but given their plans to explore, practicality won out. Limu scrutinized her appearance, nodding vigorously in approval. Youthful vitality with a hint of innocence. Let us go. Lu Xiaoxi felt shy under his gaze, lowering her head to play with her hair. May I treat you? I know you're wealthy, but I have money too. Don't underestimate me. All right, then you treat me. Just this once. Lu Xiaoxi poked his arm playfully, feeling his solid build. They walked side by side toward the subway station, close enough that Limu could brush against her hand with a slight movement. Testing the waters, he gently caressed the back of her hand with his pinky, and when she ignored him, he stealthily intertwined their fingers, forming a playful gesture. What are you doing? We're childhood sweethearts now. Is holding hands not permitted? Only half. You can only hold half. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes, capable of embracing the stars and the sea, were filled with the mischief of a certain boy. Chapter 74. His childhood unfolds here. It felt somewhat magical. Just a few days prior, Lu Xiaoxi had been shyly ignoring him after he merely held one of her fingers. Now, he could boldly grasp two of her fingers. Lu Xiaoxi, like a bashful little ostrich, kept her head down and spoke little throughout their journey. As they walked, her hair swayed back and forth, revealing her flushed earlobes, which bore a charming pink hue. Her shyness was utterly endearing. Limu touched his own face, feeling a slight warmth rising within him. He held Lu Xiaoxi's index and middle fingers, caressing them to savor her delicate skin. Suddenly feeling a surge of desire, he skillfully intertwined her ring finger with theirs. Lu Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, opening her mouth to speak, but Limu interrupted her. Half of 5 fingers is 2.5. Rounding, it gives us 3. Your reasoning is quite twisted, she retorted, and he replied, You're not much better. Limu enjoyed holding her 3 slender fingers together, relishing the moment. If you want to hold hands, just do it. No need for all this fondling. It's so tempting, he teased. Then perhaps we should just let go, Lu Xiaoxi suggested, wanting to withdraw her hand, embarrassed by his gentle squeezes. No, I won't touch anymore, he promised. You better keep your word, she huffed, allowing him to maintain his hold. Should he dare to touch again, she would retract her hand and refuse to hold his for the rest of the day. Upon reaching the subway station, Limu remained true to his word, not touching her, yet he still held onto her hand. However, he wasn't entirely innocent. What began as holding 3 fingers eventually evolved into 4. When Lu Xiaoxi noticed, her entire hand was engulfed in his warm grasp. Limu's hand felt wonderfully warm and comfortable. She gazed down at her hand enveloped in his, wishing that winter could offer such warmth to prevent her fingers from turning crimson. It was the weekend, not a holiday, so the subway was significantly less crowded without the usual throngs of office workers and students. Limu busied himself with his phone, unable to indulge in overt displays of affection in public, a sentiment Lu Xiaoxi shared. Due to inertia and the smoothness of the seats, every time the subway halted, Lu Xiaoxi would inadvertently slide into him. After each little bump, she would create a fist distance between them, only to slide into him again at the next stop. She finally understood why Li Mu enjoyed this playful jostling. It was surprisingly delightful. Upon exiting the subway, they walked for a few minutes until they arrived at the zoo. The zoo offered discounts on weekends, making tickets significantly cheaper. After purchasing their tickets, they stopped at a nearby tea shop to buy 2 cups of kumquat lemonade before finally entering the zoo. Don't rush so much. Isn't it better to take your time and enjoy? Li Mu said, hastening to keep pace with the excited Lu Xiaoxi, naturally intertwining their hands completely. I've never been to a zoo before, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she eagerly scanned her surroundings, scrutinizing every sign. A leaf fell atop her head, and Li Mu kindly removed it, chuckling. Haven't you been to a circus before? That was ages ago, and I only went once, she replied. It seems like circuses have vanished. In the past, circuses would set up tents and cages in open spaces, performing animal shows for a few days before relocating. The first time he and Lu Xiaoxi encountered large animals was a circus. Even behind the bars, she had been terrified, hiding behind him while peering out timidly, shivering. Perhaps it was a matter of safety or concern for the animal's well-being, but for whatever reason, those traveling circuses had faded from his view. Who knows? What happened to the circus has taken our childhood along with it. Could you refrain from being so melancholic all of a sudden? I'm still here, aren't I? Hee hee. Let us go see the tigers, Li Mu said, gently rubbing Lu Xiaoxi's cheek with his fingertip. She was right. His childhood was intertwined with this very place. Ever since that thin layer of barrier had been pierced by Li Mu, Lu Xiaoxi had become less resistant to his touches and hand-holding. They shared a bond akin to childhood sweethearts, making such gestures entirely appropriate. The zoo was a novel experience for both Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi. It was their first encounter with a sea turtle in reality, and they were astonished by its size, larger than they could stretch their arms. Li Mu, take my picture, Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, shoving her phone into his hands before dashing to the glass in front of the turtle, posing with a peace sign. The phone remained locked, but Li Mu quickly entered her birthday to unlock it. The last photo in her album was of the meal she had prepared the previous day. Most girls had a habit of photographing their sumptuous dishes, and Lu Xiaoxi was no exception. In one motion, Li Mu captured several pictures of her, eventually taking a couple of selfies. All done. Let me see. Lu Xiaoxi rushed over, only to find his 2 selfies. She had anticipated this, so she ignored them and scrolled to the turtle photos, examining them one by one. You look awful in these. Could it be that you're the one who looks bad? Nonsense, she retorted, playfully flicking her hair. She had always been lovely and charming, after all. Li Mu swallowed, sensing a hint of a pink filter around her. She appeared extraordinarily sweet. You should take a photo too. I'll snap one of you quickly, but I don't know how to pose. You're silly. Just mimic my peace sign. You must send it to me once you're done. Li Mu approached the glass in front of the turtle, striking a peace sign. Lu Xiaoxi seized the opportunity, taking several shots as the turtle swam by. Look, you look terrible too, she laughed, showing him the photos and pointing at his face. When did you edit this? Li Mu pondered as he noticed a pig-nose sticker adorning his face in the photo. It's not edited. That's just how you look, Lu Xiaoxi laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach and wiping tears from her eyes. Aren't you the one who dislikes taking pictures? Indeed. Then why did you let me take your photo? Lu Xiaoxi contemplated for a moment, uncertain how to respond. You're different. In what way? You're Mu Piggy. Your photos don't count. Li Mu. Chapter 75. Cherished memories. The weather in mid-October was delightful, devoid of chilly winds or harsh sunlight, making it ideal for outings and picnics. However, neither Li Mu nor Lu Xiaoxi had ever indulged in such activities. Perhaps it would be an excellent opportunity for their families to embark on a picnic together. They strolled from the Sea Turtle Garden to Monkey Mountain, then to Tiger Park, finally arriving at the Bird's Nest, which featured numerous pavilions and stone benches for visitors to rest. Lu Xiaoxi's issue with a herniated disc was not severe. As long as she avoided prolonged standing or strenuous activity, she would be fine. Yet, after wandering around the park for some time, she began to feel fatigued. Casting a pleading glance at Li Mu, she explained her predicament, and the two settled onto a stone bench to rest. Sipping on kumquat lemonade, they observed the birds perched on branches in their cages, also watching them curiously. The birds in the zoo were stunning, some entirely snow white and others resplendent in vibrant colors. yet she could not name any of them. Her experience was limited to swallows, sparrows, and parrots, the latter only encountered at the flower and bird market. Does it hurt? Would you like me to give you a massage? Mu inquired, not holding her hand, as one hand clutched the kumquat lemonade while the other busily snapped photos. Today marked the first day of their renewed childhood friendship, making these photographs particularly significant. When they eventually evolved into complete childhood friends, they could reminisce about these moments. He had always been nostalgic. It doesn't hurt. Even if it did, I wouldn't let you massage me, she replied teasingly as the herniated disc pressed against her nerves, causing a tingling sensation in her lower back. The thought of him massaging her waist and thighs was utterly out of the question. Fortunately, Mu was unaware of her thoughts. Otherwise, that remark alone could have led him to accuse her of harassment. Lu Xiaoxi took a sip of her kumquat lemonade. The petite girl relished sweet and sour flavors, and the small glass was quickly emptied. She pouted, eyeing Mu's drink with intent. Mu, we are childhood friends, aren't we? Half, he replied, not looking at her and playfully retorting. Since we are half childhood friends, may I have a sip of your drink? Lu Xiaoxi recalled how he had often borrowed her water during military training, and now she sought to do the same with his. You can only have half, he declared, taking a deep gulp and leaving approximately half in the glass before handing it to her. That's nonsense. It's mostly lemonade and kumquat. Will you drink it or not? If not, I will finish it, Mu teased, holding the straw in his mouth and pretending to gulp it all down. Lu Xiaoxi, flustered, quickly grabbed his hand. Who said I'm not going to drink it? My saliva is on top. I'll use my own straw. She switched her straw with his and began to sip slowly. Mu's drink was full sugar and much sweeter than hers. Mu took the responsibility of disposing of their rubbish, glancing at the straw that Lu Xiaoxi had used, noticing how she had bitten the end to make it easier to sip without worrying about lemon seeds. Holding the cup with both hands, she drank, her lips adorably sticking to the straw as she took her sips. Don't drink with both hands, he said, and under her puzzled gaze, he took her hand, intertwining their fingers in a tender grip. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him until he began to playfully squeeze her hand, prompting her to pull away with a soft protest. Poking his waist. Don't you want me to massage you? Mu suddenly asked. An image of him massaging her thigh flashed through Lu Xiaoxi's mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She shook her head vigorously and murmured, You're so inappropriate. Shoo. There are many people around, he whispered back. Inappropriate. You are the one being inappropriate. How am I inappropriate? You're holding my hand and squeezing it. That's quite strange. Mu naturally pulled her hand over to rest on his thigh, covering it with his own, his thumb gently rubbing the back of her hand. Lu Xiaoxi's hand was fair, and it took a closer look to see the fine hairs on it. As he glided his thumb over them without touching her skin, she felt a tickling sensation. When did I hold your hand? You're the one who shamelessly reached for mine, he countered, demonstrating his middle school physics knowledge on mutual forces. Your mind is full of twisted logic and sophistry. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes, asserting, By your reasoning, you're harassing me every day. Oh, he replied nonchalantly, continuing to caress her hand. Why don't you ask how you're harassing me? I don't want to know, he said, oblivious to her frustration as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, blaming Mu for her predicament. Even if he didn't want to inquire, she had to express. If I poke you, it's the same as you poking me. Therefore, you're the one harassing me. You become quite bold and thick-skinned. Mu continued to toy with her fingers, squeezing each joint from thumb to pinky. Lu Xiaoxi found the sensation pleasurable and allowed him to play with her small hands. Are you a hand enthusiast? No, I'm just lecherous. Lu Xiaoxi gasped in shock at his confession, and Mu chuckled, attempting to justify his words. I'm just joking. I'm merely a hand enthusiast. That's even worse. She attempted to withdraw her hand, fearing his thoughts might wander into strange territories. But the thought faded as Mu's touch was too comforting, nearly melting her resolve. After their brief respite, the pair ventured to the final destination of the zoo, the panda garden. No one could resist the charm of giant pandas, as Lu Xiaoxi firmly believed. As national treasures, pandas were the golden geese of the zoo, attracting far more visitors than any other exhibit. Children were typically drawn to ferocious animals like tigers, lions, and crocodiles, symbols of strength, while university students prefer the endearing charm of pandas. Upon reaching the panda garden, Lu Xiaoxi visibly brightened, the sunset casting a golden glow on her face. Making her eyelashes shimmer like spun gold, she looked breathtaking. For safety, the railing in the panda area was quite high, reaching her chest, and she leaned against it, gazing at the giant pandas below. Unlike the videos, the pandas appeared somewhat dirty, yet their lazy demeanor remained utterly adorable. Excitedly tugging at Li Mu's shirt, she exclaimed, "Look, doesn't it resemble you? So silly and clumsy." "I think it resembles you more. So silly and adorable," he retorted. "You're mistaken. It should be adorable and adorable. She is not silly at all. All right, our little piglet is indeed very cute." Li Mu's gaze softened, revealing his affection, though he remained unaware of it. "Li Mu, let us take a picture together." "Sure, let us make it look nice." They found a less crowded spot facing the sunset, capturing a precious memory together. Chapter 76. Cat ear hairpin. Lu Xiaoxi darted to the side of Li Mu, revealing half of her figure, her hands forming a peace sign on either side of his head, beaming with a cheerful smile. Li Mu, with one hand raised holding his phone and the other making a check mark on his chin, squeezed his cheeks upward, appearing adorably foolish. "Look at you, so silly." Lu Xiaoxi chuckled at the photo displayed on her phone, unable to contain her glee. She adored this picture and envisioned printing it, framing it, and displaying it in her room, perhaps even hanging a large version in the living room, styled like a wedding photo. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxi shook her head, dispelling those peculiar thoughts. "Send it to me. I'd like to show it to my mom." "Why send it to Aunt Sue? She might think we're on a date." "Isn't it? At most, it's half a date. Essentially, we're just out having fun. Don't get twisted." All right. Everything is half, then half a date for you and half a date for me." "Ugh, you're disgusting." Lu Xiaoxi recalled some eerie scenes from horror films, shivering at the thought. "I'm just teasing you. Look at you, all frightened, yet you still want to watch horror films. You probably wouldn't dare to watch an unedited horror film commentary. Mind your own business. Primarily, I want my mom to know I've gone out. Otherwise, she'll think I'm cooped up at home playing video games." Li Mu admitted candidly, as that was indeed his intention. Lu Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I've seen nearly everything at the zoo. From common species to national treasures, I missed none. Excluding the unbearable Monkey Mountain, everything else was enjoyable. The giant sea turtles, the massive rhinoceroses, and the enormous elephants were far more impressive in person than on video. The only downside was not seeing any panda cubs. The adult pandas were lethargic, lounging around and waiting to clock out. They exited the zoo on a sightseeing vehicle. "Does your waist and leg still hurt?" Li Mu inquired, genuinely concerned. "We cannot risk injuring this delicate waist of yours." "I'm not that fragile." "You're a fragile college student." "Ah, let us hurry back. I want to shower." Lu Xiaoxi gazed at the now darkening sky, the streetlights illuminating the path as vendors began their evening sales. The stalls offered not only snacks, but also a variety of accessories and toys, even the ceramic elephants she used to color as a child. As they passed a stall dedicated to accessories, Li Mu halted, captivated by a white cat ear headband. He envisioned adorning Lu Xiaoxi with it and playfully touching her cat ears. On their first day of cohabitation, he had marveled at how girls could transform so much, even jokingly asking her to wear cat ears for him to touch. Even his subsequent thoughts of borrowing money from Lu Xiaoxi were merely a pretext to see her don the cat ears. In a sense, he remained true to his original intentions. "Li Mu, what are you staring at?" Lu Xiaoxi, noticing him stopped at a stall, retraced her steps. Following his gaze, she too was enchanted by the beautiful accessories. "Would you like to buy some accessories? We are college students starting a business, and everything is handmade." The stall owner was a young woman. "Do you want me to buy it for you?" Li Mu scanned the QR code in advance, ready to input the amount for a swift transaction. "I wasn't planning to buy anything, but since you mentioned it, I'll get one." Lu Xiaoxi stifled a giggle as she began selecting her favorite accessory. She settled on a hair tie adorned with a fluffy white pom-pom, envisioning how lovely it would look with her little ponytail. "I want this one." "Just this?" "Well, I have plenty of hair ties at home." "All right, vendor. We'll take these too." Li Mu swiftly grabbed the cat ears he had previously admired. "That LLB $21 for both. Would you like a bag?" "Yes, please." Li Mu's checkout speed was astonishing. Lu Xiaoxi, still processing the earlier events, was momentarily dazed. Upon realizing what Li Mu held, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She could hardly believe that Li Mu would wear something like that, leaving only one possibility. It was meant for her. Once they were a distance from the stall, Lu Xiaoxi, flustered and annoyed, tugged at Li Mu, snatching the bag from his hand and holding it up before him. What do you have to say for yourself? What? What? Stop pretending you don't understand. Lu Xiaoxi brandished the cat ear hairpin. I wouldn't wear something like that. It's too strange. I was thinking of wearing it myself. Do you believe me? Do you have that peculiar hobby? Lu Xiaoxi distanced herself slightly. Well, actually, I intended it as a gift. I don't want it. I never said it was for you. At this, Lu Xiaoxi's heart sank. Panic surged through her. She couldn't bear the thought of other girls being around Li Mu. Otherwise, she would cease being his childhood companion, half or none at all. I meant to give it to the childhood friend, that half of you. Li Mu chuckled, stepping closer and reclaiming Lu Xiaoxi's delicate hand, playfully toying with it in his palm. Well, I'll keep this for now, Lu Xiaoxi murmured, her face slightly flushed, biting her lip in contemplation. Although it was just a simple cat ear hairpin, one frequently seen in videos, the mere thought of wearing it for Li Mu imbued it with a sense of playful significance. Quite embarrassing. By the time they returned home, it was already past 10. After a day of fun, Li Mu felt utterly exhausted, while Lu Xiaoxi collapsed onto the sofa, writhing like a caterpillar before ultimately lying flat on the couch. I started boiling water at noon. You should go shower first. Lu Xiaoxi spoke weakly, her waist and legs aching and in need of relaxation. You're exposed. Li Mu's gaze was drawn to her thigh, revealed as she shifted positions, his eyes unable to look away. The sound of swallowing was pronounced in the living room. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi immediately straightened up, adjusted her skirt, and shielded her thighs with two pillows, her face flushed with embarrassment. I didn't see anything. Don't say that. Li Mu, feeling guilty, turned his head away and quickly dashed into the bathroom. Chapter 77. Now, there is only one super. Both individuals have finished their baths. Lu Xiaoxi, with her hair still damp, hurriedly stuffed her clothes into the washing machine before darting back in the bathroom, clutching a small bucket to dry her intimate garments. She was still not comfortable with airing such personal items in plain view, especially for Li Mu to see. Exiting the hall, she plopped down on the sofa, wielding a hairdryer to dry her hair. The device's loud noise drowned out the film playing in the background. To avoid dripping water on the sofa, she leaned forward, exposing her porcelain neck. Li Mu shifted closer, sitting beside her, relishing the warmth emanating from the petite girl and inhaling her delicate fragrance, feeling utterly at ease. As he observed the intricate strands of red and black ropes entwined around her neck, he raised his hand to compare them with his own dogtooth bracelet. The craftsmanship was nearly identical. However, Lu Xiaoxi's rope was a deeper hue, while his was lighter, a testament to the passage of time. Unlike Lu Xiaoxi's necklace, which had been crafted by her grandfather, his bracelet had originated from the hands of an unremarkable girl. Until now, he had led a life steeped in science, showing little interest in such folk customs or superstitions. Their relationship had not been as intimate back then, yet he had found himself accepting the dogtooth bracelet. It left him perplexed. The double standard was evident on his face. He never wore the silver sheep necklace bought by Su Wan. Yet he had never taken off Lu Xiaoxi's dogtooth bracelet. He yearned to introduce her to everyone, proclaiming her name, Lu Xiaoxi, his childhood companion, eliciting envy among his peers. His little childhood sweetheart was becoming increasingly enchanting. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Lu Xiaoxi flicked her hair, exhaling a breath of annoyance, glancing sideways at Li Mu's large face, murmuring, "We see each other every day." A sweet feeling enveloped her heart. Do you drink yogurt? Yes, but it must taste like yours. Also, can you bring me a bottle? Li Mu initially thought she was asking for herself, only to realize she wanted him to fetch it for her. With a dramatic sigh, he got up to retrieve the yogurt, also grabbing a piece of fruit from the fridge to munch on. The yogurt had been a recent gift from Sister Xia, with a shelf life of only 14 days, retailing at 3 yuan per small bottle. Good little piggy. Call me a gentleman, will you? Li Mu fe en seriousness. Lu Xiaoxi, sitting cross-legged, peeled off the yogurt lid, extending her petite pink tongue to lick off the yogurt clinging to the lid before sipping through a straw. Dressed in a short-sleeved top and shorts, her arms and legs revealed skin as smooth and white as jade. Li Mu glanced at her delicate ankles, noticing how soft and rosy they appeared compared to his own, which looked akin to dead skin. Truly, there was no harm in comparison. Why don't you sit like a duck? Why should I sit like a duck? That position was once praised as the cutest for girls. So what? How is that relevant to me? With her chin raised, Lu Xiaoxi shifted from her cross-legged position to a casual leg cross, her foot bobbing playfully. Crossing my legs is very harmful to the body, yet here you are doing it. Li Mu tapped her knee, urging her to change her posture. Lu Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue playfully, crossing her feet atop the coffee table, her rounded toes rubbing together, creating a faint sound of friction. The computer was displaying a sweet little drama that both Lu Xiaoxi and Xia Yuanyuan enjoyed, which Li Mu had found from his records. As expected, Lu Xiaoxi was captivated by it. Is it really that good? He pondered, curious about what techniques these dramas employed to capture the hearts of young girls. Considering both 19-year-old Lu Xiaoxi and 8-year-old Xia Yuanyuan were enamored by them. After watching for a while, he discovered the intricate relationships in such dramas resembled a spider's web. Could one believe that in a cast of 4, 2 male leads and 2 female leads, there could be plots involving imposters, avengers, betrayal, and love triangles? Then came the twists. A character met with an accident, followed by a poignant ballad lamenting the fragility of love. After just one episode, Li Mu felt overwhelmed by the barrage of trivial information, his mind momentarily shutting down. This form of art was beyond his appreciation. However, it was simple. His little childhood sweetheart enjoyed watching, and he, in turn, adored her. Li Mu propped his feet on the coffee table, teasingly nudging Lu Xiaoxi's foot. Don't touch me. You probably have athlete's foot. Lu Xiaoxi curled her toes, shifting to the side. Well, it's contagious, so it's you. Hey, stop rubbing. It tickles, she pouted, scratching her foot and then wiping it on Li Mu's clothes. Oh no, now your hands have athlete's foot too? I won't hold your hand anymore. Li Mu made a face of disgust, patting the spot where she had wiped her hand. Really? That's wonderful. You're forbidden from holding my hand from now on. Well, let's discuss that later. For now, just hold my hand. Li Mu, with shameless boldness, pulled Lu Xiaoxi's hand over, massaging from her elbow down to each finger, occasionally pressing hard enough to leave a red mark. The corners of Lu Xiaoxi's mouth curled into a smile as memories of her childhood flooded back. She had been quite proactive back then, always pulling Li Mu's hand or tugging at his clothes, unable to walk without him. She had adored him immensely. Although she still held affection for him now, their relationship had transformed into mere childhood acquaintanceship. Now it was Li Mu who initiated holding her hand. Perhaps this was what they called relationship equilibrium. How she had treated him before was now reflected in his actions. With a sweet drama to watch and a handsome boy to massage her, she felt as if she were living a life of luxury. If only Li Mu could sprout another hand to feed her some fruit. Just as she was about to drift off into blissful slumber, a video call came through. Upon seeing that it was her mother, Lu Xiaoxi quickly sat up straight, withdrew her hand, and created some distance from Li Mu. As soon as the video connected, a chubby cat face appeared on the phone screen, curiously inspecting it, unaware of why its owner was trapped inside this device. Xiaofei, where's mom? Lu Xiaoxi longed to kiss the cat's face. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, okay. Li Mu's eyes widened. What is happening? Can they communicate? Today, his little childhood sweetheart had revealed an extraordinary talent. Haha, what a funny expression you have. Lu Xiaoxi suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Li Mu's nose. Li Mu had clearly been fooled, appearing rather silly. Is it a game? It's just that you're too foolish. That's all right. You're foolish too. Li Mu shamelessly leaned closer. Hey, you haven't gone to bed yet. On the other end of the call, Qin Xiaoqian, who was applying a face mask, inquired curiously. Not yet. It's the weekend, so staying up later is fine, Lu Xiaoxi explained. Haha, I thought you were already in your room. What you two up to? Watching TV. Is there something you need, Mom? Nothing much. I just wanted to check in on you and see how Xiao Mu is doing. You haven't been bullying him, have you? Mom, I've been bullied terribly by your wonderful daughter. She just made me go fetch her yogurt. Just as Lu Xiaoxi was about to speak, Li Mu dramatically leaned in, reporting her to Qin Xiaoqian. Although it was evident that Li Mu was merely being playful, Qin Xiaoqian pretended to be serious. Xiaoxi, have you been bullying Xiao Mu? Mom, can you please see clearly? My hand is so much smaller than his. If he punched me, I'd decry for a long time. Lu Xiaoxi playfully kicked him, then turned the camera towards Li Mu's arm, who cooperatively flexed his muscles. All right, you two should get along well, understand? No arguing, and certainly no other conflicts. Understood, mother. Allow me to share, I visited the zoo today to observe the giant pandas. Lu Xiaoxi began to converse with Qin Xiaoqian, recounting the events of the past few days. From Li Mu's culinary endeavors to today's excursion to the zoo, she omitted only the segment where they rekindled their childhood bond. After all, in the eyes of their families, they have always been the closest of childhood companions. Chapter 78. Little Green Plum. Lu Xiaoxi returned to her room, shook off the dust from the blanket, and spread it out on the bed. Tomorrow was Sunday, and she had no intention of sleeping early. She initially planned to lie in bed and scroll through her phone, but her gaze suddenly fell upon the hair accessories on her desk. Barefoot, she walked over with a gleam in her step, brushed her hair, and secured a small ponytail with a newly purchased hair tie. Her lustrous black hair now sported a fluffy white pom-pom, adding an adorable touch. It was already cute, but now it was even more delightful. Occasionally, Lu Xiaoxi indulged in a bit of self-admiration. She hesitated, contemplating whether to show Li Mu, and after a moment of thought, she decided to mimic the girls she saw online, using her phone to cover her face while taking a selfie in front of the mirror. Despite her aversion to photography and being in front of the camera, today she captured numerous photos for both herself and Li Mu. Earlier, she had placed an order on her phone, and in a couple of days, their sunset photo together would be beautifully framed. The petite girl paced around her room, pondering where to hang it, yet her gaze was constantly drawn to the white cat ear headband that Li Mu had bought. Cursing him silently for being a weirdo, she returned to the desk and quietly donned the cat ears. The visual impact was striking. She knew Li Mu loved such things. It was utterly revolting. With her lips pursed, Lu Xiaoxi curled one hand into a claw-like gesture, playfully mimicking a cat. How utterly adorable, but she must not let Li Mu see her like this. She settled back on the edge of her bed, curled up under the blanket, clutching her plush puppy. She opened a certain someone's WeChat and sent them a photo she had just taken. Li idiot, nosebleed, nosebleed. Li idiot, what else? The petite girl smiled sweetly. Li idiot, put on the cat ears too. Lu Xiaozhu, keep distance from idiots. JPG, Lu Xiaozhu, lying flat panda image. Lu Xiaozhu, do I look like you? Li idiot, middle finger raised. Li idiot, why aren't you sleeping this late? Lu Xiaozhu, I'm going to sleep now. Oh, idiot, good night. Lu Xiaozhu, good night, Li idiot. Where's the voice message? Angry, angry. Lu Xiaoxi clicked on his voice message, which still contained sounds from the game he was playing. Still gaming, was it really that enjoyable? The girl felt disinclined to respond, flipped over, and continued to browse through the photos from earlier. This was merely the first day of their quasi-childhood sweethearts journey, with Li Mu having already held her hand and pinched her cheeks. If this continued, would she be completely consumed by him? Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Xiaoxi, and her face flushed a deep crimson, as if she could squeeze out water. The notion of becoming childhood sweethearts seemed like a ploy to take advantage of her, gradually consuming her piece by piece. This was Li Mu's little scheme, finding various ways to forge a closer bond while shamelessly teasing her. She understood him better than anyone. As drowsiness washed over her, she sent Li Mu a good-night voice message, plugged her phone into charge, and began to drift into a deep slumber. Tonight, she was certain to sleep soundly. Next door, Li Mu had just finished a game, closed his laptop, turned off the lights, and lay flat on his bed. The residents of this community seemed to share a habit of retiring early, or perhaps there were not many university students like them, as lights seldom glowed past midnight. His phone lit up, revealing Lu Xiaoxi's good-night voice message. He knew well that Lu Xiaoxi would never fail to send him one. He listened to it more than 10 times. The voice of his little green plum became increasingly sweet with each repetition. After charging his phone, just as he was about to close his eyes, the image of Lu Xiaoxi lounging on the sofa with her thighs exposed flashed through his mind. He dismissed it at first, But after a moment, he recalled the photos from earlier. Oh no, he was entranced. Li Mu's thoughts wandered elsewhere, tossing and turning, until his gaze fell upon the tissue box on his desk. The following day, Li Mu woke up early, seizing the dawn to head out. Perhaps it was guilt over Lu Xiaoxi that compelled him, for he packed 3 servings of rice rolls with egg, meat, and ham, accompanied by 4 types of sauces: soy sauce, sweet and sour, yellow skin, and mushroom, along with a tempting chili sauce, while he bought just 2 xiaomai for himself. Upon returning home, he found Lu Xiaoxi at the sink, brushing her teeth, foam nearly spilling onto the floor. Lu Xiaoxi gave a soft grunt, glancing at the items in his hands, and mumbled, "Did you buy too many steamed buns?" Seemingly choking on the foam, she promptly rinsed her mouth to clear it. "Of course, this is for you, Lu Xiaoxi." Li Mu opened the rice rolls for her, drizzled them with sauce, and added a bit from the extra bag. "What else with you today? So diligent," Lu Xiaoxi remarked, thoroughly pleased, skipping the facial wash and taking large steps to sit beside Li Mu. "Nothing much. Am I not allowed to treat you? Fine. I suppose you're being sensible. It's all your fault for being so loud last night when you went to the bathroom. You woke me up. Dear little green plum, please don't be angry. This meal is on me," Li Mu said, tensing up and quickly changing the subject. "That's more like it. But please don't address me with such odd titles. It feels so awkward, calling me little one moment and big another. Then, I'll just call you little green plum." How cheesy. Lu Xiaoxi felt a peculiar sensation. The mere mention of little green plum made her shy. Chapter 79. A warm embrace. Lu Xiaoxi obediently savored her rice rolls, chewing each soft morsel 7 or 8 times before swallowing. Li. She resembled a little hamster diligently eating. In his past experience of raising hamsters, he would often pinch a green bean between his fingers for them to nibble at, and he imagined Lu Xiaoxi would do the same. Across from him, Li Mu was engrossed in his phone while devouring steamed dumplings, seemingly serious. Yet if one were to shift the camera beneath the table, they would see his foot playfully nudging Lu Xiaoxi's. "Aren't you cold?" she asked, not particularly concerned since there was a layer of fabric between them. The temperature was a mere 21 degrees, and she had opted for long pants early in the morning, while Li Mu stubbornly wore shorts. He was the type who prioritized style over comfort, and Lu Xiaoxi perceived him as a boy who would rather maintain his elegance than seek warmth. "Are you all right?" she teased. "Am I pretending?" he replied. "I could walk around shirtless if you believe that." "Not a soul would believe you would sacrifice comfort for style," she laughed. Without further ado, Li Mu began to remove his shirt, but Lu Xiaoxi quickly intervened. "Are you insane? I believe you now. Shouldn't you have believed me from the start? One's physical constitution cannot be generalized. Just because you're wearing a coat doesn't mean I feel cold." "I understand your strength now," Lu Xiaoxi murmured, her eyes downcast as she slurped her rice rolls. Earlier, when Li Mu had lifted his shirt, she caught a glimpse of his abs and realized he was far healthier than she had imagined. She felt as if he could effortlessly lift her. "Do you want some?" she asked, glancing at him as she reached her second bowl of rice rolls, only to find Li Mu had already finished his dumplings and was now earnestly nudging her calf. "Not eating anymore?" he inquired, noticing her appetite. Given her portion size, 3 bowls of rice rolls were hardly sufficient. "That's too much," she protested, yet she picked up a piece and held it to his lips. "Here, eat up. It's your turn." Li Mu seemed oblivious, opening his mouth to eat, only to find himself munching on air as Lu Xiaoxi swiftly consumed the rice roll, a couple of drops of sauce splattering onto the table. "Little piglet at mealtime," he chuckled, teasing her. "Here, this one's for you. Eat it." "I don't mind," she insisted. "You can't just have 2 dumplings. That's unacceptable." "Why is it unacceptable? I used to skip breakfast altogether," he replied nonchalantly. During high school, he had to wake up earlier, typically at 6 o'clock for his morning routine, while Su often remained asleep. He rarely had breakfast, occasionally grabbing a bun from a vendor, which differed greatly from Lu Xiaoxi's 3 meals a day. Had they been together during high school, he imagined he would have visited her every morning for breakfast. After Lu Xiaoxi finished her meal, Li Mu retired to his room, lying on his bed and playing on his phone. Truly, weekends were best spent lounging. Movies, games, and anime were far more appealing than going out. Unless his little childhood sweetheart invited him, he had no intention of leaving. Seeing that he hadn't closed the door, Lu Xiaoxi leaned in, peeking her head through. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," he replied casually. "Then find something to do." "Only when there's nothing to do can I be idle." "Then find something to do," she insisted, surveying his room. It was quite messy. Clothes were carelessly tossed on the upper shelves of his wardrobe, despite having hangers available. The only commendable aspect was the absence of visible trash, a chaos that was not filthy. "Why not tidy up your room?" she suggested. "It's not that messy." "It's a disaster," she exclaimed. "Just help me clean up. After all, I bring you your laptop every day," he countered. "Not a chance." "Clean it yourself," she retorted, unconcerned as she plopped down on his bed, the springs creaking beneath her. "Fine, I won't clean. Why should I have to leave?" She pouted. "Because I want you to," he replied playfully. "All right, I'm leaving," she said. But Mu swiftly turned and sat beside her, shifting slightly to squeeze her against the wall. Lu Xiaoxi could smell his scent and feel his warmth, realizing that his room was particularly cozy. The old air conditioner provided no warmth, and she knew winter would be cold, prompting her to seek refuge in Mu's room for warmth. Surely, he wouldn't mind. "It's cold." Squeezing closer, he insisted, pressing against her, effectively pinning her to the wall, with a shoe rack in front, a wall on the right, and the warmth of another person on the left, leaving her no escape. Unlike before, this time Mu had the audacity to take her hand and place it on his thigh, freely caressing it. "Who said it wasn't cold?" he teased. "Well, I prefer warmth over style," she thought with a chuckle, knowing he was merely using it as an excuse to get closer. Mu was clever, always able to see through her feeble justifications. Otherwise, they would devolve into lies. The aroma enveloping her intensified, and Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but inhale deeply, finding it delightful. "You're such a creep. Stop sniffing around," she exclaimed as Mu playfully caressed her fingers, well aware of her reaction. "Let us share an embrace." "Shall we?" he suggested. "How do we do that?" she asked, her big eyes wide with curiosity. "Just a hug through the blanket. It's been years since we've embraced. I'm feeling nostalgic. You know I'm quite sentimental." Mu's gaze was complex, as if he genuinely missed the times when they were inseparable. Lu Xiaoxi was momentarily perplexed, yet she reflected on their relationship. She was his childhood sweetheart, and a hug should pose no issue. She timidly nodded, burying half her face beneath the blanket, revealing only her round, bright eyes. "All right, I'll hug you." "Okay." Lu Xiaoxi turned away, her back facing him, as she feared that facing him would lead her to succumb to his scent. Mu's hand found its way to her abdomen, wrapping her in his embrace. Lying on their sides, he could only place one hand around her. The softness of the little girl in his arms was intoxicating, the warmth radiating through the blanket, far surpassing any pillow. With his face nestled in her hair, he inhaled her sweet fragrance, tightening his grip. This was an embrace after several years, spontaneous and unplanned, as he directly requested it from Lu Xiaoxi. Had he not felt the need to change his demeanor, he would have continued holding her. Mu rolled smoothly to the edge of the bed, sitting at his computer, donning his headphones, and adopting a more serious posture. Lu Xiaoxi blinked in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. Just moments ago, they were comfortably embraced, and she was almost lulled to sleep by the warmth. Now, he had abruptly distanced himself. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just craving a game." Lu Xiaoxi regarded Mu as a scoundrel, embracing her only to swiftly depart. She observed Mu as he played games in an unusual posture, approaching him from behind to poke and prod, yet he paid her no heed. Thus, she grew bolder, lifting the sleeve of his shirt and gradually rolling it upward until his entire arm was exposed. Mu's underarm was adorned with hair, and she hesitated to touch it, instead tracing her fingers along the contours of his muscles. "Don't scratch, it tickles." "Go ahead and scratch. If you're idle, find something to occupy yourself with, like helping me tidy up the room. At this rate, you'll soon become a lazy pig." Chapter 80. Progressing gradually, Lu Xiaoxi assisted him in tidying up his clothes, carefully hanging them on hangers. Mu wore only boxers, and she meticulously handled the edges, avoiding the prominent middle section entirely. She did not dare to take a whiff. Mu's room was not dirty. It was merely a bit disheveled, which was entirely typical for a young man. Lu Xiaoxi kindly swept the floor and mopped it clean, then opened the window for ventilation, leaving the room in pristine condition. The air was filled with the damp odor of the freshly cleaned floor as Lu Xiaoxi returned to Li Mu's bed. She seemed to have a fondness for his bed, as if it possessed a certain allure, despite being merely a simple combination of a spring mattress and a bamboo mat. She lay atop her plush pig toy, engrossed in playing a mobile game of landlord, with the volume turned up high, each loss accompanied by a mournful tune. In the game, there was an activity that encouraged sharing links with friends. If a friend clicked the link, the sharer would earn 1,000 joy beans, allowing them to play 2 additional rounds. In front of Li Mu, she took her phone, shared the link, and logged in with his account, thus claiming the 1,000 joy beans. "Why are you lingering in my room?" Li Mu inquired, having played for 2 hours and noticing the petite girl had yet to leave. "I have nothing to do. Go watch a sweet drama then. But you're playing a game. I want to watch it on the projector. After this round, I'll show you how to connect to the projector. Since you're using my account, you can watch whatever sweet drama you like later." "No." Lu Xiaoxi shook her head. "If I use my computer, you'll just get engrossed in your game." Fine. I'll finish this game and show you. I need to take a nap soon anyway. I was up until midnight yesterday and woke up early to get you breakfast. I'm practically a panda now, and I intended to go to bed after this game." However, the petite girl showed no signs of leaving. He had no choice but to play on. This was already the 3rd round. "Let us watch it tonight instead." "Geez, you're so troublesome," Li Mu sighed. "Li Mu, let me download Landlord for you. Don't you already have it? My account has no beans left. If I play on your phone, we can earn more rounds by clicking on each other's activities. Go ahead. I enjoy watching you lose." "Who says that? It's all my teammates' fault. They're just as bad, regardless of whether they're boys or girls. When we lose, it's certainly not my fault. It's always because of the teammates." "Are you going to take a nap?" "Soon." "Perfect. I need a nap too. I see you're not leaving." Li Mu closed his laptop, reclined on his bed, and faced her, pulling the pillow close. "You can sleep here. Do you even know what you're saying?" Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback. "Did I mishear? Are you suggesting we sleep together? How bold. Are you disregarding your life?" "Of course. Then how can you still have the audacity to say that? Just a nap. You used to come to me for a nap. And now that I'm asking you, is it a problem?" Li Mu said, thick-skinned. If one were to weigh his audacity against Lu Xiaoxi's modesty, it would be an overwhelming victory for her modesty. He simply wished to embrace the soft and fragrant Lu Xiaoxi for a nap. But this is a significant issue. "You think it's still childhood?" Lu Xiaoxi blushed. She had done countless shameless things in the past, and if she were to recount them all, she would prefer to find a hole to hide in. "I'm not doing anything. If it's just sleeping, how is that different from childhood?" But it's just not acceptable." In a flash, Lu Xiaoxi darted off the bed, slipping on her slippers, and ran to the door. Pausing at the threshold, she shot him an angry glare. "Pervert, I'm not playing with you anymore." She also took the liberty of closing the door behind her. Such a kind person. Li Mu remarked, bewildered. He was at a loss for words regarding Lu Xiaoxi. She had just said they would sleep, but when it came to actually doing so, she fled faster than a rabbit. However, he understood that it was impossible for their relationship to revert to its former intimacy instantaneously. Sharing a bed, even for a nap, meant lying on the same mattress, under the same blanket, a level of intimacy that felt too private. Everything requires a gradual progression. One cannot leap to the end. He resolved that if the ultimate goal was to achieve a complete relationship with his childhood friend, then sharing a bed was merely a small milestone. The first small goal of holding hands had already been accomplished. The second was to share a bed. The third, to cuddle face to face. The fourth, to share a gentle kiss. And the fifth, a cough. After reaching the ultimate goal, he could rightfully bring his childhood friend home, sharing sweet embraces and tender kisses. Lost in thought, Li Mu felt his own cheeks flush. Nevertheless, it was a process that must unfold step by step. Chapter 81. Just Lick Me by late October. The weather in Songnan had become quite mild, rarely inducing a sweat-inducing warmth. Those who could not withstand the chill had already donned light jackets for warmth, while those who could endure the cold found it unnecessary to wear outer garments. Naturally, Li Mu continued to sport his short-sleeved shirt and shorts, feeling quite at ease as long as the temperature remained above 15 degrees. However, under the fervent insistence of Lu Xiaoxi, he reluctantly changed into a long-sleeved shirt paired with athletic pants. His youthful attire complemented his good looks, and most girls passing by would glance back at him discreetly. Unbeknownst to Li Mu, It was Lu Xiaoxi who took notice of this. As Lu Xiaoxi walked beside him, she looked up at him, thinking how handsome he was. If she did not accompany him, he would surely be approached by other girls seeking to add him on WeChat. She recalled the numerous friend requests she received from girls when she first registered at the school. This thought made her quite irked, prompting her to give Limu a playful slap on the back, producing a sharp sound. "What is that for?" Limu glanced at her. "Oh, nothing. Just felt like hitting you," she replied. "This is school. Don't act out," he said, his mouth twitching. Just hitting you, Lu Xiaoxi retorted, delivering another playful smack. "Are you pushing your luck? If you keep this up, I'll want to help you carry your laptop bag later," he warned. "Not a chance. You must help me," she insisted, relishing the attention of someone who would carry her belongings as if he were her devoted servant. Lu Xiaoxi reminisced about a video she had seen that elaborated on the concept of a lick dog, a term used to describe someone who sacrifices their dignity to please another without any expectation of reciprocation. In this context, it seemed that Limu was indeed catering to her needs. Had she reciprocated in any way? A hand-holding, a gentle touch on the face, or a playful nudge of the calf. Did these count as reciprocation? Lu Xiaoxi felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if Limu was perceived as her lick dog by outsiders. The notion of lick dogs ranked lowly among boys, often regarded with disdain. Limu looked around and noticed Lu Xiaoxi tugging at the hem of his shirt. "What now?" he asked. "Come a bit closer. Are you my lick dog?" she inquired. "Huh?" Limu's expression turned peculiar, his eyes widening in disbelief. How had their conversation turned to such a topic? Did he resemble a lick dog? "Why do you say that?" "Because you often help me carry things, and I've never helped you in return," she explained. "By that logic, if you help me tidy my room, does that make you my lick dog?" "No, it should be lick cat, or perhaps lick pig," he teased, gently stroking her soft cheek with a fingertip. "What lick pig? I'm just helping you," she protested. "Then it's settled. I'm merely assisting you," he replied. "That doesn't mean you're not my lick dog," she countered. "Not really. We're too familiar with one another for that." He chuckled, then added, "What is this? Do you want me to be your lick dog?" Lu Xiaoxi shook her head vigorously. "Being a lick dog is looked down upon by other boys. Wouldn't that isolate you? I could secretly be your lick dog, as long as others don't know." "What is the harm?" Limu whispered, leaning closer to her. As they prepared for their early class, Lu Xiaoxi had set her alarm a bit late. They planned to grab a quick bite after their first class, and when Limu spoke, his breath carried the fresh scent of toothpaste. Perhaps it was the warmth of his breath brushing against her face, but Lu Xiaoxi felt her cheeks flush a delicate pink. "Is that okay?" she murmured, glancing away shyly. Limu had always treated her well, always by her side. If circumstances allowed, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all. "Daydreaming about being my lick dog already? It's barely morning." He interrupted her thoughts without mercy. "Why not?" she countered, her curiosity piqued. "Do you genuinely entertain such thoughts?" he teased. "Regardless, you can't be licking anyone else." Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. She admitted to herself that there had been a fleeting moment when her heart fluttered. If Limu truly were to lick her, she would likely find it hard to refuse, perhaps succumbing to his advances in no time at all. Did she possess a hint of a wicked side? "When have I ever licked anyone else? When did I give you the impression I was a lick dog?" he questioned. "You're not now, but who knows what the future holds? Regardless, you can't lick anyone else." All right, if I must lick, I'll start with you. Is that acceptable?" he replied. At school, Limu refrained from holding her hand continuously, only daring to sneak in a touch or pinch of her cheek when fewer people were around. As they approached the classroom, opportunities dwindled, leaving him feeling restless. "Better no one licks at all. If someone must lick, let it be me," Lu Xiaoxi whispered almost inaudibly, her voice trailing off at the end. "What did you say?" he asked, leaning closer. "I said you're a big lick pig," she exclaimed, quickening her pace ahead. Limu had no choice but to hasten after the petite girl, but no matter how he probed, Lu Xiaoxi remained unresponsive. In that moment, it felt akin to pursuing a goddess who was indifferent to his affections. If his target were Lu Xiaoxi, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all? He dismissed the thought. The question of whether he might become a lick dog was irrelevant. Lu Xiaoxi would never be someone he could pursue. Lu Xiaoxi had never been one to seek out affection. His efforts towards her would elicit her own responses in kind. Running so fast. Do you need to use the restroom? He jested. You're the one who needs to. You have poor kidneys. You go to the bathroom every 2 hours. Lu Xiaoxi retorted, her ears slightly reddened. Whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. Are you feeling unwell, or have you consumed something explosive? Li Mu wondered aloud, perplexed by her sudden mood shift. After consuming 2 pounds of explosives, I'll turn you to ashes. She huffed, her frustration evident. Their first class was English, which required no laptops. Lu Xiaoxi settled in the front row, diligently studying alongside a few familiar girls, while Li Mu took a seat in the back with Lin Sheng and Lao Yang. The three of them shared a strong bond. They were teammates in gaming and classmates in real life, though it was rare for him to sit with them given his preference to be with Lu Xiaoxi. Why did you come to the back? Lin Sheng initiated the conversation, having developed suspicions about Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi's relationship since their last interaction with Lao Yang. He couldn't bear the thought of being the only singleton among a trio of couples. Don't tell me you don't want me here. I might just leave. He jested, as they were free to move about before class officially commenced. Don't. What about gaming? Li Mu replied, feigning indignation. What can you possibly do during class? That essay sign of disrespect to the teacher, he admonished. Don't you have any sense of responsibility in class? Lin Sheng retorted. Oh well, I'm not really in the mood to play right now, Li Mu replied, shifting his demeanor. You used to be so attentive in class when you sat in the back. What changed? Lin Sheng pressed. People change, Lin Sheng replied earnestly. Lao Yang interrupted. Let me translate this for you. He has lost interest. Gaming is more entertaining. Come on, don't ruin the mood, Li Mu said, joining in on their banter. His proficiency in English has always been limited, and he has forgotten much of what he once knew. However, Lu Xiaoxi excels in this language. With a childhood friend who is well-versed in English at home, it would be wise to seek her assistance. After all, one could rely on her support during exams. Is this not a better alternative than hiring a tutor? Chapter 82. What Lu Xiaoxi understood: university instructors typically do not closely monitor their students. As long as one refrains from creating a disturbance or engaging in disruptive behavior, they are generally left to their own devices. 3 students spent the better part of the lecture engrossed in a game. Playing games during class inevitably evoked a sense of guilt for the years of hard work they had invested. Thus, during the latter half of the session, they tacitly agreed to set aside their phones and absorb at least some of the material presented until the class concluded. As Li Mu rose, shouldering his laptop bag, he was approached by his classmate. Brother Mu, shall we go grab some buns? I've already eaten. You guys go ahead. Wait, that charm on your bag is adorable. It's a bit girlish, don't you think? Lin Sheng, with keen eyes, had noticed the little dog charm swaying on Li Mu's laptop bag and teased him. It is a bit, but I like it. Is it a couple's charm? As a male university student in a romantic relationship, Lao Yang immediately recognized the significance. He adjusted his glasses, which gleamed like something out of an anime. Enough of the wild guesses. And Lao Yang, can you please purchase a pair of glasses that aren't so reflective? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were a primary school student tying a bow. Damn, these are supposed to be anti-reflective. They're no different from my previous pair. What a ripoff. Lao Yang and Lin Sheng made their way to the cafeteria. With most of the classroom emptying out, only a few girls remained in the front row, one of whom was Lu Xiaoxi. Although she and Li Mu typically sat together, they always waited for the others to leave before departing together. She was uncertain about the reason for this behavior, attributing it to a touch of shyness inherent to her petite disposition. As long as they separated at any point, they would not be suspected of being a couple. This created a rather absurd sense of denial, despite the fact that they were, in truth, not in a romantic relationship. Xiaoxi, look, Li Mu is waiting for you. Huh? Upon being prompted, Lu Xiaoxi discreetly glanced back to see Li Mu leaning against the wall, wearing headphones and smiling foolishly at his phone. She was curious about what video could be so amusing. I see you two always walk together. Are you a couple? No, it's not like that, she replied, flustered. Lu Xiaoxiao stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as if she understood everything. Really? Then why do you always walk and sit together? I notice you both have the same charm on your bags. Because, Li Mu and I know each other. Lu Xiaoxi's voice lowered as she feared Li Mu might overhear her. Why are you asking this? I feel like you have a story. There's no story. Honestly, I think Li Mu is quite handsome. Did you know he's been the topic of conversation in our dorm several times? What have you been discussing? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes widened, eager to discern Li Mu's reputation among other girls. He had always been with her, his teasing nature making her wonder if he was being criticized by them. Do you want to know? Lu Xiaoxi nodded. You first tell me how you and Li Mu met. You always come to school together. You're not living together, are you? No. Lu Xiaoxi felt alarmed. No matter what, she could not admit to that fact. Come on, tell me, and I'll treat you to buns. It's nothing much. In our dorm, 2 of us added Li Mu on WeChat, one during the start of the semester and another for submitting assignments. He never responds to messages. He's too aloof. Plus, he uses one of those handsome guy avatars, and his moments are all about gaming and events, clearly a brooding type. I feel the same way. Lu Xiaoxi stole a glance at Li Mu. Their voices were hushed. The classroom was spacious, and with Li Mu wearing headphones, he surely couldn't hear their conversation. With that thought, she felt emboldened. However, being handsome does grant one a certain allure. You know, Li Mu is quite a topic of conversation among the girls. What topics? He's good at gaming. Many want to team up with him, but he only agrees to play with 2 other guys, which is a bit unfortunate. That's good to know. Lu Xiaoxi sighed in relief. She was genuinely worried that Li Mu might be playing duo games with other girls behind her back. After all, he was her childhood friend, and she would be upset. She silently resolved to keep a closer watch on him during gaming sessions. What's so great about that? Nothing. I still feel you and Li Mu have a story. Lu Xiaoxiao sensed the conversation veering off course, but decided not to press further, otherwise. You'll soon be a peach. Lu Xiaoxi touched her face, only then realizing she had flushed red, casting a resentful glance at the teasing Lu Xiaoxiao. Li Mu is still waiting for you. I'll take my leave now. Once Lu Xiaoxiao had dashed off, Lu Xiaoxi slung her laptop bag over her shoulder and walked toward the back. She pondered why Lu Xiaoxiao had suddenly inquired about her relationship with Li Mu. Despite having never been in a relationship herself, Lu Xiaoxiao was well-versed in theoretical knowledge and romantic tactics. Essentially a love expert with an abundance of theories but zero practical experience. According to her, she was merely a fan of couples, cheering on any pair that caught her fancy. Lu Xiaoxi found it difficult to comprehend Lu Xiaoxiao's behavior. Yet she understood that it implied she and Li Mu resembled a couple. Was it really that obvious? They had even embraced or kissed. In class, they simply sat together, not even holding hands, save for the occasional playful touch from Li Mu. If they were other couples, they would have been glued together by now. Frustration washed over her as she questioned why she was mulling over such matters. Approaching Li Mu, she poked him in the side with indignation. Hey, what was that for? I'm hungry. Is that your reason for poking me? Poking you doesn't require a reason. Huh, does that mean I can pinch your cheek without needing a reason? With no one else around in the classroom, Li Mu boldly pinched her cheek, relishing the sensation. That's not acceptable. I can poke you, but you can't touch me. Otherwise, people might misunderstand our relationship. What kind of twisted logic is that? Besides, we are rather close, aren't we? I meant close like a couple. Lu Xiaoxi stammered, especially when the term couple slipped from her lips. Couples? Look, many couples can only hold hands and nothing more. Yet our relationship is much better than that. The bond we share as childhood friends feels far more profound and intimate than any romantic relationship. Lu Xiaoxi froze, lifting her gaze to Li Mu, who maintained a neutral expression. Yet, she could distinctly perceive the mirth in the corners of his eyes. It dawned on her. The bond Li Mu spoke of was purer than mere lovers, sweeter than spouses. Even if it were half of that, it far surpassed the fleeting connections of romance. She and Li Mu were indeed more innocent than lovers. Her cheeks flushed anew. You silly fool. What's wrong with that? Nothing, just hungry. I'll treat you to a meal. Chapter 83. Mastering the craft, Li Mu favored a light diet, purchasing only a meat bun and 2 vegetable buns. In contrast, Lu Xiaoxi indulged herself with a stalk of sweet corn, a basket of dumplings, glutinous rice chicken, and even picked up a crispy sausage for 2 yuan before leaving. She had no fear of running out of food, as both the corn and dumplings could be halved, and with her small shoulder bag, she could discreetly store her snacks. The pink purse bulged with promise, leading Li Mu to imagine it held countless treasures, much like the pocket of a certain robotic cat from Tales of Yore. As they strolled towards the classroom, they nibbled on their treats, flanked by towering trees that maintained their verdant splendor, untouched by the late autumn chill. The streets were bustling with students, causing the cars to navigate slowly. Lu Xiaoxi felt herself drawing closer to the greenbelt and nudged Li Mu's hand, saying, "Don't crowd me." "Oh, I didn't realize," Li Mu replied, taking a bite of his bun and scratching his head in confusion. He and T meant to encroach upon her space. It seemed to happen inadvertently. Was he, perhaps, one of those infamous individuals who unknowingly jostle others while walking? With few students living off campus, opportunities to share long stretches of sidewalk were rare, and he had never noticed this tendency in himself before. "Hell, what's wrong with a little squeeze? You can handle it," he teased, squinting as he playfully nudged her again. "Stop squeezing," Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, nearly losing her balance as she lightly kicked him from behind. "Why do you love corn so much?" he inquired, glancing back at her. Lu Xiaoxi preferred to devour her corn by first nibbling off both ends before grasping it at either side and consuming the sweet middle. "It's delicious," she declared. "You must have a penchant for sweets. You used to beg me for candy all the time, and your teeth suffered for it. I remember how you had quite a few cavities. It was terrifying. That was because you kept giving me so much candy. Please, you were the one begging for it." "Squealing Li Mu, please. Enough with that." Lu Xiaoxi shot him a glare. "Do you want me to reveal your little secret about wetting the bed during nap time in kindergarten?" "Sure, I concede." Li Mu raised one hand, struggling to make a gesture of prayer while holding his laptop bag with the other. The nap time in kindergarten was a memory he wished to forget. He and Lu Xiaoxi would lie side by side on thin mats, sharing a blanket, until he had an unfortunate accident. A bit of her clothing had been stained in the process. For a 3.5-year-old Li Mu, it was a severe blow, marking the last time he would wet the bed. Real heroes do not dwell on past glories, he reminded himself silently. He had almost forgotten that their embarrassing histories were mutually known. He was aware of Lu Xiaoxi's secrets, just as she was of his. Yet, he never anticipated she would unleash such a bombshell. "Now that you've acknowledged your fault, how about you step aside a bit?" Lu Xiaoxi nudged him with her shoulder, ensuring she had enough space to walk comfortably. Yes, my mistake." "Lady Lu, please," he conceded, a smirk on his face. With a proud lift of her chin, Lu Xiaoxi felt she had finally regained a bit of her dignity, having been outmatched by him numerous times before. As they continued their banter, she found herself distracted, barely eating her corn as they approached the classroom. Like a little rabbit, she took 2 quick bites and offered the remainder to Li Mu. "Can't finish it? Here, take it. We mustn't waste. Have you truly begun to see yourself as a lady? Then I shall discard it. Weren't we just discussing wastefulness?" Li Mu snatched it from her, hastily taking a couple of bites. The sweet corn was delectable, especially the kernels Lu Xiaoxi had already chewed, which tasted even sweeter. He had never looked down upon her leftovers. The day's classes proved to be quite grueling. The morning was filled with English and specialized courses from 8 to noon, followed by more specialized classes in the afternoon and evening study sessions. Except for this particular day, the rest of the week was relatively easy, leading Li Mu to suspect that the scheduling department had perhaps dozed off while arranging the timetable, inadvertently creating a chaotic day. Much like a program with bugs that somehow continues to run, they had simply gone along with the error. Fortunately, with 5 days of classes, only this one was particularly taxing. During lessons, Li Mu occasionally glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, noting her dedication to her studies and refraining from interrupting her focus. She was more diligent than he had imagined. After having sent her a typing software for practice, he observed that her skills had improved significantly over the days. Though she still typed slowly and had not yet mastered touch typing, she could manage her class notes with relative ease. Watching her intently use her index fingers to tap the keyboard, occasionally biting her lip or pursing her mouth, he found her adorably captivating. "Stop staring at me. Focus on your own studies," she murmured, not even lifting her gaze. "I've already mastered this content. I'm proficient in it," he retorted. "You've just begun, and you're already proficient? Do you think you're a genius? My mastery consists of 30% effort and 30% talent. And the remaining 40%? Certainly. That is due to the diligent supervision of my little green plum." How cheesy. Lu Xiaoxi's heart fluttered with joy. It was her encouragement that motivated him to study so earnestly. She believed she had made a favorable impression on Aunt Sue, enough to warrant a bonus. Yet who wouldn't desire an even better reputation? As practical lessons necessitated communication, the classroom buzzed with activity. Students raised their hands, and the teacher descended from the podium to provide guidance. Despite the commotion, they continued their whispered exchanges, genuinely engaged in their learning. When Lu Xiaoxi forgot a concept that had been previously taught, Mu took the opportunity to refresh her memory. He glanced at her notes, which were densely packed with meticulous details. Lu Xiaoxi had always taken notes this way, capturing every little point. When he had asked her for her high school notes, the writing had looked like a swarm of ants, making it difficult for him to focus. In contrast, his own notes were hastily scribbled lines and words, often leaving him unsure if he had grasped the key points, as he rarely revisited them after class. Can you even understand your notes? In our practical lessons, some knowledge must be applied hands-on. No matter how much you write down, it's better to practice directly to truly grasp it, he advised. Repetition is key to mastery. How do you know I haven't practiced? Lu Xiaoxi opened a folder titled Daily Practice for MC. The little one was indeed capable of creating folders, as she had stored all her daily exercises within. All right, I admit you're impressive, but how could you still forget what you didn't practice? That part just happened to be one I hadn't practiced much, so it didn't stick. Then next time, take fewer notes and focus more on practice. If you struggle, I'll teach you. Hee. I learn at a slow pace, so don't complain about me being annoying. If you dare utter the word annoying, I'll expose all your secrets. Taking advantage of her distraction, Mu playfully brushed his fingers against her delicate hand, grinning mischievously. Why would I ever find you bothersome? I'll guide you step by step until you master it completely. Chapter 84. Valuing romance over friendship at midday. Two individuals took a nap in their sanctuary for rest. The afternoon brought a lengthy session of specialized classes, with dinner served in the cafeteria. With ample time before evening study sessions commenced, Mu and Lu Xiaoxi typically returned to their napping haven. However, this time, they opted for the tiered seating on the playground. Naturally, their purpose was not to engage in sports, but rather to observe the university's students participating in athletic activities. As they watched hundreds of students jogging around the campus, Lu Xiaoxi appeared pensive, her legs together, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed on. Due to a diagnosis of a herniated disc, she had long since secured a waiver from physical education requirements. Mu, on the other hand, was not afforded such leniency. He was obligated to complete a running assignment of 50 kilometers each semester to earn his credits. I suppose I should start running too, he mused, sitting beside the young lady, his backpack leaning against the other side. When shall I begin? Perhaps tonight. I must make it a daily routine. Recently, Mu had consistently returned home with Lu Xiaoxi and had neglected the so-called campus runs. Time was of the essence, as procrastination would lead to failure in fulfilling his requirements. You will wait for me, won't you? He asked, gently taking her small hand to loosen her fingers, massaging her skin until both felt at ease. The tiered seating was sparsely populated, most students having come solely to run, completing their laps before departing. Many would entrust their phones to dormitory friends to scan for attendance when necessary. For some university students, completing 2 kilometers in 20 minutes posed a considerable challenge. Those without assistance would often find themselves out of breath after just a few laps, needing to pause for rest. You'll be drenched in sweat after your run, and you can't crowd me then, she warned. I won't tea, he replied playfully, and I won't touch your hand either. Lu Xiaoxi, you are being excessive. Mu's cheeky demeanor shifted to a more serious tone regarding the matter of hand-holding, which he deemed non-negotiable. That is my hand, Lu Xiaoxi retorted, retracting her hand and waving it in front of him. Yours? It belongs to my childhood sweetheart, he insisted, reclaiming her hand and caressing it from the wrist to the fingertips, relishing its soft texture. Your speech reeks of chives and scrambled eggs, she teased. You just had dinner. It'll pass shortly. Why don't I smell that? Perhaps you should reconsider your own meal choices. You had sweet and sour pork and cabbage. What aroma could that possibly yield? He paused, then added, Don't you have gum? Share a piece. Not a chance, she replied defiantly. Then let it be stinky. I can't smell it anyway. Lu Xiaoxi pretended to gag dramatically, retrieving a piece of gum from her small bag, unwrapping it, and teasingly offering it near his mouth. Just as he attempted to take a bite, she swiftly popped it into her own mouth, laughing at his expression, her laughter ringing like silver bells. As evening study sessions began, the two arrived early, securing coveted seats by the window in the back row. Lu Xiaoxi placed both laptops on her side, planning to scroll through her phone to pass the time. After a full day of classes, even she found it unnecessary to engage in further academic efforts during study hours. Each donned a single earbud, listening to Li Mu's playlist of romantic English songs, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Li Mu, in a fit of boredom, began blowing bubbles, making them larger and larger, and tapped Lu Xiaoxi's shoulder to showcase his impressive creation. How childish, she remarked, but soon joined in, though her efforts yielded only a tiny bubble. You're pathetic, he teased, having chewed 3 pieces of gum. Hey Mugu, you're here so early? Playing games. What else would one do during study hours? Lin Sheng and Lao Yang, engrossed in conversation, entered the classroom, bursting into laughter upon spotting Li Mu, who greeted them first. Save for class. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi is here too, Lin Sheng noted, receiving a nod from her. She recognized these two as frequent companions of Li Mu at the back of the class. Lin Sheng, let us sit here. As Lin Sheng prepared to sit beside Li Mu, Lao Yang nudged him, adjusting his glasses, and pulled him to a seat in the middle instead. Li Mu gave Lao Yang a thumbs up and continued whispering to Lu Xiaoxi. It will be inconvenient to do anything once more people arrive. Gradually, more students filtered in. Xiao, would you like some gum? Lu Xiaoxi, nearly dozing off to the gentle melodies, waved to Lu Xiao as she entered through the back door. Thanks. Lu Xiao glanced curiously at the two seated next to one another, noticing their matching single earbuds, and came to a silent conclusion about their relationship. Choosing to say nothing, the two girls engaged in conversation for quite some time, leaving Li Mu feeling somewhat awkward, trapped in the middle as he pretended to be busy with his devices. Eventually, Lu Xiaoxi suggested he join his good friends instead. Lu Xiao took his original seat, and as Li Mu was ousted by his childhood sweetheart, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing he had gained nothing but had to sit next to 2 boys instead. Let us log in. Li Mu nudged his 2 friends beside him. I'm in a promotion match. Mugu, help me out. Lin Sheng pleaded. Get lost. I don't have a son like you. Why aren't you sitting with Li Mu? Lu Xiao asked, puzzled. Even if I wanted to sit with you, I can't. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled as she smiled. She and Li Mu spent ample time together, often an entire day, never tiring of one another. What difference did it make if they had one less study session together? Oh, Lu Xiao's gaze turned teasing, quipping, while others prioritize romance over friendship. You seem to prioritize friendship over romance. That's nonsense, is it not? Then you prioritize romance over friendship? Oh dear, can't your brain hold some sensible thoughts? The classroom was lively with chatter, the two girls blissfully unaware of the noise around them. Time flew by during the 90-minute study session, and Li Mu, Lin Sheng, and Lao Yang exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to avoid discussing the recent turn of events that had seen them lose 4 consecutive matches after a promising start. Chapter 85. Good Night Embrace. 1. Throughout their journey to the playground, Li Mu remained largely silent, which piqued Lu Xiaoxi's curiosity. It was rare to see him in such a sullen mood. Could it be that his discomfort stemmed from her desire to sit with Lu Xiao? Given her understanding of Li Mu, she believed he would hardly dwell on such matters. After pondering for a while, she decided to confront him directly. What is bothering you? Did you lose money? No. Then what is it? You're not reluctant to run, are you? If that's the case, you could always rent a shared bike to ride around campus. No, I need comfort right now. What is the matter? If you comfort me, I'll tell you. Talk or don't talk. I want to indulge you. After walking for a considerable time, Li Mu remained silent, and Lu Xiaoxi stole a glance at him. Noticing his distracted demeanor as he walked with his eyes fixed ahead, the petite girl gently patted his back, hoping to coax him into speaking. Now, can you tell me? That doesn't count as comfort. What would count then? A hug. No hug. Just spill it. I just lost a game streak and can't shake it off. Seeing that she wouldn't be swayed into giving him a hug, Li Mu dropped the pretense. Is that all? Yeah. but I still think you should comfort me. Get lost. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes in exasperation, having expected something far more significant to cause such a glum expression on the usually shameless Li Mu. She should have guessed that his attachment to gaming was quite profound. Nearby, a large tree that once provided shade now stood bare in the late autumn, stripped of its vibrant leaves and revealing a carpet of fallen foliage and unknown fruits littering the grass. The two found a relatively clean spot to sit, illuminated by the nearby basketball court, which was far more favorable than other locations. The basketball court was alive with boys playing, their enthusiasm illuminated by the lights. At the center of the playground lay the soccer field, flanked by lights, where university students flocked out as night fell. The track was aglow with various colors from the illuminated screens of phones and headphones, with some individuals even carrying portable speakers while jogging. The view from their spot was a dazzling display of neon, lending an air of beauty to the scene. Li Mu decided to join in. Here, that's my earphones. You can use your phone. Aren't you wearing them? I need to run. If I go too far, you won't hear me. Lu Xiaoxi blinked at him, a sweet feeling blooming within her. All right. Li Mu hopped off the bleachers, fiddling with his phone before setting off on his run. He wouldn't claim to possess extraordinary stamina, but completing 2 kilometers was hardly a challenge. Lu Xiaoxi retrieved her glasses from her small bag, resting her chin on her hand as she watched him run. When he drew closer, she snapped a photo, encircling him with a red line. She then cheerfully opened a chat titled Aunt Sue and sent the freshly captured image. It was just after work hours, and Sue quickly replied, Aunt Sue, is Li Mu running? Xiaoxi, yes, on campus. Aunt Sue, aren't you running? Xiaoxi, nope, exempt. Aunt Sue, you haven't finished classes yet? Aunt Sue, have you eaten dinner? Xiaoxi, yes, Li Mu will head back after his run. Aunt Sue, it's getting cold. Make sure to cover yourself at night. Please remind Li Mu to swap out his cool mat. Xiaoxi, sure. By the time 3 songs had played, Li Mu had completed his 2 kilometers. Despite the cool weather, he had worked up a slight sweat, his breathing noticeably quickening. Lu Xiaoxi could hear his heavy breaths. Here has some water. What did you buy this? Li Mu accepted the jasmine tea she had purchased and guzzled it down eagerly. The sensation of a lovely girl providing him with water after exercise was indescribably delightful. After finishing half the bottle, he exaggeratedly exhaled, blowing air onto Lu Xiaoxi's face. She wrinkled her delicate brow and pointed towards a vending machine around the corner. You need to get that when you finish your last lap. Thanks, little green plum. Li Mu wiped his hands and playfully flicked Lu Xiaoxi's cheek with his finger. Her face was soft and unblemished, with pores so fine that one had to look closely to notice them. It felt wonderfully pleasant to touch. Let us grab our bags and head home. Can we each carry one? Of course, why? Let us hold hands. Li Mu finished his drink in one go and tossed the bottle into the trash before taking her fair hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. I just showed Aunt Sue how you were running. And what did she say? She granted me the highest management authority, declaring that her son would be entirely overseen by the beautiful Lu Xiaoxi, who must not turn east if I turn west. Lu Xiaoxi maintained her composure. Perhaps she had unconsciously adopted a hint of Li Mu's boldness. Being with him meant she could act without reservations. I find that hard to believe. Given your relationship with Aunt Sue, it seems plausible that she would actually do something like that. Is it really that easy to hand myself over to you? Li Mu felt a pang of unease. He needed to cultivate a good rapport with Aunt Qin as well, to ensure he could bring Lu Xiaoxi home comfortably in the future. Believe it or not, if you don't, I'll let you hold my hand. Lu Xiaoxi exerted a slight pull, and Li Mu matched her strength, resulting in a playful tug-of-war before he relented. Fine, I believe you. Lu Xiaoxi smirked, quickening her pace. She was eager to return home and shower, change into her adorable pajamas, and watch sweet dramas with Li Mu on the couch. Perhaps they could even buy some fruit to share. By the time he returned home, it was already 10:30. Uncle Zhang was still on duty, and Li Mu felt a genuine admiration for his dedication. It seemed that Uncle Zhang was always on shift. One might think he worked around the clock. Having broken a sweat, Li Mu decided to shower first. Lu Xiaoxi, can you grab my clothes? Midway through his shower, Li Mu opened the bathroom door and poked his head out, finding Lu Xiaoxi absent from the living room. He called towards her room. The sound of her slippers pattering approached, and Lu Xiaoxi emerged to find Li Mu's head peeking from the bathroom. "What are you doing, you big pervert? Can you bring chapter 86? Good night embrace, too?" Li Mu's hair was short, requiring no drying. A simple towel rub sufficed. He lay sideways on the sofa, adjusting his equipment, intending to revisit a science fiction film he had watched previously. Nostalgia often grants a sense of control as individuals unconsciously don a childhood filter over past experiences, layering emotions that lead one to lament that the present pales in comparison. In terms of cinema, Li Mu shared the sentiment that earlier films possessed a richer essence. The fact that he still cherished them through the passage of time indicated their inherent excellence. Lu Xiaoxi felt similarly. Despite a 5-year estrangement, he could not forget her. And even during that period of distance, memories of their shared moments would occasionally surface. Li Mu's mind was not solely on the film. Perhaps he had harbored feelings for Lu Xiaoxi long before, only oblivious to them due to age and understanding. Thanks to his unabashed nature, their reconciliation came swiftly. Had it been Lu Xiaoxi, with her more delicate disposition, the timeline for their mending would have stretched indefinitely, progressing at a snail's pace. Thus, he silently commended his own boldness. As he pinched his face, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his appearance in every sense. "Is your skin itchy?" Lu Xiaoxi emerged from the bathroom to find Li Mu tugging at his own face, a behavior she had grown accustomed to. "I missed you." The bluntness of his words froze Lu Xiaoxi momentarily. Recovering from her shock, her gaze turned accusatory. "I just took a shower." 27 minutes apart felt like ages in age. "You must be joking," she interrupted, bemused by his habitual phrases. "You were timing my shower? How could you be so attached? If you felt that way during our estrangement, you should have sought me out sooner." She pouted, feeling a twinge of resentment. Had he approached her during high school to reconcile, she would have eagerly agreed. Perhaps they could have become the quintessential childhood sweethearts by now. "Come sit here. I'll dry your hair." Li Mu sat up and patted the space beside him. "Drying hair requires skill. Do you even know how?" Lu Xiaoxi approached, handing him the hairdryer before sitting cross-legged on the sofa. "Teach me. I'll learn on the spot and can help you in the future. Look it up online." To her surprise, Li Mu indeed began searching on his phone. The internet offered a wealth of tutorials on hair drying, and he mimicked the technique shown, feeling confident enough to stand and move to the back of the sofa. "It says to dry from the back," he explained before she could ask why. "Ah, if you shed too much hair, you'll be in trouble." "How could that be?" "I'm gentle." Li Mu confidently ruffled Lu Xiaoxi's damp hair, only to notice a few strands caught between his fingers, causing him to lapse into contemplation. "Those are just ordinary strands. It's nothing to worry about." Lu Xiaoxi turned to see what he was referring to and chuckled softly. The occasional strands lost were natural for girls, often clinging together, making them difficult to detect without assistance. It was evident he had never dried a girl's hair before. This was his first experience styling her hair, and it inexplicably delighted her, a subtle smile forming at the corners of her mouth, her toes relaxing. It was also her first time receiving such attention from a boy, a peculiar yet enjoyable sensation, distinctly different from when her mother did it, though she couldn't articulate why. Perhaps it was simply the awareness that Li Mu was behind her, creating a psychological distinction that she relished. Reassured that it wasn't a personal issue, Li Mu grew bolder with his movements, gently tousling her hair to expedite the drying process. He also took the opportunity to observe her fair neck and rosy earlobes, playfully brushing his pinky against her skin. She instinctively shrank her neck, casting him a reproachful glance that was irresistibly adorable. He longed to embrace the charming Lu Xiaoxi. "Let me give you a massage." As he followed the video's instructions, his hand gently pressed against her head, perhaps misjudging the position. But his touch was tender enough to elicit a positive response from her. "Where did you learn all this?" Lu Xiaoxi gazed up, her head tilted, marveling at how handsome he appeared from her vantage point. "Just now." Li Mu powered off the hairdryer and set it aside, both hands caressing her delicate face. "Your learning ability is truly enviable," she murmured, her words slightly muffled as he pouted her lips, but she didn't resist, accepting it as a small reward for his efforts in drying her hair and massaging her scalp. Speaking of learning, Li Mu was the most adept she had ever encountered, mastering everything from intricate origami to complex problem-solving with astonishing speed. She envied this remarkable aptitude and wondered if it could be inherited. Reluctantly, Mu withdrew his hands from her face and swiftly returned to the sofa, drawing her hand into his lap to play with. He had become quite fond of her petite hand. After a long day of classes, both felt weary. Having finished the film, they noticed it was already midnight. Mu's designated bedtime. I'm bored. I am sleepy. Lu Xiaoxi half closed her eyes, her eyelids feeling exceedingly heavy as she shuffled towards the door. Wait. Mu blocked her path. You're wearing the wrong shoes. Oh. She stood on tiptoe, exchanging shoes with him, yet he still obstructed her exit. I'm going to sleep. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi, just say it. She yawned, her eyes glistening. I want a hug. Lu Xiaoxi's heart skipped a beat. In middle school, you distanced yourself from me, and now you want me to reconcile? It feels somewhat unfair. I need a hug to heal my broken heart. Just ask for a hug directly, she teased, dismantling his facade. Their bond as childhood friends was not one to be weighed meticulously. Is that all right? Mu swallowed hard, his voice nearly drowned out by the film's soundtrack. Lu Xiaoxi remained silent, her consent implied. I'll take that as a yes. With a mischievous grin, Mu opened his arms, enveloping the petite girl in an embrace. It had been ages since they had shared such closeness. They were nearly touching, and he could feel her warm body. Her scent enveloped him, and he reveled in the comfort of holding her, wishing to remain in this moment forever. Your heart is racing. Lu Xiaoxi felt his rapid heartbeat and labored breaths as she tilted her head back. She, too, was not unaffected. Her breathing quickened, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes glistened, a reaction stirred by his warm breath. Just a bit excited, Mu admitted. Oh, I feel that too. Lu Xiaoxi gingerly wrapped her arms around his waist, slowly interlocking her fingers. She felt enveloped by him, her heart racing as he pulled her closer, nearly causing her to faint from the suddenness of it all. Mu's breath brushed against her forehead, creating a ticklish sensation. Lu Xiaoxi, what are you doing? This is what one calls a goodnight hug, okay? We should have one before sleeping every night. Have some dignity. If I were to maintain dignity, we would no longer be childhood sweethearts. But you mustn't hold on for too long, or I will become anxious. Lu Xiaoxi's voice trembled, genuinely overwhelmed with nervousness. Well, just a brief embrace. Mu took a deep breath and released Lu Xiaoxi. Hee, your face is quite flushed. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, blissfully unaware that she had also turned into a little tomato. Even if she were to realize it, she would never admit it. I feel somewhat embarrassed about what I just said. The little childhood sweetheart wouldn't he mind, right? Of course I do mind, you silly. No more hugs next time. But you just said I could hug you. What was said earlier doesn't count. I am a nostalgic person. Your current words hold no weight. You're so unreasonable. Just one more hug. Lu Xiaoxi was still beaming with joy when, in the next moment, she found herself embraced once more, her face pressed against Mu's collarbone, where she could see his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. You swallowed hard. And now, it's like a manual transmission. Oh no, it wasn't tea like that before, but now that you mention it, it certainly is. Serves you right. You've changed too. It's all your fault. All right, I can't take it anymore. Please turn off the lights and the computer. The clothes aren't dried yet. Remember to hang them. Mu turned away, retreating swiftly back to the room, leaving behind a flustered silhouette. Lu Xiaoxi stood frozen at the doorway, blinking rapidly and stamping her foot. Such a sudden hug, and such a sudden departure. That rascal Mu, such a naughty boy. Chapter 87. The young girl's chamber, a gentle breeze swept into the room, causing Mu, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, to shiver slightly. He padded barefoot across the floor to close the window tightly, ensuring the curtain, which had been opened just a crack, was drawn properly. It was early November, and with the onset of winter just days away, the chill in the air had become palpable. The air conditioning unit was an antiquated model, lacking any heating function. Even if it had one, Mu would refrain from using it. Anyone who has experienced the stifling discomfort of heating in the winter knows its perils. Moreover, Mu had always cherished the winter season. The sweltering heat of summer was unbearable, leaving one feeling as though they might shed their skin, while the frigid cold of winter allowed for the comfort of layering clothing. For reasons unknown, Winters in recent years had grown progressively milder. The previous winter, Mu had managed with merely a short-sleeved shirt and a light, insulated coat. In the southern regions, particularly in places like Tsangnan, winter seldom reached extreme lows, and a few layers were usually sufficient. He opened his wardrobe, only to find a lack of suitable winter attire. His outerwear consisted of but a thin jacket. It was imperative to find an opportunity to have some thicker clothing and a quilt sent over from home. Today was Saturday, and after indulging in a long sleep, he had risen at 11, engrossed in writing until 1 in the afternoon, neglecting both breakfast and lunch. His stomach grumbled in protest, compelling him to leave his room. The common area was devoid of the petite figure of Lu Xiaoxi, yet the dining table still bore remnants of warm dishes, suggesting a meal had recently concluded. Lu Xiaoxi? Little green plum? Mu called out twice, gently tapping on Lu Xiaoxi's door. He attempted to message her and even made a call via WeChat, but received no response. He turned the doorknob directly. The young girl's chamber was infused with a delicate fragrance, the curtains wide open, allowing for a bright and refreshing atmosphere that starkly contrasted with Mu's own room. Every corner was impeccably tidy. Even the miscellaneous items on the desk were stacked neatly. On the walls hung several unflattering selfies of himself, alongside photographs of the two of them together. One particular picture, taken during their trip to the zoo at dusk, had been printed in an approximately 8 or 9-inch format, framed and displayed prominently. Clearly, that zoo excursion had left a profound impression on Lu Xiaoxi. The slightly disheveled bedspread hinted at the girl's sleeping habits, causing Mu to envision her wriggling like a little caterpillar beneath the covers. As he glanced at the various trinkets by the bedside, Mu was momentarily taken aback. There were wrinkled red origami cranes, a sunny weather doll adorned with a smiling face, a small wooden toy car nestled in the corner, and a plush dog resting on the pillow. It seemed Lu Xiaoxi, much like himself, was a sentimental soul. The vintage sunny weather doll was something he had nearly forgotten. Inside, a ping-pong ball bore both their names, encircled by a large heart, a symbol of their innocent past, worthy of preservation. But where was Lu Xiaoxi? Just as Mu began to contemplate calling her again, he heard the sound of the front door opening. Lu Xiaoxi returned to the common area, hands full of packages, and upon seeing Mu in her room, she paused, her cheerful smile instantly fading. "Why are you in my room? You creep," she exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "Uha, let me explain, limustameret." "Explain what?" Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed as she hastily tossed her underwear, which had been hanging on the wardrobe handle, into the closet. "You saw it all." "Well, I noticed when you were putting it away," he admitted. "You still dare to acknowledge it." Lu Xiaoxi playfully jabbed Mu's waist in a flurry of pokes and prods. "That's futile. I've cultivated a body of steel." "Ow. Hey, steel, huh? More like a pervert. You shouldn't invade a girl's room. I was merely concerned for you. You didn't respond to my calls or messages, and I feared something might have happened." "Really?" Lu Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, skeptical, glancing at her phone. Indeed, there were 2 unread messages and 2 missed calls from him. "I misjudged you," she conceded. "See? You owe me an apology." "I want tea. Then how about a hug?" Mu spread his arms wide. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, hesitating for a moment before leaning into Mu's embrace, only to immediately retreat before he could fully wrap his arms around her. "That doesn't count. I didn't feel it," Mu protested, flustered. "1 second counts as a hug, too. Not if I say it doesn't." Lu Xiaoxi huffed, ignoring his retorts. "Where did you go? You didn't answer my calls." "I was picking up packages, and didn't notice my phone." "Where did you buy that so large?" "Kajda, a grill. We're having barbecue tonight." Lu Xiaoxi dashed into the living room, returning with a box nearly her size, presenting it to Mu with a flourish, leaning in to ensure he understood its significance. "How much was it?" 90 yuan. Quite the steal, right? The original price was over 150. Mu hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the harsh truth. Online shopping often manipulates prices. Before a sale, sellers might inflate the original price, only to drop it later to create the illusion of a bargain. Excluding official promotions, discounts rarely amounted to significant savings. As a habitual online shopper, Mu was well aware of these tactics, while Lu Xiaoxi, who seldom shopped online, remained oblivious to such schemes. Lu Xiaoxi, the diligent and thrifty young girl, stood proudly, her chest puffed out. Li Mu decided to commend her instead, tousling her hair affectionately. "Don't mess up my hair," she giggled. "Those barbecue restaurants charge $100 or $2 for a meal. Grilling ourselves is super cheap. We can use the grill many times. We'll go buy some pork and beef to slice and grill. Have you ever grilled before?" "I haven't tea." Lu Xiaoxi rambled on excitedly, her mouth watering at the thought of the barbecue feast she had seen online. "Are you sure you want to ask me? I might as well look for a video online." Li Mu had spent several days learning to cook basics like frying eggs and making fried rice, simple tasks. Yet he still felt like a novice in the kitchen. It was hard to imagine that such a tall boy would shy away from splattering oil while frying an egg, gingerly maneuvering a spatula with 2 fingers. She understood that this fear stemmed from a psychological barrier. Even if the oil splatters were harmless, the instinctual fear remained. Every novice cook faces this challenge. She had experienced it herself at the beginning. It was clear that Li Mu was not to be relied upon for cooking. "Don't forget to buy garlic, cilantro, and mix up some sauces." It was still midday, yet the petite girl was already planning the evening's barbecue feast, salivating at the thought. Li Mu watched her, his hands itching to reach out. "No way." Lu Xiaoxi wiped her mouth and slurped, only to realize she had fallen for Li Mu's teasing. "Hee hee, you really are a bit silly, but in a cute way." Li Mu pinched her cheeks gently, pulling them outward, making her emit a series of muffled sounds. "I admit I'm cute, but I'm not silly at all," Lu Xiaoxi retorted, convinced of her cleverness. "You're both silly and cute." "Not silly. Definitely silly." "You're silly too. Your brain must be shrinking." Lu Xiaoxi puffed her cheeks, holding her breath. "Hey, why are you insulting me? I'm just calling it like it is." Lu Xiaoxi made a face of disdain. "You haven't brushed your teeth or washed your face, have you? Your eye crust is showing. Go do it now, or else the dish prepared by the little green plum will go cold." Li Mu smiled loudly, and as he passed by, he couldn't resist giving Lu Xiaoxi's smooth hair a gentle tousle. Today, having entered Lu Xiaoxi's boudoir, being scolded or pinched was inconsequential. It was worth it. Chapter 88. Fingers interlocked after finishing her lunch, Lu Xiaoxi found Li Mu just done with his grooming, as he ladled a bowl of hot porridge and settled down to eat. What is it like to have a childhood friend who can cook? When hunger strikes, there is food to savor. When watching television, there is a hand to hold. Before sleep, there are warm hugs, and during computer games, the little friend might even run into the room to keep you company. This delightful experience, who wouldn't be enchanted by it? Li Mu felt fortunate, for without Lu Xiaoxi, his college life would have been dreadfully dull. "Hurry up and eat." "I can hardly wait," Lu Xiaoxi urged, pulling out a chair to sit across from him, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "What are you so eager for? Is something happening?" "We're going to the market to buy ingredients. We need a lot of things and seasonings, and we have to slice and marinate them. It will take a considerable amount of time, so we should prepare early for the barbecue at 6. 6? Isn't that a bit too early?" Li Mu inquired, taking a mouthful of porridge and deftly using his chopsticks to offer her a piece of braised potato. Lu Xiaoxi eagerly devoured it, chewing with delight. "It's not too early. I still need to give Yuan a lesson later. So hurry up." Li Mu obliged, serving her another piece of potato. Only with food in her mouth could Lu Xiaoxi quiet down for a moment. It was merely a barbecue. Why was she so excited? Under Lu Xiaoxi's relentless urging, Li Mu hastily finished his meal, changed into suitable attire, and accompanied her to the market. The market was the realm of young girls, and Li Mu's sole responsibility was to carry the groceries. Lu Xiaoxi was brimming with enthusiasm, her curiosity about the world evident as she gazed left and right like a fledgling bird. This was not her first visit to the market, yet each trip felt refreshingly new. In no time, they had gathered an impressive assortment of items. Nearby, a new store was opening, with drums and gongs playing. Lu Xiaoxi paused to glance at the festivities, drawn to the lively atmosphere. The market was filled with a myriad of scents, close to the fresh meat stalls. The aroma of raw meat wafted, and near the cooked meat stalls, the mouth-watering fragrance lingered. Some small stalls even sold spicy chicken feet, which piqued Lu Xiaoxi's interest as she inched closer to take a look, then returned to Li Mu's side, inhaling his clean scent. "Be careful, it's crowded here," Li Mu cautioned, grasping her excited little hand to prevent her from wandering off. There are so many activities. Look over there. They have beef offal. I haven't had in ages. Can we get some? I just ate. Then I'll have some. Lu Xiaoxi cheerfully dashed off to the offal stall. The beef offal here wasn't just beef. It was an assortment of various ingredients simmered together, including tofu, pig lungs, and white radish. Lu Xiaoxi bought a skewer of meatballs, popping them in her mouth one after another, her little mouth moving animatedly. Li Mu wished he had 3 hands, one for carrying groceries, one for holding her hand, and one to gently caress her adorable pink lips. The skewer only had 4 meatballs. She consumed 3 and offered the last one to Li Mu, who was burdened with bags in both hands, making it difficult for her to feed him. She anticipated the evening's barbecue, having procured a plethora of ingredients, so she refrained from eating too much, wanting to save room for the feast. After a long trek, Li Mu had to use both hands to carry the groceries. His right hand bore the weight of meat, and the plastic bag had left red marks on his fingers, stinging painfully. While it wasn't particularly heavy, the prolonged strain was wearing him down. At the bus stop, he finally had a moment to set the items down and rest his hands. Look, it's all red now. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at his hand, but quickly averted her gaze. Cold-blooded. This is how a childhood friend is used. She rummaged through her ever-resourceful small handbag, producing some tissues. She used them as padding while handing them to him. This way it won't hurt as much. I'll help you carry some. A hug would make it better. We're still outside, she retorted, snatching the tissues back, refusing to indulge this shameless fellow. Then we can hug when we get back. No hugs even then. Lu Xiaoxi turned away, focusing on her phone. When the bus arrived, it was packed with people. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi exchanged a glance, deciding to wait for the next one. They weren't in a hurry. Glancing down, Li Mu noticed Lu Xiaoxi was engrossed in a horror movie commentary, tilting her phone to avoid startling images. She was truly a mix of timid and thrill-seeking. How about we watch a horror movie tonight? Li Mu suggested softly. No. Lu Xiaoxi vehemently shook her head. I get scared even just watching the commentary. If we watch the movie, I'll be terrified. Then why do you watch the commentary? Because I'm a bit scared. Scared of what? There are no ghosts in this world. Li Mu paused, and I'll be right beside you. What is there to fear? But I'm still scared. Isn't your dog-tooth necklace supposed to protect you? My black dog-tooth necklace is meant to ward off evil. But I'm still scared. Then why do you watch the commentary? Because I watch it precisely because I'm scared. Such a contradiction, Li Mu mused, seamlessly intertwining their fingers, slowly pressing down until their hands locked together. Had Lu Xiaoxi finally accepted this gesture of connection? Li Mu felt a sense of pride. They had taken another step closer to an intimate bond. Lu Xiaoxi's hand rested warmly on his, and she playfully squeezed it, using her cooler fingers to soothe him. I'm not watching, so don't think I don't know your intentions. You just want to scare me, so I'll hug you, right? Indeed. Such a glitch. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, feeling quite clever. Did he think she had not been paying attention to all those sweet dramas over the years? Those male leads could easily win over the female leads with simple gestures, all for the sake of the plot. In reality, how could a girl not see through such antics? Even if she pretended to agree, it would only be for the sake of making her partner happy. She didn't even want to pretend. Then skip the horror movie and just hug me? No way. Only a goodnight hug is acceptable, Lu Xiaoxi whispered. For the goodnight hug was a unique form of farewell shared only between childhood friends, awkward and embarrassing if overheard by others. Lu Xiaoxi tightened her grip on Li Mu's hand, observing his expressions closely, as if she could see the dog ears he had playfully pulled down. Chapter 89. I took it seriously, half of it is mine. Unlike the journey to their destination, the return trip was bustling with people on every bus. After passing 2 crowded buses, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi finally managed to board one with slightly fewer passengers. To make things easier, Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative to carry 2 bags of groceries, allowing Li Mu to free one hand to hold onto the handrail. She too grasped the rail firmly, unperturbed by the potential instability, knowing that Li Mu stood right in front of her. If the bus braked suddenly, she would simply fall into his embrace. Fortunately, the ride was uneventful, and she never had the chance to collide into him. Do your thing. I'll take care of the meat first, Lu Xiaoxi declared, rolling up her sleeves, tying her hair into a cute ponytail, and donning an apron as she busied herself in the kitchen. "I'll assist you," Li Mu asserted, tying on an apron and joining her. The kitchen was alive with the harmonious sounds of two individuals, one tall and one short, engaged in culinary endeavors. The rhythmic clattering of a knife against the cutting board added a delightful ambience. Once, Li Mu had fantasized about cooking alongside the girl he admired. Now, that dream had manifested, albeit partially, as he was still a novice in the kitchen. He vowed to hone his skills diligently, aspiring to one day prepare meals for the petite girl. "Ah, you've cut the meat too thick. Out, you're in the way." Lu Xiaoxi chuckled at his earnest attempts to slice the meat into thin pieces. However, her amusement faded upon seeing the uneven thickness of the slices. Some were thick at the top and thin at the bottom, while others had holes in the middle. In some sense, Li Mu's knife skills were commendable. After all, Lu Xiaoxi could not produce meat slices resembling donuts. He had inherited his culinary ineptitude from Su Wan, who had spent years reaching a barely acceptable level of proficiency. It was unreasonable to expect Li Mu to excel in such a short time. Without even having the chance to remove his apron, Li Mu was banished from the kitchen. Resigned, he sighed and retreated to his room to write. With ample material prepared, he planned to publish a new book that evening, releasing 20,000 words in one go, signing contracts in a single breath, and then updating 3 chapters daily until reaching 80,000 words, eventually reverting to 2 chapters a day. He envisioned a simple life, saving enough to reward himself and the petite girl with matching outfits in different colors, perhaps his own in earthy yellow and hers in soft pink, adorned with playful animal cartoons. Having written some in the morning and more in the afternoon, he completed 4,000 words for the day. If all went as planned, he would manage to write a bit more while tutoring Xiao Yuan in the evening. He felt proud of his overachievement for the day and sent a message to Lin Sheng and Old Yang, even opening the door to his room. He anticipated that once Lu Xiaoxi finished her kitchen duties, she would dash into his room, kick off her shoes, and sprawl on his bed, perhaps even using his account to play a game of landlord. Both Li Mu and his friends were avid gamers, engaging in a variety of games, with their mainstay being a trio squad in popular titles. When they grew bored with one game, they would seamlessly transition to another. Donning headphones, the trio immersed themselves in a world of gunfights. The intensity of the shooting games demanded complete focus, and he was so engrossed that he failed to notice Lu Xiaoxi's quiet entrance. She lay silently on the bed, akin to a small cat, her feet swinging gently, while Li Mu's spring mattress creaked beneath them. After a while of playing on her phone, she ran out of joy beans and scrolled through videos before reaching for Li Mu's phone on the desk. Shaking it playfully, she observed that he was distracted and happily began to play. Li Mu maintained a dedicated group for gaming, which included Landlord, but she opted to open his WeChat instead. His main account had minimal activity, with only a handful of friends, even fewer than the many programs he used. The group chat, affectionately named a loving family, included Li Mu, Aunt Sue, and Uncle Li. Despite the amicable relations between their families, she wondered why they hadn't created a joint group chat. Even having a name in mind, Harmonious Families. She glanced at the conversation between Li Mu and Aunt Sue, noting the mundane exchanges, reminders to change bedding, wear a jacket, and even sending money for clothing. Li Mu, oddly, had returned the funds intended for clothes, sending a screenshot of his WeChat balance, which was nearly 20,000. Aunt Sue responded with a thumbs-up emoji and a bank screenshot, indicating a substantial amount. It was amusing how they flaunted wealth among family. Curious. She opened the chat labeled Gold Coin Dad, which was filled solely with transfer notifications, devoid of any casual conversation. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled softly and then clicked on the chat labeled Lu Xiaozhu. They hadn't exchanged good nights and days, ever since they learned to hug before bed. It had replaced the simple words. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she glanced at Li Mu. Seeing that he remained oblivious, her confidence grew, and she sent multiple messages as Li Mu. Li Fool. And Mu Zhu, please call me Mu Zhu. Li Fool. I'm a super big fool. Li Fool. Lu Xiaoxi is a super big beauty. She giggled and replied to herself using her phone, typing I know, before stopping. What are you looking at so seriously? Li Mu suddenly pounced beside her, inhaling the sweet scent of the girl, which brought him immense joy. Startled, she pinched his arm, leaving faint marks from her nails. Aren't you going to play? Don't worry, I told them I went to the restroom, and I muted my mic. You can speak freely. Oh, I just saw your WeChat for a moment. What is there to see? Or do you want to take a stab at me? Stab my foot. I was looking at your chat with your parents. Feel free to browse. Treat it as your own phone. Not looking anymore. I'll get it back to you. Lu Xiaoxi felt Li Mu's gentleness, and obediently, she remembered something and pulled out her phone again. Do you want to see mine? What is there to see on your old phone? Your phone is the old one. You're not allowed to look from now on. If you want to see, I want to let you. Let us see. I'm looking right now. Li Mu smiled, poking Lu Xiaoxi's chubby cheeks. He was intimately aware of every mole on her face, and the familiarity rendered her phone inconsequential to him. Not giving it. Is this considered checkup? Not at all. I'm just looking at my own phone. Lu Xiaoxi blinked, meeting Li Mu's intense gaze. But after just 2 seconds, she looked away. Why is it suddenly your phone? You just said it should be treated as my own. Oh, that was just a polite remark, not meant to be taken seriously. Li Mu chuckled, playfully brushing his fingers against her upper lip. I took it seriously. I don't care. Half of it is mine, Lu Xiaoxi declared, tucking Li Mu's phone into her pocket, asserting her claim over it. Chapter 90. The Sleeping Piglet Drooling. Where the hell is Brother Mu? Did he fall into the toilet? A faint sound trickled through the headphones, barely audible, yet the astute young girl caught it. Your friend is calling you. Never mind them. Li Mu shifted slightly, pressing his shoulder against Lu Xiaoxi's. Ignoring her peculiar gaze, he flashed a bright smile and playfully squeezed her hand. How about we start a fast-paced game? The voice echoed again through the headphones. Li Mu sprang up, settling into his computer chair, donned his headphones, and exclaimed loudly, Sorry. I just dozed off in the bathroom. Lin Sheng, 6, old young, impressive. Enough with the sixes. Can you guys step up? You've all let me down. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't comprehend Li Mu's words, but she grasped the essence. He truly adored gaming, whereas her preference lay in watching him play from behind. She fetched a small stool, positioning herself behind him to observe. With the young girl's presence, Li Mu played with unprecedented vigor, experiencing the joy of gaming alongside a companion, albeit one merely spectating from behind. His gameplay felt unexpectedly fluid, racking up kills consecutively. Yet after merely half an hour, Lu Xiaoxi could no longer bear it. The screen, with its swirling gunplay, left her dizzy. She began tugging at Li Mu's clothes, peeking at the back collar to note the size, perhaps for future reference. After memorizing the dimensions, she bent down to glance at the size of his pants before hastily returning them, fearful of being discovered, though Li Mu was already aware. Having noted his measurements, Lu Xiaoxi returned to the bed, lying down with a small blanket draped over her chest. Using Li Mu's phone to find a sweet drama to watch. The cool mat contrasted with the warmth of the blanket. Yet this combination would soon feel inadequate as winter approached. Pausing the drama, Lu Xiaoxi slipped on her slippers and, with a soft patter, opened Li Mu's wardrobe, disregarding the row of underwear, and pulled out a rolled-up mattress. It carried a faint scent, likely from laundry detergent, as Li Mu had brought it from home, and Aunt Sue would have ensured it was washed. She shook off the dust, laid it out, and climbed onto it, relishing the plush texture against her body. Had she found a duvet, she would have already made the bed. She adored Li Mu's bed. Indeed, the late autumn weather was perfect for slumber, refreshingly cool yet cozy. Once covered, she quickly felt her eyelids grow heavy. The habit of afternoon naps lingered, and perhaps the allure of Li Mu's bed was too strong. As she watched, drowsiness enveloped her. Her breathing slowed, and the hand holding the phone gradually drooped, the muted sound of the drama still emanating from the screen. With slightly parted lips, she drifted into sleep, her face pressing into the pillow, creating a soft indentation. Li Mu cast a sidelong glance at the sleeping figure on the bed, entering a mute mode, uttering not a single word. However, the rhythmic tapping of his keyboard was unavoidable, filling the room alongside the sounds of the drama. His keyboard, a quieter red switch, would not disturb the slumbering Lu Xiaoxi. After concluding the game, Li Mu sought an excuse to slip away, leaving his computer on, and tiptoed to the bedside. He sighed, having anticipated this day would come. Yet, the carefree girl remained oblivious, soundly asleep on his bed. Gazing at Lu Xiaoxi's adorable sleeping face, Li Mu felt a surge of affection. He cautiously poked her cheek, yearning to plant a kiss, though he lacked the courage. Sensing something, Lu Xiaoxi frowned slightly, emitting a soft whimper as she turned over, hiding her hand beneath the pillow. Little piglet? She appeared to be in a deep slumber. Li Mu hesitated to awaken her, gently extracting his phone from her grasp, turning off the drama, and after ensuring the flash was off, captured a photo of the sleeping piglet. He contemplated sending it to Aunt Chin and Uncle Lu to showcase his childhood friend's endearing sleeping face, but ultimately decided against it. The nuances between genders manifest in myriad ways, as exemplified in this moment. If Lu Xiaoxi were to secretly capture him sleeping and send it to Su Wan, she would likely chuckle and remark on the warmth of the scene. However, if he were to do the same with Lu Xiaoxi's sleeping visage and send it to Aunt Chin, it might come across as somewhat inappropriate. Although Aunt Chin wouldn't think ill of him, he still felt it was not quite right. Lu Xiaoxi, with her delicate features, was undeniably adorable. Li Mu's heart melted at the sight. He too lay down on the bed, though only one pillow was available, forcing him to rest his head on his hand. Facing Lu Xiaoxi, the house, the room, the bed, the blanket, and the pillow were all his. Surely, it was permissible for him to take a nap here. After all, it was Lu Xiaoxi who had come to his bed. He cannot be blamed for that. The sunset was breathtaking. The curtains had been drawn open when the girl entered, flooding the room with golden light. Lu Xiaoxi felt warmth on her face and gradually awakened. Her mind, still rebooting, struggled to comprehend why Li Mu lay in her room, on her bed, facing her. The word pervert nearly slipped from her lips when an unpleasant odor caught her attention. Following the source of the stench, she looked down to find a white mark on the pillow, slightly damp in the center. Was that drool? And on Li Mu's pillow nonetheless. As she fully awakened, panic set in. Without thinking, she instinctively swallowed, glancing at herself in her phone's black screen, only to confirm the drool mark trailing from the corner of her mouth. This was a disaster. Not only had she fallen asleep on Li Mu's bed, but she had also drooled on his pillow. Oh no, she had never drooled before. The sunset outside was stunning, and under normal circumstances, she would have indulged her inner poet, releasing her pent-up artistic sentiments. But this was an exception, for she was in a state of panic. Chapter 91. Grilling meat. Lu Xiaoxi felt an ominous sensation. The only thing that brought her joy was the fact that Li Mu was not resting his head on the pillow. She resolved to remove the pillowcase and wash it before Li Mu awoke. Once he was conscious, she would claim that the drool was his own, graciously offering to clean it for him. Regardless of whether Li Mu believed her, she would steadfastly deny any wrongdoing, leaving him powerless against her. Acting swiftly, Lu Xiaoxi pinched the corner of the pillow, intending to take it outside to remove the pillowcase. However, before she could lift it, she noticed Li Mu's eyelashes fluttering gently, a sign that he was about to awaken. In a hurry, she lay back down, covering the damp spot with her hand to feign sleep. Li Mu had a backup plan upon waking. She doubted he would keep his gaze fixed on her for long. As soon as he left for the restroom, she would seize the opportunity to awaken and remove the pillowcase. She closed her eyes, striving to maintain an even breath to appear genuinely asleep. She sensed movements beside her, and the bed creaked softly. Suddenly, she felt a large hand caressing her face. How outrageous! Did he not realize she was still asleep? How dare he touch her lips? This was intolerable. Yet, she decided to endure a little longer. Fortunately, Li Mu only played with her for a brief moment. The bed shifted suddenly, and she heard the sound of him getting out and putting on his shoes. But why was there no sound of the door opening? The room was silent except for Lu Xiaoxi's breathing. Anxiously, she wanted to see what Li Mu was doing, and cautiously opened her eyes a crack. To her shock, she found Li Mu standing at the bedside, gazing at her, causing her to quickly shut her eyes again. Li Mu stood there, observing the faint imprint of drool at the corner of Lu Xiaoxi's mouth, silent. It was evident that she had been drooling. Determining whether someone was feigning sleep was quite simple. One merely needed to observe if their eyelashes trembled. Upon rising, he had noticed the slight quiver of Lu Xiaoxi's lashes. He knew she was awake and pretending to sleep, prompting him to boldly tease her by rubbing her face and pinching her lips. Lu Xiaoxi, if you don't get up, I will devour all the grilled meat. Had she truly fallen asleep? How wonderful! He thought, I shall hold her while she sleeps. With that, He lifted the covers, enveloping the petite girl within, returning to bed with an arm and a leg draped over her. "How rude of you to wake me." Lu Xiaoxi playfully rubbed her sleepy eyes, almost convincing Li Mu. "What are you pretending for? Your eyelashes are nearly fluttering off into the sky. So what if you drooled? I won't tell anyone." During their childhood, Lu Xiaoxi often napped at Li Mu's house. If she woke up first, she would plant a kiss on his cheek, the kind that would leave an imprint. When Li Mu was on the verge of waking, Lu Xiaoxi would feign sleep, pretending she had done nothing. Back then, Li Mu would use the trembling of her eyelashes as a gauge to ascertain whether she was truly asleep, and he had never been mistaken. The memories were vivid. He recalled how annoyed he had been with Lu Xiaoxi's clandestine kisses. Now, however, he found himself nostalgic. Merely nostalgic, mind you. He did not wish for her kisses. He admitted that just before falling asleep, he had felt a flicker of anticipation. "Ugh, I didn't drool. And keep your distance. Your breath stinks from sleep. I might just vomit." Lu Xiaoxi, caught in Li Mu's embrace, could not escape. She could only push him away with one hand while the other continued to cover the pillow. "Well, I suppose I must endure this embrace tonight." Li Mu ignored the latter part of her statement. "No more cuddling tonight, you big rascal, sneaking in while I'm asleep. Get up, it's time to grill meat. I'm starving. You go first." Lu Xiaoxi was reluctant to rise. Even if Li Mu knew she had drooled, she would not admit it. She was simply stubborn. "All right, I shall go wash rice and prepare the meal." Li Mu smiled, choosing not to press the issue with Lu Xiaoxi. He was aware she had drooled, and she knew that he knew, yet they both refrained from saying it. As long as it remained unspoken, it was as if it had never happened. Li Xiaoxi's thoughts were transparent to him. This must be the pinnacle of their unspoken connection. Li Mu felt a swell of pride. They truly were the best childhood friends. Having finished rinsing the rice, Lu Xiaoxi emerged from his room, clutching the pillowcase, and swiftly darted into the bathroom. When she returned, the pillowcase was clean. She wrung out the water, folded it, and hung it on a rack, securing it with 2 stainless steel clips, hoping for fair weather in the coming days. Otherwise, she feared it would take ages to dry. "I bought quite a bit of vegetables. I'll make a smaller portion this time." "Yes, I've already cleaned the grilling plate. Now, please move it to the coffee table." "On the coffee table?" "Of course, grilling takes a while. Wouldn't it be better to watch TV while we grill? Be careful when you lift it. Use a paper towel underneath so the grilling plate doesn't scratch the table." "All right, I will heed your advice." Li Mu had never grilled meat before. In this regard, he was as much a novice as Lu Xiaoxi. No, she had at least watched videos and studied guides. He was even less experienced. The electric grill was not heavy, but its size made it cumbersome to handle. Lu Xiaoxi had carried it up from the delivery station herself that afternoon, likely exhausting herself in the process. Li Mu glanced briefly at the electric grill's user manual. It merely required power to operate. The principle was simply electrical heating of the base. He found it peculiar. How was this different from an induction cooker or frying pan? He was no expert in the field and could not judge. He merely hoped to grill delicious meat, thus allowing him to claim culinary prowess. After all, grilling was a form of cooking, was it not? Once the coffee table was cleared, Lu Xiaoxi brought out plate after plate of marinated meat, artfully arranging them as if they were in a restaurant. "Let us eat. The rice will take a while to cook. You've gone to so much effort marinating and plating. If it were a regular day, you could have cooked 3 dishes and a soup by now. What do you know? You have no idea how to enjoy the process of grilling." Lu Xiaoxi crossed her arms, beginning her lecture. "You place a slice of meat on the grill, wait until one side is cooked, then flip it. When both sides are done, you take it out, dip it in sauce, and then eat it. You think it's like a regular meal where you just shove everything in your mouth? Is it that ceremonial? I saw it in a video. Then why are you rambling on about nonsense?" Li Mu scoffed, following the instructions to turn on the electric grill. Before long, smoke began to rise. Lu Xiaoxi followed the online guide, pouring oil and spreading it evenly, placing a slice of meat on the grill, which immediately began to sizzle. The aroma of grilled meat gradually filled the air. Lu Xiaoxi was thrilled as she grilled her first piece of meat. Being a novice, she was unsure how long it should cook, flipping it several times until it developed a slight char on the surface. After all, consuming raw meat could be quite hazardous. She placed a piece of grilled meat onto a plate, propping it up with a chopstick to tear it in half. One half she ate herself, while the other she held out toward Li Mu, exclaiming, "Time to eat, Mu Zhu." Li Mu suddenly found the electric grill quite appealing. Chapter 92. I am enchanted by Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi placed an abundance of grilled meat on the grill, along with neatly cut corn and green peppers. Having piled too much, she found it difficult to turn everything over, prompting her to busily engage with the task at hand. "Why are you grilling so much?" "Hee hee. It's just for fun. That is how barbecuing is. One might mistake you for a seasoned grill master." Li Mu adjusted the heat down a notch. Otherwise, the meat would cook too quickly, becoming tough to chew, and it would ease Lu Xiaoxi's workload. "Come on, eat this." Lu Xiaoxi pushed a mound of meat, stacked like a tower of pork and beef, towards Li Mu. "My teeth are nearly full." Li Mu couldn't help but complain. "Is it delicious?" "Not bad. It's because I grilled it well, isn't it?" Lu Xiaoxi beamed with pride. Having marinated the raw meat in advance, it tasted exquisite even without sauce. "It's delicious, but it's a bit too rich." He needed Lu Xiaoxi's adorable energy to balance it out. Clearing his throat, Li Mu slipped his calf beneath Lu Xiaoxi's, teasingly. "Getting a bit handsy, are we?" Lu Xiaoxi jabbed him with her elbow. "Can't you sit still while we eat? I didn't do anything. You thick-skinned rascal." Li Mu chuckled, finding Lu Xiaoxi delightfully entertaining. Such an endearing childhood friend, utterly charming. He decided to poke her puffed-up cheeks with his chopsticks, which made her squirm as she chewed, and he couldn't resist the temptation to tease her further. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxi seemed to stumble upon a treasure, extracting a thick slice of meat shaped like a donut. "Look, it's your lucky donut slice. Hurry, grill it and eat it. It'll bring you good fortune this year." "Really?" Lu Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled. She had heard that some places hide a lucky coin in dumplings, granting good luck to those who find it. "Does this slice have the same power?" "I merely jest. I don't believe in such things." "But I do." Lu Xiaoxi disregarded Li Mu's skepticism. She firmly believed that eating this would bring her exceptional luck, and good things would surely happen this year. The flavor of the barbecue was delightful. After finishing the meal, there were still some slices left uncooked, which they covered with plastic wrap and placed in the refrigerator. Most of the grilling had been done by Lu Xiaoxi. Even if Li Mu wanted to take a turn, she wouldn't allow it. It was clear that Lu Xiaoxi was genuinely enjoying the process of grilling. The taste was secondary, though still quite delicious. Thus, Li Mu volunteered for the post-meal chores, heading to the kitchen to wash the grill and dishes. When he returned, he found Lu Xiaoxi lying back on the sofa, her little belly round and exposed, revealing her fair skin, resembling a little pig basking in comfort. If you could awaken a superpower, it would surely be the ability to eat, like devouring a whole cow in one bite. Li Mu teased, sitting beside her and openly admiring her delicate feet and soft toes. "Then you must have a face that's bulletproof," she retorted, playfully nudging him with her foot. After a while, she grew tired and rested her foot on Li Mu's leg, pressing down firmly, wanting to show him her strength. However, despite her efforts, Li Mu remained unmoved, and she huffed, placing both feet atop him. "Didn't you wash your feet last night?" "I did, silly. Do you think I have smelly feet? Are your feet fragrant?" "Such vanity. Ugh, there's a weirdo in the house. I want to say who." Lu Xiaoxi withdrew her foot in disdain. "Isn't that you? Placing your legs on others and denying being a weirdo?" Li Mu chuckled, seizing her foot and placing it back on his leg. This sensation was entirely new to him. Only with Lu Xiaoxi did he feel completely at ease. Even a hint of excitement coursed through him. Had it been anyone else, he would have rushed to wash his hands with soap by now. Not that he was particularly virtuous. He indeed had a penchant for beauty. But Lu Xiaoxi was the sole object of his affection. Previously, he might have indulged in scandalous videos, but ever since rekindling their childhood bond, he found them utterly unappealing, dull and uninspiring. Why seek elsewhere when he had a charming girl at home to hold and caress? Having just emerged from the kitchen with damp hands, Li Mu found Lu Xiaoxi fidgeting with her foot, attempting to escape his grasp, but to no avail. She ultimately surrendered, letting her foot rest on his leg, treating him as a warm and cozy footrest. Li Mu's gaze flickered as he rolled up the cuff of her pants, revealing her porcelain-like calves. Lu Xiaoxi's skin was fair with a rosy tinge, adorned with fine, soft hairs utterly adorable. Why don't you have any leg hair? It all fell out. I used to have some. Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed. In middle school, she had hair on her hands and feet, but now it had faded. My leg hair stands tall, unwavering and eternal. Li Mu pressed down, rolling up his own pant leg. Stop misusing idioms. They describe spirit, not leg hair. Fine, my leg hair is quite resilient, okay? Li Mu pinched her toes, treating them as he would a hand, moving from one toe to another, eventually massaging the soles of her feet. Foot massages can enhance sleep quality and alleviate fatigue. Although his movements were somewhat random, he was gentle enough not to cause her discomfort. Lu Xiaoxi relished the massage, occasionally emitting soft hums like a pampered young lady directing her servant. Here, yes, there, right there. That's excessive. I'm not your servant. I didn't ask you to massage me. You volunteered. Aren't you the one with a herniated disc? I thought you'd appreciate the help for your foot pain. Li Mu suddenly adopted a serious tone, as if he were a paragon of virtue, almost convincing himself. Massaging here isn't helpful. The pain is in my hips and thighs. Only traditional Chinese massage would work. Your random pressing is worthless. Just tell me if it feels good or not. A little bit. Lu Xiaoxi shyly covered half her face with a pillow, revealing only her sparkling eyes as she gazed at Li Mu's profile, thinking he looked incredibly handsome. Li Mu seemed to genuinely enjoy her feet, which she found rather peculiar. Got it. Li Mu, you must be a foot enthusiast. Why? Li Mu paused his movements. Massaging Lu Xiaoxi brought him joy as well. Her soft, tender feet turned rosy under his touch, gradually returning to their original hue. Because feet are considered dirty. Everyone else avoids them, yet you're the only one who enjoys touching my toes. That's just bizarre. Actually, I'm not a foot enthusiast, right? You're just a lecher. Lu Xiaoxi eagerly interjected. She had learned to respond quickly, recalling how Li Mu had reacted when she called him a hand enthusiast in the past. Not quite. Then what are you? A rogue? I am enchanted by Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu said this without lifting his head, uttering such sweet words he had spoken before. Despite their familiarity, they still felt a tinge of embarrassment, more so from the awkwardness of sharing such sentiments. As he finished speaking, he noticed her delicate feet curling up slowly. Li Mu chuckled inwardly. Lu Xiaoxi was undeniably adorable. Chapter 93. Sweet pet atmosphere, what are you saying? So strange. Lu Xiaoxi dared not look at him, covering her face with a pillow and emitting sounds akin to a mosquito. What Lu Xiaoxi control? Control me? What does that even mean? It's utterly cheesy. Lu Xiaoxi felt as if ants were crawling on her, completely uncomfortable, especially with her foot resting on Li Mu's leg. Li Mu, you nuisance. I said I am a fan of childhood sweethearts. Li Mu reiterated, merely substituting Lu Xiaoxi with childhood sweetheart. Lu Xiaoxi equals childhood sweetheart. The meaning remains the same. And it sounds less cheesy. You're a weirdo. Lu Xiaoxi gazed at Li Mu with wide eyes. She couldn't fathom how thick-skinned he must be to utter such words without a hint of embarrassment. Just hearing them made her heart race, as if a multitude of fawns were colliding within her. Then what are you a fan of? Li Mu, in a playful manner, had already manually stretched out Lu Xiaoxi's curled toes. I'm a fan of myself, Lu Xiaoxi murmured softly. She truly cherished herself and was content with her current state. She had a harmonious and healthy family, a considerate neighbor across the hall, and she had worked hard to gain admission to a respectable university. Of course, there was also a certain individual who was quite the contrary. That person was indeed very contrary. She loved spicy food, while he preferred bland. She was diligent and industrious, while he was lazy and idle. She had a cat named Fatty, while he owned a hamster named Slim. She believed in metaphysics, while he advocated for a scientific lifestyle, and there were many more discrepancies. All of these she found quite satisfactory. Satisfied with herself, satisfied with everyone around her, satisfied with her current situation. Thus, she was a fan of herself, not of anyone else. The clever Lu Xiaoxi would never utter such cheesy lines. Narcissism. Who is a fan of someone else? I'm a person too. Why can't I be a fan of myself? After all, I feel I am the best fan, right? Have you boiled water? I want to take a shower. I have, but you can't shower immediately. Showering right after a meal can cause indigestion. How many times must I tell you? Fine, then I'll help you with a massage. What massage? You just want to play with my feet? Lu Xiaoxi was certain. Li Mu's eyes twitched. Could he not speak civilly? It made him seem like a weirdo. You are one, and you've admitted it yourself. Li Mu never expected a day would come when Lu Xiaoxi would retort him so effectively. Why had he been so brazen to admit he was a weirdo? The boomerang has returned. Shall we go for a walk to aid digestion? Yes, let's stroll. After we return and shower, I can tutor you on yuan. Where did you learn that term? Strolling refers to aimlessly wandering the streets. We have a sacred purpose. Aiding digestion is also quite sacred, isn't it, you nitpicker? Lu Xiaoxi huffed as she withdrew her foot from Li Mu's leg, sitting upright and slipping on her slippers. With her precious presence gone, Li Mu felt an emptiness. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to possess an enchanting magic that drew him in. Yet, the thought of holding her hand while strolling made that emptiness vanish. Feet? Are feet more enjoyable than holding hands? Let's go. We should head out now. If we wait too long, we'll be done digesting. Wash your hands. Otherwise, we can't hold hands. Lu Xiaoxi avoided his outstretched hand with disdain. After he had touched her feet for so long, he was now attempting to touch her again, showing no sign of disgust. Ah, Li Mu, you really are not compatible with someone who values cleanliness. Do you not trust your own feet? Quit with the nonsense. Go wash your hands. Li Mu rushed into the bathroom, emerging in a flurry, his hands now scented with body wash. Is that satisfactory now? No. Your hands are still wet. And now? The girl fell silent, watching him anxiously drying his hands with a tissue, a sweet feeling blossoming in her heart. Wasn't it just holding hands? Why the rush? They had held hands many times before. If fingers had a sense of affection, her fingers must have a very high fondness for Li Mu, especially since he would gently knead her hand when holding it, making her feel comfortable, let alone her fingers. If the fondness for fingers has been maxed out, then I must now work on the fondness for toes. After that, Lu Xiaoxi dared not continue that thought. While the girl was lost in her musings, Li Mu had already taken her hand, their fingers intertwined. Let us go. Stop dawdling. Soon we'll have digested everything. I see you're not interested in digesting. You just want to hold my hand and go out to play. Lu Xiaoxi exposed Li Mu's ulterior motives without hesitation. Going out for some fresh air sounds good. Being cooped up at home isn't pleasant, is it? The moment those words left her lips, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. You a homebody? I can play table tennis and badminton. How am I a homebody? With great familiarity, Lu Xiaoxi replied nonchalantly. Who knows, maybe someone in high school had no friends to confide in. Every weekend, just gaming and watching anime. Never stepping out. What else could that be if not a homebody? Aunt Sue had said as much to her. To be honest, I'm taking care of you. Cooking for you, supervising your studies, and even drawing the curtains to prevent you from playing computer games in the dark. Should I buy some gold leaf to stick on your face? Li Mu looked at the petite girl who was enthusiastically gilding her own image and found her utterly adorable. Wasting money. As long as you know my worth, that's enough. I keep my good deeds and reputation hidden. What is that saying? Do good deeds without asking for recognition. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoxi's incessant chatter was naturally lost on Li Mu. He had not been shy about such things as gilding one's image. Lu Xiaoxi, when you plan to buy some clothes, I might or might not buy. I brought a winter coat. I didn't bring one. Could you help me pick out a couple of pieces? Why not choose for yourself? My fashion sense is dreadful. I just buy whatever and throw it together. You know my clothing size, don't you? Li Mu stated frankly. He had no particular standards when it came to attire. As long as it didn't look strange when mixed, he could wear it. He subconsciously believed Lu Xiaoxi had some understanding of fashion. In September, after military training, going back home, and to the amusement park, when have I not worn beautiful clothing? How would I know your size? Then what about the last time you stripped me of my clothes? Stop. Since Aunt Sue asked me to take care of you, I'll reluctantly agree, but I'll help you buy clothes first, and my living expenses will be limited. You'll need to reimburse me later. All right, I'll send you double. How can I let my childhood sweetheart, who helps me buy clothes, be short on money? Get lost. Are you buying a coat or what? Buy everything. I only have 3 sets of clothes from last year and just bought 2 new pairs of underwear this year. It's perfect to change into 2 new sets for winter. You can choose, and if you need more, just ask me. Money is not an issue. I have plenty. How can you be so extravagant over just a little bit of money? Do you think you're a domineering president? And can you not speak so lightly? It's utterly disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi nudged the pretentious person beside her with her shoulder, realizing she couldn't budge him, so she let it go. Li Mu's lips twitched as he pinched Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks, lamenting, "Could you refrain from disrupting the ambience? I've painstakingly cultivated this sweet and affectionate atmosphere." Chapter 94, What's with you? I'll buy you something tonight. Let us stroll around for now, and I'll take a shower when we get back. All right. Li Mu found it hard to argue. His childhood friend was indeed unique, indifferent to the prevailing atmosphere. He suspected that if he were to confess his feelings in a straightforward manner, Lu Xiaoxi might cheekily respond with something like, "Confess?" What a joke. Fortunately, he was clever enough to bypass the confession stage altogether, establishing a relationship that transcended mere friendship, yet fell short of being a marriage, an exquisite blend of childhood companionship and romantic involvement. In their case, the hierarchy of relationships was as follows. Complete childhood friends surpassed spouses, who in turn were above half-hearted friends, and then lovers. What others yearned for was but the foundation of their bond. In short, they were even closer than lovers. 19 years since birth they had been together, and their relationship, formed from the moment they could remember, was certainly incomparable to the fleeting joy shared by ordinary lovers over a few years. Having settled on the plan to shop for clothes, the two did not linger by the door any longer and took the elevator down to the community. This time they chose a different exit. Fortunately, they did not encounter Uncle Zhang at the security booth. Otherwise, Li Mu would have begun to question his own existence. Where are we heading? I don't know. Strolling is about having no destination. But you just said that digesting is the goal. That has already been accomplished, Li Mu replied earnestly. The bloating in his stomach had long subsided. And shall we head back? No, we're going to stroll. You're making me dizzy. Fine. If you get dizzy, I'll carry you. Crazy. Lu Xiaoxi stepped on Li Mu's foot playfully. Having come out for leisure, both wore slippers. The city at night was a canvas of vibrant colors, every hue of light shining from the towering buildings. In this era of development, every city had transformed into a city that never sleeps. By day, one group was busy, and by night, another group took their place. There was always something to be done. What are your plans for tomorrow, being Sunday? Reviewing my studies, focusing on learning. Have you mastered it all? If not, I can teach you. Li Mu smiled, intertwining his fingers with Lu Xiaoxi's more tightly. The two, in their intimate connection, had not become mere fast food in this fast-paced society. I've got it down. I've been reviewing diligently. Oh, so you aspire to be a top student? Why not? Is being a top student a derogatory term? Didn't you enjoy being one for 3 years in high school? Everyone who got into our school is on your level. Being a top student isn't that easy. So what? I believe I am better than others. Indeed, I also think Lu Xiaoxi is the most outstanding. Li Mu affectionately tucked a strand of Lu Xiaoxi's hair behind her ear, ensuring her hair did not obscure his view of her eyes. Stop it. That phrase sounds different when it comes from you. Lu Xiaoxi pouted. She had always urged Li Mu to take his studies seriously, and he had consistently responded to her encouragement with diligence. Given her understanding of him, she knew that in such circumstances, Li Mu's grades would certainly not suffer. All right, I want to say anything more. How obedient. Good boy, Mu. You've gone mad. Li Mu playfully pinched her nose, only to find it greasy. Lu Xiaoxi pinched her own nose. There is hardly any grease on mine. Yours is the greasy one, with protruding nose hairs, blackheads, and blemishes. Don't speak nonsense. It's clean. Mine is clean too. As they strolled along, they eventually reached a nearby food street. Even though they had just eaten, Lu Xiaoxi could not resist the allure of the food stalls. Not hungry right now? No worries. Let us buy some for later. The food street offered not only delectable treats, but also various rough-looking vendors hawking miraculous remedies, dragging small carts, and shouting through megaphones that they could cure anything. Naturally, few believed them. While peeling an orange, Lu Xiaoxi dropped the peel into a bag, savoring the fruit piece by piece, occasionally feeding Li Mu a slice while playfully brushing her fingers against his lips. The mischievous girl found it amusing. As a vendor of miraculous remedies passed by, Lu Xiaoxi looked up at the starless sky, lost in thought. Ah, you can be quite poetic. Hey, don't say that. Poetic Lu Xiaoxi, did you bring tissues? No. Why? Lu Xiaoxi shot him a suspicious glance. I got orange juice on my hands while eating. Here you go. Lu Xiaoxi pulled out a used pack of tissues from her pocket. You're quite resourceful. Girls always carry tissues when they go out. Why? Never you mind. You might as well not say anything. Shall we head back? My feet are a bit sore. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu with a pitiful expression. Her pleading eyes and slightly pouted lips were irresistible to him. Let's go back then. Is it very painful? Should I carry you? Crazy if I were so weak. How would T have made it this far? Lu Xiaoxi had always been self-reliant. As long as she could manage something herself, she wouldn't trouble others, except for Li Mu. This was a little secret she wouldn't dare voice out loud. Yet in public, asking Li Mu to carry her was something she simply couldn't bring herself to do. Her thin skin would immediately flush with embarrassment. Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative to link her arm with Li Mu's, letting him lead the way. Their community wasn't far off. They would see it after turning a corner. Li Mu, don't those two over there look like us? Lu Xiaoxi suddenly slowed down, pointing excitedly at two children ahead holding hands, sharing a cup of milk tea, and swaying adorably. They do resemble us a bit, but we rarely drank milk tea back then. True, we always had ice cream. Lu Xiaoxi paused, sweet memories flooding her mind. She and Li Mu often shared bites of ice cream. Those not eaten with spoons, but the kind you held in your hand and licked. They had no idea how many mouthfuls of each other's saliva they had shared. Just ice cream, right? You took a bite, and I took a bite. It was all saliva. Li Mu stated bluntly, remembering their childhood. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me nauseous. Lu Xiaoxi pouted. Before she could say anything else, her eyes widened in surprise. Right before them, the little boy and girl exchanged a few words, and then the boy kissed the girl on the cheek. Wow, kids these days are so bold. Though she and Li Mu had been the same way in their childhood. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. Indeed, but back then, you were the one who kissed me. Ugh, you're so annoying. Lu Xiaoxi felt her cheeks heating up. Let those precious memories stay in her mind. Not surface at such a moment. Chapter 95. Possessiveness. Li Mu observed the retreating figure of the embarrassed girl and hastily caught up, once again taking her hand. Why are you walking so fast? Are your feet not hurting anymore? It hurts terribly. It's all your fault. Huh? Am I to blame for this as well? Perhaps you should listen to yourself before speaking. Two children, reminiscent of their own childhood, were left behind as Li Mu's gaze remained solely fixed on his bashful companion. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and continued walking, her large eyes surveying the surroundings. She recognized this place. Not far off stood a cart selling sour plums. Just a few more steps, and she was at the spot where Li Mu had first held her hand, a moment that marked the beginning of their intertwined paths. Now, hand-holding had become an essential part of their daily lives. Whenever there was a moment of leisure, Li Mu would grasp her hand, and, at times, she would playfully intertwine her fingers with his. Now, their fingers were firmly locked together. She and Li Mu were truly quite happy. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaoxi settled onto the sofa to rest for a while, waiting for the pain to subside before taking her clothes into the bathroom for a shower. Li Mu leaned against the sofa, his arms stretched out like a gibbon, claiming most of the couch. He decided against continuing the light-hearted drama, knowing that Xia Yuanyuan would need to study soon, and that Lu Xiaoxi would likely turn off the projector. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was already 8 o'clock. The day had felt exceptionally long, filled with numerous events alongside Lu Xiaoxi, including a shared afternoon nap. Though they hadn't shared the same blanket or pillow, they had at least slept in the same bed, which he reasoned could be rounded up to them having slept together. He felt it best not to let their parents know, as even though nothing inappropriate had occurred, they were no longer children. I've finished showering, you can go in now. Lu Xiaoxi's voice floated out as she stepped out of the bathroom in her slippers, a haze of steam enveloping her. What temperature is it? 43 degrees. That's sufficient. Li Mu had already placed his change of clothes on the sofa. It's not enough, you'll catch a cold. Lu Xiaoxi placed her hands on her hips, blocking his entry. She took longer showers, and the old water heater displayed 60 degrees, which was certainly not accurate. 43 degrees likely meant it was only about 30. It felt no different from cold water. Not to mention, the heater's insulation was unreliable. It would likely run out of hot water halfway through, despite the daytime temperature being a mild 22 degrees. A cold shower could still lead to illness. Who do you think I am? I have a strong constitution. You're not allowed to wash. Fine. Li Mu relented, drawing the petite girl into an embrace and inhaling the fragrant scent from her neck. He needed the comforting energy of his little green plum to soothe his impatience at not being able to shower immediately. Stop being ridiculous. Just say you want to hug me. Lu Xiaoxi shot him an annoyed glance. Smelling you is a pleasure. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi's expression softened considerably as she obediently allowed him to hold her for a moment. It was rather peculiar how he kept sniffing around her ear. It felt somewhat strange. You smell delightful. And then? Nothing, just reflecting on how lovely little green plums smell. Have you smelled other girls? No. Have you seen me interacting with any other girl? When it came to other girls, Mu was entirely unbothered, for he truly had no connections with unfamiliar females. Even with those he knew, his interactions were minimal. If he desired, he could easily attract many admirers, yet his social circle remained as pristine as his complexion. You better not. I'll be watching. Lu Xiaoxi was quite satisfied. Hee, is this possessiveness I sense? Lu Xiaoxi was momentarily speechless, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Was it possessiveness? She was unsure of its definition. If desiring someone to be solely hers was the case, then perhaps she did harbor a slight possessiveness towards Mu. This sentiment likely began on the day of their school enrollment. The thought of another girl taking even a fraction of Mu away would bring her great sorrow. Except for Aunt Sue. Possessiveness? You seem to enjoy that phrase. Is it your catchphrase? Catchphrase? Nonsense. I have no catchphrase. Come on, you can't deny it. So what if I do? You're neither my parents nor my guardian. I advise you to mind your own business. Not even a childhood friend can oversee you. Yet you constantly manage me. Every time I play games, you come to my room to draw the curtains. Didn't you know? Aunt Sue granted me the highest authority over you. You must obey me. Lu Xiaoxi giggled, watching for any retort from Mu. Aunt Sue was one of the few cards she held that could keep Mu in check. Once this card was played, the subtle contests of power in their daily interactions would conclude with her triumph. Is that how it is? Tonight, I shall ask your mother for the highest authority over you, and then you must listen to me. My mother doesn't count. The authority resides with me. Lu Xiaoxi felt elated, resting her small head against Mu's collarbone. She could also catch a whiff of his scent, not from his shower gel, but an indescribable aroma that she adored immensely. You smell terrible. Are you a dog? Only able to sniff my odor? Knowing it stinks, yet still sniffing. How dare you say that? Who was just moments ago embracing me and smelling me? It's different. You smell good. Well, the water is boiling now. You should shower. You reek. Lu Xiaoxi pushed him away, and as the warmth of his embrace faded, a chill crept over her as the humidity evaporated from her skin. Such was life in the South. One could wear short sleeves during the day, but needed a blanket at night. All right, we'll share an embrace later tonight. Today's hugging session has already been quite lengthy. You can't ask for more. I'll put on credit for tomorrow's hugs. Mu Xiaoxi. Tomorrow I'll add on for the day after. After all, I must embrace you daily to feel fulfilled. Chapter 96. Lu Xiaoxi's pillow. Mu finished his bath and donned a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Despite the cool evening air, the warmth of his home was a comforting contrast. The combination of short sleeves and shorts was adequate for him. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxi arrived with Xia Yuanyuan. Being Saturday, it was the perfect day for tutoring. Xia Yuanyuan held 2 books in her hands, an English textbook and a workbook, which contained a test paper and a certificate of achievement. Look, Sister Xiaoxi, I scored 70 on my English midterm, and the teacher gave me a certificate for my improvement. Xia Yuanyuan exclaimed, her joy radiating like sunshine, infectious to the 2 adults present. That's impressive. Keep up the good work, Yuanyuan. Hee. It's all thanks to Sister Xiaoxi and brotherly Mu. Xia Yuanyuan beamed, nuzzling against Lu Xiaoxi's outstretched hand, brimming with happiness. In the realm of children, academic performance holds immense value. Good grades garner admiration from peers, favor from teachers, and affection from parents, all of which contribute to a child's joy. Sister Xia is a commendable mother, ensuring that the single-parent Xia Yuanyuan retains her innocence and romantic spirit. Although a score of 70 in elementary English may not be exceptional, for Xia Yuanyuan, who once scored only 30, it was an unattainable milestone. What about my turn? Mu mimicked Lu Xiaoxi, patting Xia Yuanyuan's head. When brotherly Mu reminds me, while Sister Xiaoxi quizzes me, I can remember things clearly. I still recall the vocabulary from last time. Is that so? Regardless of the initial circumstances, Li Mu was pleased with the outcome. He felt that he contributed at least 10 points to her improvement of 40. All right, Yuan. Let us begin class. Today, we'll review vocabulary and then practice dialogues through role-play. Okay, the teacher and student commenced their lesson, rendering Li Mu's presence unnecessary. Slipping on his slippers, he retreated to his room, careful not to disrupt Lu Xiaoxi's teaching. Upon closing the door, as he prepared to write, Li Mu's attention was drawn to a pink pillow that had appeared on his bed. Wasn't he that Lu Xiaoxi's pillow? The realization struck him swiftly. Lu Xiaoxi had taken his pillowcase to dry in the sun and, concerned he might have no pillow to sleep on, had lent him her own. He lifted the pillow to his nose, inhaling the delicate fragrance that was distinctly feminine. Suddenly, he lost the desire to write. All he wished for was to rest his head on Lu Xiaoxi's pillow and drift into sleep. Li Mu lay on the bed for several minutes, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment wash over him. He decided to shamelessly keep this pillow for himself a little longer. Once the youthful scent faded, he would return it to Lu Xiaoxi after a few days and then devise a way to obtain it again. Seizing the moment, Li Mu called his mother, requesting her to send a comforter. With winter approaching, how could he keep warm alongside Lu Xiaoxi? As anticipated, upon answering the phone, Su Wen chattered for a while before discussing the comforter. After their conversation, Li Changheng took his turn to speak. Li Mu's parents cherished him deeply, and he reciprocated that love, extending it even to the family next door. The two families had long since become as close as relatives, perhaps on the verge of intertwining even further. After hanging up, Li Mu began to write. At 11 o'clock, he stretched his limbs, aware that prolonged sitting at the computer had taken a toll on his wrists and back. Opening the door, he found the living room empty. Xia Yuan had returned home, and Lu Xiaoxi was outside on the balcony, hanging their clothes to dry. Are you ready for bed? Li Mu leaned against the wall, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Almost, Lu Xiaoxi replied, brushing past him, leaving a trail of her sweet fragrance in her wake. I'm heading to bed too. I'll show you something nice later. What is it? Can you tell me now? Lu Xiaoxi's voice was laced with curiosity. No. Ugh, I feel like it's something bad. I said it's something good. You better not. Lu Xiaoxi sat cross-legged on the sofa, wiping her hands clean before peeling an orange. The oranges were seedless, allowing her to easily enjoy the tender, glistening flesh without the cumbersome membranes. Although delicious, it was somewhat tedious. The girl turned her attention to Li Mu. Come here and peel an orange for me, or there will be no hugs tonight. I'm already in debt. No debts here. All right, I'll peel it. Li Mu diligently peeled the orange, even removing the pith as per Lu Xiaoxi's request, exposing the juicy segments. Naturally, he fed her each piece, playfully caressing her soft, plump lips with every bite. Such a delightful little mouth. He pondered when he might steal a kiss. I'm going back to my room to sleep, Lu Xiaoxi pouted, her eyelids heavy, a clear sign of impending slumber. All right, come here for a hug. Li Mu spread his arms wide like a monkey. Lu Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around his waist, rubbing her forehead against his chin. Your stubble is prickly. I just shaved yesterday. How could it grow back so quickly? Li Mu touched his chin, finding it smooth. I don't care. It's prickly and poke my forehead. Okay, I'll blow on it. Li Mu breathed gently. Ugh, don't blow on me. Heading back now. Reluctantly, Li Mu released her, watching as the petite girl returned to her room. After taking a sip of water and using the restroom, he too retreated to his own room. With a new book released, he spent some time checking for typos. Once satisfied, he let it go, knowing there wouldn't be many readers in the coming days, save for a few loyal fans from his previous work. After shutting down the computer, Li Mu felt the weight of fatigue settle in. Despite having napped until the afternoon, he found himself unusually sleepy today. Before drifting off, he sent the little girl a sleepy pig image, adding a special note. After sending it, he plugged in his phone, flipped the screen down, and let everything else fade away. He could imagine the scene of the girl, upon seeing the photo, pounding her chest in a mix of embarrassment and fury. And with a sense of satisfaction, he embraced his pillow, falling into a deep, restful sleep. Just a wall apart, Lu Xiaoxi gazed at the image sent by Li Mu. her irritation boiling over as she bombarded him with a flurry of 100 emoticons, both cute and scolding, launching a barrage to overwhelm him. And as if that weren't enough, she clutched her Mu plush toy to her chest, venting her frustrations on it. What kind of sleepy pig image is this? This guy. After venting her anger on the toy, Lu Xiaoxi finally calmed down. With a few huffs, she began selecting clothes for Mu. Buying jackets, buying shirts, buying long pants, buying socks. Dressing Mu kensomely. The girl lay on her side in bed, flipping through boys' clothing while imagining how Mu would look in each outfit. Mu said he only changes underwear twice this year. Should I buy some together? As the thought of something inappropriate crossed her mind, Lu Xiaoxi instinctively shrank her neck, muttering a low, silly boy. Even as bedtime approached, her mind continued to race with thoughts, refusing to settle down. Chapter 97. Entering the young lady's room with utter innocence at 10 o'clock in the morning. Mu lazily rose from his bed. He had slept so comfortably that he had no awareness of pressing his hand, leaving him feeling electrified. Glancing at the hundreds of unread messages from yesterday, he chuckled softly, taking a moment to appreciate each emoticon. They were delightful. The door to Lu Xiaoxi's room remained firmly shut. Had she stayed up late last night, buying clothes for him? A smile inexplicably graced Mu's lips as he brushed his teeth, washed his face, bundled up the trash, and shuffled downstairs in his slippers. "Good morning, Uncle Zhang." Good morning," Uncle Zhang replied, poking his head out from the security booth to flick away some ash from a cigarette. Noticing Mu's casual attire of short sleeves and shorts, he added, "The weather is expected to turn chilly in the next couple of days. I saw it on the news. They say this year will be particularly cold." "They say that every year," Mu chuckled. "But the morning air is refreshing. Have you had breakfast?" "I have 2 leftover steamed buns with preserved vegetables." You should keep them. I was just about to head out to buy something." Uncle Zhang was amiable, and despite their significant age difference, Mu found it easy to converse with him. Individuals of Uncle Zhang's generation often enjoyed discussing national affairs, and having read numerous news articles, Mu was able to engage in a few exchanges. After a brief chat with Uncle Zhang, Mu did not forget his morning objective and hastened to the local market. He had dreamt the previous night of attending school with Lu Xiaoxi, of a little cart on the street offering rice cakes, and of the two of them sharing the delicacies using wooden sticks. Rice cakes were typically sold in the morning until noon. He wondered if he would find any here. After wandering through the market and exploring 3 or 4 nearby streets, his spirits lifted when he spotted an elderly vendor beside another stall, cooking precisely what he sought. Over the years, the price of rice cakes had risen. 2 yuan could no longer secure a purchase. The only difference now was that Mu possessed his own little savings, free to use as he pleased. Unlike in his childhood, when he had to carefully request even 2 yuan from Suwen. Having bought enough rice cakes for 3, he returned to the community with a sense of tranquility, curious about what expression Lu Xiaoxi would wear upon seeing them. Though inexpensive, the rice cakes held the essence of every morning spent together during their school days, symbolizing their close bond. Upon returning, he glanced at the back end of his novel. Only a day since the release, and already so many gifts? He opened the gift section, discovering they were all 1 yuan donations from Little Stream Swallowing the Sea, each $1 per chapter. The last donation had come in at 2 o'clock in the morning. How curious! After claiming to be tired last night, he had stayed up even later than himself. As he opened his front door, barely settling onto the couch, he heard commotion emanating from Lu Xiaoxi's room, akin to the sound of bare feet hitting the floor. Had she awakened? He propped his legs up, playing on his phone, yet the door remained shut. Feeling the rice cakes had cooled considerably, he sent her a message. "Are you up yet?" Lu Xiaoxi swiftly replied with a simple comma. Was this some peculiar habit of hers, to respond with either a period or a comma? "Lee the fool. I'm coming in." Lu the piglet. Coming in where? Curled up in her chair, Lu Xiaoxi had just sent her message when a knock echoed on her door. From the other side, she questioned the identity of the intruder who dared to invade a girl's sanctuary. "I'm here for breakfast. I bought something good." "What good thing?" She recalled yesterday's mention of something good, only to receive a photo of him sleeping, whimsically titled Piglet's Sleepy Picture. This time, however, she was not inclined to believe him. Maintaining a skeptical attitude towards his so-called good thing. Food. Rice cakes, the ones you've had before. Really? Really, they're getting cold. Lu Xiaoxi cracked her door open just a sliver, revealing a portion of herself, her large, sparkling eyes scrutinizing him before settling on the rice cakes in his hand. It really is rice cakes. She let out a soft hum, extending her hand with unmistakable intent. What are you doing inside? Li Mu, not in a hurry to hand them over, slyly slid his foot into her room, preventing the door from closing. None of your business. Out of curiosity, let me see. Edison became a great inventor due to curiosity. You wish to enter a girl's room because of yours? You frequently enter my room and even sleep on my bed. Have I ever complained? Lu Xiaoxi momentarily fell silent, feeling somewhat guilty and at a loss for words. She was eager to snatch the rice cakes and shut the door, but just as she reached for them, Li Mu pulled them back. She missed her target, stomping her foot in frustration, realizing the door could not be closed. Without the rice cakes, and unable to shut the door, whom could she appeal to for justice? Given Li Mu's audacity, there was no escaping this situation. Lu Xiaoxi quickly released her grip and, in a flash, concealed her drying undergarments in the wardrobe. Just then, Li Mu managed to open the door fully. The aroma of the young lady's room enveloped him. This marked his first true entrance into a girl's sanctuary, as his previous intrusion had been born out of concern for Lu Xiaoxi. This time, however, he was here openly, confidently, and naturally, having ostensibly received her consent. Are you actually studying? Li Mu's gaze swept across the open laptop on the desk, its educational software displayed, tightening his expression. Did I not mention I wanted to review yesterday? And this isn't studying in secret, is it? If I hadn't come in, you would have been studying covertly. Lu Xiaoxi stared at him with wide eyes, feeling puzzled as he leaned closer while speaking. Why was he encroaching on her personal space while discussing studies? Before she knew it, Li Mu had drawn her into an embrace, catching her off guard. It felt comfortable. He nestled his face in her neck, inhaling deeply. The negativity brought on by an early morning required the energy of his little green plum to heal. This was not a mere excuse he concocted. It was scientifically substantiated. What the precise scientific basis was, he could only say that those who understood would know, an exceedingly confidential matter. He would say no more. What's wrong with you? You haven't spoken a word. Li Mu casually draped his arm over her shoulder, eyeing her with suspicion. He had expected her to scold him for being a lecherous creep. Yet now she remained silent, which felt oddly unfamiliar. Lu Xiaoxi continued to withhold her words. Are you having a sore throat? She shot him a glare, her hand covering her mouth as she spoke quickly. I didn't brush my teeth, my breath stinks. She was no fairy, after all. Anyone waking from slumber would have morning breath. With the two of them so close, he would undoubtedly catch a whiff of it if she spoke. Chapter 98. The inappropriateness of intimacy between the opposite sex. Lu Xiaoxi went to freshen up, while Li Mu unceremoniously perched himself upon her bed. The young maiden's chamber was imbued with a delightful fragrance, with the bed exuding a particularly potent aroma. Unable to resist, Li Mu rested his knees on the bed's edge, reclining as he toyed with a small dog plushie. Upon closer examination, he found that this plushie's scent was far more pronounced than others. Why was his own pig plushie devoid of such fragrance? Could it be the allure of Lu Xiaoxi's scent? That must surely be the case. Why are you on my bed? Lu Xiaoxi returned to find him sprawled across her bed, half of his body lying there. This was not the main issue. The real concern was that he had made a mess of her neatly arranged bedding. She had left it perfectly organized when she got up. Your room smells delightful. It's your room that reeks. You never take out your stinky socks and clothes. That's absurd. I change my clothes every day, and my jacket was only washed the day before yesterday. So it's you who smells. Are you satisfied now? And yet you still come to my room every day, even falling asleep on my bed. How do you like the pig plushie's sleep image? Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi's expression soured as she pounced on him, pinching and poking at his sides. Li Mu was caught off guard by her sudden attack, completely unprepared, and he winced as she pinched him hard. Ouch! I'm all bruised now. Isn't this what you brought upon yourself? Lu Xiaoxi was not yet satisfied, continuing to poke at him, but Li Mu remained unresponsive. By holding his breath and tensing his muscles, her pokes were no match for his defenses. Seeing that her efforts were in vain, Lu Xiaoxi, in a huff, grabbed a pillow and struck him. Dust wafted into the sunlight, forming a cloud around them. Ow, there's dust. Stop hitting me. I'm hitting you, yes. After her bout of frustration, Lu Xiaoxi, exhausted, shot him an irritated glance before returning to her chair. On the table, a bowl filled with water cakes awaited, generously topped with 2 spoons of chili. Well, I suppose Li Mu is considerate after all. I can temporarily forgive the incident with the pig plushie. However, the matter of him lying on her bed had not yet been absolved. Don't copy me. Li Mu lay on her bed, raising his head and languidly suggesting, "Come play with me." Play what? I don't know. After lying there for about 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoxi was engrossed in her studies on the computer. Li Mu personally experienced the phenomenon of the roommate peacefully sleeping while the other studies through the night. In the past, he would have paid no mind to whether Lu Xiaoxi was playing or studying, but now he felt an inexplicable discomfort. They had always studied together at school. Now, seeing her continue to study at home made him feel uneasy. Childhood friends should engage in the same activities. I'll study too. Li Mu hastily fetched his computer from his room, dusting it off before placing it on his lap. It wobbled a bit, but that was of little concern since studying did not require much physical movement. Just watching videos sufficed. He had ensured he grasped all the material the teacher presented and was now expanding his knowledge further. If you want to study, you can come to my room. Your room is for playing, while mine is for studying, Lu Xiaoxi remarked unexpectedly. You know I've always been a studious person, Li Mu replied, suddenly elated. Her words provided him an excuse to enter her room under the pretense of studying. No, it was for studying alone. Only through studying could he gain access to the young lady's sanctuary. Ahem, in truth, he had always been an eager learner. Lu Xiaoxi's smile was more sardonic than genuine. She was well aware of the type of person he was. After approximately 2 hours of study, Li Mu initially focused on his work. After 30 minutes, he became more relaxed, blending play with study. An hour in, he was watching videos while pretending to study. He rationalized this as a necessary phase of learning, beginning with vigor and diligence, then gradually allowing for relaxation and enjoyment to maintain a balance in studying. Lu Xiaoxi stretched, revealing a glimpse of her slender waist, and Li Mu's gaze flickered before he feigned indifference, continuing to watch videos. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi asked, massaging her waist and casting a sidelong glance at him, laughter dancing in her eyes. Your face is positively radiant. You hardly look like someone who is studying. Balance between work and play. Have you really worked? Lu Xiaoxi questioned, somewhat skeptical. Of course. I'm utterly exhausted. Come sit with me, Li Mu replied, shifting to make space beside him. My back hurts, Lu Xiaoxi lamented, flopping onto the bed and kicking off her slippers. I'll give you a massage. You're trying to take advantage of me, Lu Xiaoxi accused, seeing through his intentions. Perhaps a little. Lu Xiaoxi should have anticipated that he would admit to such thoughts. Now she was left at a loss for words. Do you need it? My divine hand. Get lost. I don't need it. The young maiden flipped onto her back, inadvertently disarranging the bedding, her shirt riding up to reveal her fair abdomen. Her soft curves were enticing, and Li Mu's throat bobbed, his gaze unabashedly lingering. Oh, you pervert! Lu Xiaoxi scolded, pulling her shirt down with a pout. Where's the pervert? Right in front of me. Never have I encountered such a self-absorbed person. Have you had lunch yet? Lu Xiaoxi abruptly changed the subject. I'm not too hungry now. The water cake I had this morning was quite filling. Me neither. Then let us skip lunch today. Lu Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. She typically prepared porridge for breakfast and lunch, and then cooked a proper meal for dinner. Since they were both not hungry, she wouldn't have to bother making lunch. Get out. I'm going to sleep. The young maiden tousled her hair, seizing the pillow that Li Mu had been holding to his chest, and nestled into the corner of the bed against the wall. Her petite feet playfully nudged him, attempting to shoo him away. What sleep? You just got up. I'm not even tired when I wake up early on weekends. Mind your own business. If I'm tired, I'll sleep. All right then, let us sleep together. Lu Xiaoxi froze, her eyes wide. Together? Yes, I happen to be a bit tired as well. But you just said you weren't tired. I'm a different person than I was 10 seconds ago. What I said then is already in the past. Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip and kicked him again. Never have I seen someone so shameless. How can you be so brazen about sleeping with a girl? This was a line she had used to tease him, and now Li Mu was employing it against her, taking the teasing to an entirely new level. I'll go grab a pillow from my room. Li Mu, as cheerful as a monkey, swiftly tidied up his computer and hurried back with the pillow Lu Xiaoxi had given him, unceremoniously lying down beside her. Don't get cold. Cover yourself with a blanket. Isn't this a bit strange? Men and women should keep their distance. We've grown up together. Those words don't apply to us. And besides, I haven't kissed you. We just slept together last night. Kissing isn't what I meant. Lu Xiaoxi realized Li Mu was deliberately feigning ignorance. As she reminisced about falling asleep on Li Mu's bed yesterday, Lu Xiaoxi felt a warm flush on her cheeks upon awakening to his serene and contented visage. She truly had shared a slumber with Li Mu. It was he who had stealthily made his way to her bed while she was lost in slumber. Must he repeat this assertion multiple times? It was merely her overwhelming fatigue that had caused her to doze off inadvertently. He ought to have a semblance of modesty. Fuming, Lu Xiaoxi wrapped herself in the quilt, choosing to ignore him. After all, she was Li Mu's little childhood sweetheart, and sharing an afternoon nap was hardly inappropriate. Let him sleep. Let him sleep. She intended to rise earlier than he and capture a photograph of Mu Zhu in slumber. What is this called? Returning the favor in kind. But this time, she must remember not to drool. She must keep her mouth firmly closed while dreaming. Chapter 99. Achieving a small goal, one Lu Xiaoxi found solace nestled against the wall, the confined space providing her with a sense of security. With Li Mu sleeping outside and her within, she felt enveloped by warmth on one side and the cold wall on the other, amplifying her sense of safety. Curled up under the covers, with only her large, glistening eyes peeking out, she gazed intently at Li Mu. He, too, lay on his side, observing her with a smile. After a prolonged moment of watching, he made a playful and exaggerated face, eliciting a delightful giggle from the petite girl. It seemed that sleeping together like this was quite pleasant. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Why are you watching me? Lu Xiaoxi retorted. If you don't watch me, how would you know I'm watching you? This is my room, he replied playfully. All right, you didn't watch me. I was the one watching you. Li Mu chuckled as he inched closer, leaving only a mere distance of 2 fists between them. Their breaths brushed against each other's faces. Don't come so close. I want to hold you while I sleep. Get lost. I'm in a goodnight hug. Right? Napping is also sleeping. Just one hug. Wrapped in her blanket, Lu Xiaoxi resembled a little caterpillar as she nudged Li Mu's warm body. He instinctively embraced her, rolling over so that the petite girl found herself atop him. Hey, what are you doing? She exclaimed, startled, as the world spun around her, and she realized she was lying on Li Mu. You're so heavy, you're crushing my lungs. I can hardly breathe. I weigh less than 100 pounds. It must be you who's too weak. She teased, pinching him before rolling off and returning to her previous position, muttering, if you keep this up, I won't let you hug me anymore. Not now or ever. Wrong. A good child recognizes their mistakes and corrects them. Be good, Xiaomu. Is that maternal instinct overflowing? Or do you have some peculiar quirk? Go to sleep. Lu Xiaoxi playfully kicked Li Mu's calf, only then noticing that she had wrapped herself entirely in the blanket, leaving him without any. While awake, the chill was hardly noticeable, but sleeping was a different matter entirely. Are you not going to get your blanket from your room? Just use mine. But this is a single blanket. Just cover yourself for now. We'll buy a double blanket tonight. Get lost. Do you think there will be a next time? From now on, let's nap together. Li Mu suggested, propping his face up as his feet stealthily slipped under the blanket, brushing against her calves. Dream on. Get your feet away from me. Lu Xiaoxi could almost envision Li Mu's imaginary dog, ears drooping down. He often exuded a charmingly rogue demeanor, full of mischief and innocence, rarely displaying such an air of vulnerability and grievance. All right then, what are you pretending for? Once I fall asleep, you can cover yourself with some of the blanket. But if I wake up cold, just wait and see. After saying this, she turned her back to him, facing the wall, and closed her eyes, drifting into a slow slumber. Perhaps due to the warmth emanating from the little heater behind her, she fell asleep gradually. It wasn't until she heard the soft sound of Li Mu's breathing that she cautiously turned around to observe his face. His eyelashes were remarkably long, and his eyes, strikingly beautiful, were as captivating as hers. Ridiculous. She found herself mesmerized by the enchanting gaze of her childhood friend. As she rummaged through her bed, she finally spotted her phone on the table. If she got up to retrieve it, she would surely wake Li Mu. If there would be a next time, she could capture a photo of Mu Zhu sleeping. Mu Zhu, I refrained from taking a picture just to avoid waking you. So you must express your gratitude when you wake up, she mused silently as drowsiness overtook her. She gently pulled the blanket over Li Mu, cautiously inching closer to the warm source, only to feel a sudden rush of intimacy, prompting her to turn away from him. I'm going to sleep now. Good afternoon. Yet, within half a minute, she turned back, her eyes brimming with unspoken emotions. Li Mu's warm breath caressed her face like a gentle hand, heightening her drowsiness. She delicately poked his lips with her slender fingers, feeling the soft creases of his mouth. Hee, this is amusing. I'm going to sleep now. Good afternoon. She nestled closer into his embrace, truly ready to drift off. Are you done? You've woken me up twice already, Li Mu unexpectedly remarked, his eyes half open. You haven't fallen asleep? Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback, looking up at him, yet not pulling away. You were already asleep. You woke up once when I turned, and again when I poked your lips. What are you doing? Didn't we agree to sleep? I'm really going to sleep now. Good afternoon. This was the third time Lu Xiaoxi uttered this phrase, the first 2 times being in silence, but this time directed at Li Mu. Good afternoon, he replied, shifting a bit closer to the wall, leaving no possibility of escape for the girl. Only when he was awake could she be free. With one hand, he embraced her through the blanket, enveloping the small girl entirely. Lu Xiaoxi remained obedient, not moving an inch. Having disturbed Li Mu earlier, she refrained from making any noise this time. Li Mu gradually fell back into a peaceful slumber, his breathing steady as his lips brushed against her forehead. It was an accidental touch. She couldn't hold it against him. Lu Xiaoxi. Sleep well. Chapter 100. Can we forget? The breathing of the 2 individuals gradually steadied, and even the restless dust seemed to settle. The faint sound of leaves rustling in the wind and the incessant chatter of children filled the air. In this serene environment, both felt an unusual comfort in their slumber, as if the very air was imbued with sweetness. Lu Xiaoxi hummed softly, emitting delicate sounds reminiscent of a kitten, her small body stretching languidly as she slowly opened her drowsy eyes. The comfort of sleep enveloped her, and beside her lay Li Mu, akin to a warm furnace, prompting her to embrace him like a cherished toy. Her gaze fell upon his relaxed visage, and for a fleeting moment, she was lost in thought. This familiar scene evoked memories of her childhood. If she were to kiss Li Mu's cheek and feign sleep, would they not return to the intimacy they once shared? Alas, she was no longer a child, and the thought of initiating such affection felt daunting, even if it was merely a kiss on the cheek. Having awakened late without accomplishing much, her afternoon nap was merely the result of her laziness, and after 2 hours of slumber, she finally stirred. Li Mu, on the other hand, had risen early to buy water cakes and had spent some time studying in her room, leaving him genuinely fatigued. As she observed him sleeping soundly, Lu Xiaoxi felt a mischievous urge to caress his lips, yet feared disturbing his rest. Unsure of what to do with her hands, she finally extended a finger to gently stroke the fine hair on his face. Li Mu seemed to express discontent with a soft click of his tongue. Hey, when did you wake up? She inquired, gazing at his expressionless face, wondering if he were speaking in his sleep. Was he truly awake? Are you really awake? Lu Xiaoxi whispered cautiously. Li Mu remained silent. She recalled his words from the previous day, realizing that discerning whether someone was pretending to sleep was quite simple. One merely needed to observe the flutter of their eyelashes. With this thought in mind, she focused intently on his eyes. After approximately 10 seconds without a blink, she sighed in relief, realizing he was still asleep. How close I came to being startled by this fellow, she mused, a playful smile gracing her lips. Quietly, she climbed out of bed only to quickly lie back down, noticing that any significant movement would inevitably brush against Li Mu's body, even though they were both covered by the same blanket. The mere sensation of the fabric could rouse him. With such a vast bed, it was curious that Li Mu had chosen to nestle himself against the wall, surely an intentional act. Now confined to the bed, she could only lie still and continue observing him, tracing from his forehead to his chin, then down to his neck, and along his prominent Adam's apple to the collarbone, where the fabric of his shirt concealed further. Did Li Mu have abs? Perhaps she could touch them? After all, he had touched his own feet. Feeling a blush creep across her cheeks, she buried her face in embarrassment. "Good afternoon, little green plum," Mu suddenly declared, his eyes wide open and brimming with vitality, leaving her bewildered. "Did you wake up before me?" she questioned, her large eyes filled with curiosity as her mind raced to comprehend the situation. "Yes, just a few seconds earlier than you," he replied. "You're lying. Your eyelashes aren't even fluttering. Keeping them still is rather simple," he teased, poking her cheek before tapping her nose. "You're deceiving me," Lu Xiaoxi protested, closing her eyes and testing her eyelashes, which seemed to flutter uncontrollably. "Just close your eyes and look to the side," he advised. "Ah, you're right. Now, tell me how you shall express your gratitude for imparting such a secret." "Gratitude? Move aside. I need to use the bathroom." "All right." Mu wrapped her in the blanket, turning to flip her to the other side. Lu Xiaoxi squealed in surprise, curling up tightly against him. Once she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed crimson as she frowned and playfully swatted at him with her delicate arms, unsure of how to strike without causing him pain. Her playful strikes resembled a child's tantrum. Yet to Mu, they were akin to gentle caresses, more soothing than a massage. Unfair. Exhausted from her playful assault, Lu Xiaoxi quickly slipped on her slippers and darted away from his embrace, determined to evade being pulled back into his grasp. "Why aren't you getting up?" "I don't wish to. Your bed is too comfortable," Mu replied, pulling the blanket tighter around himself. "Suit yourself, but when you finally rise, make sure to tidy the bed and straighten the mattress, understand?" I understand. Once Lu Xiaoxi exited, Mu felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. What a peculiar experience it had been to share a bed with his little green plum. He had already accomplished 3 small objectives: holding hands, embracing, and napping together. The next step would be a kiss. Such moments, resembling the clutch of 2 individuals tumbling together and inadvertently kissing, seemed unattainable in reality. The journey ahead was indeed long. Outside the room, Lu Xiaoxi sat cross